Chapter 904. Raging Thunder Quelled by Earth. 2. Li Qinghong couldn't tear her eyes away from the sword scar. Fei Qingyi's words were only half true. Now that Jade True had been restored and the Jade veins were thriving, the Jade Smoke Mountain was naturally immune to ordinary Foundation Establishment Realm mana. But back in the day, this Dharma artifact would have been far less durable. There was no longer a way to verify how strong it truly was now. The Dharma artifact held special meaning for the Li family, but Li Shiji was in no rush to accept it. He turned to Li Shijian, and the white-robed young man immediately said softly, "This item was once borrowed by Yu Su, so this counts as its return. The Yu family has since fractured among the outer branches, and only a few direct descendants remain. Most have already married into the Li family. Perhaps it's best to store it here for now, for future generations." Though the Yu family's downfall was closely tied to the Li family, ultimately it had been carved up by various outside surnames, and their descendants no longer bore the Yu surname. Li Shijian had chosen a tactful way to put it as he received the Jade Smoke Mountain. Fei Qingyi finally let out a breath of relief as Li Shiji accepted it and quietly settled into a corner of the flying boat. Yang Ruizhao glanced at her with mild interest and exchanged a few polite words. The spirit boat started heading south, returning to the Azure Pond sect. The Li family's forces had already entered Nine Gates Peak, and the various households were being accounted for. Li Qingliao and the others would handle matters thoroughly, so there was no need for the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators to make another trip. Li Shijian and his companions escorted the guests out of Moongaze Lake and turned with the spirit wind toward the central islet. Just then, Siwei approached on a current of spirit wind, with several people following behind him, all bearing respectful expressions. He said in a low voice, "My lord, the masters have all arrived." Li Shijian did a mental count and said in surprise, "That quick?" And Siwei nodded, stepped closer to Li Shijian, and said quietly, "We searched a few marketplaces for those capable of breaking forbidden formations. These few were found immediately, and they came eagerly and with utmost courtesy." Li Shijian raised an eyebrow slightly and turned to look at the 4 formation masters. All of them were at the Qi cultivation realm, elderly, with unremarkable clothing and middling mana cultivation. He inspected them with his ocular perception technique, seeing through them clearly. He only relaxed a little when he noted that none of them were using any illusion arts. When they noticed Li Shijian looking their way, the elderly men all bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, my lord." The formation Tao was as deep as the sea, and one of the most complex among the 100 arts of immortal cultivation. If a rogue cultivator had any achievements in it, it almost certainly meant they had no fate with the Foundation Establishment Realm. Even among the great sects, formation masters rarely excelled in their cultivation realm. Not everyone could be like Wan Huaqian or Lu Changdai. Li Shijian didn't belittle them for their realm and asked, "Have the masters already seen the formation?" They all nodded, and one of them even looked visibly excited as he said softly, "To be able to crack such a forbidden ancient formation is a rare blessing for one such as Lin." This formation master Lin was the oldest among them, and clearly held the highest status. He followed half a step behind Li Shijian and respectfully said, "We are all cultivators from Yu State. We've long heard of this forbidden formation and are all lovers of the art. Years ago, we each came to study it, so we're not unfamiliar with it. When we heard your esteemed family was going to unravel it, we were overjoyed. We discussed it briefly and concluded that this type of Thunder Domain formation should be suppressed and broken using items of the metal virtue. The best would be to use both Gung metal and Dui metal, as these are rare spiritual items that can neutralize thunder." "Oh." Li Shijian raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning sharp as he asked, "Our family also has cultivators of the Thunder Tao, and we've only ever heard that Earth virtue can suppress thunder. We've never heard that Gung metal could do the same." Formation Master Lin paused for a moment. Some things were unspoken secrets of his Tao lineage, but how could he afford to be vague when a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator was asking? He could only explain in a hushed tone. "There is a saying, raging thunder is quenched by earth, remnant lightning falls to metal. The forbidden formation is the remnant left after the main formation is broken, and thus belongs to residual lightning. This concept doesn't exist in cultivation, but it does in formation theory." Li Shijian silently memorized the phrase and thought to himself, "Raging thunder is quenched by earth. No wonder. The dragon clan seeks to devour lightning. and it's often said that azure manifestation is of earth virtue. Yuan Tuan and Yuan Qingdun both cultivated azure manifestation and were considered keys to unlocking the Thunder Arts Grotto Heaven. This might be connected, but even though azure manifestation is earth virtue, it often gets entangled with blessing arts and shamanic arts. I still don't understand why. Since he was silently pondering, Master Lin assumed he was still listening and began his explanation. To break this formation, one must use metal virtue tools, along with several metal virtue spiritual items, where half of them should be gung metal and half Dui metal. These must be used together in the formation, and I'm afraid it will require several foundation establishment realm cultivators working in concert. Li Shijuan nodded inwardly and asked, "How many?" Master Lin looked a little hesitant. After exchanging glances with the elders behind him, he said nervously, "It depends on the quality of the Dharma artifacts and spiritual items used. If there are excellent foundation establishment realm Dharma artifacts of metal virtue, the number can be reduced to 6 or 8. If the spiritual items are especially good, even 4 or 5 might suffice. But if none are available, then perhaps over 10 would be needed." He quickly added, "It's not that my skills are lacking, but ancient forbidden formations are always difficult to resolve. If greater convenience is desired, one might have to seek a higher cultivator from a major sect." Li Shijuan gently shook his head. "Of course I know that. If this formation were that easy to crack, the Yu family would have broken it years ago and moved into the lake." The others nodded repeatedly, and Master Lin reminded him, "This formation method comes from my Dao lineage and is designed specifically to break remnants of forbidden thunder formations. According to ancient texts, half of the Dui metal used will be transmuted into gung metal. If your esteemed family has any particularly rare or important Dui metal spiritual items, you must not use them carelessly." Li Shijuan naturally possessed quite a few spiritual items himself, most of them brought back by Li Xianfeng. He had originally planned to borrow from a few friendly clans if they were insufficient. But hearing this, he frowned and asked, "How many spiritual items are needed?" Master Lin replied, "The more, the better. 2, 4, 6, or 8. Dui metal and gung metal should be matched in pairs. That will suffice." Li Xianfeng had brought back Dui metal-type spiritual items like Zimu Profound Gold and Heartsway Gold. The household also had a gung metal item, Black Profound Gold. If they borrowed one more piece of gung metal, they could assemble 4 types. They had enough foundation establishment realm cultivators of their own. There were already 4 at home, and more could be called upon. After calculating everything, he felt confident. Yet the formation masters still looked somewhat uneasy. Clearly, it wasn't the family's connections they doubted. Master Lin hesitated a few times and thought inwardly, "I'm afraid he's underestimating what I meant by good Dharma artifact. Ordinary foundation establishment realm tools won't suffice. It might embarrass him when the time comes." Then he hesitated again, recalling the rumored celestial bow. It was said that the man cultivated gung metal. The Li family likely possessed more treasures than outsiders imagined, so he stayed silent. But Li Shijuan was in no rush. A metal virtue weapon? Across all of Jiangnan, aside from treasures held by major sects, what gung metal artifact could compare to the spirit bow, White Lightning? It had been empowered by Li Xuanfeng's full cultivation and refined with the ancient shamanic tool Monarch calling command Golden Talisman. It was a weapon that truly claimed the rightful position of metal. If the spirit bow, White Lightning, wasn't enough, the Li family still held another treasure. Though it had lost much of its former brilliance, its core remained something of exceptionally high inherent rank. The 6Xian Unified Metal Token might be worth trying as well, thought Li Shijuan. Chapter 905, Realization in Hindsight, I. The Li family had always been highly efficient. Li Qinghuai had already prepared numerous spirit items and arrived with his entourage, while Li Shijuan walked along the edge of the island and listened to the formation master's explanations. Unlike the robe style worn by the Xie generation, Li Qinghuai wore the pleated garments commonly seen among esteemed family science. His dark blue wide sleeves were embroidered with black leaf patterns, layered inside and out with an elegant finish. A white mourning robe was draped over it, and he clasped his hands in greeting with graceful decorum. Li Qinghuai was not particularly handsome. As a youth, he had looked even more ordinary. Now in his 30s, his steady demeanor lent him a more agreeable presence. Having recently taken charge of the family's affairs, he exuded youthful vigor and confidence. "Eighth uncle," Li Qinghuai said, "I've brought all the spirit items." A few clan members and allied families who are skilled in formations came along as well. Perhaps they can lend a hand. The spirit items he referred to clearly included more than just those metal virtue treasures. It also encompassed a large array of formation materials. Though they were not very valuable, organizing them still took effort. Li Shijuan nodded lightly and said, "The masters are all here. Coordinate with them and discuss the plans together." Li Qinghua landed on the island and quickly began conversing with the others. Since arranging the formation wouldn't be a quick task, Li Shijuan handed the island's affairs over to him and rode chilling snow northward toward Mount Qingdu. Li Xianxian was engaged in casual conversation with the elderly cultivator He Juman within the Great Hall. Both elders had witnessed a century of transformation at Moongaze Lake, and once they started chatting, they found much in common. These aged cultivators had a deep-seated fear of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. When He Juman saw Li Shijuan enter from outside the hall, he immediately stood up in alarm, respectfully stepped aside, apologized twice, and hurriedly withdrew. Only after seeing him retreat did Li Xuanxuan's smile drop away. He stroked his beard. "Fellow Taoist, he knows the Western Shore well. I was getting to know him better. If we send a few of our juniors to study under him, perhaps we can gain some skill in artifact forging too." Li Shijuan respectfully nodded and replied, "He's eager to draw close to you, my lord. That's understandable. If you're inclined to build ties, it would indeed be a good thing." He shifted the topic slightly, a trace of worry in his expression, and spoke softly. "Breaking the forbidden formation won't be too difficult nor too costly. But the island at the heart of the lake still needs a new formation. That's the real challenge. Leaving cost aside, with Elder Lu Chongdai absent and no reliable master of our own, we don't even have the opportunity to set up the formation." Li Xianxian furrowed his white brows. Both of them knew all too well that the grand formation on the island at the heart of the lake would become the foundation of their family's future. If they were to enlist a sect or immortal family to set it up, it would mean placing their own safety in the hands of others. The Li family had seen such cases many times before. The Yu family's market had been breached by Jiang Heqian, and outsiders came and went freely through the Fei family's grand formation. These were all cautionary tales. The only person they could truly trust, Lu Chongdai, had gone missing. This was undoubtedly a thorny matter. Li Shijuan spoke softly. "Besides, this island is far too large. Ordinary formation masters won't be able to handle it. It will require a great deal of spirit items and likely won't be completed in a short time." Hearing the shift in his tone, Li Xianxian asked aloud, "What you mean is?" Li Shijuan replied, "Why not wait until the forbidden formation is lifted, then have several formation masters work together to set up a Qi cultivation realm formation first? That way, the island at the heart of the lake will be enclosed, and the entire lake can be integrated. As for the main formation itself, we can discuss it further in the future." He shook his head lightly and murmured, "The disciple from Changshao Gate doesn't have much time left overseas. Brother Ming hasn't said anything, but we really shouldn't keep delaying. If we miss the timing, it would leave regrets." Li Xianxian nodded heavily. After mulling it over and studying his expression, he asked tentatively, "Was Shiji's return this time rather warm?" Li Shijuan paused in surprise and replied, "How could you say that, my lord? Brother Ji returned despite his busy schedule specifically to resolve the matter of the Western Shore. He didn't dare linger and returned to the sect immediately, which is why he didn't have time to pay his respects." Li Xianxian sighed. The old man was still dwelling on the matter of Li Yuexiang. When he had sent her away earlier, he had sighed about failing to cherish one's own siblings. Now there was no time for grief, but he still worried about the brothers' relationship. He advised gently, "You are different from Shiming and Shiji. You bear the responsibility of watching over the family, so some sacrifices are inevitable. It's best if they can understand that." Li Shijuan hadn't expected him to bring up Li Shiming. His hand strayed to the hilt of his sword. He drew it and wiped the blade, shaking his head as he said, "There's not much meaning in your words, my lord. Uncle Yuanjiao told me long ago that managing a household is the same as bearing guilt. This matter was my fault. There's no need to say more." He sheathed his sword and took his leave to go find Li Shiming on the mountain. Li Xianxian remained where he was, lost in thought. Suddenly, he remembered his younger sister, put down the cup in his hand, and paced around the hall for most of the day, still steeped in regret. In the blink of a few months, several auxiliary formations were set up on the island at the heart of the lake, faintly glowing amidst the reeds by the shore. Li Qinghua waited with his men by the lake. Soon, 3 streaks of Dharma light descended from the sky. Thunder, frost, and radiant light intertwined in a brilliant display. Li Qinghuai cupped his hands in greeting, while the elders behind him all dropped to their knees in unison. "Welcome, my lord." Li Qinghong had become quite renowned by now. Her thunder had swept along the riverbanks, saving many cultivators. Many had witnessed her thunderous might with their own eyes, leading to her name being spread across many clans, with titles of all sorts flying everywhere. The Sea family had keen eyes and were close to the Li family, so they were happy to stir up attention. Thus, the Azure Pond sect called her the Celestial Thunder Sparrow. But since Li Qinghong cultivated celestial thunder and also wielded a profound thunder dharma artifact, various families referred to her alternately as Profound Thunder or Celestial Thunder, which caused quite a bit of confusion. Over the past half-year, even the cultivators of the Azure Pond sect and Qiyun Li himself had begun using the title Celestial Thunder Sparrow in several public occasions. As a result, her name had become well known, and those present recognized her and treated her with even greater respect. Formation Master Lin was the first to step forward and respectfully said, "The grand formation is ready. We humbly request the Lord to bestow the treasure." Li Qinghong nodded gently. Behind her, Li Shijuan proffered a pale white longbow and said solemnly, "This was used by one of our elders to guard the riverbanks. It is named White Lightning." As soon as those words were spoken, Li Qinghuai quietly looked up. The others froze in place, then looked at White Lightning in shock and awe, thoughts running through their minds. So this is the famed White Lightning. Li Xianfeng had used it to slay 18 Buddhist cultivators. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the foremost bow in Jiangnan. Formation Master Lin quickly received it, the bow's aura like blades across his face. He placed it into the formation and stepped back to observe. Soon, golden energy surged atop the auxiliary formation, with thunder rolling within. Formation Master Lin let out a sigh as he said, "Congratulations, my lords. This artifact is exceptional. Dispersing the residual thunder within the formation will be effortless with the strength of just 3 of you. It's only equivalent to the strength of 4 or 5 cultivators." Li Shijuan did the math in his head. Both Li Shiming and Li Qinghong were late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators with profound cultivation. They certainly couldn't be considered average Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Since White Lightning alone is sufficient, there's no need to bring out the 6 Xian Unified Metal Token, muttered Li Shijuan. Though the 6 Xian Unified Metal Token had lost its miraculous properties, it was still an ancient spirit artifact made of rare material. If it could be kept hidden from public view, so much the better. Li Shijuan merely said, "Let's begin then." Chapter 906, Realization in Hindsight, 2. Several streaks of brilliance shot out with a flick of his sleeve. Zimu Profound Gold was roughly the size of a fist, its surface a luminous white and covered in dense patterns of dark gold etchings. Heartsway Gold was slightly smaller, pale golden in hue, with no particularly remarkable features. The Black Profound Gold, made of gung metal, was a scattered patch of black. They were remnants from when Chimin Difu's Dharma artifact had exploded years ago. They had also borrowed ritual pearl gold from Profound Peak Gate, which formed a tiny mound of gold grains no larger than rice. Li Shijuan sent the 4 spirit items to land at their respective formation nodes. Instantly, the central formation's White Lightning flared brilliantly. Formation Master Lin immediately rose with the wind. He brushed his storage pouch with practiced hands and revealed a sword at the embryonic breathing realm. He raised it high and flicked his finger hard against the sword's spine. Clang! The sword trembled heavily as visible cracks ran down its length, but it didn't break. Formation Master Lin looked momentarily awkward. He quickly lifted the sword and struck it 3 or 4 times against the Dharma light at the edge of the formation. Only then did a crack ring out, and the sword split in 2. Formation Master Lin had already discussed this beforehand with Li Qinghuai, who stepped forward and explained with a wave of his sleeve. This is a formation right passed down through Master Lin's Dao lineage. It's said to increase the chance of success. Li Shijuan nodded slightly, and the grand formation beneath his feet rumbled to life. Several streams of mana poured into the array's core as dark clouds filled the sky. Li Qinghong nodded as well as she said, "Interesting." Sure enough, the forbidden formation began to flicker. The thunder within seemed to be drawn by some force and surged outward. White lightning gleamed brilliantly and soared into the sky. Li Qinghong continued to channel mana into the formation and watched as white lightning devoured the thunder in the sky, like a great whale drinking water. She murmured, residual thunder falling into metal. Perhaps it's not a phenomenon exclusive to formations. If a skilled artifact smith were to forge a specialized Dharma artifact, it wouldn't be difficult. We should pay more attention to this in the future. I understand, Senior. Li Shijuan had already resolved to keep this firmly in mind. After all, their family possessed a Dao lineage in thunder arts, which was considered prominent even in Jiangnan. How could he not be concerned with such matters? As the two exchanged words, the thunder in the sky had noticeably diminished. Empowered by the mana of all three, white lightning inhaled with full force, digesting all the heavenly thunder. Meanwhile, the forbidden formation underground continued spewing thunder upward, but now it was clearly running dry. After another 15 minutes, the forbidden formation began drawing on the surrounding spiritual energy. The formation masters had anticipated this and simultaneously activated several auxiliary formations to lock down the surrounding energy, preventing it from being absorbed. If this had still been the high-grade ancient formation of the past situated in a prime location, these few auxiliary formations wouldn't have been able to seal off even a trace of spiritual energy. But it was now merely the remnant of a forbidden formation. Unable to draw energy, it began flickering weakly. Boom. 15 minutes later, the formation was finally exhausted. It let out a series of faint rumbles before slowly vanishing from the island at the heart of the lake, dissolving into countless arcs of lightning and mystic light that disappeared cleanly into the air. A rich wave of spiritual energy erupted, leaving Li Qinghuai feeling refreshed and clear-minded. As he looked around, he saw lush grass growing everywhere and, in the distance, broken stone pillars still standing at the island's core. The forbidden formation that had shrouded the island for nearly a century had finally dissipated. Congratulations, my lord. Li Shijuan let his hands drop as he exhaled slowly. After calculating, he realized he had expended half of his mana. When he checked on Li Shiming and his aunt Li Qinghong, both had steady auras. Li Qinghong had used up 30%, while Li Shiming had only consumed nearly 20%. The two were far more advanced than him in cultivation, so Li Shijuan wasn't surprised. Li Shiming's technique was of an even higher grade than either of theirs, making it easier for him to bear the load. The three of them landed in front of the formation. Li Qinghuai had already retrieved the spirit items from the formation. As expected, the black profound gold and ritual pearl gold were not only unharmed, but gleamed even more brilliantly, their quality seemingly improved. As for the Heartsway gold and Zimu profound gold, they had already vanished without a trace. Only the two other spirit items remained. Without even glancing at them, Li Qinghong accepted them and waited until the others had offered their words of blessing before speaking warmly. Since you all are here, I'd like to trouble you to design a Qi cultivation realm formation for our family. One that covers the entire island will suffice. If you need anything, feel free to speak with Qinghuai. Li Qinghuai stepped forward with a nod, and the few old men instantly beamed with joy. The reward for breaking the forbidden remnant formation earlier had been modest, and yet several of them had competed to join in purely to hone their formation arts. But this new formation job was truly profitable, and since the island at the heart of the lake was so large, the profit they'd share was nothing small. Naturally, they accepted the task with utmost reverence. Li Qinghong rode lightning back, landing alongside Li Shijuan on Mount Qingdu. Only then did she flick her sleeve and release the two spirit items. One of the spirit items appeared fluid in form, so Li Qinghong's mana formed it into a sphere the size of a head. It glowed like a miniature sun. Li Shiming examined it for a while and said softly, "This seems to be feathered gold liquid, a substance of the gung metal attribute. It disappeared many years ago. I was only able to recognize it thanks to the gold aura profound inquiry technique." Li Shijuan usually didn't have much time to read cultivation manuals, but he immediately understood. Li Xuanfeng's storage pouch contained 3 ancient techniques. The first was gold aura profound inquiry technique, the second was meditative chant, and the third was clear due origin manual. Judging by the phrasing of these texts, they most likely came from the Three Drums Wall of Green Pine Grotto Heaven and could no longer be cultivated due to the disappearance of spiritual qi. But the gold aura profound inquiry technique required feathered gold qi, which was refined from feathered gold liquid. Now that they had obtained this substance, the technique could finally be cultivated. Li Qinghong nodded slightly and mused aloud. Having metal, fire and water attributes is sufficient for a technique suitable for core disciples. If it also includes thunder, frost, and bright yang, it becomes far less vulnerable to countering. The other spirit item was only the size of a fingernail and was gray-golden in color. It was also icy to the touch and extremely tough. The three of them took turns examining it, but failed to identify it. It was likely some ancient and extinct material. Li Shijuan stored both items away, looking thoughtful. He glanced at the other two and said quietly, "This whole matter has given me some ideas. We only converted Dui metal into gung metal to dispel the residual thunder. But thinking further, if we can find more residual thunder, it could become a way to obtain spirit items that no longer exist in this world. These items are ancient secrets, so surely some sects still retain traces of their lore. There may be more methods of elemental conversion that could enable core disciples of immortal sects to cultivate ancient techniques long thought unusable due to spiritual chi's absence." Li Shiming immediately thought of something and was about to speak, but Li Shijuan beat him to it. "Brother, do you remember the yang nourishing technique?" "Of course I do," replied Li Shiming. Li Yuanjiao had discovered that technique the first time he met Tu Longjian. It had been read from a jade slip on his person. It allowed the mutual transformation of spiritual flames. Their family had converted profound yang li fire into long marching fire essence through it, allowing their disciples to practice the pheasant flame's long march technique. Having heard this much, Li Shiming naturally understood. He said quietly, "We only ever used that technique once, and it's been gathering dust at home ever since. But it's likely 1,000 times more valuable than we thought. Most fire virtue techniques that others can't cultivate may be nothing to us now." Li Shijuan nodded deeply in agreement. Li Shiming exhaled and lowered his eyes. He truly is favored by the heavens. Even a random jade slip found on his body contains treasures that ordinary sects spend centuries chasing in vain. Fate, how profoundly unjust it is. Chapter 907, Moongaze Family, I. Li Shijuan had remained on the peak for several months as the formation on the lake gradually neared completion. He sat within the hall, reading the law of the sexagenary cycle sword manual, while Li Qinghong sat with her eyes closed in silent concentration. She was holding the six-fold profound thunder punishment tokens in meditation. She had long since refined these 6 silver command tokens. Their 6 streaks of silver radiance had merged into one, forming a misty silver halo in her palm. Thunder rumbled faintly within them, giving them an aura of profound mystery. The 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens were excellent Dharma artifacts, but they hailed from a bygone era, when spell arts still retained elements of formation techniques and shamanic arts. Li Qinghong had limited innate talent in either path, making her study of them quite arduous. But she was never one to shy from difficulty. She simply held the token and focused her spirit. On the other side, Li Shiming sipped from a teacup while flipping through a pill manual. Aside from one line of inheritance from the Shao family, he did not possess a truly distinguished pill Dao legacy. His progress in the field had long since stagnated, and he was merely passing the time. He had been summoned by Li Shijuan early that morning. The date of ascending the island was nearing and coincided with an ancestral rite, so it was a significant occasion that he could not possibly miss. After a long moment of thought, Li Qinghong slowly opened her eyes and said softly, "Juner, have you invited their family to witness the ceremony?" Li Shijuan promptly replied, "The unification of Moongaze is a joyous event, but it should not be overly publicized. Of the 3 sects and 7 gates, we only invited Senior Kong Tingyun from Profound Peak Gate and sent envoys to Mount Yu and Xianyu. As for the Shao family, they've sealed their mountain, so we're not sure if we can reach them." He added in a quiet voice, "Inviting Senior Kong Tingyun serves 2 purposes. First, we can discuss the matter of the northern shore, and second, we can inquire about affairs in the Eastern Sea." All 3 in the hall knew full well what affairs in the Eastern Sea referred to. It concerned the cultivators from Changshao Gate, which was a source of much consternation for the Li family. After all, they were Taoists of the immortal sect, and it was impossible to simply kill or rob them. No matter what, some form of negotiation would be necessary. As he was speaking, a guard outside the hall reported that Li Chengliao had arrived to deliver his report. "Let him in." Li Shijuan set down the jade slip in his hand as the man entered. Li Chengliao had already removed his heavy cloak. His pleated robes were also black and red, but in a darker shade. A sash was tied at his waist, and he wore a white outer robe. All in all, he looked quite neat and sharp. Li Shijuan had always been someone with a keen eye for detail. Just a few days ago, he had taken note of the indigo ceremonial robe worn by Li Qinghuai. Now, seeing that Li Qingliao wore the same formal design, he relaxed his grip on the jade slip and said pleasantly, "It seems our family's new fashion is these pleated ceremonial robes. They certainly have a refined air about them." Li Qingliao had just finished paying respects to the 3 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators in the hall. He hadn't expected Li Shijuan to take notice of such a detail, and broke out in a cold sweat. He bowed and replied, "Uncle, the family has grown considerably in recent years, and with the many peaks and branches, the daily wearing of long robes, though elegant, lacks proper form. When we receive guests from the various esteemed families, especially from Jiangbei and beyond, they more often wear pleated garments, which are much more orderly than flowing robes." He offered repeated explanations, clearly uneasy. It wasn't that Li Shijuan was overly strict, it was the Li family's own laws that were notoriously harsh. The family was known for oppressing its own branches and strictly disciplining the direct line. Even indulging in luxury could be considered a crime. The more closely related one was to the direct lineage, the more they were scrutinized. Over the years, many had fallen into the hands of the family chief's court. His father, Li Shiqing, had led by example. When he died, his last words were, "Our family has no excess wealth," which had been recorded in the family's history. Li Qingliao could not bear for Li Shijuan to misunderstand and tarnish his father's legacy. "It's fine." Li Shijuan nodded. "Being orderly isn't a bad thing. Draft a proper regulation for attire. Once that's settled, it'll save us a lot of trouble in the future." He furrowed his brows inwardly. The family rules were indeed too strict, if even the family head Li Qingliao was this afraid. He added a word of caution, set a clear line in the family chief's court as to how far the privileges of each branch's disciples may go. "We may be strict, but our kin should not be wronged without cause." Li Shiming nodded repeatedly in agreement beside them. Li Qingliao acknowledged the order and produced a jade slip, reporting, "The Western Shore has been fully reorganized. There are 57 families in total, with 14 Qi cultivation realm cultivators, 31 small peaks and valleys, 32 towns, and more than 610,000 people." He placed the jade slip with the records on the desk and asked doubtfully, "The minerals on the Western Shore had all been sent away for artifact forging, leaving the region poor as barren land. We found very few spirit items. 7 families didn't even have a single one among them. Yet, we uncovered 387 cultivation manuals, with only 7 being for Qi cultivation realm. The number of embryonic breathing realm techniques exceeds the combined total of the other 3 shores." Li Shijuan had already heard the inside story from Li Shiji and wasn't surprised. He nodded and said, "It was a remnant from the Golden Feather sect. I'm aware of it." Li Qingliao relaxed and continued, "Nine Gates Peak has average spiritual qi. 3 other peaks are also usable. The Western Shore could support 4 prefectures to govern the various families." Li Shijuan examined the records closely. Aside from Nine Gates Peak, which specialized in artifact forging, only the 600,000 people and the 300 cultivation manuals held any real value. The spirit fields there were scarce. Naturally, nothing of note was left. After checking the time, he had Li Qingliao wait to the side and read through the jade slip carefully. Then, rising to his feet, he addressed Li Qinghong. "Aunt, after 100 years, the 4 shores of the lake are now in our family's hands." He declared loudly, "Our Li family currently has 917 embryonic breathing realm cultivators, 185 with various unrefined qi, 31 in the qi cultivation realm, and 6 in foundation establishment realm. The Western Shore's 4 prefectures hold 610,000 people. The Southern Shore, including Mount Yu and West Pool, has 1,230,000 people. Wutu, Lijing, and Huaqian prefectures together hold 810,000 people. The Eastern Forest's vital qi has yet to recover, but still contains 590,000 people. Lastly, the Northern Mountainous region holds 320,000 people, a grand total of 3,560,000 people." Li Shijuan added an explanation in a soft voice. "The forest has fertile plains and is the most bountiful region around the lake. Though years of war have left its population sparse, with a few decades of cultivation, exceeding 2 million inhabitants won't be a problem." Li Qinghong finally showed a hint of joy and responded with a soft sound. Li Shijuan handed her a jade slip and continued, The prefecture and peak system has now been reorganized. We have 5 prefectures and 1 mountain in the eastern Milan prefecture, for prefectures under 9 gates in the west, and 5 prefectures in the southern former lands. The Fei family governs 5 peaks through 2 prefectures in the north, while Qingdu and Yuding each form their own independent units. In total, 16 prefectures, 2 peaks, and 1 mountain are all accounted for. He drew out a map from his sleeve, with Moongaze Lake roughly oval in the center and a slight dip in the south. The 16 prefectures were neatly divided and labeled in fine script. Li Qinghong studied the map for a while, her heart gradually settling. She glanced at the others present and asked softly, "Has the island at the heart of the lake been given a name?" "Not yet." Li Shijuan shook his head. He didn't care much for naming and thought continuing to call it the island at the heart of the lake would be fine. But Li Qinghong smiled gently and said warmly, "A name like this is not without weight." Though her voice was gentle, her feathered robe and silver spear gave it a subtle authority. She said softly, "Our family has spent 100 years on this lake. All 4 bloodlines have advanced one after another, giving their all. But it was 2 individuals who laid the foundation of our dominion. First, Uncle Xiangping, and later my father. This island will eventually be reshaped by moving mountains, raising its geomantic lines to rise above the water. We might as well call it Pinji Island." Li Shijuan nodded lightly. At that moment, Li Qinghuai stepped forward to report, respectfully glancing at Li Chengliao before speaking. "The grand formation on the lake, the pure essence harmonization formation, has been established. I have sent the formation masters back, and the cost came to 212 spirit stones. An ordinary Qi cultivation realm formation typically cost a little over 100 spirit stones, but the island was simply too vast, requiring over 200. Fortunately, the family had not paid tribute in recent years and had ample reserves. Even after funding this formation, they still had over 200 spirit stones remaining." Li Shijuan nodded and had him wait to the side. After another 15 minutes, and Siwei entered the hall and bowed, reporting respectfully, "The great boats are ready. All the branches are boarding from Lijing, Huaqian, and Huazhong, heading to the island." After Siwei finished speaking, Li Qinghong rose from the main seat and descended the steps slowly. "Go and invite the elders and lords. Moongaze is now unified. It's time to ascend the island." Chapter 908. Moongaze Li Family 2. Lijing Town. The lakeside dam bustled with activity as the great ship docked at the shore. Bathed in sunlight, it cast a wide shadow that enveloped the crowd below. Everyone on the ground looked up at it. An old man stood before the ship, extending his one remaining arm. His aged face was relaxed as he watched the people boarding. Cultivators nearby were all busy seeing others off, but no one urged him. It was only when everyone had boarded that a white-robed cultivator descended from the sky on a breeze. He carried a spear on his back, and his striking features made him stand out. Landing on the ship's prow, he cupped his hands toward the old man and greeted, "Elder Qiyun." Li Qiyun waved his one arm, signaling Siwei not to fuss. He gave a slow smile and said in a hoarse voice, "Your father is due to return from the desert around now. It's a good occasion for a reunion." And Jian's punishment hadn't been severe. He had merely been sent to the desert, and the fine of spirit stones and spirit patties had been burdensome but not crippling for the Yin family. And Siwei nodded respectfully, clearly pleased. The two spoke for a while before a few cultivators aboard the ship approached to greet them. They were originally there to report to Siwei, but upon recognizing him, they became especially courteous. "So it's the elder." Li Qiuyang stroked his beard with his single arm. Though he seldom spoke, his status was by no means low. Each of Li Qiuyang's wounds had a story. They were injuries from the market, strikes from devil cultivators, and scars from subduing demons. Every one of them was the result of loyal service to the family. He had lost his arm to merging fire while intercepting Su Shao, and Siwei understood all this well and stood respectfully at his side. The sail rose, and the ship headed out onto the lake. Li Qiuyang stood up and looked over the railing. 3 streaks of light flashed across the sky in succession. He chuckled quietly and said, "I remember patrolling this lake with Uncle Tonya. Back then, the area was shrouded in thunder and fire. The Yu and Fei families were at their peak, and both had Foundation Establishment realm cultivators overseeing things. How mighty they seemed. Yu Mujian even dared to provoke Uncle Tonya publicly. The Yu family only showed our family courtesy because of the Sword Immortal's face. Who would have imagined we'd see a day like this?" The old man had seen much in his time and remembered every perilous moment along the way. Among all those boarding the island, he was unexpectedly the most emotional. When the great ship finally docked and he saw the lush grass and fertile land, he turned and laughed. What a fine island this is! And Siwei dispatched attendants and followed him closely onto the island. Overhead, a woman in Xiang-style robes rode a golden mountain through the sky, leaving a trail of brilliance. The old man said with a sigh, "There are several Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators in the sky. Boy from the Yin family, take a look and tell me who they are." His aged eyes were sharp, and he could instantly tell that the figures above were no ordinary cultivators. But Siwei didn't have the knowledge to identify them by family, so he said softly, "Our family only invited the Shao family and the Profound Peak Gate. As for those Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators' true identities, I too am unsure. Judging by her Xiang-style robes, that female cultivator might be from Profound Peak Gate." Li Qiuyang let out a quiet "oh" of acknowledgement. When he saw a tall platform within the island, he shuffled over to its base. An elder in gray-blue robes rose on the wind to greet him. A sword hung at his waist, and he appeared silent and reserved. "Dongha," Li Qiuyang called out, and Chun Dongha nodded silently before leading him inside. Just then, Li Shijuan descended on drifting snow with two others in tow and greeted softly, "Honored elders." Before he could finish, a middle-aged woman stepped forward from behind him and said quietly, with a trace of melancholy, "Father." Chun Dongha quickly raised his head to look and stood frozen for 3 full breaths before he murmured, "Qingxiao." The woman before him, now in the late stage of qi cultivation realm, was none other than his daughter, Li Qingxiao. In his memory, she had still been a child, but now, she had passed 50. Father and daughter stood in a daze at their reunion. Li Qingxiao pursed her lips, and the young man behind her stepped forward. His eyes were bright and spirited, and his cultivation had reached the Foundation Establishment realm. He bowed and said respectfully, "Greetings, grandfather. I am Heyun." Chun Dongha didn't recognize him at all, but he understood that this Foundation Establishment realm cultivator was Li Qingxiao's son. He responded with a couple of dry, stiff words. Li Shijuan stepped in with a few words to ease the mood and led the group up the ceremonial platform. Li Qiuyang remained visibly emotional. As a clan elder of the Li family, he naturally had a place of honor at the high platform during the ritual. Watching as 2 demonic creatures were dragged up in chains to await the ceremony, he thought to himself, "This marks our first year on the island. Our family traditions are continuing." Li Qinghong stood atop the platform, observing the 2 creatures being dragged into place with a faint smile of satisfaction. Below her, Li Qingliao had just finished the ceremonial rites and was now lifting a jade blade. As far as the ritual went, this year's was not especially grand. Many of the Radiant Lure generation had fallen, and the children of the Crimson Palace generation had not yet come of age. As in past years, they had only procured a few qi cultivation realm demonic beasts for the rite. It was considered a modest and proper offering. The symbolism outweighs the substance this time. It was her first time participating in the ritual as the most powerful figure in the Li family, both in authority and cultivation. It hadn't been as difficult as she imagined, perhaps even too simple, but her heart was far from light. Watching the rites conclude, she quietly exhaled. Fortunately, today's talisman pills did not form instantly. They condensed within the ritual mirror and must be sought before being granted. Otherwise, if Qingliao didn't know the truth, the aftermath would have been difficult to manage. She should have explained the situation to Qingliao. But only those who had received talisman seeds through the immortal mirror were immune to divine abilities. The Li family had gradually entered the gaze of various Purple Mansion realm sections. If Li Qingliao were to learn the full truth, it might stir unwanted trouble in the end. The Shao family already had a Purple Mansion realm cultivator back then, and Cheap Yuzi still dared to question Shao Gitu with divine abilities. We must be even more cautious ourselves. Having finished her role in the ceremony, she rose on a bolt of lightning and hovered over the island at the heart of the lake. Below, the northern shore lay covered in snow, with towering peaks, while the west was densely populated with cultivators coming and going. The east held immortal mountains and vast fertile plains, while the south was a lush jungle teeming with Mount Yu tribes. All these were visible in her gaze. The azure waters rippled endlessly below her feet. Mist rose over the vast lake, reeds stretched in all directions, and white vapor poured over the landscape. 500 kilometers of lake and marsh lay before her eyes. Li Qinghong thought to herself, This is Moongaze Lake, ours, the Leaf family's. She stared intently for a while. Then, a streak of golden light flashed toward her. Tanyun, clad in Xiang-style robes, descended from the sky. She first offered condolences before smiling and offering congratulations. From now on, your esteemed family should rightly be called the Moongaze Leaf family. Chapter 909, Suzhu Reefs. Tanyun had always worn traditional Xiang robes, but the color was now deeper and the material far more luxurious. Golden mountain patterns adorned the collar and sleeve edges, while the two shimmering fasteners were woven from brilliant gold and jade. She was followed by a man and a woman, both at the foundation establishment realm. They appeared quite young and were surveying the surroundings, glancing at Li Qinghong with a touch of reverence in their eyes. The group flew across the Great Lake amid a strong morning breeze under clear skies. Li Qinghong led Tanyun down into the hall, where Tanyun dismissed her two attendants. Wait outside the mountain. As you command. The two bowed respectfully and retreated. Li Qinghong, having heard everything clearly and noticing Tanyun's attire, offered her congratulations. Congratulations, sister, on taking charge of Profound Peak Gate and becoming the leader of your gate. Tanyun let out a soft laugh. Her lineage was not considered powerful within the gate, and she had reached this point solely by earning Changshi's favor. It had not been easy, so she was naturally pleased. She returned the congratulations and entered the hall with Li Qinghong. Li Shijuan followed them in. Li Qinghong hadn't yet said much, so Tanyun resumed in her usual warm and intimate tone. Qinghong, did you know Mount Bianyan was broken open by deception? They invited a devil cultivator from the southern sea who has practiced this particular method for generations. His name is Huiyao. The southern sea is full of big islands like Lufang and Songzhou, with very long names. He's from Dingjiao and practices the shamanic talisman Dao. Li Qinghong immediately matched the name to the person in her memories and made a mental note. As Tanyun shared a few updates, she gently interjected, "There's one matter I'd like to trouble you with. We've talked about the Purple Mansion Realm's spirit item before. Yu Fuzi from Changsha Gate is still overseas. He has a complicated background, and his master Sun Yitzi, Zhou, is said to be formidable as well. He entered seclusion years ago to break through to the Purple Mansion Realm. The spirit item in his possession wouldn't be given up easily. Are there any other leads?" Tanyun seemed to have anticipated the question. She paused briefly, then replied, "When the Eastern Fire Grotto Heaven fell years ago, Chu Yi took most of the spirit items. The rest were scattered among various cultivators. The sects laid in wait and obtained many of them. They've used some for pill and artifact refinement, but not all. Perhaps some of these sects might be open to a trade." Li Qinghong didn't trust the other sections. The moment she asked around, rumors would likely spread far and wide, making things messy and difficult to contain. Naturally, she shook her head. When it came to the bright yang spirit item, Tanyun had first considered trading with the descendants of Weisli or Weishui. But standing before her was someone from the Weisli line, so she had to change her approach and suggested instead, Taoist Master Junjian also visited the Eastern Fire Grotto Heaven back then. With his skills, he might just have obtained a bright yang spirit item. The Slaughter Jun Gate is still in ruins, so why not go ask him? Li Qinghong had met Tu Longjian right after the collapse of the Eastern Fire Grotto Heaven and had already rifled through the man's storage pouch. So she had to pin her hopes on Taoist Master Ji Yu having acquired something new. She summoned the white ape, and just as she glanced at the old ape, Li Shijuan spoke first. "Aunt, the Slaughter Jun Gate was only recently founded. We don't know how deep their waters run. All sides will surely be probing them. If we can't speak with the Taoist master directly and rely on second-hand messages, the news might leak." Tanyun already had a good impression of this handsome young man and smiled. "Very cautious. He reminds me of an old acquaintance. But this isn't difficult. Taoist Master Junjian will soon visit my Profound Peak Gate to engage in a Tao discussion with our elder. I can ask on your behalf." Li Qinghong still didn't hold much hope. Gritting her teeth, she asked, "Sister, you once mentioned that Yu Fuzi had some grudges with your gate. Could you tell me more about it?" "This matter." Tanyun took a sip of tea as the golden mountain patterns on her xiang robe shimmered in the sunlight. She continued solemnly, "This traces back to the Green Pine Grotto Heaven. Sun Yitzi of Changsha Gate, also known as Zhou, fought with Taoist Master Junjian over a portion of the supreme Moonlight before entering seclusion. But he was no match for the Taoist Master. He lost all face and failed to obtain the item. Furious and humiliated, he turned his sights on the Qiao gold instead. As she spoke, she paused, revealing a round golden bead in her palm, and murmured, "But I seized it first." After failing repeatedly, he bore a lasting grudge and came to despise both me and the profound peak gate. Later, a direct descendant of our sect, Kong Gusin, passed near their eastern sea outpost on Qingzhou Island and had a dispute with Yufuzi. They parted on bad terms, and he was killed before he was 50 kilometers away from the island. When she reached this point, the woman seemed to lower her eyes, but she was quietly watching their reactions. When she saw Li Shijuan listening calmly, lost in thought, while Li Qinghong simply nodded without the slightest unease, Kong Tingyun continued in a frank, gentle tone. Gusin's branch and mine weren't especially close, but he had always been respectful and obedient, so there was some sentiment. Causing Yufuzi a bit of trouble would be satisfying enough. Li Qinghong understood her implication. The bright young spirit item was something the Li family had to obtain, but she wasn't compelled to pursue Kong Tingyun's grudge at all costs. By clarifying things in advance, they could avoid an awkward situation later. So she replied, "I, Qinghong, understand." Kong Tingyun chatted with her for a bit longer before taking her leave. "Daoist Master Junjian will arrive shortly. I can't stay any longer, please forgive me." Li Qinghong saw her off. When she returned to the hall, Li Shiming had already been brought up to speed. She glanced at her two nephews and spoke softly. Profound Peak Gate's intentions are quite clear. Their relationship with Changshao Gate is indeed poor, but not to the extent of assassinating such an important figure. Just leaking his whereabouts to us and lending a hand at the right moment would already be enough to disgust Changshao Gate. Kong Tingyun had indeed brought up Kong Gusin's death, but he wasn't a core figure in Profound Peak Gate, and even his backer Kong Yu had been down on his luck. They were no match for Yufuzi and his masters standing within Changshao Gate. Li Qinghong let out a soft sigh. He's one of the most outstanding members of Changshao Gate. Daoist Master Changshao is well known even within Purple Mansion realm cultivator circles, and the other one, Daoist Master Qingyan, has been frequently seen in public. He cannot be killed. Li Shiming, listening attentively from the side, said softly, "Aunt, at this point, our only option is to trade for it." "He might not be willing to trade," Li Shijuan replied while resting his hand on his sword. "Even if we do trade, we can't do it under our family's name. In short, the odds are slim. Fortunately, the dispute between Changshao Gate and Hangzhou Dao Gate hasn't ceased. My brother is right. At this point, we must attempt to trade." Li Shiming said softly, "Either we get it from Yufuzi himself, or we get it from Hangzhou Dao. Let's head out first and scout the outer sea." "Agreed." Li Qinghong nodded and said gently, "Let the white ape watch over the household. The rest of us will ride the wind together." The waves of the eastern sea rolled endlessly as 3 streaks of light pierced through the skies, hidden by a few Dharma clouds. Neither thunder nor frost manifested. Only the wind carried them as they headed south. The eastern sea was roughly divided into 3 sections from north to south: the Unison Sea, the Shallow Sea, and the Scarlet Pristine Sea. The most prosperous region was the sea surrounding Split Reed Island, which bordered the mouth of Lake Xian. Strictly speaking, it should have been called the Split Reed Sea. However, this area had once been home to the 6 most densely populated commanderies of Jiangnan before they sank beneath the waves. As a result, the sea was shallow and close to land, hence it was known as the Shallow Sea. Beyond the Shallow Sea to the north lay the sparsely inhabited Far Sea to the east of the 3 seas. The Li family trio looped around and flew southward, heading toward the boundary between the Scarlet Pristine Sea and the Shallow Sea. The Qingzhou Reefs. Chapter 9-10, Suzhu Reefs, 2. This is where the Qingzhou Reefs and the large island of Qingzhou Island, which belonged to Changshao Gate, were located. The island resembled a long and narrow boat with multiple peaks and a myriad of scattered reefs around it. Cultivators passed to and fro, spirit boats rose and fell upon the waves, and various demonic beasts swam through the vibrant jade-red waters, creating a lively scene. Li Shiming watched for a while and noticed a large boat sailing across the sea. It was filled with revelry, and he could hear the faint sounds of silk and bamboo instruments drifting across the water. Several shrimp and crab people stood around in robes, drinking and making merry. There was no saying in the outer sea that all monsters had to be killed. In fact, the 3 seas were essentially the domain of the demonic creatures, governed by the dragon species. The demonic creatures on the boat wore robes and bowed with human-like decorum, while the female demons played the pipa and sang. It was no different from humans. How curious, Li Shiming sighed in amazement. Beside him, Li Shijuan spoke softly. Golden Tang Gates Golden Sack Island and Profound Peak Gates Huiyao Island lie about 2,500 kilometers south from here. Hangzhou Dao's Suzhu Reefs is just under 500 kilometers to the east. When he heard the name Suzhu Reefs, Li Shiming's brows furrowed. He seemed to suddenly recall something and became momentarily dazed. Li Qinghong led the group across the sea, her eyes sweeping the densely scattered reefs below. Judging by the scale, the area was far from small. Just the islands alone is probably half a commandery in size. If we include the sea surrounding the reefs, it stretches endlessly. Li Shiming let out a sigh. He hadn't been to the Eastern Sea many times and wasn't familiar with the powers scattered across the waters. Only now did he realize he had underestimated how important the Eastern and Southern Seas were to the 3 sects and 7 gates. He glimpsed flashes of Dharma light from a battle in the distance and murmured, "It truly is a different scene. We've seen many cultivators dueling with Dharma arts along the way." Li Qinghong had spent many years navigating the outer seas and was quite familiar with the situation, so she wasn't surprised. She said softly, "The inland territories are the domains of the true monarchs. Each sect's clansmen live within their commandery, and both spirit veins and spiritual energy are incredibly precious, so they are too fragile for open warfare. Unless matters escalate to a full-blown war of extermination, no one would dare invade a sect stronghold. Most of the conflict between the 3 sects and 7 gates unfolds here in the outer seas." Li Shiming looked as if he had suddenly understood. Hands behind his back, he replied, "No wonder Changshao Gate and Hangzhou Dao have been at odds for so long. Yet there's barely any news from inland. So they've been fighting it out at sea." Li Shijuan nodded. His white robe fluttered in the sea breeze, and he gently held his blue-white frosted longsword, Han Lin, in his arms. He said softly, "Changshao Gate has risen rapidly in recent years, displaying something new every day. Hangzhou Dao Gate, by contrast, has a long history and deep foundations. Both gates' territories lie among these scattered reefs. They've taken the best spots. Even immortal sects followed a hierarchy, and that was on full display. Golden Tang Gates Golden Sack Island and Profound Peak Gates Huiyao Island were far less impressive. They were not only smaller in size, but also lacking in resources. To put it bluntly, they were little more than commercial towns." The group passed over Qingzhou Reefs and descended towards Suzhu Reefs. Compared to Qingzhou, the islands here were more sparsely distributed but much larger. The rocks were a vivid red, seemingly imbued with the aura of departing flame. The disc-shaped Suzhu Island lay at the center. The marketplace glowed brightly, not through modern formations, but through the spontaneously formed scarlet runes, which resonated with the ambient spiritual energy. Li Qinghong formed a spell seal, activating the Chongming Profound Insight screen hidden in her sleeve. The screen unfurled, releasing a soft golden iridescence. The perception severance effect could only conceal a 9-meter radius. She turned slightly and said, 3 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators descending together draws too much attention. You 2 split up and scout the surroundings. One to the Qingzhou Reefs, the other to the Suzhu Reefs. Return after a few days." Both men agreed. Li Qinghong deliberately dispersed her lightning aura and descended on the wind. The grand formation of Hangzhou Dao Gate quickly responded. The red rune flickered back into the island, and a cultivator from Hangzhou Dao Gate came out to receive her, likely having sensed her Foundation Establishment Realm cultivation. Li Qinghong exchanged a few words with the cultivator and entered the formation. Meanwhile, Li Shiming appeared unsettled as he stared blankly ahead. Li Shijuan studied him for a moment and called out. Only then did Li Shiming respond with an explanation. "You're meticulous, Brother Shijuan. It's better for you to head to Qingzhou Reefs. I'll stay nearby and have a look around." "All right." Li Shijuan nodded lightly and flew northward on his frost and snow aura. The other man remained in place. His fists were clenched within his Taoist robe as he hesitated for quite a while before eventually drifting southward. Wisps of drifting clouds floated above, and the seawater shimmered in shades of jade and crimson. He frowned and clenched his jaw, glanced at the sky, then continued south for 50 kilometers until he finally spotted a few salt reefs exposed above the waves. His heart thumped wildly as he flew another 15 kilometers south. The gleaming white salt reefs became increasingly numerous, and Li Shiming pursed his lips and thought to himself. She once said her home brimmed with Li fire and that the earth veins were particularly fierce, causing seawater to constantly steam from the reef hollows and leaving behind layer upon layer of salt frost. This must be the place. Li Shiming landed silently on the largest salt reef. When he sent his spiritual sense out for a sweep, he immediately detected something amiss beneath a large boulder. There was a square-shaped crevice hidden beneath it. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't have noticed anything, but with his foundation establishment realm cultivation, such a small trick wouldn't deceive him. He hurriedly fumbled about and retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch. It was elegant and finely crafted, gilded with threads of gold. When he lifted the lid, the sea breeze nearly blew away a small bundle of white paper inside. Li Shiming instantly shielded the bundle with his mana and unfolded the stack. Each sheet held a portrait of his younger self, mostly cold and expressionless, standing alone in a courtyard. A few showed him seated with a woman on his lap, a pale blue orchid tucked in her hair. He didn't linger on the drawings. Instead, he took out the jade pendant that had been carefully wrapped, then swiftly packed the box away. When he held the pendant before the crevice, he saw that it fit perfectly into the hollow. Just as he was about to channel his mana, Li Shiming suddenly came to a belated realization. He reached up to feel his chin and discovered a beard nearly 2 fingers long. He hadn't even noticed it before. It's already been over 30 years. He stared silently at the sea. The reflection looking back at him was unfamiliar. It was youthful at first glance, yet his aged eyes gave him away. The Taoist robe on his body lacked the lightness it once had. Li Shiming quickly trimmed his beard and changed into a new set of robes. But after a second glance, he felt even more mismatched. He looked worse than before. Regret surged within him, too deliberate. He sighed. Mana surged in his hand as the stone reef before him slowly opened. Li Shiming slowly looked up. Inside the formation, the most eye-catching sight was a grand red plaque, its calligraphy vigorous and unrestrained. 2 words were written upon it, Meng Mansion. Chapter 911, Suzhu I. Li Shiming pinched a thread of mana off and flicked his finger, lighting the mana lanterns on either side. Brilliant light spilled forth as he pushed open the vermilion doors. Spiritual chi surged toward him in a wave, whipping his robe into a flurry. The space was dim, lit only by the faint glow of the active formation. The hall itself was square, no more than 30 meters across in either direction. Lanterns flared on the walls, revealing a few stone tables and chairs casually set about. Formation markings crisscrossed the floor in interwoven threads of red and black. The Meng family's fire vein, forged of bronze and inlaid with 8 pieces of scarlet iron, was in the center, emanating a deep crimson glow. Li Shiming quickly spotted a spirit spring tucked into a corner. Its quality was quite poor, and it burbled forth with sluggish, bubbling water. Ding dong. The clear spirit water resumed flowing along the carved channels in the ground, trickling into the quenching pool with a gentle tinkle. He estimated that it had likely been decades since anyone had set foot here. Yet the spirit spring had continued to emit spiritual chi, causing the energy to clog and the spring head to grow obstructed. Having spent many years in alchemy, Li Shiming was very familiar with fire veins. He placed a hand on the bronze pedestal of the fire vein, and, just as he expected, it was scalding hot. This Meng family fire vein is indeed excellent. There's evenly fire mixed in. It's truly a treasure for refining. Decades of accumulated fiend fire in the formation has nearly melted the pedestal. Meng Mansion had been abandoned for decades. Li Shiming figured that had he come any later, the bronze pedestal might have melted entirely, unleashing a surge of Li fire that would have devastated the entire cave residence. When he saw that the Meng Mansion was utterly deserted, he thought to himself, strange. She should have returned at least once, and yet, not even once. Somehow, now that he was certain the Meng Mansion was empty, he felt an immediate sense of relief. His mood lightened, and his steps grew brisk. Li Shiming had always been quick to regain his composure and was adept at casting aside emotions. He promptly began to consider how best to handle the place. First, secure the fire vein. One hand formed a seal while he reached for his waist with the other. A small vial, 2 fingers wide, leaped into the air. It was white gold at the base and inscribed with intricate dark silver patterns. It shimmered faintly in the light. Profound patterned bottle. This Dharma artifact had long since been passed to Li Shiming, and he had refined it for some time. It converted his mana into bright young mana, which gave off a bright and radiant glow. He formed a seal and activated the formation on the bronze pedestal. Almost immediately, a stream of black-red fiend fire burst forth. This fiendish fire was laced with leaf fire and blazingly intense. It was far more vicious than normal. Yet several wisps of radiant light emerged from Li Shiming's profound pattern bottle. They descended through the air in hazy veils, like gossamer, and settled upon the fiend fire, instantly subduing it. He had refined the profound pattern bottle, and once infused with bright yang mana, the Dharma artifact glowed brightly. It possessed two remarkable abilities. The first was radiant light, which could suppress evil, assist in flight, or dispel demons. It bore the typical characteristics of bright yang, decent in strength, though not especially powerful. Better than nothing. That had always been the bottle's flaw. While its ability to adapt to various types of mana made it rather unique, its effects were somewhat akin to those of an immortal foundation and often lacked the raw strength to truly make up for any deficiencies. Fortunately, its second ability was more intriguing. Known as Unified Qi, it could gather radiant light and fuse it with flames, storing the mixture within the bottle for refining. It could then be unleashed in a burst during battle. The longer it was refined, the more formidable it would become. Its function resembled Li Qinghong's method of storing profound lightning. The longer it was refined, the stronger it became. Unfortunately, once the radiant light and flame were fused together, they could never be separated again. He had grown quite fond of the artifact and wasted no time putting it to use. Forming a seal, he quickly activated the technique. Radiant light spiraled down and drew the surging fiend fire, tinged with scattered traces of leaf fire, into a pillar of black and red flame that was streaked with glowing crimson sparks. The profound patterned bottle sought purely fire, but the fiend fire was far too muddled. It was ordinarily difficult to refine, but it was effortless for Li Shiming. He gently curled his fingers of his free hand, activating the talisman Qi Valley Wind, leading fire within his body. The black pillar of fire instantly shrank to fit into his palm. The crimson leaf fire peeled off and streamed into the bottle. In less than 15 minutes, he had drained the formation of all its accumulated power. The fire-controlling capability of Valley Wind leading fire had yet to show any limits. For most cultivators, this much fiend fire would have been overwhelming, but in his hands, it shrank to no more than the size of a fingertip. It would take a whole cart's worth of ordinary qi bottles to contain it. Only the Cuoxiang artifact back home could manage it. Left with no better option, Li Shiming simply held it in his hand. He glanced around carefully. Several stone chambers were protected by Meng family formations. Though they were meaningless to him, barging in still felt inappropriate. This place isn't bad. If time permits, I could return a few more times to extract leaf fire for artifact refinement, muttered Li Shiming. He made a thorough circuit of the hall, which was pitch black and empty. Snuffing out a few lanterns, he closed the doors behind him and sighed inwardly. I was born for the Purple Mansion realm. If I fail, I die. The time is drawing near. I'll return to make a final push in seclusion with a 30% chance of life and 70 of death. I had hoped to see her one last time, to make amends for the mistakes of my youth, but fate won't allow it. There won't be a chance. Li Shiming strode out, rose from the bright salt reef, and gazed over the vast sea. Then he took off northward on his radiant light, sudden clarity blooming in his heart. Talisman Qi is a marvel unlike any other. It's far more than a means of advancing one's cultivation. If I study it with care, I'm sure I'll gain much. My family has been famous in Jiangnan for generations, and Talisman Qi has played a part in that. If I can cultivate divine abilities and avoid death, then it's worth delving deeper here. But if I fail to reach the Purple Mansion realm, then no research will matter. He calmed himself and scouted southward for a while. Soon, Li Shijun came flying over from afar, riding the wind in haste. His white garments had frosted over, giving him a slightly travel-worn look. His long sword had only just returned to its scabbard, and a sharp sword intent still lingered around him. Li Shiming immediately tensed and asked a single question. What happened? Nothing. Li Shijun looked a little embarrassed and gave a vague reply. But Li Shiming wasn't about to let it go. After repeated questioning, the young man finally hugged his sword to his chest and said helplessly, I ran into a snake demon. She insisted I accompany her into the sea to be a guest in her palace. I refused several times. She couldn't take the rejection and sent people after me. I had to fight my way out with my sword. Huh? Li Shiming was genuinely stunned for a moment, then belatedly asked, A female demon? Yes. Li Shijuan replied helplessly. It was rare for Li Shiming to see him like this, so he let out a couple of questioning hums. But Li Shijuan misunderstood his intent and shook his head. Don't worry. I held back and I didn't hurt anyone. She seemed like someone with connections and didn't dare make a real move. It was more like a game to her. Ha ha ha. Li Shiming laughed, amused to see him looking so awkward. He teased, Brother Shijuan, you really should stay away from the Eastern Sea. I fear one day, some dragon princess might snatch you away while you're flying over the rippling converging water and take you to the dragon palace as her husband. Spare me your mockery, brother. Li Shijuan shook his head, redirecting the conversation. A flash of pale light passed through his pupils as he noticed something amiss and asked, Where did you go, brother? Why is your entire body filled with fire energy? Your perception technique grows sharper by the day. Li Shiming shook his head as he replied, These Suzhu reefs are teeming with leaf fire. I happened to find a fire vein infused with it and drew out some mixed leaf fire to refine my artifact. His harvest had been fruitful, so he felt rather cheerful and continued. It's often said that the profound patterned bottle overlaps with the wielder's immortal foundation. But perhaps its creator specialized in bright yang and crafted it with that in mind. This ability to merge radiant light and flame into unified qi, it's quite ingenious. It fills a gap in my own cultivation. He had mentioned it to Li Shijuan before, so the white-robed youth already knew about his artifact's function. He caressed his sword as he commented casually. Consider it a lucky surprise, at least something that complements your path. Though I doubt it was crafted with such precision. Bright young cultivators have all sorts of offensive means, from seizing celestial light to capturing flames, that it just happens to match. In someone else's hands, it might not have been of much use. Fortunately, it suits you. Li Shiming rolled his eyes. The two exchanged a glance and couldn't help but chuckle before setting off together to survey the surrounding area. Chapter 9:12. Suzhu 2. Suzhu Island. The Suzhu Island marketplace had a distinctly ancient charm, with most of its structures built in the style of pavilions. The island's paths formed a dense network, all crafted from crimson stone that seemed neat and orderly at a glance. However, Li Qinghong, who had a discerning eye, took one careful look and surmised it was part of a formation. The roads resemble formation patterns. How interesting. Li Qinghong descended onto a circular platform. She was accompanied by a cultivator from Hangzhou Dao Gate, robed in crimson with golden shamanic patterns embroidered along his sleeves. He gave her a careful look and immediately made his assessment. This person's attire is elegant and refined, yet quite archaic in style. Her Dharma artifact appears to involve profound thunder. She's either from a northern sea-esteemed family or a direct descendant of an immortal sect. He had been stationed here to receive guests for quite some time and had grown skilled at picking out Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. He stepped forward politely but confidently to greet her. I am Bai Xiaoyu. May I ask where fellow Taoist hails from? Li Qinghong paused. She realized the man before her was a sharp-looking, elderly cultivator. When she caught sight of the shrewd look he had about him, she swallowed the words Eastern Sea that had been on her lips. I'm from the mainland, she said. Hearing her soft, fluid, and gentle tone, yet with well-separated syllables, Bai Xiaoyu immediately made his own judgment, Jiangnan. Likely from northern Yu or Jiangbei. He smiled at once and replied, Since fellow Taoist has graced us with your presence, I'd be glad to accompany you for a stroll if you're here to sightsee. If you've come for serious matters, there's no need to crowd with the others. You can just discuss matters with me directly. Li Qinghong lowered her eyes slightly and entered the formation alongside him. She found the place to be extremely orderly. Hangzhou Dao Gate's vetting procedures were strict, and Bai Xiaoyu had a wealth of experience. She likely wouldn't be able to hide much from him. After all, I cultivate thunder arts. It's the least suited for disguise. My aura is hard to conceal. Fortunately, I let the other two arrive later, one after the other. They aren't well known, so they shouldn't be recognized immediately. Since she couldn't fully hide her identity, it wasn't convenient to inquire directly about the bright yang spirit item. Instead, she spoke gently. I may be looking for some spirit items. Does your Dao Gate happen to have any rare treasures that could broaden my horizons? Please. Her choice of words made by Qiaoyu let out a hoarse laugh. Saying nothing more, he led the way toward the island's center, flying past numerous pavilions until a grand vermilion palace came into view at the heart of Suzhu Island. A cultivator from Hangzhou Dao Gate flew up the red steps ahead of them, bowed to the two, then stepped aside to stand behind Bai Qiaoyu. His voice was carried by a thread of mana into the old man's ear. It's been confirmed. 8 or 9 out of 10. She's Li Qinghong of the Leaf family from Moongaze Lake, cultivator of celestial thunder. Bai Qiaoyu's expression didn't change. He continued leading Li Qinghong through the Vermilion Hall, bypassing the first floor and ascending onto the second. There, dozens of formation-marked doors lined the area. He turned back and spoke softly. These are all treasured panaceas and Foundation Establishment Realm spirit items. May I ask which type you're looking for? Celestial thunder, perhaps. Leaving her hands behind her back, Li Qinghong replied with a faint smile. Do you happen to have any Purple Mansion Realm spirit items? My family owes a favor to a Taoist master, and I doubt he'd care for anything less. That, Bai Qiaoyu was genuinely stunned for a moment. In his nearly century-long tenure here, he had rarely seen anyone seeking Purple Mansion Realm spirit items. But Li Qinghong's reasoning was sound, and he felt no suspicion. He responded courteously, That's beyond this old man's authority. Please allow me to report to the Island Master. She will respond directly. This meant summoning Island Master Bai Yuzhuang in person, which played right into Li Qinghong's plans. She had heard of a past connection between Bai Yuzhuang and Li Xianfeng in the Green Pine Grotto Heaven. While she didn't know how deep that relationship ran, having any link was better than none. And besides, for matters regarding Changshao Gate, I'll need someone with sufficient weight to negotiate. Of course, she answered warmly. The man behind Bai Qiaoyu immediately withdrew, and the two began ascending the stairs. Naturally, Li Qinghong wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. She asked in a seemingly casual tone, On my way here, I saw some cultivators from the immortal Dao engaged in fierce combat. Do you happen to know what's going on? Though many liked to call Hangzhou Dao Gate part of the Immortal Gates, the Bai family had never officially claimed that status. They only referred to themselves as part of the Immortal Dao. Li Qinghong's repeated use of the correct term pleased Bai Qiaoyu, and he inwardly affirmed, Someone this familiar with our terminology, she's definitely from the Leaf family of Moongaze Lake. He let out a long sigh and explained, What else could it be? Our gate has long been at odds with Changshao Gate. Years ago, Changshao and our Taoist master Hengli clashed over a cultivation opportunity. That battle was so fierce it nearly tore the sky apart. It only ceased after several other Taoist masters intervened to mediate. Later, Jiangnan was reclassified as the Upper Evil Spirit Storage, leading to the rise of Earth Virtue Devil cultivators. Taoist master Qiyun happened to get lucky and successfully cultivated Wu Earth. Since Earth Virtue phenomena are notoriously hard to detect, he broke through in secret under Changshao's protection and killed several of our core disciples. Then, he was wounded by Taoist master Hengxing. With old grudges and new, there's no reconciling them now. Li Qinghong silently memorized the detail about Taoist master Qiyun cultivating Wu Earth. She furrowed her brow slightly. The conflict between the two reef territories in the Eastern Sea didn't seem all that intense. She asked deliberately, I see. And since Dingjiao and Suzhu are so close, it must be tense most days. Isn't that the truth? Though Bai Qiaoyu was an elder cultivator, the reason she'd asked about the spirit item related to Yu Fuzi was too indirect. He was far from being able to piece it together from just a few of Li Qinghong's words. He sighed. Exactly. I'm over 200 now, far too old to care for more conflict. Wouldn't a little harmony be nice? But the young and hot-blooded Yu Fuzi doesn't think that way. Just half a year ago, he struck again in the Eastern Sea, quietly killing several of our disciples and even wiping out a spirit boat. The island master sent a few rogue cultivators to question him, but he shamelessly denied everything, then arrogantly drove them off. Bai Qiaoyu let out a breath, his voice tinged with anger as he continued. He's just like his master, no good at all. Always so quick to take lives, and always targeting the younger generation with hidden attacks. Li Qinghong felt a subtle relief rise in her heart as she thought to herself, Good, the conflict between the two sides is indeed intense. I don't know Island Master Bai Yuzhuang well, and persuading her would have been difficult. This way, I'll save myself the trouble. Chapter 9:13, Suzhu 3. She waited in the hall until a female cultivator draped in a red robe landed before the palace. Her skin was fair and tender, and her features were distinct from those of Jiangnan. She had higher brows and larger eyes, while the bright red robe made her look all the more dazzling. She wore pale moon-colored inner garments beneath her vibrant red robe, paired with golden bangles at her sleeves, further elevating her refined aura. Both eyes twinkled as she smiled and said, I am Bai Yuzhuang. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Might you be from the Moongaze family? I am Li Qinghong of the Moongaze family. Greetings, senior. Li Qinghong responded naturally. Beside her, Bai Qiaoyu clasped his hands and swiftly withdrew. Bai Yuzhuang made a pleased gesture, the golden bangles on her wrist jingling as she smiled and said, You are too polite, Qinghong. Fellow Taoist Xianfeng and I fought side by side at Green Pine Temple and share some camaraderie. Bai Yuzhuang led her all the way to the highest crimson pavilion. It contained only a red lacquered wooden table, upon which sat a jade vase with a few diagonally arranged white plum blossoms. The two of them sat down. Bai Yuzhuang poured some tea and said gently, Taoist Master Tanyun of Jiangbei used the Golden Feather Sect's favor to establish a gate in Chengshui Marsh and called it Tanyun Gate. He even claimed a territory for it. The Golden Tang Gate has also reopened its mountain gate and begun sending disciples down the mountain. The current sect leader of Chengyun sect is Zhong Qian. He shares a deep friendship with fellow Taoist Xianfeng. Your family could consider sending someone to establish that connection. Bai Yuzhuang finished steeping the tea, glanced at her, and smiled. I worry that you've been away from the mainland too long and might not be up to date, so I thought I'd offer a word. Li Qinghong quickly said she wouldn't dare. Her heart warmed toward Bai Yuzhuang, and she silently thought, Hangzhou Dao is after all one of the most orthodox among the great Daoists, and since they're on friendly terms with my family, she should be trustworthy. After a few casual exchanges, Bai Yuzhuang soon brought the conversation around to the topic at hand. The Purple Mansion Realm spirit items you need on this island, Qinghong, are known best by me. Though the Eastern Sea now surges with thunder, if you're seeking items like Celestial Thunder Blossom or Cloud-Patterned Heavenly Lightning, my family can't retrieve them at the moment. It was clear that the excuse Li Qinghong used, repaying a favor for a Purple Mansion Taoist master, had fooled Bai Qiaoyu, but not Bai Yuzhuang, who was a direct descendant of a Purple Mansion realm cultivator. She had been probed from her first words. Fortunately, Li Qinghong had not come for her own cultivation path, and she replied gently, Thank you for your concern, senior. It doesn't have to be Celestial Thunder. Are there any other Purple Mansion realm spirit items available? Bai Yuzhuang appeared slightly surprised. She raised an eyebrow as a thoughtful expression crossed her face, then casually said, Items like Keitong Radiance or Sea-Treading Rainbow are mostly found among the Dragon Clan or in Mount Luoxia. Fortunately, my family does possess a Heaven-Guarding Rainbow, which fell during the Northern Sea's sky fracture. It's rather valuable. Bai Yuzhuang had already read through the intelligence on the Li family. She had originally intended to mention that her family also possessed a Purple Mansion Realm cold essence, but after recalling from the reports that Li Shijuan was still far from the Purple Mansion Realm, she reconsidered. If she exposed Li Qinghong's excuse too directly, the conversation might end, and she would gain nothing from it. But Li Qinghong understood from her words that Bai Yuzhuang had clearly assumed her family intended to seize a Purple Mansion Realm breakthrough. She silently turned her teacup without replying. Sensing something amiss, Bai Yuzhuang simply followed up smoothly and said, We don't have Bright Yang either. Only one cold essence, one radiant essence, and a piece of azure manifestation. No Bright Yang either. Li Qinghong fell silent for a moment, her mind cycling through various ideas before she asked, If one wished to trade for these spirit items, what would be the terms? Bai Yuzhuang lifted her chin slightly and said gently, Rest assured, Qinghong. My family has always conducted ourselves uprightly and has no need for tricks. It's just that Purple Mansion Realm spirit items are exceedingly rare. If a trade is to be made, considering your family's situation, there are a few things that might be viable. She sipped her tea and continued. A Purple Mansion Realm spirit artifact, ancient Purple Mansion Realm spirit items, cultivation methods from the Hangzhou Dao lineage of the Purple Mansion Realm, and the woman raised her brow and lightly rested her jade-like fingers on the edge of the gold bangle on her other wrist as she tested, Supreme in Moonlight. Li Qinghong held her breath, then showed a look of regret and replied with a hint of dejection. The immortal Dao still assumes that since our family occupies Moongaze Lake, we must have such a thing. Even if we once truly had a portion, those days are long gone. Bai Yuzhuang looked a bit embarrassed as she quickly explained. After all, someone did obtain it from the lake in the past. It's recorded in the annals of many families. I merely asked in passing. Li Qinghong did not wish to dwell on the subject and simply nodded in response. I've taken note of your terms, senior. If our family is able, we will certainly come to trade with the immortal Dao. Hangzhou Dao Gate lacking a bright yang spirit item was within expectations. Ultimately, Li Qinghong could only pin her hopes on Yufuzi. After carefully choosing her words, she asked, I heard from Senior Qiaoyu that Yufuzi has become quite unruly. Bai Yuzhuang visibly frowned at the name. Gazing at the white plum blossoms in the vase, she said with some regret, he's indeed formidable. The conflict between my gate and Changshao has lasted a long time. We once entrapped and killed young Kongzi. But thinking back now, if we had known that Yufuzi would follow him, we would have spared that useless man's life. There were too many blood debts between the two sides, so Bai Yuzhuang couldn't go into detail. She simply recounted the general grievances between them. Li Qinghong understood the situation and inwardly sighed with regret. Bai Yuzhuang's struggle with Yufuzi hasn't yet reached the point where she's desperate. Our ties aren't close enough for her to ask for my help directly either. Otherwise, she'd have offered far more in return. So be it. Nothing in this world is ever truly perfect. She let a troubled expression fall across her face as she said in a low voice, to speak frankly, Senior, he possesses a treasure that is of great importance to my family. As soon as those words were spoken, Bai Yuzhuang's expression lit up. Her heart finally cleared, and she suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Now even her gaze turned fervent as she said in a low voice, your esteemed family means to. Li Qinghong sighed and probed. This is the Eastern Sea, after all. Everything is much easier to handle here. Only Taoist Master Changshao is of concern. Bai Yuzhuang shook her head repeatedly and replied quickly. Qinghong, there's no need to worry. Our gate's Taoist Master Shanzhu is far stronger than Changxiaozi. Moreover, Changxiaozi is not on good terms with Crimson Reef Island and rarely comes to the Eastern Sea. As for Changxiao Gate, they have very few Purple Mansion cultivators. Taoist Master Qiyun rarely leaves the mountain gate, so how could he possibly oversee everything? As long as we lure Wang Fu into the grand formation I've set, and invite Taoist Master Hengxing to offer a blessing, it can all be covered up cleanly as long as no other Purple Mansion realm cultivator steps in. Her voice dropped slightly, but her eyes were sharp as she continued. And even if Changxiao Gate finds out, so what? We're merely hiring fellow Taoists to act. Your esteemed family has ties to Taoist Master Shao, and this even nominally falls under the Azure Pond sect's jurisdiction. What is there to fear? The person dies in the Eastern Sea, and the Eastern Sea has its own rules. Changxiao won't dare to intervene. Li Qinghong understood that despite how nicely she phrased it, this would undoubtedly offend Changxiao Gate. But her family was already mentally prepared for this. She answered softly, You are right, Senior. Chapter 914, Suzhu 4. Delight danced across Bai Yuzhuang's face. The two gates had schemed against each other for years and were well acquainted. Moreover, the island masters on both sides were extremely strong and never strayed far from their islands, so it was hard to gain any advantage. Her own forces stationed in the trading markets were limited and not of high quality. Even if she mobilized them for an ambush, there was no guarantee they could deal with Yufuzi. That old thing wouldn't show himself if he saw a crowd lying in wait. But Li Qinghong was a formidable combatant with violent and explosive lightning. She was also skilled in swift battles, and so an ideal candidate. So Bai Yuzhuang asked, How many people can your esteemed family send? Li Qinghong replied quietly, Aside from myself, Shiming is adept at suppression, and Shijuan has refined his sword essence. The two complement each other and are quite formidable. If things don't go smoothly, we can dispatch more. That's enough. Bai Yuzhuang let out a heavy breath. Now, whether or not Taoist Master Qingyan of Changxiao Gate had returned to the sect, she felt she had enough control. She immediately replied, Qinghong, go and make preparations. I will plan everything in detail. Li Qinghong rose from the table and took her leave. Bai Yuzhuang immediately summoned someone to escort her. The red-robed woman sipped several mouthfuls of tea and gradually gained clarity in her thoughts. The Li family has grown closer to Profound Peak Gate in recent years. Profound Peak Gate likely played a part in steering things, but this could be a good development. In that case, Kong Tingyun's recent diplomatic easing with Changxiao Gate over Yuezhou Island wasn't a true compromise, but a ploy to lull Wang Fu into complacency. Bai Yuzhuang had been troubled over the lack of powerful combatants, but now she had gained a direct descendant thunder cultivator of immortal sect pedigree, a late-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator with an immortal foundation focused on suppression, and a slightly lower-ranked sword sect descendant. and she herself was one of Hangzhou Dao Gate's top foundation establishment realm cultivators. Unless you, Wang Fu, are the second coming of Li Xianfeng, you will surely suffer this death calamity. Thought by Yu Zhuang. After settling down in the market district, Li Qinghong was soon approached by Li Shijuan and Li Ximing. When the two entered the cave dwelling, Li Qinghong immediately motioned for them to stop and said softly, "This is someone else's cave dwelling. Best not to speak too much." She flicked her sleeve and tossed out the Chongming Profound Insight screen. The mystical screen unfurled, releasing several faint golden iridescent rays that enveloped a 9-meter radius around them. Only after the perception severance activated did Li Shijuan speak in a low, steady voice. "Aunt, I went to Qingzhou Island. Yu Fuzi wasn't there. I asked around and found that he's been residing on Shifeng Island nearby. He's occupying an entire island for himself to cultivate in solitude." Wang Fu places great importance on family background and loves to boast. Ordinary rogue cultivators can't even get an audience with him. If we want to purchase the spirit item, we'd likely have to announce our name to gain a meeting. He also has quite a foul temperament. From what I can gather, the families close to ours are all on bad terms with Changshao Gate. He might name an outrageous price and humiliate us for nothing. The long sword strapped to his back shifted as he said gravely, "We shouldn't pin our hopes on that. Aligning with Hangzhou Dao Gate is the more reliable choice." "I've heard the same." Li Qinghong appeared somewhat troubled and replied softly, "So long as our family contributes, Hangzhou Dao Gate has promised to cover for us. But it's hard to be certain. If the situation turns against us, if Yu Fuzi lives, we simply fail to get the spirit item. But if he dies, we fail to obtain the item, and Changshao Gate discovers our involvement. That would be the most disgraceful outcome." She shook her head and said, "Our family has good relationships with several immortal gates. Taoist Master Shao has received us personally. We still hold a favor with Taoist Master Junjian, and we're quite close with the Si family. A major incident is unlikely, but we must always prepare for the worst." Li Qinghong hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "If Changshao Gate acts overbearingly and insists on settling scores, and the Hangzhou Dao Gate's Taoist masters cannot be relied upon. If Bai Yuzhuang proves to be two-faced and only seeking to deceive us. If Taoist Master Shao refuses to intervene and Taoist Master Junjian is too newly advanced to Purple Mansion realm to be respected by Changshao. Then, at that moment, if I must become the scapegoat, I'll simply accept death. That would satisfy Changshao Gate's pride, and they'd have nothing more to say." Though her words were softly spoken, they struck like thunder. Li Ximing abruptly raised his head, heart burning like fire. Beside him, Li Shijuan cupped his hands and first reassured Li Ximing. "It will never come to that. Hangzhou Dao Gate has stood on the righteous path for many years. They wouldn't abandon their stance over something so small. Chang Xiaozi and Hangzhou Dao Gate have long contended in the Eastern Sea. At most, he'll hold a grudge for losing a move. He wouldn't go so far as to shatter a piece on the board." He then continued, "In my view, as long as Hangzhou Dao Gate takes the lead, killing Yu Fuzi won't be an issue. No need to worry. In fact, I have some good news to report." Seeing both Li Qinghong and Li Ximing turn to look at him, he explained, "I was previously worried the Radiant Sky Stone may no longer be on Yu Fuzi's person. Even though Changshao Gate is full of vitality and wouldn't normally seize a junior's possession, we're talking about a Purple Mansion realm spirit item. Couldn't Chengyan and Changshao have already taken or exchanged it long ago? And even if they haven't taken it, Yu Fuzi may not be carrying it around. Wouldn't storing it within the gate be much safer?" His words struck both listeners like a jolt. Kong Tingyun had mentioned earlier that the item was on Yu Fuzi's person. Though Yu Fuzi was known for his overbearing nature, what Foundation Establishment realm cultivator wouldn't bow their head before a Purple Mansion realm? Li Ximing felt a headache coming on and said, "This complicates things." Li Shijuan exhaled softly and replied, "Fortunately, Purple Mansion realm spirit items aren't easy to store. Not everyone possesses jade boxes like ours that can contain them before placing them into a storage pouch. Most jade boxes used for such items are like essence collecting vessels and must be worn close to the body or kept within a formation." Li Qinghong immediately caught on and gave a subtle nod. As expected, Li Shijuan cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Please forgive me, Aunt. I acted without prior notice and used a treasure from the Great Void to investigate Shifeng Island." Li Qinghong merely shook her head and said, "What's there to forgive? Don't keep your brother in suspense. Is it there or not?" Li Shijuan smiled gently and replied, "It is." Li Shiming immediately let out a breath of relief. His interest was piqued, and he quickly pressed for details. The white-robed youth smiled and said, "I investigated the island. Wang Fu's palace is filled with female companions and is lively and bustling. The treasure is stored in a box made of black jade and placed right on the table in his hall." "You're sure you saw it clearly?" Li Shiming asked. Li Shijuan chuckled lightly. "Of course I saw it clearly. I've seen the golden yang radiant origin before. It cannot be seen through gold or iron, and if exposed to copper, water, or wood, it turns to smoke. That's why it must be sealed in jade or stone boxes." There was a white stone the size of a pupil inside the black jade box. It was filled with celestial radiance and interlaced with dazzlingly bright flames. Its aura belonged to the bright yang attribute, so it must be the radiant sky stone. Li Shiming finally relaxed at the description. He glanced at the smile on Li Qinghong's face and shook his head. "Then all is in place. Let's just hope everything goes smoothly and that it doesn't turn for the worse." Li Shijuan nodded with a smile, but suspicion stirred in his heart. Ever cautious and prone to overthinking, he couldn't help but wonder, there's just one thing. Rationally, that item would be safest within the gate. So why bring it to the Eastern Sea? And why place it so openly on a table? Could he be using it for some spell cultivation? Chapter 9:15, A Joyous Occasion, I. Just as Li Shijuan and the others were deep in discussion, the jade seal on the stone table shimmered faintly. It was a sign that someone had arrived outside the cave dwelling. Li Qinghong activated a spell, causing the Chongming profound insight screen to return to its original form. She stored it within her sleeve, opened the stone door, and saw Bai Yuzhuang enter with a smile. Glancing at the Li brothers, she said, "Your esteemed family truly is brimming with talent." Li Shijuan thanked her respectfully. Bai Yuzhuang made a few casual inquiries, but clearly hadn't come just for small talk. Her expression turned serious as she lowered her voice and said, "The affairs of Hengzhou Dao Gate have been arranged. If you're free, allow me to explain." She pulled out a maritime map from her sleeve and spread it out. "As defenders of these sea islands, we're meant to remain stationed at the main island and make our presence known. But although Wang Fu is powerful, he is outrageously indulgent and lustful. Rather than guarding the main hall on Qingzhou Island, he relocated and constructed a grand palace on Shifeng Island. Only a few close confidants come and go, making his whereabouts difficult to track. Fortunately, he's quite attentive to the reefs near Qingzhou Island. Despite his debauchery, he never skips his inspections of the reefs. He frequently sails with his favored concubines, often unclothed, seeking pleasure across the sea." Clearly familiar with the man, Bai Yuzhuang said softly. "Our gate possesses a Dharma artifact called Flow Water Conch, forged from the body of a demonic creature that failed to ascend to the Purple Mansion realm. While it lacks offensive power, it can manipulate water currents." What a treasure! Li Qinghong was quietly envious. Manipulating water currents was entirely different from mere water control. With this treasure, one could reach frightening speeds along the seafloor, as if they were riding the current itself. This artifact leaves no trace of mana. We'll first stir the water currents to draw him north. Then, we'll stage a battle between a demon general and a rogue cultivator, feigning a chase over a lesser yang spirit item. He certainly won't miss such an event and will pursue them. After hearing this, Li Qinghong paused to think, then replied, "I've heard he possesses a bell, a sword, and a pearl. The bell is called Morning Wu, capable of seizing the spirit. The sword, Level Beam, is a lesser yang treasure, and the pearl, Gathered Clarity, can perceive things near and far. We'll need to be cautious." Since the Li family was also determined to seize the item, they naturally wanted nothing to go wrong. Li Shijuan reminded softly, "Senior, Wang Fu is indeed formidable. It's said he's adept at reading others. Typical chase and deception tactics may not fool him." Li Qinghong had learned this through hearsay, but Li Shijuan had observed Wang Fu's behavior firsthand. His reminder was deliberate. Bai Yuzhuang nodded and thought to herself, so the Li family has studied the man this thoroughly. It seems they've long had designs on what Wang Fu possesses. She smiled. Naturally, to prevent him from seeing through the ruse, the rogue cultivator is being deliberately lured into the act. The demon general is a carefully selected fish demon, and that demonic creature knows nothing about the real plan. A sly glint appeared in Bai Yuzhuang's eyes as she quietly said, "Once he obtains the treasure and is pursued by a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, he'll surely flee to his demon den. We only need to adjust the currents so that his concubine's spirit boats head north. They'll definitely run into each other along the way. Wang Fu is infamous and ruthless. When the fish demon sees him, he'll realize he won't make it back to the den. He'll flee in the opposite direction from Dingjiao, hoping Wang Fu will worry about the main island and let him go. She said softly. That way, everything appears genuine. The more he observes, the more convincing it becomes. All we need to do is lie in ambush opposite of Qingzhou Island. My gate also has a Dharma artifact called Tidal Veil, which excels at concealing movement and evading detection. Li Qinghong reviewed Bai Yuzhuang's plan once again and replied, It can't have been easy selecting that fish demon. Sorry for the trouble, senior. Bai Yuzhuang let out a soft laugh and responded, Don't worry. This fish demon is clever enough and fast in water escape. Only one like that is worthy of being used as a chess piece. Ordinary weaklings wouldn't be fit for the role. After going over a few more details, she said, Wait just a few days. On the day Wang Fu leaves the island, a few of my elders will bless your team with our sect's blessing arts. It'll give us greater assurance. Li Shiming and Li Shijuan stepped out of the cave dwelling. Outside, the pavilion towered high, and below it, the crowds bustled under warm, golden sunlight. Li Shijuan was still lost in thought, though none of it showed on his face. Li Shiming, however, was growing increasingly burdened in spirit. He glanced at his younger brother and asked, Do you have anything planned for now, Shijuan? Nothing urgent, Li Shijuan answered casually, shifting the sword on his back into his arms. His gaze swept across the faces of passers-by on the street, and he said quietly, Hangzhou Dao Gate does have a solid reputation. Judging by the attire in this market, there are more rogue and family-affiliated cultivators here than in Qingzhou Island's market. No matter where the 3 sects and 7 gates land, Purple Mansion realm immortal families won't be treated badly. You can't tell much on the surface, but rogue cultivators are shrewd. They always know where safety lies. Li Shiming followed Li Shijuan's gaze. Li Shijuan softly advised, Brother, there's no need to worry. We'll do our best. I'll go inspect the island for now. Holding his sword, he slipped out through the side of the pavilion and made his way through the market streets, pulling out a map as he went. The waters surrounding Qingzhou and Hangzhou Reefs were vast. The closest islands were Golden Sack Island and Yuezhou Island, but further north, near the shallow sea, was Crimson Reef Island's Ihor Reef. Among the 3 gates, only Golden Tang Gate had good relations with Changsha Gate, but Golden Tang Gate had shut its doors for years and lacked the strength to intervene at the moment. It's just, Wang Fu's palace surprisingly houses people from Crimson Reef Island. I only hope this won't cause trouble when the time comes. Though Crimson Reef Island and Changsha Gate were said to be sworn enemies, Li Shijuan had used the immortal mirror to observe Wang Fu's island and had clearly seen cultivators wearing Crimson Reef robes. It seemed the hostility between the 2 gates was only for show, and what dealings they had behind the scenes was anyone's guess. Hangzhou Dao Gate's plan for dealing with Wang Fu was quite comprehensive, but Li Shijuan's mind was still filled with thoughts. When Wang Fu leaves the island, I must first visit Shifeng Island to confirm whether he has the spirit item on him. Bai Yuzhuang was extremely efficient. Several cultivators arrived quickly, and the group exited the island via a small alley in the marketplace. After flying over the sea for a while, they saw Bai Yuzhuang appear out of thin air, dressed in her crimson robe. She was clearly in high spirits, the bright smile at the corner of her eyes impossible to hide. It was obvious she had good news. She nodded and said, Qinghong. Bai Yuzhuang seemed to be holding a faint, mist-like veil in her hand, flickering in and out of sight. When she saw the group, she tossed the fabric into the air. One corner remained in her grasp, while the rest rapidly expanded, spreading out above everyone. A layer of white mist formed beneath Li Qinghong's feet, condensed from the Dharma artifact. She felt as if she were standing on solid ground. There were 3 others under the cover of the veil, 2 in crimson robes, and 1 dressed in pleated garments of blue with green patterns. Bai Yuzhuang introduced them. These 2 brothers are juniors from our gate. The elder is Feng Chong, the younger Feng Yu. They've studied spell arts since childhood and are highly skilled in spell arts. They've been training out at sea for years, so Changsha Gate likely doesn't know of them. As she finished speaking, both brothers, handsome and well-mannered, responded respectfully. Since neither side was familiar and had no ties, there wasn't much else to say. Bai Yuzhuang then pointed to the man in blue and green and said delightedly, This is Taoist Chen Xuanyu of the Yuyang Prefecture's Chen family. His sword cultivation is extraordinary, but his family keeps a low profile and has never sent him out before. I happened to run into him. What a pleasant surprise. Chapter 916, A Joyous Occasion 2. It was Li Qinghong's first time seeing a cultivator from the Yueyang Prefecture's Chun family of Yu State. Before the Shao family rose, the Chun family had been Yu State's only Purple Mansion realm immortal family. They had always kept a low profile and were actually not far from her own family. The southern shore of Moongaze Lake lay at the northern base of Mount Dali. Tonghua Prefecture lay across the mountain to its southern slopes, and it was previously known as ancient Yueyang Prefecture. It was where the Chun family of Yueyang Prefecture had resided for generations. Chun Xuanyu, wearing a Taoist crown, nodded politely to her. A black-sheathed Dharma sword hung at his waist, matching quite well with his blue robes patterned in green. Yet instead of lingering on her face, his gaze drifted quickly and fixed itself on Li Shijuan, refusing to move away. The Yueyang Prefecture's Chun family. So all these families really are only cordial on the surface. Li Qinghong had never heard of any known conflict between the Yueyang Prefecture's Chun family and any other family. She hadn't expected them to be involved in something as serious as hunting down a direct descendant of Changsha Gate. Moreover, this man made no attempt to hide it. It was likely that the feud between the Chun family and Changsha Gate was already common knowledge among the Purple Mansion realm cultivators. She drew a quiet breath and returned the gesture with a cupped fist salute. Greetings, Taoist friend. A bit more satisfaction appeared beneath her already radiant expression as Bai Yuzhuang smiled and said, I hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Originally, with either Taoist Chun or Qinghong taking action, combined with the formation, I'd have had over 70% chance of keeping him here. But to think Taoist Chun happened to be passing through and agreed to assist. Wang Fu is truly facing a karmic tribulation, with nowhere left to run. Li Shijuan didn't believe a word of her passing through story, but he did let out a breath of relief. Now that a Purple Mansion realm cultivator from the Chun family was backing them, the risks of this mission had dropped significantly. Bai Yuzhuang, however, beamed at the two and said gently, Everything's going so smoothly. We may not even need Shiming or Shijuan anymore. Your esteemed family members could simply observe and return to oversee the family affairs. That would be just as valuable. Brother. Just as Li Shijuan felt reassured and was about to continue, he was cut off by Li Shiming, who respectfully said, Shijuan's cultivation is still lacking. It's better to send him back. I, however, have some suppressive techniques. I'll stay to lend a hand just in case. Letting that man escape would be a regrettable outcome. Li Qinghong nodded and gave Li Shijuan a few parting instructions. The white-robed youth took several moments to think it through and silently thought to himself, that's just as well. I ought to inspect the island myself. If by chance he's arrogant enough to leave the Purple Mansion realm spirit item there, it might require further scheming. Coming and going again would be a waste of time. It's better I watch it personally and eliminate the final thread of uncertainty. In the end, he nodded and said, Very well. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Xuanyu finally opened his mouth. His tone was gentle, tinged with a hint of regret. I've heard you've refined your sword essence, little friend. It's my first time seeing a Tao of frost and snow sword essence in Jiangnan. As a descendant of a sword immortal, I had hoped we might spar and sit together to properly discuss swordsmanship. Ever since breaking through to sword essence, Li Shijuan had yet to grasp even a thread of its elusive sword intent. When he heard that Chen Xuanyu's sword Dao was astonishing, he too was eager to exchange insights. He replied readily, Rest assured, Senior. Once this matter is resolved, I'll visit you in Tonghua Prefecture or the Eastern Sea. He bowed to each of them in turn and departed, riding a flurry of snow. Bai Yuzhuang turned to look at Li Qinghong and praised. I see that his thoughts are meticulous and his sword Dao remarkably gifted. He truly has the bearing of a sword immortal. How delightful and praiseworthy. Li Shijuan's appearance was flawless, and his attitude and thinking were both pleasing to elders. It was no wonder Bai Yuzhuang spoke so favorably. Her words brought Li Qinghong out of her silent pondering, and she quickly offered thanks. Seeing this youth, one can imagine the celestial moon sword himself. Chen Xuanyu's words were crisp and direct, a hint of admiration in his tone. Bai Yuzhuang, standing beside Li Qinghong, leaned in and said softly, As we previously discussed, Qinghong, you may choose one item from Wang Fu's belongings first. The remaining items will be divided equally among the three parties. She sent the Feng brothers into the sea to arrange the formation. The rest of the group sat cross-legged beneath the veil of the Dharma artifact, quietly waiting. Moongaze Lake. The formation glowed snowy white on Penglai Island. Several cultivators were stationed on small islands across the lake, inspecting geomantic lines or managing demonic creatures. Occasionally, small formations flared to life, and spirit boats crisscrossed the water. Huiyao descended to the lakeshore on the wind, his body brimming with condensed true essence. He had retrained in the Li family's most treasured radiant essence scripture, and his radiant and dazzling essence gave him an aura of stern authority. Beside him, Li Qinghuai practiced the third-grade concealment and obfuscation sutra, steeped in the flavor of ancient methods. Unlike his elder brother, his aura was restrained and his cultivation difficult to gauge. He had the option to study Pheasant Flame's long march technique in his qi cultivation realm as well. Having read both, Li Qinghuai decided against it, as many of his siblings had already chosen the fire virtue. Preferring subtle, understated methods, he had opted for the latter. Since the family's foundation establishment realm cultivators had left for several months, the two brothers had reorganized the island's affairs. They reappointed the peak manager, peak guardian, and peak overseer. Now, the Li family operated smoothly again and even began to show traces of renewed vitality. Most of the long-standing elders, old cultivators in the embryonic breathing realm, and those stuck at the early stage of the qi cultivation realm died up north. Since those who sat at the top are all gone, it was only natural for the younger ones to rise up. Li Qingliao had lived through it himself and understood it best. The Li family was harsh toward its extended family, while the various peaks were relatively liberal, but the family lacked everything except people. There were never enough spirit fields or spiritual resources to go around. In that sense, this grim purge was almost a blessing. But what Li Qingliao worried about was entirely different. He asked, according to news from the sect, where is our granduncle now? Li Qinghuai did some quick calculations and replied, he should be here soon, probably within 15 minutes. In the months since the Li family's foundation establishment realm cultivators had gone abroad, the Azure Pond sect's internal situation had been in constant turmoil. Though the Qi family had stabilized their footing, Qiyun was not to be trifled with. First came 3 straight days of reports from the Lingyu family about demonic disturbances in the Southern Sea. People needed to be sent there, while forces guarding the Eastern Sea also had to be rearranged. Yusu's former stronghold saw his trusted aides either fleeing or being recalled, leaving no one to use. Qiyun then sent people to stir things up further, discouraging Qi family cultivators from traveling to the Eastern Sea. Even those who did wouldn't dare leave the island. As a result, the waters were going unguarded for far too long. At the same time, Qiyun lavishly praised Li Xianfeng and accelerated plans to have Li Shiji oversee Eastern Sea affairs. To make matters worse, Ning Hujing occasionally held views contrary to the Qi families, forcing Qi Fubo to compromise repeatedly, leaving him overwhelmed. After much deliberation from all sides, Li Yuanqing finally had the opportunity to return to the Li family to offer his condolences. Li Qingliao figured that the Xi family wanted to sow discord between Ning Hujing and Qi Fubo, since Qi Fubo believed the Li family was still worth winning over. This was the one matter on which the two factions had miraculously agreed. Thankfully, we still have an elder here. If not for Li Xianxian remaining in the mountains, Li Qingliao truly didn't know how to face Li Yuanqing. He had once caught a brief glimpse of him at Tujun Gate. It was an impression that remained vividly in his mind, and not a good one. He waited at the edge of the island for a while. In the sky, the edge of a dawn cloud liner began to glow with heavenly glow. Li Qinghuai sighed and said, "The Lord has arrived." Chapter 9:17. By coincidence, The lake waters rippled gently beneath the heavenly glowed dawn cloud liner. Li Yuanqing stood at the prow of the vessel, hands clasped behind his back and white mist curling beneath his feet. He gazed quietly down at the cultivators moving below. His morning robes fluttered lightly in the air, yet his expression remained calm and composed. Ning Hemian stood quietly behind him, sorrow still lingering in her eyes. Her eyes swept across the faces of cultivators on either side, those of the Qi family in green, and the Xi family's confidants in white, all carefully observing Moongaze Lake. Ning Hujing, unsurprisingly distrustful, had sent someone to accompany her. He was a junior with lower cultivation, who now stood quietly at the back with his head lowered. Ning Hemian had always been sharp, but now she could no longer understand her elder brother. Ning Hujing was clearly aligned with the Qi family's second lineage, yet he still stubbornly and viciously defended the first lineage's last fig leaf of dignity. The more she watched, the more unbearable it felt. She thought, it's just patching a broken window. What's the point? Why risk everything for Qiyun with our family in such a state? When she saw the growing silence among the Qi family's second lineage cultivators, she only felt he was courting disaster. But since there was little affection left between them, she simply went along with it. My lord, we've arrived at Moongaze Lake. A cultivator behind Li Yuanqin reminded gently. Li Yuanqin acknowledged the man with a nod, and seeing the cloud ship gradually come to a halt, casually said, "Wait for Li Qingliao to come aboard." His intent was clear, prompting the Qi family cultivator in green to nod. The heavenly glow dawn cloud liner came to rest over the lake, its radiance spreading across the sky and painting both lake and heavens in a wash of rainbow-colored light. Seeing that no one from the Li family had come down by wind flight, someone was soon sent to invite them. Soon, a white-robed man stood respectfully outside the ship. Li Yuanqin tilted his head, and the Qi family member beside him quietly explained, "This man is from the Yin family. The Yin family are descended from the Jiang family, and the Jiang family were outer sect disciples of the Moonlight Mansion. The Yin family married into the Jiang family's main branch, so their bloodline is among the purest on the lake." Li Yuanqin understood at once. The Qi family cultivator left the cloud liner and spoke kindly to Insiwei, who then withdrew. Shortly after, Li Qingliao arrived, riding the wind. His tone was respectful, and his bearing impeccable. Bowing beside the cloud ship, he said, "This junior greets granduncle and all attending emissaries." Only then did Li Yuanqin give a small nod, step off the ship, and reply, "There have been countless immortal affairs tying me down, and only today have I managed to break free. Qingliao, please take me to pay my respects." Li Qingliao quickly assessed the situation. The Qi family simply wanted the attitude of a younger generation shown, while the Si family preferred the appearance of harmony. So the two sides acted cordially and disembarked together. Only then did Li Qingliao formally greet Ning Hemian, saying, "Greetings, my lady." Grief clouded Ning Hemian's expression. She had always stood as an equal beside Li Xianfeng and was far easier to approach than the outwardly composed Li Yuanqin. Li Qingliao respectfully led the group into the central hall of the island, where white lightning had already been laid out on the ritual table. The white bow bore no dazzling golden glow, nor any radiant Dharma light. It lay there quietly, yet none present could take their eyes off it. Li Yuanqin lowered his gaze solemnly. Ning Hemian's eyes shimmered with tears, and greed filled the eyes of the others behind them. Li Yuanqin stepped forward, performing the full rites, bowing 3 times and kowtowing 9 times. As the cultivators of Azure Pond sect all turned toward him, Li Qingliao quickly picked up white lightning from the altar and respectfully said, "My elder left clear instructions. This item is to be handed over to granduncle." Li Yuanqin was visibly surprised, but maintained a mourning demeanor as he received white lightning, replying, "My father's bow is well known in Jiangnan." There were even rumors from the Golden Feather sect that it had caught the eye of a Taoist master and might one day become a Purple Mansion realm spirit artifact. It is truly precious. How could I dare accept it? Had he not said anything, it would have been better, but with those words, Li Qingliao felt even less qualified to hold the bow. He repeated that he dared not disobey his elder's command, and only after Li Yuanqin accepted it did he feel at ease. But before he could say more, a Qi family member nearby looked at him and asked suspiciously, "Why haven't we seen?" Li Qingliao knew exactly what he was about to ask, as none of his family's foundation establishment realm cultivators had shown themselves. This matter wasn't one to be revealed casually. Fixing his gaze on Li Yuanqin, he said in a low voice, "Granduncle, our lord has long awaited your return. However, his old injuries have flared up again, leaving him bedridden. The other elders are each in secluded cultivation, and our grand aunt is away visiting friends. A meeting is unfortunately not possible at the moment." As soon as these words left his mouth, even before the others could react, Si Tongyi's eyes lit up with delight. "What does this mean? This is an incredible favor to my Si family. There's no way they're all in seclusion. It's clear that they don't want to see him." "Excellent. Excellent." Li Yuanqin glanced at him, but his expression showed no change. He merely nodded and said, "No wonder I haven't seen the younger family members. What a pity." The Qi family cultivator in green looked grim and was about to speak, but Si Tongyi cut in first with a sigh. Indeed, a pity. I also heard the new head of Profound Peak Gate has been appointed, and Lady Qinghong went to offer her congratulations. He quickly silenced the Qi family's response and followed up. Since the timing isn't ideal, there's no need to impose further. White lightning is far too valuable. Let's send it back to the ship first, and we'll discuss the rest later. Si Tongyi was the first to end the visit. Though the Qi family cultivator still looked angry and Ning Hemian frowned slightly, Li Yuanxin softly said, "White lightning is important. Let us send it to the cloud liner together first." Li Chengliao secretly sighed in relief. If things ended here, then it would still be framed as Li Shijuan and the others simply being unwilling to meet him. If the Qi family really kicked up a fuss, he wouldn't be able to bring Li Shijuan and the rest out at all. It would have been a disaster. Moreover, if this incident escalated and word got out, and if anything happened to Yufuzi, anyone with ill intent would connect the dots. He let out another breath as the group departed. As expected, Si Tongyi lingered at the back. Li Qingliao leaned in and whispered, "The elders are indeed in seclusion. Taoist friend, would you like to go up and visit them?" "No need," Si Tongyi replied cheerfully. The group then escorted White Lightning as they flew toward the heavens. Li Qingliao let out a quiet sigh and thought to himself, why did the timing have to be so coincidental? I can only muddle through it like this. Eastern Sea, at the boundary of the Qingzhou scattered reefs. A red vessel swayed atop the sea, filled with laughter and teasing. Pale, lotus-like arms stretched out over the edge, jade-like fingers gently tracing the water's surface and sending ripples across it. There were around 40 to 50 women on board, all unclothed, each with distinct features and charming voices. Their snow-white bodies tangled together in a dazzling mass. At the center sat a burly man, clad only in an outer robe and laughing heartily. Wang Fu held a beauty in one arm, his other hand hidden beneath his robe as he formed a spell seal. He smiled while gazing at the snowy, delicate skin before him, feeling greatly pleased as he thought, "Good. This radiant sky stone truly is a bright yang treasure." The supplement Ain with residual yang method really does draw out residual yang vital qi. With this, my cultivation has sped up significantly. Now that I have this thing in hand, I truly don't want to give it up. A bright yang treasure like this is a rare find these days. As the spell seal in his hand circulated, the gazes of his concubines turned hazy. A wisp of red vapor drifted out from their mouths, landed in his palm, swirled briefly, and then returned to their mouths. When the red vapor settled, all his concubines fell into an intoxicated daze. Wang Fu thought to himself, that monk was right. This indeed comes from the undefeated king of brightness's Tao lineage. When it comes to carnal allure, the mingling of bright yang and veiled yin is truly unmatched. Quite fascinating. Chapter 918, By Coincidence, 2. Though Wang Fu's hands were busy, his gaze remained clear. The cycling red vapor not only enhanced his cultivation, but also seemed to make the bodies of his concubines even smoother and more delicate. He carefully moderated the spell to avoid harming them. Suddenly, sensing something, he looked up. A pitch-black orb materialized before him, casting a dim glow. Shifting scenes appeared across its surface. Wang Fu's brows rose as he chuckled. Yangi Evening Bloom. Not bad. Rare to see these days. Despite realizing that the demonic creature held a lesser yang spirit item he needed, Wang Fu made no move. He quietly observed, studying the fish demon's expression. It wasn't fearful at all. On the contrary, it looked elated. It really does have some skill, muttered Wang Fu. Wang Fu wanted to watch a while longer, but the foolish creature reverted to its original form, a dead fish face slick with slime. Its eyes were as large as windows and occupied nearly his entire view. "Damn you, stupid fish." Wang Fu waved his hand, and a man descended from the sky, bowing in greeting. He was a guest cultivator of Changshao Gate. Wang Fu, still stark naked, didn't mind at all and casually said, "There's a fish demon to the north. Go retrieve the item from it." The man accepted the command and departed. Wang Fu continued to observe through the black orb. After a while, he let out an angry laugh and cursed, "Useless." That man was blindly heading north, not only failing to catch up to the fish demon, but even trailing behind the cultivator chasing it. He was floundering across the sea like a brainless hog. Unable to contain his frustration, Wang Fu scooped up a concubine, stepped onto the waves, and soared away with the wind. The other cultivators from Changsha Gate hadn't even reacted before Wang Fu vanished. The remaining few, seeing an opportunity, hurried to the boat to gawk at the concubines, whispering to each other with clicks of admiration. North. Wang Fu's unexpected movements had caught many off guard, but in the end, he had indeed pursued the bait. Li Qinghong and the others quietly let out a breath of relief. After some mental calculations, the situation seemed even better than they had initially hoped. Both the fish demon and the cultivator had been operating around the area for years. When they saw Wang Fu pursuing them, the cultivator turned and fled in panic, while the fish demon changed direction and sped north, moving much faster than before. This was beyond everyone's expectations. It was clear now that the creature had been holding back earlier and planning to harm the cultivator behind it. This only further convinced Wang Fu of its authenticity. What surprised everyone most was that Wang Fu didn't act swiftly, but instead wandered about at a leisurely pace, carefully observing the fish demon, as if suspecting it might have an unusual bloodline. The group remained quietly hidden beneath the Dharma artifact. As soon as Wang Fu stepped into the formation, the Feng brothers simultaneously formed hand seals, red light bursting from their palms as they shouted in unison, "Rise!" 8 crimson beams of light instantly shot up from the sea, piercing into the sky. The group revealed their figures, each occupying a position, looking down at Wang Fu from above. The red spiritual barrier overhead quickly closed, then faded into transparency, concealing the entire area and returning the seascape to its tranquil state. Within the formation, Li Qinghong narrowed her eyes slightly. Wang Fu was now clad in a white feathered robe. He had large eyes, a broad forehead, and exuded an aura of uprightness. At this moment, he showed no signs of panic, but wore a thoughtful expression. Only the woman in his arms was unclothed and terrified. Wang Fu's gaze swept over the group. When his eyes landed on Li Qinghong and Chen Xuanyu, his expression gradually darkened. His voice was firm as he said in a low tone, "She's a minor cultivator in the embryonic breathing realm. She has nothing to do with this matter. I ask that you spare her life." The she he referred to was the woman in his arms. Wang Fu's first words weren't of anger or panic, but a plea for the safety of his concubine. But Bai Yuzhuang was not about to comply. A strange, petal-shaped trident halberd had already appeared in her hand like a ceremonial weapon, mana silently flowing into it as she spoke softly, deliberately stalling. "This matter is of great consequence. I dare not act carelessly." The Feng brothers had already formed seals before she finished speaking. Their spells transformed into 2 waves of golden rain that fell from the sky. Wang Fu's body lit up with white light, his feathered robe rising to shield him. But these 2 brothers' spells were unexpectedly formidable. Though the golden rain appeared ordinary, it was forged from numerous spirit items. The white light on Wang Fu's body flickered, forcing him to raise a hand and cast a defensive spell. Holding up the white light with one hand, Wang Fu looked down at the woman and said solemnly, "Lightning and fire hurt. Let me bear it instead." The woman choked back tears as her form dispersed like drifting petals. Wang Fu shook blood from his hand, and a pale white longsword materialized, its glow pulsing faintly. Level beam. He bent the sword in midair and threw it out, where it transformed into a storm of pear blossom-like white shadows. Thousands of swords flew through the air, slashing through the golden ring. Bai Yuzhuang had long anticipated his level beam. Her Dharma artifact floated in her palm, layers of red light unfurling like petals as she shouted, "Freeze!" The tens of thousands of white sword shadows in the sky halted in an instant, frozen midair like a snowstorm suspended over the sea. Their reflections cast countless beams of white light into the water below. The sword shadows of level beam were clearly not mere illusions created through sword energy or intent. Each one was a real, tangible white blade, sharp and distinct, that filled the sky. Though they had been poised to slash or stab, they were now all completely frozen in place. Clang! Chen Xuanyu drew his sword and leaped into the air. He arced above the countless white sword shadows and he unleashed a streak of black sword energy that cut through the sea of blades, aiming straight for Wang Fu's chest. Wang Fu's expression grew solemn as he shouted, "Come, Dong." A large bronze bell appeared in front of him, trembling endlessly as if it had just suppressed something beneath it. Wang Fu had no time to feel relief and shot into the sky. Dong! The black sword rain fell like a waterfall, making it nearly impossible for Wang Fu to move. He finally formed a hand seal and chanted a spell. But the Feng brothers' arts summoned a sky full of crimson clouds that pressed down toward him. His Dharma artifact was once again restrained, leaving him no choice but to change his spell for defense. A deadly tribulation. After exchanging only a few moves, Wang Fu felt a chill settle in his heart. He believed himself stronger than Bai Yuzhuang by a margin, and although he had estimated that Chen Xuanyu was at least his equal, he had never faced him before. If just the two of them could already force him into such danger, how could he withstand the siege of 5? The Feng brothers are understandable, but why is Li Qinghong here? What right does she have to kill me? He had no idea what wrong he had committed to draw even the Li family into this ambush. But Wang Fu no longer had time to question anyone. Above him, black clouds churned with rolling thunder and lightning. The female cultivator stood cloaked in violet lightning. 6 slender, elegant command tokens shimmered before her, their runes lighting up one by one. Rich silver-white lightning flowed across the tokens, blending with the violet thunder on Li Qinghong's body and gradually illuminating Wang Fu's face. When yang reaches stillness, 6 thunders are born. Chapter 919, Chess Piece. Shifeng Island. Li Shijuan arrived on a flurry of snow. He flicked his sleeve lightly, and a golden shimmer flew out. The profound screen released several pale golden hues of illusion, enveloping a radius of 3 meters around him. Wang Fu belonged to the Lesser Yang lineage and was not part of the Jiangnan Dao lineage. The Chongming Profound Insight screen could hardly play a decisive role against him, and the siege on Wang Fu was already a sure thing. The Li family had no intention of displaying this Dharma artifact publicly, so Li Qinghong had handed it over to Li Shijuan for safekeeping. As Li Shijuan flew past a small island next to Shifeng Island, he took out the Dharma artifact and shrouded himself with it to avoid being spied upon. He calmed his breath and prayed in his heart. I, Li Shijuan of the Li family, humbly invoke the mirror of law, survey the hidden, explore the subtle, perceive the profound, illuminate all directions, capture ghosts, and seek the divine. Illusions immediately appeared before his eyes, and his field of vision grew. His spiritual sense expanded seemingly without limit, allowing overwhelming scenes to flood in. Li Shijuan immersed himself in it and looked toward the island. Always cautious, he had timed it precisely so that he could pass by the island without stopping his flight. His spirit wandered freely, clearly observing everything on the island. The artifact concealing spirit-suppressing grand formation of Shifeng Island was like air to him as his spiritual intent drifted in unhindered. His gaze pierced the main hall's rooftop and settled within the vast interior. The main pedestal at the front was empty. The spot where the pitch-black box had originally been was now bare. Li Shijuan let out a breath of relief and searched around the island twice. Sure enough, there was no trace of the box. I really was overthinking it. Just as he exited the formation and was about to withdraw from the spirit projection state, something in the corner of his eye caught his attention, and he suddenly froze. 2 cultivators, a man and a woman, were ascending from the island on flames. The dignified-looking man seemed quite strong, dressed in crimson Reef Island attire. Meanwhile, the woman was a charming female cultivator, holding a slender command token in her hand. Li Shijuan silently watched, seeing her ornate sleeve emit a flash of radiant light under the mirror's insight. A pitch-black jade box lay nestled within it. The radiant sky stone. He shifted his gaze to the female cultivator's face. It was a face so familiar it made his skin crawl. He had seen this woman back when he was still in Qi cultivation realm. Huiyao. She's from Crimson Reef Island. A sudden realization struck Li Shijuan, and a chill ran through his heart. He finally understood where his vague unease earlier had come from. People from Crimson Reef Island appearing on Shifeng Island isn't some secret collusion. It was Wang Fu who made private contact. He secretly sold the Radiant Sky Stone to Crimson Reef Island. That item truly isn't on the island anymore, but it's not with Wang Fu either. It was taken by Huiyao, exchanged by Crimson Reef Island. He opened his eyes and silently rode the wind forward within the Chongming Profound Insight screen. His expression was calm, and one hand had already reached for Han Lin, which radiated an icy gleam. Huiyao, to just happen to switch out the Radiant Sky Stone at this moment. What a coincidence, what a calculation. They just want to make all our efforts go to waste. Very well. Crimson Reef Island. Such plotting. They must have rushed over upon sensing our forces had moved out, timing it perfectly to retrieve the item. Ximing never steps outside the family, and Crimson Reef Island shouldn't even know our family has a cultivation method, yet they've still schemed against us to this extent. His eyes shone like cold stars, exhaling white mist like frost. A purple mansion realm cultivator's spiritual sense couldn't penetrate formations, nor surpass Dharma artifacts of this kind. Only by traversing the great void could they perceive anything. In theory, when paired with talisman seeds, the Chongming profound insight screen would prevent any eavesdropping from purple mansion realm cultivators. Yet even while hiding within the artifact, he dared not show the slightest emotion. The chill in his heart slowly faded as he pondered, no, it's not Ximing. No matter how scheming Crimson Reef Island may be, they wouldn't target Ximing. There's no need to go to such lengths over him. Li Shijuan closed his eyes, afraid the cold light in his pupils might be seen. Then, realization dawned upon him. It's the air. Crimson Reef Island has always favored recruiting those with fatal destinies. They must have numerous detection methods and surely noticed something unique about Zhou and grew greedy. Crimson Reef Island has likely been observing our family for years. They must believe we've been preparing for Zhou all this time. That explains everything. These repeated obstructions, they'll likely target Zhou next. Images of those two from Crimson Reef Island surfaced in his mind. Li Shijuan let out a quiet breath, calmly stood up, formed a hand seal, and stowed the projection screen into his sleeve before riding the wind forward. Li Shijuan wandered eastward and westward, flying aimlessly, but his thoughts grew ever clearer. The image of Bai Yuzhuang's face appeared before him again, her cheerful voice echoing once more in his ears. Things went too smoothly, so we don't actually need Ximing or Shijuan. Your esteemed family member can just watch and return to oversee the family. I hadn't expected fellow Taoist Chun to be traveling here and to act so boldly. I just happened to bump into him. It was a delightful surprise. Her words now made Li Shijuan all the more certain. There had definitely been Purple Mansion Realm cultivators' interference in this whole endeavor. Then why did Qin Xuanyu suddenly appear? If the Yiyang Prefecture's Qin family was truly opposed to Changsha Gate, then Qin Xuanyu and Bai Yuzhuang alone could have slain Wang Fu. Why didn't they act earlier? Why wait specifically for Li Qinghong? Wouldn't 3 of them be overkill? Bai Yuzhuang had deliberately sent him back. Even if he hadn't used the immortal mirror to detect anything, if he had flown at a normal pace, might he have run directly into Huiyao and her companion? Qin Xuanyu was sent later, not to ensure the killing of Wang Fu, but merely to allow Bai Yuzhuang to say that one sentence. Your esteemed family can just watch and return to oversee the family. Li Shijuan's eyes grew terrifyingly clear as his understanding deepened. Chang Xiaozi's stance is unclear. Perhaps he can't act easily. But it's already evident that Profound Peak Gate's Changxi is leveraging our family in his gambit. This is, at its core, a struggle between Purple Mansion Realm cultivators. Crimson Reef Island's reaction, or their counter-move, must have been sudden, prompting them to retrieve the item at this precise moment. So Qin Xuanyu's arrival is likewise the Qin family's Purple Mansion Realm cultivator, or perhaps Hengxing's countermeasure. With talisman seeds protecting him, he did not fear Purple Mansion Realm cultivators prying into his thoughts. He flew forward with ease, his expression composed, and I, Li Shijuan, am the piece that's been swapped out. Behind me are Hengxing and the Qin family's Purple Mansion Realm cultivator, Taoist Master Yushui. Huiyao was once gravely injured by Tu Longjian. Who knows what her current strength is? As for the other one, I've never seen him, and I don't know his strength. Maybe they can't defeat me. But Huiyao hates me. It won't take much to provoke her. That fool will definitely attack when she sees me. The seawater below reflected frost and snow. In his heart, he thought, whether this guess is right or not, we'll find out soon enough. Li Shijuan rode the snow forward. After 15 minutes, a faint itch stirred in his chest, and without realizing it, he had changed direction. A cold burst of energy surged from his chi, jolting him to awareness. His direction remained unchanged beneath his feet, and a cold smile rose in his heart. Just as expected. Chapter 920. Autumn Moon's Harmonious Echo. Flames surged beneath his feet as Guahongkong skimmed across the surface of the eastern sea, evaporating mist into the air. He was clearly anxious, his gaze sweeping back and forth over the sea. The woman beside him was still frowning and complaining, but Guahongkong paid her no mind. He had grown familiar with her during their journey and knew it was best to simply ignore her. I've long heard of Guahongyao's name. She truly is someone who won't listen to anyone. thought Guahongkong. Guahongyao's status was far nobler than his. Her father was a legitimate descendant of the Purple Mansion realm, though her mother was a mortal, which made her somewhat unwelcome. Fortunately, her elder brothers doted on her. Truthfully speaking, Guahongkong's cultivation resources for the year couldn't match what she received in a single month. Born above thousands, yet with the temperament of a spoiled noble daughter. In Guahongkong's eyes, Guahongyao had brought it all upon herself. First, she had flown into a wild temper and inexplicably broken off her engagement with Shi Chong of Chuni Dao Gate. The man's grandfather had just emerged with divine powers and made him the sect's young master, so everyone now looked at her with mocking eyes. Then she managed several islands and completely ruined their businesses. When she was sent to the Li family to investigate Suzhu, she suddenly drew her sword and pointed it at their young master's throat. So she had been ordered to return to the Eastern Sea. Guahongkong heard that Taoist Master Junjian had seized her Purple Mansion realm spirit artifact. The matter had then escalated up to Taoist Master Tianwan, who slapped her publicly and banished her from the island. A Purple Mansion realm immortal descendant, and beautiful too. If she doesn't speak, everyone thinks she's a fairy. But once she does, all pity her. A background others can only envy, yet she acts this foolishly. How can someone like this even exist? Guahongkong's own branch had long declined. He had dreamed many times of gaining just a little more resources, so watching her squander everything made him grit his teeth in resentment. To make matters worse, Taoist Master Junjian had now broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, and even her brothers no longer dared to protect her. Where has elder brother gone? Most of her complaints went in one ear and out the other, but this particular line struck Guahongkong's heart and made him frown as well. Guahongkong wasn't particularly strong. Escorting a Purple Mansion realm item like the Radiant Sky Stone would usually never be entrusted to just him and Guahongyao. The true leader of the mission was the capable Guahongjian. They were merely tagging along. But for some reason, that morning, Guahongjian had left behind a talisman, exited the formation, and instructed the two of them to escort the item first. Then, he simply flew off. Guahongkong instantly felt troubled. Worse still, he had Guahongyao beside him, someone who wouldn't listen to reason. A vague sense of unease crept up inside him. Better not follow this madwoman, or we might end up suffering some unforeseen disaster. Guahongyao, seeing that her companion was still not responding, didn't show any anger. She simply thought this man had been this dull the whole trip and was probably one of those fools who buried themselves in spell studies. Her tone softened, and she looked toward the sea. She saw frost and snow sweeping in from the east. A striking young man in white, carrying a sword, walked upon the snow. Her eyes were instantly drawn to him. Guahongyao couldn't help but take a second look, and then suddenly froze. It's him. A sudden, inexplicable fury rose in her heart, and the slight, good mood she was in had vanished instantly. Gritting her teeth, she said coldly, "So it's you. Quite fortunate of you to manage to break through even in that tiny family." Guahongkong was also captivated by the sword cultivator. The phrase, "what a handsome young man," had just reached his throat when he heard a metallic clang. Guahongyao drew her crimson command token in fury and charged forward without a word. Guahongkong rushed to block her and asked, "My lady, what are you? Move." Guahongyao sent her red skirt sweeping forward with a shout, forcing him to step back. The exchange drew the attention to the white-robed youth in the distance. His perception technique seemed remarkable. Guahongyao had planned to approach quietly, but Guahongkong's interference had alerted Li Shijuan. Her fury instantly spilled over onto Guahongkong as she snapped, "I'll deal with you later." Guahongkong dared not offend her. He stepped back in fright as Guahongyao raised her flaming token, merging fire rising with fury across her delicate face. She charged straight toward the snowy figure. "Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this?" The white-robed youth asked in surprise, strands of cold light forming in his hand to block her. Guahongyao urged the merging fire forward and spat hatefully. "Li Shijuan, you ruined my Crimson Reef affair that year. I spared your life for Azure Pond sect's sake, and you still dare to wander the Eastern Sea." Her words exploded in Guahongkong's ears like thunder. He felt the breath leave his body as he exclaimed in shock, "He's from the Moongaze family." The Moongaze family indeed lacked a Purple Mansion realm cultivator, but anyone who asked would know that their in-law was Taoist Master Shooting, who had carved his path between the 3 sects and 7 gates. Moreover, The immortal bough of Mount Bianyin had just fallen in battle for the Azure Pond sect, and the Sea family patriarch had personally given them their rewards. Their influence was peaking, and now she wanted to kill one of their direct descendant? Huiyao dared strike, but he did not, and had no reason to. He simply followed behind, and said with a bitter sigh, "My lady." Huiyao ignored him completely. Though she was foolish, she was still a Crimson Reef direct descendant. The gray, ferocious merging fire in her hand was no ordinary spell to defend against. Li Shijuan practiced the Tao of frost and snow, which was naturally incompatible with fire. His mana and techniques were inferior. His spell, Slaughter Jun Kuei Light, barely reached the lower threshold of major sections. The thread-like cold light evaporated before merging fire, which forced him to retreat several steps. Trifling tricks. Huiyao rejoiced when she saw that his cultivation and mana were beneath hers, and that his immortal foundation was restrained by her merging fire. Stepping forward, her worries vanished, and she surged ahead with commanding flames. Li Shijuan exchanged a few spells with her and drew his sword to defend. His sword chi had some strength, but could only split the fire briefly before fading. Huiyao pressed forward through the sword chi, sneering, "So this is all the sword immortal clans amount to." Li Shijuan calmly retreated with his sword. When Huiyao rose to give chase, the flustered Hongkong panicked and shouted, "My lady, be careful of a trap. The spirit item, the spirit item." Huiyao shot him an impatient glance, flung her sleeve, and tossed the pitch-black jade box into Hongkong's hands using her mana. She flew forward, wreathed in flames, leaving behind only a sentence, "Keep it safe." Hongkong hurried to catch it, checked it quickly, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. His heart, filled with dread, began to settle. Thank goodness, it probably wasn't a Purple Mansion realm divine ability. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remembered to hand me the item. If she kills Li Shijuan, the Li family will hate me too. Chapter 921. Autumn Moon's Harmonious Echo 2. Huiyao surged forward on flames. Though the white-robed youth before her was lacking in cultivation, his escape light was surprisingly fast. Perhaps he had taken some spiritual pill. It would explain why she couldn't catch up to him for the moment. Run, run. She felt exhilarated as she rode fire all the way. Li Shijuan traveled ahead on frost, deep in thought. She's certainly no weakling. At the very least, this speed is beyond the norm. Li Shijuan had rushed ahead and, as expected, ran into the two of them, confirming his guess. Now, after flying dozens of kilometers, he noticed Huiyao was still chasing relentlessly, drawing ever closer. He thought to himself, she seems to have been thrown off completely. It's not likely that she will be hiding any tricks. He slowly reached for Han Lin at his waist. The frost under his feet began to dissipate, and his speed slowed as he let the scorching merging fire behind creep closer until its heat stung his back. Suddenly, Li Shijuan spun around and drew his sword. Clang! A streak of white light flared above the sea. Han Lin's blade was so fast that it blurred through the air. There was a flash of bright white frost emanating from his strike, like a gust of pine-laced winter wind and falling snow rushing straight forward. Huiyao was caught off guard, seeing only a handful of snow flying toward her. She couldn't even tell whether it was sword light or dharma light. The piercing chill swept over her, and she blankly thought, a talisman? The command token in Huiyao's hand was no ordinary item, and its instinct to protect its master acted faster than she could. The stored merging fire burst forth, drawing her mana into it, and forming a gray wall of fire in front of her. But she was only a meter away from Li Shijuan. Even Qiyun and Li Cheijing, both sword essence cultivators, maintained the distance of a meter in battle. Purple Mansion realm cultivators would retreat 3 meters before Shangyuan. Yet Huiyao stood only a meter from a sword cultivator who had formed sword essence. Han Lin could practically reach her hem. The hasty wall of merging fire was completely useless. Han Lin's true blade sliced clean through it, cleaving it in half. Her eyes were filled with dazzling white snow, then she felt a chill on her neck. Puffed. Blood gushed from her neck as Huiyao's pupils dilated, and her elegant neck was severed in a single stroke. Crimson blood sprayed along the sword for a moment before curling back and pouring into the wound. Buzz. The sword had come too quickly. The treasure on Huiyao's body hadn't even reacted. Her head had already left her neck by the time the jade pearl protecting her body finally activated its mana to deflect the sword. The shock and panic in Huiyao's eyes had yet to fade when Li Shijuan's sword technique reversed. 3 strands of snowy light slipped out of the blade, drifting and gliding toward her. The 3 nimble, cunning streaks of snow darted toward her Qihai, Xinyang, and Juk acupoints. Though Guo Hongyao's head was still suspended midair, she managed to react, shoving her long command token forward to block. She bit down on her lip, causing blood to stain silver teeth, and then transform into gray fire that was carried forward with her breath. This gray fire was several times denser than before. Its aura was overwhelming as it surged toward the 3 streaks of sword light. But the threefold moonlight was inherently agile and cunning. It deftly dodged the gray fire and clashed with her life-preserving protective light with a metallic ring. The sounds of shattering snow and ice rang out repeatedly, and the jade pearl at her neck flickered erratically. Thank goodness. In the end, it was Guo Hongyao's lineage that saved her life. Sword Essence grade threefold moonlight could already destroy most spells, yet the life-saving treasure gifted to Crimson Reef Island's direct descendants withstood it, and still had energy to spare. Guo Hongyao finally had the chance to reattach her head. Frost and merging fire hissed into white steam where neck and body met. The gray fire spiraling from her token coiled around her neck, fixing her head in place. Damn it! Only now did Guo Hongyao belatedly realize her fortune as she realized that Li Shijuan practiced cold essence. Had he used metal or earth techniques instead, she would never have had the chance to restore her head. Hatred rose in her eyes. She reached quickly for the storage pouch at her waist, but a question suddenly rose in her mind. He gave me so much time to react. What is he doing? Her spiritual sense was fully engaged in using gray fire to fend off the 3 sword essence-like streaks, so she could only stare blankly with her eyes. Snow blanketed the sea. Before her, the white-robed man held his sword at an angle. The slender, snow-like blade radiated blinding brilliance. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, each striking her protective barrier with a crisp clang, like rain on tiles. The 3 streaks of sword light darted like fish in water, flickering in and out among the storm of snow and sword aura. But she no longer had the strength to deal with the 3 streaks. Li Shijuan's sword had already fallen. Guo Hongyao's trembling hand gripped the talisman, but her vision was pure white. She could see nothing. There was only an intense and drifting whiteness. Half the mana had already entered her talisman when a sword light erupted from her Xinyang mansion, interrupting the mana flow. The half-activated talisman remained in her palm, faintly glowing. She felt a chill pulse through her chest. The sounds around her shattered into fragments as the tip of Han Lin slid between her brows, freezing her so thoroughly that she trembled. Her consciousness started slowly fading away. Blood flowed from her mouth and nose, but showed no sign of transforming into merging fire. It slid down her fair cheek as Li Shijuan stood exactly a meter away, white robes fluttering. As her vision dimmed, Guo Honyao suddenly realized where she had gone wrong. I shouldn't have hastily reattached my head. I should have fled first instead, thought Guo Honyao. Chapter 922. Seizing the Prize, I. Guo Honyao had only been gone for 15 minutes, yet Guo Hongkong was already growing anxious where he stood. His once settled mood turned uneasy. He flew northward for a kilometer or 2, but, fearing schemes or ambushes, dared not go farther. Perhaps Li Shijuan has someone backing him. Guo Honyao might act fierce against Li Shijuan alone, but if she runs into that thunder cultivator Li Qinghong, she's no match at all, muttered Guo Hongkong. He figured Guo Hongyao's life shouldn't be in danger. Although Guo Shintong had vanished for years and the east and west sides of Crimson Reef were now allies in name only, Guo Hongyao's branch was still one of direct descendants. She should still carry plenty of life-saving treasures. I'll wait a little longer. If there's no word from her after an hour, she's probably used some talisman to escape. I'm carrying something too important to just stand here. Guo Hongkong waited quietly, one hand on his magic sword. He closed his eyes while his other hand lit up with red light. 2 fingers pressed on the Xinyang mansion point between his brows. Using a spell, he extended his spiritual sense to its limit, yet he still couldn't sense anything. He had no choice but to give up and open his eyes. In the hazy distance, he saw a reddish-gray glow. It was clearly the hue of merging fire. Alarmed, he quickly clutched the talisman Guo Hongjian had given him, thinking, she already used a talisman after just 15 minutes? Li Shijuan is only at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. His sword aura barely counts as strong, not overwhelming. Either he's hiding his strength, or he is help. Gua Hongkong immediately made a decision and began retreating silently. His original plan to wait an hour was instantly abandoned as he muttered, "I'll give her 15 more minutes." Gua Hongkong was one of the top talents among the collateral branches. He secretly cultivated many techniques and had a bright future. But even so, he didn't dare offend Gua Hongyao, afraid this woman might go mad. If not for that, I wouldn't care whether she lived or died. He waited anxiously for a few seconds until he finally spotted a streak of light flying toward him from the distance, swaying unsteadily. Its mana aura was so dim it was hard to discern, but it was faintly tinged with white mist. Gua Hongkong's eyes narrowed as he looked closely. The figure collapsed headfirst onto the shore. Her protective mana completely dissipated, revealing a pale and delicate face. Who else could it be but Gua Hongyao? Her flame token lay dim and stuck in the ground beside her. She was covered in blood, and her dharma robe was dulled, stained in a blend of gray-red and crimson. It was rather garish against the island backdrop. Serves her right. Gua Hongkong felt a surge of satisfaction. He immediately connected her condition to the distant gray-red glow and chuckled inwardly. The fool must have suffered terribly. She used up all her hidden talismans just to stop the guy. If I hadn't been here when she fled, she wouldn't even have her life left. He drifted on the wind toward her, still curious. I wonder what that white light was. Maybe some top-grade escape treasure's light trail. Gua Hongkong slowly descended. On the island shore, Gua Hongyao had already swallowed several pills, her complexion visibly recovering. Gua Hongkong approached a few steps closer and saw a coldly gleaming sword lying under her robes, still stained with blood. Realizing she had slain Li Shijuan, he sighed and offered his congratulations. "Congratulations, my lady, on slaying your foe." The Gua Hongyao before him appeared gravely injured, struggling to breathe, and gasped, "Come here." Startled by her shout, Gua Hongkong shivered and quickly stepped forward. He saw her clutching her waist, struggling to rise. Her delicate hand lifted the sword that gleamed like snow, and her face twisted in pain as she barked, "Take it already." Though inwardly scornful, Gua Hongkong maintained a respectful expression and quickly reached out to grab the sword's sheath. But it sank heavily into his hand, and he looked up, puzzled. It turned out Gua Hongyao hadn't let go of the hilt. Her graceful hand held the sword as if she had drawn it countless times before. Her pale fingers were defined and elegant, even beautiful. At that moment, Gua Hongkong's gaze moved past her hand to land on Gua Hongyao's face. Her expression was icy as frost, and her eyes brimmed with killing intent. Gua Hongyao had always been beautiful, but the usual look of petulance and impulsive discontent was now gone. In its place was an untouchable solemnity, like standing amidst a snowstorm. The chilling and imperious stillness made her look less like Gua Hongyao and more like that snow-clad Taoist master Tianwan. Clang! Gua Hongkong was less than a meter away from Li Shijuan, who had transformed into Gua Hongyao. He was holding Han Lin's scabbard in his hand when all he saw was a flash of snowy white. A chilling light rose from his throat. The moment Li Shijuan drew his sword, Han Lin slashed clean through Gua Hongkong's throat, severing his head in one swift strike. Snowflakes scattered like a storm. Li Shijuan didn't know what relationship the two had, but he knew Gua Hongyao was irrational. A show of agony covered everything better than polite behavior. Any inconsistencies in attitude would be excused under the pain she'd endured. As expected, Gua Hongkong suspected nothing and followed Gua Hongyao to the grave. He was also decapitated by Li Shijuan in one strike. But Gua Hongkong was not Gua Hongyao. Shock barely flickered through his pupils before he acted, not to save himself, block the blow, nor retreat, but to activate the talisman in his hand. Boom! A blinding gray-red light burst out. The potent merging fire in his palm turned pure black. It was like a massive stone dropped into a lake as it splashed fire in all directions. The seawater around the island was instantly drawn away, and merging fire swirled wildly, creating a vast, hollow crater over the sea. The merging fire talisman exploded right next to the two of them, engulfing both in an instant. Li Shijuan's body was flung backward, trailing a long streak of gray flame. Gua Hongkong's head, already severed by Li Shijuan, was blasted away by the merging fire. Body and head flew in different directions. His eyes glowed red as his head spun midair, still muttering faintly. However, his body halted midair amidst the firelight. It calmly formed seals with his fingers to control the wind and deflect merging fire. Its robes billowed as it turned to chase after the head. Gua Hongkong's decision was unquestionably wise. The instant use of the talisman showed his composure and caution in crisis. Had he not kept it ready in hand, how would he have disrupted Li Shijuan now? Though his head was already gone, only few could take action in that moment of overwhelming fear. Yet he had triggered the talisman without hesitation. Had he hesitated by even a second, he would have followed Gua Huiyao and become another soul slain under Li Shijuan's sword. Li Shijuan swallowed blood and skidded to a halt in midair. Frosty mana burst from his Qihai acupoints to resist the merging fire clinging to him, but the flames still danced across his body. His vision was shrouded in gray haze. He could barely see. My eyes, they're injured. The only way he could have taken such a powerful talisman blast at close range and only suffer injuries to his eyes and face was due to Gua Hongyao's Dharma robe. Though he hadn't refined it, it was of the merging fire and could resist flames to some degree, allowing his body to rise with the fire rather than be incinerated. His spiritual sense was still usable. Li Shijuan spat out a mouthful of blood, letting the blood mist ignite and vanish into flame. Frost flared beneath his feet as he reversed his long sword and flicked out 3 streaks of sword light. Gua Hongkong was the one who cast the spell and also cultivated merging fire, so by any measure, his injuries were lighter than Li Shijuan's. He had already retrieved his head, but the sword essence coating his neck was like a heavy frost, making it nearly impossible to reattach. Sword essence. Li Shijuan. Frightened, he fumbled for his pills, only to see 3 pale, sword lights already drifting his way. Li Shijuan had reverted to his original appearance, his eyes burned to ashen gray and red-gray merging fire still flickering over his body. Chapter 923. Seizing the Prize, 2. In that brief moment, Gua Hongkong understood that he needed time to heal the wound on his neck, and Li Shijuan needed time to expel the notoriously sinister and difficult merging fire from his body. One of them had to die within the next dozen or so exchanges. Gua Hongyaao, how is that possible? It hasn't even been 15 minutes since she left, and she still died to him when she had to fly part of the way? At this point, he already regarded Li Shijuan's swordsmanship as equivalent to that of a direct descendant from a sword sect. One hand released several talismans to defend, while the other summoned merging fire to form 2 beams of gray light as he cast a spell and shouted, "Strike." The 2 beams of gray light instantly shot across the sea at high speed. They didn't even bother to intercept the sword light. They simply slammed straight into Li Shijuan, erupting into clusters of gray fire around him. Li Shijuan showed no fear. A band of color flared from his sleeve as the Chongming Profound Insight screen, which he had held back earlier to avoid exposing his identity, lit up beside him. The mysterious golden light of the screen enveloped him and firmly blocked the gray fire. Crimson Reef Island did not belong to the Jiangnan Dao lineage, and none of the 7 of Chongming Hall practiced the merging fire Dao. So the paintings on the screen didn't activate, but the Chongming Profound Insight screen, as an ancient technique Dharma artifact, was more than enough to block this spell. On the other side, Li Shijuan's sword light likewise didn't bother cutting through the flames. It simply headed straight for Gua Hongkong. The 3 agile, cunning sword streaks danced as they struck, shattering his protective shield. Thank goodness. Gua Hongkong watched the sword light in fear. The distance between him and Li Shijuan wasn't great, and since he believed this was the sword cultivator who killed Gua Hongyaao in just a few moves, he thought he'd be sliced clean through. But now he exhaled in relief, even feeling a touch of delight as he thought. It must be the pain from the merging fire causing his sword technique to be off. Such things weren't rare, and the situation was all too familiar for merging fire cultivators like him. Once merging fire latched onto someone, it damaged treasures and harmed life itself. The longer it lingered, the deadlier it became. The pain was beyond what ordinary people could bear. Now I've got a chance, thought Gua Hongkong. Since his spell couldn't stop his opponent, and as Li Shijuan drew closer, Gua Hongkong, who had been preparing for a while, finally summoned a flying needle from his acupoint. It was gray-black, about a finger long, and unadorned, yet Gua Hongkong was overjoyed as he shouted, "Go!" Li Shijuan had already drawn very close when he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his Shenyang mansion. His face twisted with both pain and cold. With a single thought, the azure light on the screen beside him flickered, casting a sheet of dark blue radiance around him. Heavy Abyssal Gale. The Heavy Abyssal Gale technique of the Chongming Profound Insight screen was a suppression art, specifically meant to neutralize flying swords and Dharma lights. It immediately seized the black needle in midair and slowly ground it to a halt. Although Li Shijuan had blocked the needle, he still coughed up blood. Even though the black needle had not struck him, it had still agitated the merging fire inside his body. The assault from within and without threw his insides into chaos. Forcing himself to stay conscious, Li Shijuan activated Radiant Snowpine Ridge, clearing pain and distraction from his mind. The blade in his hand lit up inch by inch as he advanced several steps. "Damn it," muttered Guohongkong. When he saw the sword cultivator approach once more, rendering his treasured Dharma artifact useless, Guohongkong panicked. The fire in his hand blazed, yet now he noticed that the sky was filled with heavy snow. Feather-like sword chi fell upon him, each like a blade piercing through his body, forcing a wretched scream from his throat. Autumn Moon's harmonious echo. All Guohongkong felt was a shattering sound by his ears. The 3 streaks of sword chi vanished, while cold surged through his Shenyang mansion. He had no Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma robe to protect him, so his body was instantly reduced to minced flesh, dissolving midair into a rain of fire. The black jade box tumbled downward, but Li Shijuan seized it in midair. Merging fire still throbbed painfully in his chest. He tucked the box into his robes and rode the wind, fleeing swiftly into the distance. Though the merging fire was still active and he couldn't use his perception arts for the moment, he had already made a sound deduction. This place is too close to Shifeng Island. Someone will surely come looking. I must leave immediately. Profound Peak Gate. Clouds swirled and music echoed on Yueshi Peak, the main summit of Profound Peak. The Taoist master in the central seat wore plain robes, his white hair glistening like jade as it hung down. He raised his brows and looked to the side, smiling. Fellow Taoist Junjian. A black-clothed man sat at the guest seat nearby, brow slightly furrowed, with a trace of iciness in his elegant expression. He only looked up at the clouds atop the peak, and when the Taoist master addressed him, he replied, "I certainly don't have any bright yang spirit items." He nudged the white jade cup before him, raised his brows to glance at the senior Taoist master Changxi, and said softly. Changxiao was busy earlier cleaning up Qingyan's mess, so he was severely restricted on all sides. He won't act recklessly now. Although Yushui lacks a life divine ability, both Taoist masters Hengxing and Kuang have taken action. The 2 of them used life divine abilities to shield everything. Changxiao won't be able to divine it. This move can no longer be reversed. Tu Longjian gently shook his head and replied, "The junior doesn't seem so simple. Changxiao is a master of manipulating fate. It's still too early to draw conclusions." The young man raised his brows slightly, then turned to look at Changxi and said, "All of you seem happy to let things unfold this way. Crimson Reef Island also wants the 6 Ding merging fire token in my possession. Even Taoist Master Xiao has gone to the Northern Sea. Everyone keeps passing the matter around, until it's forced to my doorstep, leaving me no choice but to go against Crimson Reef Island." Taoist Master Changxi, with his head full of radiant white hair, spoke gently. "That's how it is. Even if you don't want to choose a side, they'll force you to. If you wish to remain blameless, you must walk alone." Tu Longjian stood, gazing calmly at the elder before him, and spoke softly. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." But this time, Crimson Reef Island made the first move. Either Tianwan did it intentionally, or her divine powers were lacking. Either way, reason is not on their side. I have no reason not to intervene. You're only willing to go because they're in the wrong. Otherwise, why would they have sent Huiyao in the first place? Taoist Master Changxi gave him a long, deep look and sighed. The Li family are clever people. Their deep push into the Eastern Sea may well rely on your favor. In this chaotic world, even cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm who wield divine powers will end up like Dong Hua if they act solely out of emotion and righteousness. Tu Longjian laughed heartily as he played with an exquisite and charming small golden hammer that was no larger than a palm. As the great void opened before him, he stepped in, leaving only one sentence behind. "As long as my conscience is clear, that's enough." Chapter 924, Blazing Merging Fire, I. Guohongjian had chased the dawn rayfish a long way, but was still ultimately shaken off. By the time he returned on Merging Fire, even his escape light had dimmed and his mana was too depleted to keep going. What a pity. It's rare to encounter a Foundation Establishment realm dawn rayfish. Creatures of the Heavenly Glow lineage are far too adept at fleeing and can even knock away Dharma artifacts. Truly difficult to catch, muttered Guahongjian. The emergence of the dawn rayfish was due to the Great Flood during the Northern Sea's sky fracture. A dawn rayfish had taken the opportunity to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. The conditions for such spirit beasts to evolve were extremely stringent, making it a rare treasure. Guahongjian, missing it, only deepened his regret. Though his cultivation technique was high grade, his immortal foundation, heart flame aspiration, was not known for vast reserves. But after swallowing 2 pills, his mana recovered significantly. The cloud-light profound ring underfoot quivered slightly, accelerating his speed. Looking southward, he saw someone riding the wind in the distance. They were obscured within a Dharma artifact. Above him stood 8 painting screens arranged in a cylinder, radiating a mysterious golden hue that enveloped him. It seemed like a tiny dot of dull gold on the horizon. He clearly saw the gray-red merging fire flickering across the painting screens, refusing to extinguish no matter how much mana was poured into suppressing it. Guahongjian couldn't help but laugh heartily in his heart. Merging fire damages artifacts and harms the body. It can't be fully cleansed without several days of nurturing. Since merging fire was not exclusive to the Crimson Reef Island, Guahongjian didn't think too much of it. After flying a bit farther, he spotted a patch of gray clouds above Shifeng Island and several cultivators flitting through them like tiny black dots. Blazing merging fire streamed across the sky. Guahongjian came to a sudden halt, his pupils slowly widening. If he still couldn't understand at this point, he would be a true fool. His face twisted with murderous intent as he instantly turned around. The cloud ring beneath his feet burst into action as he drew out a gray-red fire token. He charged back, teeth clenched. Scoundrel, don't you dare flee. This man must have harmed Hong Kong. He naturally didn't believe his sister Guahongyao had died at the hands of this man. Considering the time he spent chasing the dawn rayfish, their departure from the island couldn't have been more than 2 to 4 hours apart. At most, the anomaly in the sky meant 1 death, and that could only be Guahongkong. Even so, Guahongjian's fury was undiminished. Although Guahongkong wasn't a blood relative, he was shrewd and resourceful. Guahongjian had always kept him close and often relied on his advice. It was utterly worthless for him to die here. Rage surged through his chest. Flames rose beneath his feet as he stepped onto the cloud ring and sped forth. The man had already become a barely visible speck on the horizon, but Guahongjian had memorized his figure in that brief glance and calculated that his speed was now far inferior. Prepare to die. Guahongjian cultivated the heart flame aspiration, a technique with a slow escape spell. Thankfully, he had the aid of a Dharma artifact. Though still slower than a dawn rayfish, he surpassed most others in speed. His vital chi surged, leaving a red-white trail in the air as he rapidly closed in on the golden gleam without a word. As expected, I knew they wouldn't let me off so easily. Li Shijuan had already noticed his pursuer. He could have used the immortal mirror to perceive the world and easily avoid the man. Guahongjian wouldn't even have gotten close to his shadow. But Li Shijuan was meticulous in his thinking. With the Purple Mansion realm cultivators possibly involved, how could he dare arbitrarily change directions? Rather than exposing anomalies that would draw the suspicion and silent attention of more Purple Mansion realm cultivators, thus endangering his family, Li Shijuan would rather take on more risk himself. At worst, his plan would fail. But the exposure of the immortal mirror could mean annihilation. When he saw Guahongjian drawing near, Li Shijuan's spiritual sense immediately swept over the cloud ring under the man's feet. It glowed brightly, releasing waves of white Dharma light to support the middle-aged cultivator, causing Li Shijuan to feel uneasy. He observed closely for a moment, then his heart stirred. He formed a hand seal and activated the Dharma artifact with his spiritual sense. A wave of dim cyan light flickered from the screen as he activated Heavy Abyssal Gale once again. Buzz. The sweeping cyan light swiftly locked onto the cloud ring under Guahongjian's feet. It flickered, then the cloud aura dispersed as the Dharma light shattered. It instantly reverted to its original form, no bigger than a ring, and was captured by the Chongming Profound Insight screen. What? Guahongjian was stunned and furious as he nearly fell out of the clouds. The fight hadn't even begun, and he almost coughed up blood. His heart trembled. What kind of Dharma artifact is that? Ridiculous. Guahongjian had just chased a dawn rayfish that specialized in knocking away Dharma artifacts. He was well aware of many spells and tools that could achieve this. But there was a difference between knocking down an artifact and outright capturing someone's flight tool. This was unheard of, and to do it so swiftly and cleanly. Since his artifact had been forcibly taken from him, his speed was greatly reduced. Guohongjian was no match for the person ahead. He was deeply shaken. Meanwhile, Li Shijuan understood immediately. Heavy abyssal gale mimics the gale of the Great Western Plains. Even Foundation Establishment realm cultivators can't fly in that wind. It doesn't just knock down Dharma artifacts. It disrupts the Dharma light that sustains them. Naturally, that includes the Cloud Ring's Dharma light. None of this artifact's 3 effects are simple. Guohongjian watched the distance widening again and felt a surge of greed. Yet for a moment, he hesitated. Flying sword? Dharma light. But the distance is too short for spell casting, and everything else might be knocked down by that ironclad artifact. Who on earth is this person? He ran through all the possibilities, realizing that as long as the one using that artifact was fast enough, it would be nearly impossible to counter. But as he hesitated for 2 seconds, the distance had widened significantly again. His expression darkened. Pressing 2 fingers together, he drew out a wide sandalwood red talisman, upon which was painted a vividly lifelike, scale-covered giant rat. Guohongjian chanted, "Scorching wind, heed my command, shuttle and race as one with fire." Li Shijuan listened quietly. He sensed the talisman between Guohongjian's fingers release a puff of sandalwood red wind through his spiritual sense. It transformed midair into a long-scaled crimson rat, howled once, then turned into a gust of red wind, lifting him from below and propelling him north at great speed. This talisman was not ordinary. Called the Blazing Merging Fire Talisman, it was drawn by the sandalwood cloud rat, the spirit pet of Crimson Reefs' founding ancestor Guoshintong. The merging fire spirit beast specialized in summoning a scorching wind. The talisman was originally crafted for a direct descendant's escape, but driven by greed and fury, Guohongjian didn't hesitate to use it for battle. The sandalwood red fire wind gathered in an instant, and he rapidly closed the gap. Lifting his long command token to his lips, he exhaled, his eyes turning gray-red as he spat out a gout of merging fire. This flame was worlds apart from what Guohongkong had wielded. It was thicker, grander, and more scorching. It let out a strange cawing sound as the deep gray flames slammed against the screen with a thunderous boom. Li Shijuan was already injured and low on mana, so the blast nearly knocked him from the sky. Merging fire blazed across the painting screens, devouring his mana like a whale swallowing water. Without mana support, the light of the Chongming Profound Insight screen dimmed all at once. Clang! As Guohongjian controlled the flames, the screen's light suddenly split apart, bursting forth with a dazzling sword light and falling like frost and snow. He watched coldly as a strand of red gauze flew from his sleeve, fluttering and twisting as it entangled the sword light. Chapter 925, Blazing Merging Fire 2. The red gauze let out a muffled boom, as though it had restrained a flood dragon. Whatever was within was struggling violently. Guohongjian was surprised and poured his mana into it as he asked, "Sword essence?" Even sword essence is useless. He wasn't like Guohongyao. He immediately saw that the person inside the Dharma artifact was nearly out of mana. He didn't even need to act further. Just maintaining the fire for 7 minutes would cause the man to fall into the sea. Lost in the east, gained in the west. But Guohongjian had already grown greedy for this Dharma artifact, so a swift and decisive victory was best. Forming a seal with his fingers, he cast his spell, and merging fire surged. Taking advantage of the moment the man was entangled by the screen's fire and couldn't spare attention, Guohongjian rapidly gathered flames in his hand. Though Li Shijuan was in dire straits, he remained calm. His pale gray eyes betrayed no emotion. The Chongming Profound Insight screen's glow had dimmed, and Han Lin had been sheathed and returned to his embrace. He reached into his sleeve and took out a talisman. The sandalwood red talisman was the size of a palm and bore the image of a lifelike, scale-covered rat with golden, gleaming eyes that were already brimming with mana. The Blazing Merging Fire Talisman. Li Shijuan poured his remaining mana into it, mimicking the incantation word for word. His voice rang out clearly within the screen, "Scorching wind, heed my command. Shuttle back and forth, merge and charge with fire." The talisman released a puff of sandalwood red wind that transformed mid-air into a long-scaled crimson rat. It let out a shrill cry, then reverted into sandalwood wind, lifting him from beneath and propelling him north at great speed. Guahongjian, hearing that incantation, abruptly stopped his spell. He stared blankly at the vanishing gray-red glow in the distance, his mind completely blank. How can he have our family's blazing merging fire talisman? The gray fire in his hands was still flowing as he stood stunned, turned his head to look back at the path he'd come, and muttered in confusion. How does he know our family's incantation? Guahongjian turned his head back, but there was no trace of anyone left on the horizon. His expression was like a spilled jar of mixed as emotions twisted and transformed. He exclaimed in shock, "That's right. I chanted it just now." He pondered for a breath, then quickly understood. He took a deep breath, eyes glistening, and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "My little sister, you murderer." But a troubling doubt slowly surfaced in Guahongjian's mind amid his grief. It lingered endlessly and refused to disperse. But even if he killed my little sister, our Crimson Reef Island's direct descendants' storage pouches aren't so easily opened. Even with an immortal foundation specializing in such arts, it would take 10 days to half a month. The curses and marking techniques within are also extremely advanced. Why was he completely unaffected? It can't be that my little sister took them out and gave them to him herself. Great Void. A ripple stirred in the pitch-black great void as a woman in a simple Taoist robe appeared, holding a parasol in her arms. Her black hair was pinned back by a hairpin, and her eyes gazed through the void, fixed on the manifest world. This, she hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. So that's how it happened. Guahongyao, truly pathetic to the extreme. A Taoist master remained unseen beside her, but a deep, resonant voice echoed by her ear. A sharp-minded youngster, and skilled in swordsmanship too. The two of them could see clearly that the talisman that turned the tide had come from Guahongyao. The Gua family's storage pouches were notoriously difficult to open, but Guahongyao had held the talisman in her palm. When facing mortal peril, Guahongyao's first reaction had been to pull out this life-saving talisman exclusive to the direct descendants. She had only infused it with half her mana when Li Shijuan struck with a sword technique and killed her. Thus, the talisman naturally fell into Li Shijuan's hands. And just then, Guahongjian happened to be casting spells nearby, so he heard the full incantation clearly. Taoist Master Hengxing murmured. She extended a slender finger, calculated silently for a moment, and replied gently. That Dharma artifact, after all, was crafted with the ancient method and depicted 6 true monarchs. Even if they all attained the Tao and their visages were wiped from the screen, it remains a variable. A slight miscalculation is to be expected. Though calculations might not be off by a hair and miss by a mile, this small variable happened to collide with a crucial turning point in the conflict, and so slipped beyond her control. She still found it hard to believe and asked, "Isn't it all just too coincidental?" Another Taoist master revealed himself in the great void. He was an unremarkable gray-robed elder carrying a sword on his back. He kept his hands behind his back as he said thoughtfully, "Do you suspect that he bears fate?" The man gently shook his head as he continued, "I cannot divine, nor do I understand fate and destiny. But I vaguely recall one thing. Back then, he was the one who killed Su Xiao, the one fated to inherit merging fire. Could that have had an effect?" Taoist Master Hengxing pondered for a moment, then shook her head. The Su Xiao matter has no logic to it. If killing a fate-bearer could grant their destiny, then would Chang Xiao, Gua Shintong, or Junjian still be alive? As for Li Shijuan, everything he has done thus far aligned with the calculations. If he bore fate, he would have long deviated from the plan. The oversight of the painted screen was mine. Now that I've seen its mystery, I won't err again next time. The man nodded and asked, "What about Tu Longjian?" "No harm." Taoist Master Hengxing nodded softly and answered, "Li Shijuan's heart is now shaken by merging fire. Just because Guahongjian failed to catch him red-handed doesn't mean this matter is over. It merely means fellow Taoist Tu Longjian must take the initiative. The necessary games must still be played." The sword-bearing elder gently shook his head and sighed. Junjian has an ancient spirit, but it is out of place in these times. As one who wields the sword, I often feel shame in my heart, which is why my sword intent remains unformed. If he had pursued the sword, perhaps he would already be a sword immortal by now. Taoist Master Hengxing's voice was gentle as she shook her head. He has the spirit of chivalry, and such a spirit must be free. He roamed the Eastern Sea unchecked when he was in the Foundation establishment realm. A Purple Mansion realm cultivator's divine abilities could not subdue him. Even the cultivators of the three sects could not stop him. So who could? That is the true wind of heroism and righteousness. But once he reached the Purple Mansion realm, he could no longer act freely. A single word may save hundreds, yet on the other end, doom thousands. Who can truly act freely in this muddled world? Even Donghua could not. Taoist Master Hengxing pressed her lips together slightly and replied, "When I attained the Purple Mansion realm, a senior once told me, for one who commands divine powers, the eyes are the weakest part of the entire body, and this is the reason why." Oh, the old man furrowed his brow slightly. He had never heard this saying. Most cultivators who attained the Purple Mansion realm could even discard their entire body without hesitation, let alone their eyes. So he asked doubtfully, "Taoist friend, please enlighten me." Taoist Master Hengxing spoke softly. All people possess compassion. When they witness suffering, they feel pain. Thus, for one who wields divine powers, the eyes beneath their brows become weaker than any other part of their body. The sword-bearing Taoist silently looked down and replied, "And so, we have the world as it is today." The two gradually faded into the great void. The old man let out a sigh, his voice low as he said, "Let us see how he chooses to face it." Chapter 926, Chivalry, I. While Hengxing and her companion whispered within the great void, another section of the void glowed dimly with firelight. A black-robed youth sat cross-legged in the void, a small golden hammer in his palm. He looked up and nodded slightly. The void then shimmered with biting frost and howling wind. A middle-aged woman stood quietly within, watching. Below, Li Shijuan had already ridden off on the scorching wind. She shook her head and said with a faint smile, "Quite formidable." Tu Longjian could not tell whether she was mocking Huiyao or praising Li Shijuan, and simply said in a low voice, "Greetings, Senior Tianwan. I'm unworthy of the title." Taoist Master Tianwan's tone was as cold as ice and snow. Frost trembled throughout the great void with each breath as she replied curtly. She was Guo Shintong's wife and a direct descendant of the Golden Feather sect. Years ago, she had eloped with Guo Shintong in the Doshuan sky, led Crimson Reef Island to its peak, and laid the foundation of its present legacy. She was now the island's only Purple Mansion realm cultivator who appeared openly. Tu Longjian's voice was clear and earnest as he replied, "The Li family harbors no hostility toward your island. It was only a necessary act of self-defense. Thankfully, Hongjian is unharmed. I ask for your understanding, Senior." Now that Tu Longjian had spoken, Taoist Master Tianwan's form was surrounded by swirling frost. She said coldly, "Huiyao acted rashly and was slain by Li Shijuan. Since Junjian owes the Li family a favor, that matter can be overlooked for your sake. But he also killed Guo Hongkong and stole a treasured item. How do you propose we resolve that?" Tu Longjian knew full well that Li Shijuan's slaying and looting was likely orchestrated by Hengzhu Dao Gate and was meant to force him down. Everyone watching, especially the Purple Mansion realm cultivators, surely understood this. Moreover, Hengzhu Dao Gate had acted under the guise of aiding the Li family, which made it hard to denounce. If he brought this up directly, he would be rejecting Hengzhu Dao Gate's entire faction and siding with Crimson Reef Island, an Eastern Sea faction. How could he agree to that? So he replied softly, "Your island acts with great force." In his panic, he may have overreacted. Panic. Tianwan was not willing to let it go. She shook her head and said, "Empty words, Taoist friend. I ask just one thing. You want to protect both Li Shijuan's life and the Radiant Sky Stone? There's no such bargain in this world. Hand over the 6 Ding Merging Fire token, and we'll let everything go. From that moment on, you'll be an honored guest of Crimson Reef Island, and all matters between the Li family and us will be cleanly severed. Perfect harmony for both sides." Tianwan had deliberately sent Guo Hongyao and coordinated with Hengzhu Dao Gate, one stoking the fire, the other adding fuel, all for the sake of making this demand. How could Tu Longjian not see through it? He looked calmly at Tianwan and finally replied, "The 6 Ding Merging Fire token is of great use to me. I cannot hand it over just yet, Senior." Taoist Master Tianwan's expression turned cold. Tu Longjian stood quietly facing her. She was a late-stage Purple Mansion realm cultivator with 4 divine abilities, while he was only at the early stage. Yet Tu Longjian showed no fear. There was only one reason. If Tianwan made a move, Hengzhu Dao Gate, who had been fanning the flames all along, would surely take Tu Longjian's side. And that was precisely the outcome Hengzhu Dao Gate had been waiting for. Taoist Master Tianwan continued observing him carefully and spoke softly. In the past, I sent Huiyao to Moongaze Lake to investigate Suzhu, hoping to use his destiny to elevate that useless junior of mine. But unexpectedly, Suzhu was slain by some other Taoist ahead of us, and the entire plan was thrown into chaos. The 6-ding merging fire token ended up in your hands instead. Though the divine ability has been refined and the past can be forgiven, the 6-ding merging fire token is an ancient spirit artifact. It is no trivial matter, and there's no rush. Taoist friend, take your time to consider. Although her tone was icy, her words were not forceful. Clearly, Crimson Reef Island's current position was not entirely ironclad. This Taoist master, who cultivated the cold essence divine ability, had no intention of offending him outright. But she still has something to rely on, thought Tu Longjian. Tu Longjian paused slightly. His eyes, burning with hazy flame, peered through the great void into the manifest world. Li Shijuan had flown several hundred kilometers, but could no longer suppress his injuries. Merging fire had attacked his heart, and he had collapsed on a distant island. Taoist Master Tanyun also looked toward the manifest world and spoke gently. Tu Longjian, my husband bore fate as well. People like you are born noble, with the strength to act righteously, and are always rewarded for your deeds. I'm curious, when ordinary people do good, are they ever repaid? Tu Longjian frowned and asked softly. Senior, you mean? Taoist Master Tianwan looked at him quietly and said, my divine ability tells me that 2 rogue cultivators will soon arrive at that island. They are from Jiangnan and were once favored by the Li family. Let us both refrain from using divine abilities. Will those 2 save him? This, Tu Longjian ran the scenario through his mind several times. Tianwan's approach was wild and unexpected, leaving him momentarily silent. Logically, he practiced the Molten Fire Dao and Tianwan the Cold Essence Dao, so neither of them were skilled in divination. Their divine abilities clashed within the great void. Since Li Shijuan was directly below, any calculation was near impossible. After a long moment, he thought to himself, the Li family is close to more Purple Mansion realm cultivators than just me. Besides, I have support, there's no need to fear her. If these 2 remember past kindnesses and choose not to help, then I'll still have the upper hand. Having settled his thoughts, he nodded and said, then let us wait and see. Eastern Sea. The falling water rising storm lingered over the Eastern Sea year-round. A brief moment of clear skies had just passed, and now the skies darkened again as thunder rolled and fine drizzle veiled the air. Li Shijuan flew several hundred kilometers. Merging fire had already pierced through his eyes, slowly suppressing the effects of the radiant snow pine ridge. It was only by sheer force of will that he managed to fly beyond the furthest island within the reach of the Qingzhou Reefs. But when he reached that point, the lingering dark force on his body suddenly seemed disrupted, then vanished. The taut string in Li Shijuan's heart snapped with a thud, and he plunged headfirst toward the sea. Just before hitting the sea, he jolted awake. The ocean below belonged to the dragon clan, and teemed with shrimp soldiers and crab generals. In his current condition, falling into their hands would spell near certain capture. He had no choice but to force himself to fly a little farther. But there were no islands in sight. In his daze, he spotted a reef and struck it with a sleeve full of mana. A faint cracking sound followed, instantly freezing a block of solid ice upon it. As he fell, he barely managed to fling out a talisman, enveloping himself in its protection. Li Shijuan finally lost consciousness and collapsed with a splash onto the ice. Rain veiled the world in mist, pattering rhythmically onto the ice. After a short while, 2 streaks of flight light approached from the north, trailing faint black tails. 2 rogue cultivators in Taoist robes rode the wind to the reef, circling twice before cautiously landing nearby. Chapter 927, Chivalry 2. One looked over 70, hunched and stooped as he held a long wooden sword with a cold, stern expression. The other was broad and younger, wielding an axe in each hand. He was thick-browed and sharp-eyed as he warily scanned the area. The cold-eyed elder glanced at the red-robed man collapsed on the ice and swallowed hard before whispering, "Fellow Taoist Ray, take a look at this." The brawny man, surnamed Rue, frowned and glanced sideways at the flame surrounding the red-robed man. He replied, "That's some intense flames. This cultivator looks seriously wounded and on the verge of death. Wait 10 hours or so, and he'll be in deep trouble. The old elder swallowed again and murmured, "Fellow Taoist Ray, you have keen eyes. How can we let someone die before us? Let's save him quickly." The two exchanged glances and clearly saw the greed in each other's eyes. The burly man, surnamed Rue, responded, "Don't you see the light from that talisman on him? If we don't deal with that first, how can we save him?" The old elder hesitated for a moment and muttered, "But the clearing art talisman is so expensive, it's a life-saving treasure. I only have 3 left." But when he was glared at by the burly man surnamed Rue, the elder had no choice but to pull out the talisman from his sleeve. He cast a spell, muttered incantations, and finally pinched off a wisp of blue-green light from his fingertips, commanding, "Go." The bluish light burst apart with a pop, but the shield on the man's body only dimmed slightly. The two were stunned and thought inwardly, what a treasure. Neither of them could recognize the talisman's type. They were startled when it hadn't shattered, but the red-robed man remained motionless and their eyes lit up. The cold-eyed elder said, "We've struck gold." They now knew the man before them had to be from a wealthy background. The elder hurriedly pulled out 2 more talismans and got another 2 from the burly man, drawing all 4 together into a single point on his fingertip. Still uneasy, he exchanged a glance with his companion. The two simultaneously drew out their Dharma artifacts, gathered their spell force, and shouted, "Break!" The combined Dharma light, everything they owned, slammed into the shield, creating a loud boom. The shield dimmed to the brink of collapse, yet still held. Terrified, they raised their Dharma artifacts and started bashing it madly. After a long struggle, both were panting heavily and their mana was nearly depleted. At last, the light shield shattered with a crack. The elder, drenched in sweat, collapsed onto the ground and panted, "What a cursed disaster." The burly man swept the body with his spiritual sense, only for his hair to stand on end. He jumped back in place and cried out, "Damn it! Foundation Establishment Realm." He fled like he'd been stung by a scorpion. The elder froze for a moment, his legs shaking like leaves. He immediately leaped up into the air as the two fled north one after the other. Sea wind brushed past. After 7 minutes, the two returned sneakily, flying in and landing some distance away. One said, "If he had even a sliver of strength, he could have killed us both with a breath." Emboldened by their own logic, they moved forward again. Once they were nearby, the cold elder reached out his Dharma artifact with a trembling hand, his sword shaking as though it would fall. It took 2 tries before he finally hooked the storage pouch. He squinted and inspected the pouch closely. An image of a familiar large lake floated on its surface, stamped with a single large character, Li. The Qingdu Li family. The two had been in the outer seas recently and were unaware the Li family had unified Moongaze Lake. They were momentarily speechless as they glanced at each other. The elder muttered a few words, then looked hesitantly at the burly man. Back on the riverbank, it was Li Qinghong who saved us with thunder. The one in the sky with the bow was Li Xianfeng. They did us a favor after all. The burly man frowned, but the elder had already made up his mind. He said quietly, "Let's carry him back to the lake. Would the Li family treat us poorly for it?" They flew in again, landing near the ice with more composure this time. The burly man, surnamed Rue, glanced over, then suddenly stopped in his tracks, his face turning fearful as he whispered, "You've forgotten what kind of technique we practice." The elder frowned in confusion and replied, "What's the matter? Even beyond the Eastern Sea, there are people secretly cultivating devil techniques in Jiangnan." The burly man said fearfully, "You don't understand. The Li family is a righteous lineage, and they despise cannibal cultivators above all. We've practiced blood-devouring devil techniques and consumed over 100 lives. How could their elders possibly spare us? You think we'll get a reward for returning him? He'll kill us with a single strike." The elder was shocked and frightened. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Then, we can only leave him here. Let's flee while we can." The burly man glanced at him secretly and said in a sorrowful voice, "We already broke his shield and touched his storage pouch. Do you think these families with countless immortal arts won't notice? If he truly dies and we don't help, they'll never forgive us." "You." The cold elder suddenly felt caught between a rock and a hard place. He muttered, "What are we supposed to do now?" Seeing his hesitation, the burly man grew greedy again and said through gritted teeth, "Why don't we just steal his storage pouch and flee north? We can try our luck at Foundation Establishment Realm. Isn't that a stroke of fortune?" The elder was tempted. He weighed the storage pouch in his hand, torn with indecision. He murmured, "Fine. We'll do it your way." The burly man stepped closer and examined Li Shijuan's face. After staring blankly for a moment, a chill ran down his spine. He muttered almost inaudibly, "Look at him. He's like a banished immortal. If he looked dim-witted, maybe it'd be fine. But someone this elegant must be a Li family sword cultivator. Who knows how divine his sword arts are? What exactly are you trying to say?" The elder, now truly uneasy, demanded. The burly man only whispered, "He must have divine sword skills. Either way, we're already offending the Li family. Why not gamble it all on the Foundation establishment realm? We're going to die someday anyway. Better to kill him now and have one less threat later. Besides, the flames are already killing him. We just need to add 2 discreet sword thrusts, and they'll never tell how he died. As long as it looks like he was burned to death, they'll assume it was done by someone who uses fire. But if he survives, he might just come after us for the storage pouch." Despite being only half literate in cultivation matters, the burly man made it sound so convincing that it completely bluffed his companion. The elder had always followed the burly man's lead. Now confused and shaken, he could only watch as the man bent down and picked up the icy sword, hiding in the corner with a lowered head. The burly man tried drawing the sword twice, but Han Lin refused to leave its sheath. Its cold radiance flared, slicing open his palm and causing blood to gush. He cried out and flung the sword away, clutching his palm with a furious glare. Damn it! He snatched the elder's long sword and stabbed down at the man, but it was blocked by the Dharma robe's fabric. The sword wouldn't penetrate. Though he had been full of bravado, his hands trembled as he cried out in panic. "What is this thing?" He stabbed 3 more times, but it was all in vain. Taking a deep breath, he searched the edges of the Dharma robe for a gap and drove the sword toward the youth's abdomen. It felt like stabbing into cotton. The blade made no clear wound, only a series of scraping and grinding sounds, as if something rock-solid lay beneath the flesh. Ah! The elder beside him saw clearly the heart and lungs glowing red with a stony hue. The sight burned his eyes, and he leaped back like a startled toad, crying out, "Stone! His organs are made of red stone. Fellow Rue, let's run. Forget the storage pouch. Forget Foundation establishment realm." The burly man's face turned red as if he was about to bleed, and he muttered, "Cowardly old man. So what if we die? Foundation establishment realm is glorious." Chapter 928, Chivalry 3. He focused on the youth's exposed neck, raised his sword, channeled mana into it, and swung with all his might, striking the youth's throat. Sparks flew through the air as the long sword got stuck at the throat. His hands trembled as it took him 3 tries to pull it out. He struck twice more before finally severing the youth's head. The sullen old man's legs trembled as he stared blankly. The burly man, surnamed Rue, let out a breath of relief. When he was just about to put away his sword, he saw the severed head shift downward an inch on its own and reattach seamlessly to the body. The skin was smooth and flawless, showing no trace of a cut. Ah! A cold chill surged through his body. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. His teeth chattered uncontrollably as the world spun around him. His eyes couldn't leave the neck. All color drained from the old man's face, leaving him pale as a corpse. When he heard Rue's teeth chatter, he stammered, What is going on? How would I know?" Rue snarled. The old man inched away, his hand outside his robe shaking violently, lips trembling. Rue faltered, "I've never killed a Foundation establishment realm cultivator before." But seeing that the youth had not awakened, the burly man gradually regained some courage and muttered, "What's done is done. What's done is done." He actually picked up the long sword again, measured the position, changed to a vertical grip, and struck the center of the brows 3 times until he split the head in 2 with a sharp clang. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The old man's paper-white face regained a hint of color. Already hunched over, he leaped up like a startled toad and cried out in alarm, "You're going to die? You're going to die." The old man immediately rode the wind and sped northward, his escaping light tinged with streaks of red. He had clearly used a blood escape technique, as if something terrifying were chasing him. His light bobbed erratically through the sky, accompanied by howling cries echoing through the heavens. "You're going to die." The burly man, surnamed Rue, was nearly scared into wetting himself by those crazed shrieks. The severed head had somehow rejoined the body again. Stars danced in his eyes as he stared at the handsome face before him and muttered, trembling, "It's not like I haven't practiced devil techniques. reattaching a head. What's so strange about that? He tried to reassure himself, but knowing the Li family was a righteous family made the scene before him even more terrifying. The burly man raised his sword for the third time and struck at the neck again. It took Taoist Rui 3 slashes to open the neck again. This time, he was ready. He lunged forward, lifted the head, and moved it away from the neck, intending to toss it aside. But then he froze. The head in his hand had its eyes open. Those pale gray pupils stared quietly at him. That handsome face, paired with those eyes, exuded an eerie sanctity. Despite the colorless hue, Taoist Rui clearly sensed an icy chill within them. His heart felt like it would shatter. His head felt like it had been plunged into icy water, and every part of him shivered from the cold. The next moment, the youth spoke. A burst of snow-white sword energy surged from his lips and teeth, transforming into countless blades of frost and snow that blasted forward. Taoist Rui's scream caught in his throat, and he was obliterated from head to toe. Only swirling snowstorms remained, stirring waves across the sea. Splash! 2 storage pouches fell to the ground and rolled twice. The head floated back to the body and fit perfectly onto the neck once more. The youth let out a breath, and only then did his pale gray eyes close. Great Void. Tu Longjian had already sensed something was wrong when Taoist Rui entered the game. The situation had turned out completely contrary to expectations. Hangzhou Dao Gate clearly hadn't made a move to assist. They had not even sent a single message. Tianwan was not surprised. Tu Longjian's gaze swept across a certain place in the manifest world, and he too came to understand. Changxiao, who had previously been delayed by Qingyin's matter, had clearly been feigning ignorance all along. Now he suddenly struck at Wang Fu, going with the flow and tying up Hangzhou Dao Gate's cultivators. With this, the Hangzhou Dao Gate could no longer pull Tu Longjian to their side. His only means of saving Li Shijuan was to hand over the 6 Ding merging fire token. But after bungling the situation, Hangzhou Dao Gate, though they killed Wang Fu, had now made an enemy of Tu Longjian. So Taoist Master Tianwan stood before him, holding the winning hand, waiting for Tu Longjian to yield the 6 Ding merging fire token. Yet Tu Longjian remained unmoved, and thus Li Shijuan was beheaded 3 times. But Tu Longjian remained calm, seemingly unconcerned. He didn't even open his eyes to look at the scene in the manifest world. He only gazed quietly at his opponent, in stark contrast to his prior behavior. Taoist Master Tianwan stared fixedly at him silently, sitting in the void, seemingly in disbelief. She sighed deeply and said, Junjian, you are truly patient and calculating. Tu Longjian's voice was calm and steady as he replied, Senior flatters me. I owe the Li family a favor. This radiant sky stone repays it in full. From now on, we are even. The rest is none of my concern. Taoist Master Tianwan glanced at the frost and snow on the sea, shook her head softly, and murmured, Everyone calls you a chivalrous man, Tu Longjian, but in the end, this is all there is to it. Having said that, she suddenly felt disinterested. I had hoped to use the currency of favor to gain the 6 Ding merging fire token in a deal without cost. But who would have thought he'd be so cold when it came down to it? I'll have to come up with another plan. She sighed in regret. After waiting so long with nothing to show for it, and with Changxiao only able to buy limited time, dragging things out would only put her into a passive position. She glanced coldly at Tu Longjian, then vanished in the great void. Tu Longjian revealed himself above the sea, looked down at Li Shijuan, formed a hand seal, and commanded, Scarlet Sparrow, bear fire and deliver my order. A hazy flame flew from his sleeve, transforming into a huge sparrow the size of a tiger or leopard. It circled him once, then opened its beak and inhaled. The radiant sky stone, the storage pouch, Li Shijuan, and everything else on the sea surface all flew into its belly. Tu Longjian said softly, The radiant sky stone is here. Now we're even. The bird took his words into its belly as well and rode the wind southward. Tu Longjian glanced around, aware that many were watching from the great void, then turned and left. He returned all the way to his cave dwelling, where a young man in blue and white robes was already seated. He was handsome with slightly feminine features, and was examining the collection within the cave. Tu Longjian showed no surprise as he said calmly, Thank you, Senior Puyu. This man was none other than Taoist Master Puyu, his longtime friend. Puyu took a seat by the jade table and said casually, I've preserved the soul. After all, He hasn't learned divine abilities and his name isn't on the rolls, so he was easy to catch. A few old fellows have died. In all the mainland, I doubt anyone knows more about this than I do. They won't be able to tell. But you, going to all this trouble, you really thought it through. Tu Longjian's handsome face revealed a wry smile as he replied. There were too many Purple Mansion realm cultivators watching. If I'd protected him directly, I'd never have peace with the Li family from then on. It would only convince those scheming against me to go deal with the Li family instead. Only now do I understand Taoist Master Zhao's way. He wanted to protect, but couldn't be close. Know when to let go, or else you end up harming the very ones you try to help. He sighed softly and continued. Now that's settled. Li Shijuan died in front of them, and my debt to the Li family is cleared. I no longer need to stand openly behind them. They also know now that trying to scheme against the Li family won't work on me. It'll be much easier to maneuver things moving forward. The black-robed youth shifted the topic and spoke solemnly. Senior, you master yin and yang, life and death. As for Shijuan, I leave it in your hands, Taoist master. Chapter 929, Mistake, I. Tu Longjian gave a respectful salute. Taoist master Pu Yu merely sat silently at the table, smiling as he looked into his cup. Tu Longjian pondered for a moment, then asked in a low voice, Taoist master, you are versed in the arts of yin and yang. What is the usual price for performing such a technique? Several of the necessary treasures are native to my Penglai. I can retrieve them easily. This spell isn't costly to cast on someone at Foundation Establishment Realm, especially since he's young and his cultivation is clear and pure. But this art is a closely guarded secret of our lineage and unknown to ordinary immortals. Let's set the price aside for now. I have one question. If I could ask Junjin to resolve it for me. Taoist Master Pu Yu looked at him, a probing light in his eyes, and said with a smile, using this art on a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator is extremely rare. After all, death means death. I dwell in Penglai and wander often. There would be no reason to make advanced preparations. If one could prepare in advance, why would one need to die in the first place? He stood up, looked back at Tu Longjian, and said with deep meaning, however, it makes no sense. As soon as you reached the Purple Mansion realm, you visited my Penglai several times and even waited at the foot of the mountain for years just to see me. Your intention was clear. If we look at it from this angle. The smile slowly faded from Taoist Master Pu Yu's handsome face as he said quietly, Junjin, did you foresee today's events the moment you broke through to the Purple Mansion realm? Even with the great upheaval of Su State's civil war in between? That's beyond calculation. Even a Maha would feel ashamed compared to such planning. Was it a Dharma relic? Or the workings of someone else? Tu Longjian could only smile bitterly in his heart. He hadn't prepared for years specifically for Li Shijuan. Tu Longjian had worked to build ties with Taoist Master Pu Yu all this time solely for Guier, who was sealed inside the 6 Ding merging fire token. Tu Longjian had been mentored by Guier for many years. Guier had once obtained treasures alongside Zhang Cuotian and others within the Green Pine Temple's Grotto Heaven. Later, Tu Longjian had escaped danger thanks to a technique Guier left behind there. Since he owed him a great debt, Tu Longjian had always sought to find Guier a new body. It was well known that Taoist Master Pu Yu of Penglai was a master in such arts, which was why Tu Longjian had visited him repeatedly. As for Li Shijuan, his case was truly just a timely coincidence. Tu Longjian replied, if I merely wanted to sever ties with the Li family, I wouldn't need to go to such lengths. The matter with the Li family is just a coincidence. In my youth, I was displaced and lost all my family and friends. Their bodies were scattered and vanished over time. Upon hearing that Senior possessed divine arts to govern yin and yang, and is close with Judge Yang, I thought to request your aid, to inquire of the underworld where my kin's remains lie. He did not bring up Guier directly. Instead, he voiced a matter that had long weighed on his heart and said softly, even if I can't know where their bones fell, even if my father and kin ended up in someone's belly or were turned into Dharma artifacts, as long as I can know, I, Junjin, will repay the favor handsomely. I see. Taoist Master Pu Yu's narrow eyes narrowed further as he looked at Tu Longjian thoughtfully. He turned his jade cup and replied, so it truly was a coincidence. Junjin, you have a kind heart. In longing for one lost friend, you've saved another. Such is fate. He asked no more and responded, Li Xianfeng entrusted his orphan to me, since we once shared a fated connection. Though he is gone, he still barely counts as part of the Li family. I'll handle Li Shijuan's matter. Penglai happens to have recently grown a piece of Gaussian bright frost. I'll carve out 60% and fashion a body for him. Tu Longjian let out a breath of relief when he realized he wasn't being threatened with the soul, and drew something from his sleeve. The command token was interwoven with red and black patterns. A misty red glow formed from the 6 Ding merging fire token as he gave it a gentle tug. It was half gold and half silver as it hovered in his palm. Inside the command token, Gua'er wailed in anguish, his cry shaking the heavens. But Tu Longjian pretended not to hear and said respectfully, I cannot use Senior's spiritual item without recompense. This crimson gold white flame was something I obtained before attaining divine abilities. Please accept it as compensation. Centuries ago, a great snowfall blanketed the northern sea, forming a 5,000-kilometer snow mountain. Spiritual items of cold essence became abundant. But even among them, Gaussian bright frost was exceptional. At the same time, even if 6/10 were carved out for Li Shijuan, it still wouldn't surpass the crimson gold white flame. Taoist Master Puyu understood it was meant to aid the ritual and accepted it with a smile. The two exchanged a few casual words before Tu Longjian saw him off at the cave entrance. Returning to his desk, Tu Longjian sat down and brought 2 fingers to his lips, exhaling a puff of flame. The flame quickly formed into a human shape and immediately wailed. Tu Longjian, you used my treasure to curry favor. How unreasonable. Tu Longjian, rarely seeing him so flustered, was delighted inwardly, but kept a stern expression as he said quietly, Senior, what are you saying? Do you know why I did this? Gua'er glared at him in frustration and replied, Isn't it just to repay your precious senior's favor? Not at all. Tu Longjian replied with a serious expression, I must repay Senior Yuanjiao's kindness. Yes, but this was also for your sake. Think about it. Puyu is from Penglai. He is ambiguous in nature, neither righteous nor evil. When crafting an immortal body, who's to say he won't plant any hidden tricks? If you enter it unaware, wouldn't you suffer terribly? Gua'er, who had been watching all along, had truly not considered this and paused in surprise. Tu Longjian said earnestly, Once he finishes shaping the body, you too are skilled in this Tao. Though not as accomplished as the Taoist master, with Li Shijuan as precedent, you can inspect and take precautions. Gua'er had no more words. He looked like he wanted to nod, but held back. After a long pause, he muttered gloomily, Fine. On his end, Taoist Master Puyu left the Slaughter June Gate and made his way toward the Eastern Sea, traveling through the Great Void. As he formed seals and cast spells, the blue light in his hand transformed into a cyan sparrow that glided through the void. He silently calculated, Li Shijuan. I should examine him thoroughly. This time, Tu Longjian invited me personally, and the timing checks out. There's nothing suspicious. Even if someone backs him, they can't fault me. He gently pressed on the jade box within his sleeve. His heart stirred slightly. Li Shijuan's soul is unusual too. It's cold as snow, as if carrying a thread of fate. Those Purple Mansion realm cultivators simply aren't skilled enough to notice it. In truth, Taoist Master Puyu had sensed it when holding the soul. It had resisted slightly when leaving the body, as if it had been tethered to something. These were classic signs of being entwined with fate. Since Li Shijuan was so unusual, and the spirit item matched his immortal foundation, reshaping a body for him would not be difficult. Taoist Master Puyu then began to consider Tu Longjian's request to find his kin. His Penglai did indeed have close ties with the underworld. Judge Yang was a frequent guest, so Tu Longjian's request wasn't hard to fulfill. Puyu only pondered, Judge Yang's 9-layer attribute net is formidable. I'm not sure if that true essence fell into his hands. Asking directly would be inappropriate. It's best to leave it alone. A white ocean appeared below his feet, and a small mountain began to surface. Atop it stood a simple Taoist temple. Before even landing, Taoist Master Puyu called out, Bring me the Gaussian bright frost. Chapter 930, Mistake, 2. Eastern Sea. Waves surged across the sea as hundreds upon thousands of sword shadows from level beam peppered the surface. The overcast clouds completely smothered the sun. Towering waves crashed skyward, and the entire region was shrouded in mist. The grand formation that had cloaked everything had been fully revealed. It radiated pulses of golden light as it fended off the Dharma artifacts launched by those outside. A red-robed woman had a complicated expression as she activated a petal-shaped ritual implement and knocked down several incoming Dharma artifacts. At Bai Yuzhuang's side, the Feng brothers each wielded spell arts, blocking most of the incoming Dharma light. The few that slipped through merely caused faint ripples on the formation's surface, doing little harm. Yet Bai Yuzhuang felt deeply uneasy. Wang Fu had already been in dire straits, but as a direct disciple of Changshao Gate, it made no sense for him to die within a few moves. He had held out for 50 exchanges and unleashed 3 talismans in a row. Bai Yuzhuang had even forced out the life-saving Purple Mansion Realm talisman that she had dispelled with a prearranged one of her own. But now there was a growing crowd outside the formation. The cultivators of Qingzhou Workshop had arrived. Alarmed, Bai Yuzhuang had wanted to end the battle swiftly, but the formation suddenly trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. Not good. The formation in Bai Yuzhuang's hands was a treasured item called yellow cotton, a formation plate of the auspicious essence Dao. It was considered outstanding even among Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. By rights, it should have easily lasted a while longer. Yet the moment those cultivators arrived, the formation had begun to shake uncontrollably. Bai Yuzhuang quickly realized something was wrong. When she connected to the formation plate through spiritual sense, she took a closer look and saw 8 cultivators outside, each holding a golden, slightly illusory spike, while another held a jade talisman linking the 8. Engraved golden astral profound destroyer. Bai Yuzhuang instantly recognized the Dharma artifact's origin. It was a treasure from the Golden Feather sect, famed alongside Azure Pond sect's deadly thunder formation destroyer. 8 of them would be more than enough to trouble a Foundation Establishment Realm formation like hers. This was disregarding the immense value of yellow cotton, which was a portable formation plate and nearly impossible to buy. If it were to be broken by these Dharma artifacts, the loss would be devastating. It wouldn't last 9 hits against the engraved golden astral profound destroyer, which was barely 10 seconds of time. Once the formation broke, not only would the cultivators pour in, but Wang Fu, with his storage pouch full of escape techniques, would immediately flee. Since Li Qinghong and others were secretly aiding her, even if Wang Fu escaped, Bai Yuzhuang could not let them expose their tracks. She had no choice but to bring the Feng brothers out of the formation to confront the enemy and block the engraved golden astral profound destroyer herself. She didn't believe that this would let Wang Fu escape death, but the worry weighing on her heart remained, not for Wang Fu, but for her Taoist master. Why is the engraved golden astral profound destroyer of the Golden Feather sect here? How did they track us down? Changshao Gate must have acted. This may ruin the Taoist master's plans. She knew that once she left the formation, Taoist master Hengxing would stay behind to guard it. Although she only understood part of her Taoist master's schemes, the circumstances clearly looked grim. While she thought furiously from outside the formation, the battle within was nearing a conclusion. Wang Fu's robes fluttered wildly. His body was riddled with wounds, as lightning coursed over his skin. His bloodshot eyes reflected the crashing strikes outside the formation, yet there was not a trace of joy on his face. Before him, Li Qinghong rode thunder, commanding lightning at her feet, while Chen Xuanyu held a pitch-black sword in his arms, his expression calm and unreadable. Fellow Taoist Li, Wang Fu looked solemnly at Li Qinghong, his voice hoarse and expression even tinged with acceptance. A large bell trembled and flew forth from his side, blocking part of the surrounding sword chi. He gasped and asked, "I know full well I've become a discarded pawn. I presume my private ties with Minghui were exposed before the Taoist master. He hates Jinlian, and so he wants me dead." As he spoke, a deeper thought seemed to flicker in his eyes. He said quietly, "I simply don't understand what I have done to offend your esteemed family, to warrant being hunted down like this." Li Qinghong exhaled deeply and did not answer. One hand held her spear at an angle, while 6 silver-white command tokens circled the other. Chen Xuanyu's sword essence grew sharper, his voice low. "Pay him no heed. Be on guard for deception." Seeing her silence, Wang Fu growled bitterly. "Changshao Gate refused to find me a Purple Mansion Realm technique, and I did not resent him for it. But why wouldn't they let me seek it myself? Lesser Yang is a Dao lineage of Great Liang. If I didn't travel north to inquire, how else was I supposed to find my Dao?" Li Qinghong found his words a little too deliberate. As she summoned silver lightning to crash thunderously down on Wang Fu's great bell, she thought to herself, though Purple Mansion Realm cultivators are powerful, they can't observe what's happening inside this formation unless they pierce the great void and enter. Even Changsha Gate can neither hear nor see inside here. She observed quietly. She let her spiritual sense run along the lightning pulses and eventually spotted a jade inside Wang Fu's storage pouch flickering with Dharma light. She silently made note of it. Beside her, Qin Xuanyu gave him no more chances to speak. Sword light danced from his blade, falling like a rain of blades and pounding on the bell with thunderous booms. Lightning poured like rain, threatening to slice through Wang Fu's body and forcing him to raise the bell once again for protection. Cornered and out of options, Wang Fu could do little. Qin Xuanyu had anticipated his movements and flung a golden ring from his sleeve, which transformed into a flash of gold that struck down like lightning. With a deep clang, the bell's radiance dimmed and its Dharma light dispersed completely. Wang Fu was just beginning to panic when he suddenly felt burning heat across his face, as though under the noonday sun. A brilliant white light seemed to emerge from nowhere into the sky and coalesced into a towering radiant gate. The gate shimmered with radiant light as it crashed down with blinding speed. Caught mid-movement, Wang Fu had no time to react. He sighed inwardly. There was one more after all. Li Shiming had been hiding within the clouds above Hangzhou Dao Gate as backup in case Wang Fu tried to flee. This strike had been long prepared and was backed with immense power. The Radiant Origin Pass was of high grade and landed squarely upon Wang Fu. Wang Fu's internal mana was nearly spent. That single blow shattered all his techniques. Several Dharma artifacts fell apart, and the Radiant Origin Pass impacted the sea, unleashing a thunderous blast. Boom! Li Shiming didn't dare be careless and channeled all his power to suppress Wang Fu. Li Qinghong dispelled her lightning and descended with Qin Xuanyu. Most of Wang Fu's body was pinned beneath the glowing barrier, unable to move, and what little mana he gathered was steadily dissolved by the Radiant Origin Pass. His head, exposed outside, remained completely still. Naturally, the Li family didn't dare kill him themselves. The middle-aged man saw their hesitation and said softly, "I'll do it." Sword essence flowed along his blade as he ended Wang Fu's life with one strike. Li Qinghong flicked her spear, hooking Wang Fu's storage pouch. Li Shiming withdrew his mana and retrieved Wang Fu's corpse. Removing his robe, he drew a small silver-white box from the sleeve. But it wasn't the right time to investigate. Suppressing his unease, he followed the others and slipped into the clouds. Above them, celestial anomalies slowly emerged. Gales howled and demonic murmurs buzzed through the sky. Chapter 931, Exchange. Bai Yuzhuang's yellow cotton reverted to its formation plate form and was tucked away into her red robe. She glanced at the corpse suspended midair. Wang Fu's body was convulsing and twitching, blood gushing out in streams and transforming into multicolored worms that burrowed into the sea. His body parts seemed to have wills of their own as they struggled in different directions. In the brief moment it took Bai Yuzhuang to put away the formation plate, his body had already torn into 3 pieces, each drifting west, north, and east. Only then did she confirm he was truly dead. She immediately activated the talisman she had prepared, blocking the approaching Dharma artifact, then signaled the Feng brothers, who swiftly flew off in different directions. Taking advantage of the chaos, Bai Yuzhuang herself vanished into the clouds. The Changsha Gate cultivators below were thrown into disarray. Some scattered in pursuit of Wang Fu's remains. Others split into 2 groups to chase the Feng brothers, while the rest stood bewildered, unsure what to do. Bai Yuzhuang let out a quiet breath but stayed alert, aware that a Changsha Gate cultivator might suddenly appear beside her. She sped southward with the Li family group and Qin Xuanyu, crossing Tianzhu Island and landing once more on the main island of Suzhu. They entered the small pavilion together. Only then did Bai Yuzhuang allow herself to relax, hiding her concern as she looked at Li Qinghong and asked gently, "Are any of you injured?" No. Wang Fu had never been a combat-focused cultivator, unlike their side, which had a thunder cultivator and a sword cultivator. Bai Yuzhuang had exhausted his trump cards, and Li Shiming's ambush struck true. Forget Wang Fu. Even his master Zhou Han might have died on the spot under such an assault. Li Qinghong simply took out the storage pouch. Li Shiming placed the small silver-white box onto the table. Wang Fu's sword, bell, and pearl were now in Qin Xuanyu's keeping. Their true forms were not large, yet each emitted an enchanting Dharma glow as they were laid beside the table. Bai Yuzhuang looked toward the aunt and nephew from the Li family and said softly, "Please." Li Qinghong glanced at the silver-white box, already having some idea of its contents. She showed no hint of disappointment as she gently took it and extended her spiritual sense into it. An inch-long streak of radiant light swirled inside the box, flicking its tail like a white snake. It darted around the box and, upon encountering her spiritual sense, shrank in fright into a corner. Unable to identify the item, Li Qinghong passed it to Bai Yuzhuang, motioning for her to examine it. Bai Yuzhuang frowned as she inspected it, then handed it to Chen Xuanyu, who said, "Looks like a Purple Mansion realm spiritual item from the ancient merging Dao lineage." A hint of desire flashed in Bai Yuzhuang's eyes, but she refrained from speaking further, simply nodding politely and saying, "Most likely a whole pill Dao spirit item of the Purple Mansion realm." Li Qinghong let out a quiet sigh and placed the silver-white box to the side. After a brief moment, Bai Yuzhuang spoke, "There's nothing more valuable on his person. The 3 Dharma artifacts have been split among us. As for the storage pouch, it won't be easy to open. It might take 10 days or even half a month." She pushed the box toward Li Qinghong, who rested her hand on it, and, after a moment's thought, said gently, "It seems this item is of little use to us for now. Best to leave it with your esteemed island. If any passing cultivators are interested, perhaps it can be exchanged for something our family actually needs." Since the item had no great use to her family, Li Qinghong naturally didn't want to bring it all the way back to the inland. Keeping it at home was also unwise, since it might cause trouble for no reason. At the same time, the allure of a Purple Mansion realm spirit item from the ancient merging Dao lineage to Hangzhou Dao Gate was obvious. As soon as Li Qinghong said that, Bai Yuzhuang's delight nearly overflowed from her eyes. She nodded repeatedly and replied, "May I ask what your esteemed family is seeking? I will do my utmost to locate it." Naturally, Bai Yuzhuang had no intention of handing it off to some passing cultivator. She clearly intended to claim it for Hangzhou Dao Gate herself. Li Qinghong, too, was pleased that only Hangzhou Dao Gate would know about it, and said calmly, "A bright young spirit item." Bai Yuzhuang nodded in agreement. Li Qinghong then gestured toward the 3 Dharma artifacts and said softly, "Our family dares not hold on to these 3 Dharma artifacts. Please entrust them to your gate. We hope to exchange them for others of similar value." "Leave it to me." Bai Yuzhuang nodded in reply. Chen Xuanyu also spoke up, his voice steady. "Fellow Taoist Qinghong is wise. My Qin family likewise can't openly carry these items. Let's exchange them all together." Having eliminated an enemy and gained the chance to obtain a coveted treasure, Bai Yuzhuang was in high spirits. She smiled as she said, "Very well." Li Qinghong looked toward Li Shiming. The young man showed no sign of disappointment, only a hint of weariness in his gaze. She said gently, "Shiming, go ahead and choose a Dharma artifact. I'd like to speak with the elder a bit longer." Li Shiming immediately rose and left. Since she had said so, Chen Xuanyu naturally stood up as well. The dignified, sword-bearing middle-aged man said courteously, "I'll go take a look too. It'd be better than making another trip later. Saves us some effort." The two were led away by Hangzhou Dao Gate cultivators to view the treasury. After a moment of hesitation, Li Qinghong said softly, "Senior, does your esteemed family happen to have a Purple Mansion realm inheritance of the Rainbow Mist Dao?" Rainbow Mist. Bai Yuzhuang thought for a moment, then understood and replied, "That's rare. It usually appears among the dragon clans or the Luoxia upper sects Dao lineage. Our Hangzhou Dao Gate does not possess it, but I can keep an eye out for you." Li Qinghong shook her head and replied, "No need to go out of your way, just asking. But if any bright Yang Dao lineage or items other than the Radiant Origin Pass appear, and it's convenient, please send a letter to my lake estate. I'd like to stay informed. Ideally, it would be a bright Yang spirit item." "All right," Bai Yuzhuang responded softly and said, "Qinghong, there's no need to worry too much. Things often take unexpected turns." Li Qinghong was already deep in thought. Hearing those words made her a little more uneasy. She no longer had the heart to continue chatting and stood to take her leave, but Bai Yuzhuang quickly said, "If you've chosen your Dharma artifacts, Taoist Chun is also returning to Jiangnan. Traveling together with your companions would ensure everyone looks out for one another." Li Qinghong naturally welcomed the idea and respectfully took her leave. Once she exited the quaint and elegant pavilion, she descended the stairs and noticed that Li Shiming had not gone to select any Dharma artifacts. He was simply standing to the side, waiting. "This is..." Li Qinghong looked slightly puzzled. The young man's face was thoughtful, and as mana surged around him, He transmitted his voice to her. Aunt, if bright young spirit items truly are that rare, perhaps we should consider trying the Rainbow Mist Dao Purple Mansion Realm technique. Brother Shiji is already in the late Foundation Establishment realm. His innate talent isn't lacking, and his temperament is far steadier than mine. Li Shiming's expression remained contemplative as he continued. We could wait endlessly for a bright young spirit item, which may only delay things further. That wouldn't be ideal. As for advancing to the Purple Mansion realm, the longer I hesitate, the more dangerous it becomes. Even if I fail, there's still Mingwang. If the Rainbow Mist technique is good enough, we could let Brother Shiji try it. It might open up a different path for him. Li Qinghong pressed her lips together and looked at him, worry and unease in her apricot eyes. She shook her head and said, I understand. For now, go choose a Dharma artifact. We need to leave quickly. Given your eighth brother's cautious nature, he's surely gone ahead to investigate the island. If he finds out the spirit item wasn't taken out, he'll definitely make other plans. I worry about your younger brother. Chapter 932, Penglai I. Li Shiming entered the treasure vault alongside the red-robed disciples of Hengzhu Dao Gate. Chen Xuanyu walked ahead with him, while Li Qinghong quietly followed a step behind, somewhat lost in thought. Though Hengzhu Dao Gate was considered orthodox, Li Qinghong dared not fully trust it. Still, whatever she needed to exchange, she could only go to Hengzhu Dao Gate and no other. There was no other reason. Her family's spirit item taken from Wang Fu belonged to the ancient merging Dao lineage and had already been revealed before the Hengzhu Dao Gate cultivators, who practiced the same Dao. There was no hiding it now. With Bai Yuzhuang's desire plainly written on her face, Li Qinghong had no choice but to go along with the flow. But when she thought more deeply, suspicion crept in. Could the ancient merging Dao spirit item Wang Fu brought out be part of Hengzhu Dao Gate's plan? This journey was far too easy. Why did the Profound Peak Gate urge my family to make this trip? Surely, their motives lie elsewhere. After this journey, Li Qinghong felt as though she had been led by the nose. Deep down, she already understood that what her family wanted and possessed had long been laid bare before all the Purple Mansion realm cultivators. My family is not like the Xiao family. We have no Xiao Xianyu laying a foundation for 300 years, nor the scheming of Xiao shooting. Shiming has cultivated Purple Mansion realm secret techniques, but can the Purple Mansion realm cultivators see it? If they can, hiding it is pointless. Now, only one thought filled her heart. Whether my family can break through to the Purple Mansion realm depends on whether the various Purple Mansion realm cultivators will allow a cultivator surnamed Li among them. Even if it was allowed, it would be just a trial. The chance of success may still be pitifully low. Even as she remained deep in thought, Li Shiming had already come to a stop up ahead. A red-robed Taoist retrieved a small crimson-yellow flag from the spirit shield. It was embroidered with a red sparrow and had 5 rays of red light drawn around it. He introduced it. This item was acquired by our Hengzhu Dao Gate from the Eastern Fire Grotto Heaven. It is called the Yangli Red Sparrow Banner and possesses abilities to spew spiritual flames, dispel spell arts, vibrate with separation light, and impact spiritual sense. This treasure comes from a grotto heaven, so its materials are naturally excellent. Unfortunately, it was forged during the later years of the Dongli sect and is not of ancient make. It's a few notches inferior in comparison. When he saw that Li Shiming looked tempted, he reminded, this Dharma artifact's flames are ferocious. It is best suited for cultivators of the Leaf Fire Dao. If your cultivation method clashes with it, you likely won't be able to use it. Even if it is unrelated, the Dharma artifact may burn the wielder. If the method isn't of Leaf Fire, it's best to at least be of fire virtue. Chen Xuanyu glanced at it carefully, then softly said, the bright young Dao seizes light and captures flame. Its fire arts are just below the 5 fires. This piece would serve well in hand. Though Chen Xuanyu had not seen Li Shiming act much earlier, he had already witnessed the power of the Radiant Origin Pass and now spoke kindly. Shiming's cultivation method excels at suppression. Li Fire can be used to refine items. Its incinerating power is just below true flame, but it's more enduring and burns fiercer with time. It suits Shiming's immortal foundation quite well. Li Shiming nodded, set the item down, and continued browsing the vault. The 3 Dharma artifacts from Wang Fu were all extraordinary. Naturally, Hengzhu Dao Gate would not bring out standard-issue Dharma artifacts. However, there was only one of the bright Yang Dao among those currently displayed. This Dharma artifact was a flask used to suppress enemies, and clearly too similar in effect to Li Shiming's immortal foundation. There was also a powerful sword of the cold essence Dao, but since Li Shijuan already had Han Lin, taking it would be redundant. After careful consideration, Li Shiming still decided to take the Yang Li Red Sparrow banner. Though it was a Li Fire Dharma artifact, it came from the Eastern Fire Grotto heaven of the Bright Yang Dao lineage, and was thus suitable for Bright Yang practitioners as well. Li Shiming turned to look at Li Qinghong. After she nodded, Chen Xuanyu took out a treasure pagoda and stored the artifact. He showed no joy, likely because his own arsenal was already complete. This item was probably destined as a reward for others. The three of them took their Dharma artifacts and went together to bid farewell to Bai Yuzhuang. The red-robed woman seemed to have received some news and came forward with some hesitation, looking only at Chen Xuanyu as she softly said, "Fellow Taoist, please take this white wand with you and help escort Qinghong and the other back to the Li family. I leave the spirit veil in your care for now. Someone from our Dao gate will retrieve it later." She revealed a swathe of white silk in her hand. It was clearly the concealment Dharma artifact used earlier when ambushing Wang Fu. Chen Xuanyu did not ask further. He simply took the silk, bade her farewell, and departed with the two. The red pavilion was suddenly quiet. Bai Yuzhuang sat down by the table, finally showing a trace of guilt. She let her head sink into her hands, unease creeping into her heart. Qinghong must think I sent Shijuan away on purpose, harmed him. I was clearly helping her. How did it come to this? She had a good impression of Li Qinghong. She had just praised Li Shijuan, yet now found herself blamed for his death. Her heart was a tangled mess. When the red-robed Taoist stepped forward to report which Dharma artifacts the two families had taken, she couldn't be bothered to listen and simply waved him away. True, trading with an early Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator for a Purple Mansion Realm spirit item is an unbelievably good deal, but such things can't be measured like that. Bai Yuzhuang paced the room twice. That silver-white box still sat on the table. She gazed at it for a moment and silently thought, let me hold on to it for her. If something happens in the future, this gives the elder a reason to lend a hand. Penglai. Penglai was said to be an immortal mountain above the Eastern Sea, appearing and disappearing at will. Most of the 3 sects and 7 gates regarded it as a grotto heaven. Very few had ever set foot inside, and the cultivators within were scarce. There were only a scattered few dozen silhouettes across the vast white expanse. The sky here was snow-white, with neither sun nor moon, yet quietly infused with radiant light. Mountain ranges undulated beneath the sea, which was itself white. Small islands dotted the water between the 2 vast white expanses. Spirit fish swam within the sea, and reefs and spirit trees of all colors adorned the sea with vivid contrast. 2 cultivators in ancient Taoist robes, their hair bound in ceremonial crowns, walked upon the water, chatting merrily. A young man in white stood before them, hands clasped behind his back, curiously observing the scenery. Yet the 2 Penglai cultivators seemed not to notice him, walking straight toward him without hesitation. The youth in white did not move aside. His form seemed illusory. The 2 Penglai cultivators passed straight through him as though he weren't there. He remained where he stood, gazing out at the sea as he sighed. So this is Penglai. Lu Jiangxian had long been curious about this place. Strictly speaking, he had not truly entered it. He was watching a reflection within the mirror, a scene projected by the immortal mirror's core, which, through talisman seeds planted in the great void, was channeling images back through the jade box that held Li Shijuan's soul. Having been trapped inside the mirror for over 100 years, Lu Jiangxian had endured immense psychological torment. Even watching these illusory visions returned from afar, he still conjured a physical form to walk through them, if only for a sliver of solace. Though Li Shijuan's soul had left his body, the talisman seeds remained linked to him. Chapter 933. Penglai 2. The people of the Li family often believed that talisman seeds resided in the Qi Si acupoint, for ever since they started cultivating, the small white seed could be sensed resting at the base of the Qi Si. It was quite easy to recognize, but as the one who had implanted them, Lu Jiangxian understood them more deeply. Once talisman seeds were introduced into the body, they did not just reside in the Qi Si, but also within the Shenyang and Juk acupoints. If a Li family member formed a divine ability, the talisman seeds could also be glimpsed within those 2 centers. Rather than saying the talisman seeds were located in those 3 acupoints, it would be more accurate to say they could be visualized there through inner focus. That was why, though the Li family had long feared others might detect the talisman seeds within the Qi Si, In truth, even a Purple Mansion realm's spiritual sense probing the area would find it utterly empty. Since Li Shijuan's soul had been preserved and not dissipated, the talisman seeds naturally had not returned either. They remained linked to him, and once he obtained a new body and resumed cultivation, he would be able to see the talisman seeds within his qi see once again. Therefore, Lu Jiangxian had no concern that Li Shijuan would fall into some prenatal confusion when his body was rebuilt, or that the cultivators of Penglai might uncover the secret. Even if they captured and interrogated Li Shijuan's soul, the talisman seeds would still function. As for this round of Purple Mansion realm contention, the gains are not insignificant. Lu Jiangxian followed the two Taoists, sorting through his thoughts. There seems to be little true resistance among the sects and factions toward the Li family forming a Purple Mansion realm. On the contrary, many appear willing to go along with the flow. After all, no existing Purple Mansion realm cultivator bears a deep grudge against the Li family. At most, it's just the clashing of pawns, not a real conflict. At worst, Changshao Gate and Crimson Reef Island are somewhat unwilling, but it's not to the extent of wanting to wipe them out. After all, in the eyes of the Purple Mansion realm elites, Li Shiming wasn't particularly impressive. Giving him even a 20% chance was probably overstating it. In Lu Jiangxian's opinion, more than half of the Purple Mansion realm cultivators thought the Li family was currently just flailing. The one truly worth watching, Li Zhouwei, was still a long way off. As Lu Jiangxian thought things over, the two Penglai cultivators ahead came to a halt. Two more figures descended from the outer heavens. The one in front wore the garb of a Penglai cultivator and was slightly older, with an air of immortality and Taoist grace. He was followed by a youth wearing a Taoist crown, clad in gold-embroidered robes. His appearance was unremarkable, but a peachwood sword hung at his waist, and he had an enormous sword case strapped on his back. It was luxurious and elegant, engraved with 128 cloud patterns. The case had 16 sword slots that sealed sword qi within. Lu Jiangxian trembled slightly in surprise. He actually recognized this person. It was the sword immortal Wang Sun of the Yinghua Wang clan. This was the great-grandson of Shaojin, true monarch of the Shao metal lineage, and the son of Taoist master Yuan. This youth had an impressive background. In his quest to witness the sword intents of the world, he had once visited the Li family to observe Li Chujing's sword intent, and had even left behind Wang Lin blossom seeds as compensation. Now that his sword case had taken form outside his body, with all 16 sword intents gathered, it was clear he had already cultivated a divine ability. Though now honored as a Taoist master, Wang Sun still retained a pure and lively spirit. His youthful charm was evident, and he was far more sociable than in the past. Smiling, he greeted the two Penglai cultivators. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." "We dare not. We dare not." The two cultivators quickly stepped aside to avoid his bow, speaking in hushed tones. "This junior pays respects to the Taoist master." The middle-aged cultivator clearly didn't care for such formalities. He stopped the greeting, waved the others away, and led Wang Sun back with a smile. "Fellow Wang, if I'm not mistaken, this is your first time visiting our Penglai Immortal Mountain." Wang Sun nodded. The two descended directly down onto a barren mountaintop, upon which sat a dilapidated Taoist temple. It had a well out front, with a broken wooden bucket resting on the edge. It hardly resembled a place fit for a Taoist master. The middle-aged Taoist seemed entirely unbothered and pushed the door open. The two sat down in a side room within the courtyard and started sipping tea. Lu Jiangxian casually sat on the threshold, his white robe embroidered with sun and moon motifs draping loosely as he listened with folded arms. When the middle-aged cultivator took his seat, Wang Sun recalled some of the polite phrases he had memorized. He decided to start by praising the man's Tao lineage, and with a smile, glanced at the jade shelves on either side and said without thinking, "Fellow Taoist, your Tao collection here is truly..." He had only spoken halfway when the words caught in his throat. The jade shelves were completely bare. Where one would expect ancient books and jade slips, there was nothing but a single turtle shell. Wang Sun stared in a daze. His compliment was stuck mid-sentence, and his rehearsed flattery now hung awkwardly in the air. Unsure what to say next, Lu Jiangxian glanced at him and silently thought, "I thought the young sword immortal Wang had matured. Turns out he had simply memorized it all ahead of time." Seeing his discomfort, the middle-aged Taoist quickly spoke up. "Just so you know, fellow Taoist, here in Penglai Immortal Realm, we never keep books or slips on shelves. Our entire Dao lineage is stored within the Kongtong immortal text, preserved beneath the sea. If ever needed, we access it directly with spiritual sense. Wang Sun let out a breath of relief and responded without hesitation. To think such a treasure exists, this immortal realm truly lives up to its name. His answer made the middle-aged Taoist pause, then smile and counter. Do you know the reason behind it? I'd be glad to hear it in detail. Wang Sun was beginning to find his rhythm and replied cleanly. The middle-aged Taoist chuckled. This rule has been in place since the founding of Penglai, immortal realm. It's been countless years and was established by an immortal lord, so no one has dared to violate it. The reason is actually quite a curious tale. He stroked his beard and began to recount slowly. It is said that many immortals resided in Penglai in ancient times. Countless immortal arts and techniques abounded. Then, one such immortal lord named Chufu traveled the 9 continents and encountered another immortal lord in the ancient Jin state. The two had a disagreement over their Dao lineages, and a quarrel broke out above the Jin River. As is often the case with immortals, their words held power, and the river began to flow backward, flooding a mortal army. The immortal lords themselves were unharmed, of course, but the Jin state's army below was forced to retreat, altering a fate that was meant to be. As a result, both immortal lords were chastised by the heavenly Tao, with endless roaring thunder. Chufu immortal lord had no choice but to return to Penglai, only to discover that the other immortal lord had secretly followed him. With his extraordinary auditory arts, he managed to overhear and read the entire Tao collection of the Grotto Heaven. What? Wang Sun was stunned for a moment, and found it hard to believe, but upon reflection, it felt oddly reasonable. He replied, After all, the arts of immortal lords are beyond measure. The middle-aged Taoist sighed softly and answered. Chufu only realized it afterward and flew into a rage. The two fought in the outer heavens, causing the golden crow, one, to shift from its place and the stars to veer from their courses. Several immortal lords came to watch the battle, and it disrupted the mortal realm's formation plates, making spiritual energy shift every 3 days. Though the two eventually reconciled and became friends, and the other immortal lord even gifted him a stele inscribed with immortal arts that was sunk into the sea. This tradition has been passed down ever since. He chuckled warmly, subtly revealing the depth of his Tao lineage, then glanced at the turtle shell on the jade shelf and smiled. As for this turtle shell, after the two immortal lords became friends, Chufu took to placing a turtle shell on the shelf. He said the other immortal lord had practiced techniques for avoiding the 3 disasters and 9 tribulations and for achieving immortality, and thus was overly cautious. The turtle shell was a gentle jab at his nature. One Jinwu, literally golden crow, is a mythological creature in ancient Chinese legends, often symbolizing the sun. According to myth, there were originally 10 golden crows residing in the Fusang tree in the Eastern Sea, each taking turns to fly across the sky and illuminate the world. However, one day all 10 rose together, scorching the earth, and the archer Hou-yi shot down 9 of them, leaving only one to represent the sun. In cultivation settings, Jinwu Wei, the golden crow leaving its position, can metaphorically suggest a cosmic disturbance or imbalance in celestial order, often used to describe powerful battles or heavenly disruptions. Chapter 934, Making Amends. Oh, a hint of embarrassment rose in Lu Jiangxian, who had been crouching by the door, as he thought. So that's why. I've wandered all over Penglai for so long without seeing a single manual or jade slip. It was all sealed away with a Dharma relic. He shook his sleeve and muttered, sticking to outdated rules. Stubborn tradition. What age are we even in? Are cultivation methods still such inconvenient things? After a moment's thought, Lu Jiangxian began to suspect that the one who fought with immortal Lord Chufu might have been an immortal lord from the Green Pine Temple. After all, this so-called heaven-hearing technique resembled divine sense in many ways, so it might indeed be linked to Green Pine Temple. A scholar's borrowing. How could that be called stealing? He mocked himself under his breath, just for amusement, then shifted his position so that the turtle shell disappeared from view. Wang Sun had already begun speaking in a soft voice again. There are records in my family showing that immortal Lord Chufu attained the Tao in ancient times and was a true immortal lord of great power. Later, the immortal lord borrowed a fruition attainment of manifest earth from among the 5 earths, first borrowing then seeking, and drew out the sixth earth, azure manifestation, from emptiness. His merit was boundless, and my family's true monarch has always offered incense to honor him. The middle-aged Taoist sighed and nodded. Our predecessor was immeasurably powerful and meritorious. We juniors are ashamed by comparison. Wang Sun merely looked up at the jade rack and muttered, Elder Dianxing, since you say that the immortal lord is immortal and can avoid all 3 disasters and 9 tribulations, perhaps he still exists in the world. This immortal realm truly is daring. Even if he has already become one with the Tao, the great void surely remembers him. His words made Dianxing even more embarrassed, and he could only sigh. Who wouldn't agree? Otherwise, how could our Penglai end up in such a state, without sun or moon? It was true that Penglai had neither sun nor moon, but Wang Sun had seen many such grotto heavens before and hadn't thought much of it at first. He nodded, and Dianxing continued. This still depends on the turtle shell the immortal lord himself placed on the main peak. No one has ever dared move it. I reckon, if someone were to take it into the manifest world, it might cause the sun and moon to shine together and give birth to the light of duality in the great void, and that might just pierce the heavens again. After their small talk ended, Wang Sun finally said, I came this time with one more matter that I hope you can assist with, Elder. He spoke softly. My father acquired a dose of 6X unified metal and promised to protect the Jiang family. 1. The Wang family has always honored its word. Our true monarch hopes the Jiang descendants can sever their worldly ties and find a safe haven, so we won't have to keep watching over them, nor fear unexpected events. But now it seems the branch of the Jiang family that led the Yu family to ruin has itself been exterminated. Just as the Jiang family once split the Yu family, so too have they been split. The other involved families have become mortals, while the loyal and family has returned to its former standing. Justice is served. Jiang Huqian may now be freed. Naturally, Wang Sun could not bow, so he simply cupped his hands in salute. I asked that the immortal realm prepare a secluded place for him to dwell in peace. Dianxing fell into thought. Meanwhile, Lu Jiangxian had already risen and was descending the stone steps. Thinking to himself, Dianxing mentioned a stone wall in the sea with immortal arts engraved on it. It's likely similar to the immortal wall in Green Pine Temple, but I don't know which of the 4 seas this is in, or if it even still exists. Once the Li family attains Purple Mansion Realm, perhaps we can go searching. Lu Jiangxian could now traverse the great void and search the seas, but the eastern sea was vast beyond compare. Moreover, Lu Jiangxian had never revealed his true form in the manifest world, so the effort would be considerable. The Li family was at a critical juncture, and he couldn't afford to look away. If Li Shiming failed his breakthrough, Lu Jiangxian would have to search on his own. He walked across the sea and returned to Taoist Master Pu Yu's temple. The young man was drawing dark gray water from a well and pouring it into a large cauldron, tapping the cauldron's side with one hand while calculating with his fingers. The jade box lay at the bottom of the cauldron, radiating silver light beneath the rippling water. Its glow echoed the prismatic hues of Penglai's secret techniques. Lu Jiangxian watched from the side, silently committing everything to memory. Profound Peak Gate. The main peak of Profound Peak Gate, Yueshi Peak, was shrouded in mist. Though not tall at first, the mountain had grown taller year by year, and now towered above the surrounding ranges like a crane among chickens. Jade and stone littered the ground in the cave dwelling at the summit. Taoist Master Changshi sat cross-legged in the central seat, holding a small piece of jade in hand, eyes shut as though in cultivation. After half an hour, the Taoist opened his eyes with a trace of helplessness. With a wave of his hand, the cave doors rumbled open, and the woman in embroidered robes who had been waiting outside stepped in and bowed respectfully. Tanyun greets ancestor. Though she had waited outside for a long time before being admitted, she still knelt respectfully. It was Taoist Master Changshi who now showed a hint of helplessness and spoke softly. Tingyun, what brings you here? Kong Tingyun replied respectfully. I received word from Bai Yuzhuang that Wang Fu possessed an ancient Purple Mansion realm spirit item, which has now fallen into the hands of the Hangzhou Dao Gate. The Li family returned empty-handed. This left me puzzled, so I came to seek your audience. Taoist Master Changshi remained silent, understanding Kong Tingyun's true intent, but he was unsure how to respond. The embroidered-robed woman gently continued. Long ago, ancestor, you placed pieces within the Li family and instructed me to become acquainted with Li Yuanjiao. Back then, I was ignorant and immature, but fortunately did not spoil the greater plan. As our ties grew deeper, I believed the two families could rely on each other. But the information we provided regarding the Radiant Skystone was flawed. Qinghong believed it to be the reward promised by our profound peak gate after Azure Ponsec's flood, yet our gate turned around and exploited it again. I felt it would be difficult to offer the Li family a proper explanation, so I came to seek your instruction. With utmost respect, she said quietly. I mean no disrespect. I only fear disrupting your grand design. Taoist Master Changshi gave a light cough and finally spoke, his voice aged and weary. I know your words have always been pleasant. There were many players involved in Wang Fu's case. No one expected Tu Longjian to act as he did, which pushed the situation this far. Seeing Kong Tingyun still kneeling with head bowed, his tone shifted slightly, and he said hoarsely, the Li family must be given an explanation. I won't sacrifice your rapport or dignity just to benefit profound Peak Gate. Kong Tingyun quickly responded in alarm. Ancestor, you speak too heavily. Taoist Master Changshi shook his head and waved a hand. That island in the lake she dwells on seems to be missing a formation? Choose a day to visit, and invite those veteran formation masters from Splitreed Island to craft one for her. Would that do? Kong Tingyun respectfully answered. Formations are far too sensitive a matter. I fear it's not the right gesture for mending relations. Taoist Master Changshi frowned and said, the Li family is indeed cautious. Just go visit them and explain the matter. I have a bright yang spell here, once acquired by our Kong family from Su State. Giving it to them would suffice for now. As for what comes next, we'll see then. The woman in embroidered robes bowed low to the floor and softly said, Tingyun obeys. Taoist Master Changshi sighed lightly and instructed, you've worked hard to gain this opportunity in the Grotto Heaven. Don't exhaust yourself any further. Wrap these matters up quickly. I'm getting old. If you enter closed-door cultivation soon, I can still watch over things for a while and offer some stability. 1. This is the Dingjiao, Jiang family of characters such as Jiang Bing, Jiang Huqian, etc. This is not the Dingjiao, Jiang family of characters such as Jiang Yin, Jiang Buqing. Chapter 935, Orchid I. Several months later, at Moongaze Lake. Formation lights shimmered across the lake aisles, reflected in the serene azure waters. Above the main continent, cultivators came and went. Streaks of light chased each other as they descended around the lake. An air of prosperity and bustle filled the scene. A cloud veiled in white spiritual gauze silently drifted in from the east. As Chun Xuanyu came to a stop above the lake, Li Qinghong stepped forward and immediately expressed her thanks. Thank you for all the trouble along the way, senior. It's nothing. Chun Xuanyu nodded, hand resting on his sword. The blue sash on his pleated robes fluttered in the wind, giving him an elegant air as he spoke lightly. I merely circled Shifeng Island a few more times. It took little effort, and it's hardly worth calling trouble. He seemed somewhat distracted, clasping his hands as he said, I still need to make a trip to the Great Western Plains, so I won't impose further. Li Qinghong studied his expression carefully and replied gently, This junior understands. If you will be staying long in the west and not in Tonghua Prefecture, I'll send Shijuan to visit you there instead. Her words responded to an earlier invitation from Chun Xuanyu, spoken with good reason. Yet Li Qinghong noticed his gaze shift slightly before he nodded and replied, Very well. He swept his blue and white patterned sleeves, performed a parting salute, and rode his cloud westward. Li Qinghong silently watched him leave, her almond eyes lowering. Throughout the journey, Li Shiming kept both hands tucked into his sleeves, seemingly feeling chilled. As he and Li Qinghong passed over Shifeng Island with Chun Xuanyu, they saw no sign of Li Shijuan, but that didn't mean they returned empty-handed. Remnants of merging fire still blazed fiercely above Shifeng Island, with gray-red clouds churning in the sky. It was clearly an ominous sign. At the time, Chun Xuanyu had glanced twice, then said to the aunt and nephew, I fear a merging fire cultivator has fallen. Upon hearing those words, Li Shiming's heart sank halfway to ice. As they traveled, he flew 50 kilometers with the wind, 3 times hesitating and looking back, finally asking, Do either of you elders feel a chill in this place? Li Qinghong remained silent the entire time, offering no reply. Li Shiming felt nothing but a bitter northern wind in the area. Li Qinghong had to call him twice before he came to his senses and followed along, floating all the way back to the island. There, Dressed in crimson-black robes, Li Qingliao stepped forward and greeted them respectfully. Greetings to both elders. Li Qinghong stepped into the hall, flipping her hand to store away her long spear. Li Shiming quietly followed and sat down to the side. Li Qingliao then recounted the matter regarding the visitors from Azure Pond sect. Li Yuanqin and the others had returned the bow and waited aboard the Dawn Cloud liner under the heavenly glow for some time, but never disembarked again. The remaining visitors, including Ning Hemian, had roamed the island for a few days before bidding farewell on their behalf. The cloud liner had then departed. Li Qinghong gave a faint sigh and said, "You handled this matter well. There was little else to be done. Returning the bow will surely spark some debate, but it has nothing to do with our family. Just observe and leave it be." "And what of Azure Pond?" Li Qingliao promptly replied. "There's unrest in both the southern and eastern seas. It seems the Lingyu family is backing the Sea family, and they're coming on strong. A few days ago, there was discussion to send Uncle Shiji to the Eastern Sea." Li Qinghong nodded. Since Li Shiji hadn't come to inquire at home, it likely meant the Li family didn't need to interfere. As for Li Qingliao, not seeing Li Shijuan return left him faintly puzzled, but noticing the poor mood of the two before him, he dared not probe and only said softly, "In recent months, a fire sparrow has been circling above the lake, appearing and disappearing, seemingly searching for something. It moves with great speed, and we haven't been able to catch it. Has it harmed anyone?" Li Qinghong asked, and seeing Li Qingliao shake his head and gesture that the matter could wait, she dismissed him. Li Shiming immediately grew restless, excused himself, and sped off toward Mount Qingdu. Li Qinghong waited in the hall for several seconds before Li Shiming rushed back, descending on radiant light and exhaling in relief. "Aunt, Shijuan's life jade is intact, only slightly dimmed." Seeing his spirits lift, Li Qinghong couldn't bear to say more and only nodded lightly, thinking to herself, if someone at the Purple Mansion realm interfered, then of course it wouldn't shatter. Against such divine powers, these simple tricks are barely worth mentioning. Li Shiming clearly understood this as well, but seeing that Li Qinghong showed no joy, he simply sat beside her. The Yongli red sparrow banner flipped back and forth in his sleeve. He took it out and began silently refining it. After 15 minutes, Li Qinghong suddenly looked up and saw a hazy red light rising into the sky. She scrutinized it for a second, then drew her spear, saying, "I fear it's a molten fire demonic creature." The aunt and nephew rode the wind beyond the formation, and sure enough, standing outside was a fire sparrow as tall as a person. Its eyes gleamed with spirit as it examined the two. Its body was wreathed in hazy flames, each feather distinct. Yet its aura was murky and its strength unreadable. Unlike ordinary sparrows, its neck was longer and more graceful, while its wings were slightly larger. Its eyes glowed gold red, and the hazy firelight it gave off made the two feel a searing pain on their faces. Unclear of its origins yet sensing no hostility, Li Qinghong cupped her hands and said, "May I ask, fellow Taoist?" Flames before the fire sparrow condensed into two ancient seal script words, "Slaughter Jun." It then spoke in human tongue, its voice high and sharp. "I come bearing the directive of Taoist Master Junjian. Please receive the decree within the formation." Taoist Master Junjian? The two were stunned for a moment. Though they didn't know what command Tu Longjian had issued, they dared not show any disrespect. Li Qinghong recognized the flame as indeed from the molten fire Dao, but they had never before received a directive from him and couldn't tell if the fire sparrow was real or fake. The grand formation on the island behind Li Qinghong was only at the Qi cultivation realm. It was meaningless as a defense against Foundation establishment realm cultivators like them. She wasn't worried about anyone intruding, and the fire sparrow seemed proper enough, so she suppressed her unease and spoke softly, "Please." "Very well." Her gesture of trust softened the fire sparrow's tone. It stopped in front of the island's main hall, flapped its wings to stop the pair from inviting it inside, and opened its beak to spit something out. Thump! Li Shiming's face flickered with the glow of molten fire, its light casting shifting shadows across his cheeks. He heard a heavy plop as something landed before him, a pitch-black jade box that rolled once, and he instantly snatched it up. His spiritual sense surged into it instantly, and he saw a thumb-sized white stone, radiating brilliant radiant light like mist and smoke. Within the whiteness ran intricate, luminous patterns. Daylight churned within the box like a swirl of bright white sunfire. Just brushing it with his spiritual sense caused his immortal foundation to tremble. Radiant Sky Stone. The thing he had dreamed of day and night was finally in his hands. Li Shiming's pupils widened, and his face lit with joy as he looked up, only to see another dark shape spew forth from the fire sparrow's beak. It landed with a thud in front of him. It was a corpse, rigid and still as it lay face down. Chapter 936. Orchid 2. The young man's gaze fell on the corpse's snow-white longsword. Li Shiming's brows twitched violently, furrowing downward while his brow rose upward. He craned his neck back, his face blank with confusion. He stood frozen, clutching the black jade box, then slowly bent down to grab the corpse's collar and turned it over, studying the face. The man's face was charred black almost to the bone, yet the remaining details of his cheeks and frame matched. In his heart, Li Shiming thought, this must be Qiyun. He picked him up and noticed 2 slashes on Li Shiyuan's neck. Clearly, he had been decapitated more than once. Squinting, he heard the fire sparrow chirping rapidly. So he killed Huiyao and Huiyao to seize the spirit item, was then spotted by Huiyao, fled heavily wounded and collapsed on a small island, was found by 2 rogue cultivators and beheaded, but he killed them right before dying. Li Shiming listened in a daze, his heart seething with hatred but with no one to direct it toward. Thoughts churned within him until he realized he hated himself most of all. He vaguely heard his aunt Li Qinghong choke out a thank you, and the fire sparrow opened its beak again, its voice resonating. The radiant sky stone is delivered. Our matters are now settled. The flames before him surged upward as the bird transformed into a streak of radiant fire and soared into the sky. Li Shiming remained numb and unaware. The corpse in his arms had only been held together by spellcraft. Now that the spell had faded, a burst of cold swept forth. The chill raced from his neck to his face, and suddenly his arms felt empty. The solid weight vanished. Clink, clatter. Red stones spilled to the ground. He reached out to grab them, but they had already tumbled down his robes and struck the floor. Looking down, he saw a full set of heart, lungs, spleen, and liver that were each crimson red, stone-like in texture, smooth and glistening, lying on the stone tiles. A scent of pine wafted through the air as heavy snow began to fall all around. The snow drifted down from the heavens, carrying waves of pine fragrance, settling softly upon his robes. Snow piled upon Li Shiming's shoulders as rustling sounds filled his ears. He thought, of course, when he was on the brink of death, he took Earthview Bloodstone to stay alive. Li Shiming stared at the bloodstone in the snow, struggling to reconcile the scattered red rocks with his dashing, elegant younger brother. Then he heard Li Qinghong's voice beside him. Minger, gather his things. She took out a jade box and carefully picked up the organs one by one, placing them inside with crisp clinking sounds. Then she scooped 2 handfuls of pine-scented snow and gently sprinkled it over them, speaking softly. I'll take care of this. Just gather the rest. Only then did Li Shiming come to his senses. He gathered the remaining items and clutched them to his chest, soaring off the island atop radiant light. Glancing back, he saw snow blanketing the entire island. A cold wind rose from the forest, circled the sky 3 times as if reluctant to part, then drifted steadily eastward. Li Shiming returned the items to his cave dwelling, then hurried back out, riding the wind to hover above the lake. He watched the snowfall until the sky began to brighten, then slowly made his way back inside. Several items sat quietly on his desk. The most striking was the glinting Han Lin, but next to it lay the now-revealed ancient Dharma artifact, the Chongming Profound Insight Screen. A pitch-black jade box rested on one side, while the Dharma robes from Crimson Reef Island were piled to the other. Li Shiming picked up the snow-white longsword and turned it over in his hands a few times before setting it aside. Then he reached for the storage pouch. Li Shiyuan's storage pouch was plain white. Li Shiming, who also knew the Li family's secret techniques, easily broke the simple restriction Li Shiyuan had left in place. His spiritual sense swept through it and found it nearly empty. There were only just a few neatly arranged spirit stones, some talismans, pills, and a handful of precious golden talismans of the shamanic Tao, with one already used. Aside from those, there was only a single, small jade box and nothing else. Is this the storage pouch of a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator? He must have planned for this all along, and been willing to trade his life for that item. That's why he left everything else behind. It felt like he'd been slapped across the face. The haze on his expression vanished, replaced by a grief so raw it surged to the surface. His eyes shut tight as his jaw clenched. It was a long while before he could collect himself. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood that never touched the ground. They turned into radiant light midair and dissipated. Li Shiming rested by the desk until the sun rose high. At last, he wiped his mouth and took out the soul jade box from the storage pouch. It was no bigger than a palm, ordinary in texture, and cold to the touch. He had thought it might be a treasure plundered from Crimson Reef Island, but upon closer inspection, he realized the jade box was of Li family make. It was a standard issue for their direct descendants, used to store Dharma artifacts. Thinking it over, Li Shiming couldn't recall anything that Li Shijuan would need to take out instead of leaving at home. He murmured, could it be that he left something inside? Li Shiming placed the box on the table, set both hands on the edges, and gave a gentle tap. The lid popped open by itself. He glanced inside, his pupils dilated suddenly, and he cried out, "You!" His hands trembling, he slowly lifted the lid entirely. Inside, resting on white silk, lay a pale blue, lapis lantern orchid. It was a sight that was all too familiar, yet no matter how many times Li Shiming imagined the possibilities, this flower should never have appeared here. This Dharma artifact was an exquisitely crafted woman's accessory. Each stamen glistened under sunlight, and every petal unfurled in graceful beauty. It was like a venomous scorpion, stinging him full force in the face. Li Shiming leaped to his feet, covering his eyes, shaking his head again and again like a drunken man as he stumbled backward 3 or 4 steps before collapsing onto the ground. Crash! The jade tables and stools clattered to the floor. The lapis orchid, like a vengeful ghost, fell from the desk and rolled a couple times before coming to a stop right before him. Basking in the warm sunlight, the orchid still held the elegant charm of youth. It lay quietly on the floor, its petals glowing with golden hues and its shadow casting a blooming silhouette. Li Shiming squinted at it as his breathing grew hoarse. Memories flooded back, those strange little moments, Shijuan's frequent downcast eyes, and a bitter voice echoed in his ears. You make your mess, and I'm the one who has to clean it up. No wonder. No wonder. You didn't let her go? Of course. A cautious man like you. How could you have let her go? Shijuan you. He slowly raised his head and let out a sound that was part wail, part sob. You killed her. Chapter 937. Shifting Political Climate. Mount Qingdu. Cold rain fell steadily. The newly budding lotuses by the lakeshore were hit by frost, drooping feebly and plunging into the water to turn muddied and gray. Li Qinghong cradled the jade box as she ascended Mount Qingdu. She noticed the stone steps had grown increasingly mossy, but a clean path remained because Li Xianxian came here every few days. After walking a dozen steps, she saw rows of green stone steels standing tall. Li Shiming was still nowhere in sight. She knew he wouldn't be able to come for a while. Only Li Xianxian was there, dressed in a gray-blue robe with his sleeves rolled up, holding a steel as he squinted and carved. When he saw Li Qinghong approaching, the old man asked, "Have the arrangements at the foot of the mountain been settled?" "Yes. Shijuan never married or had children, so there are no troublesome matters," replied Li Qinghong. Li Xianxian blew the stone dust from his hand. The woman stood beside him and softly said, "Perhaps he felt guilty and forbade himself from taking a wife." The old man turned the steel and set down the stone chisel in his hand, replying, "I'm getting on in years, so let me speak a little more. Qinghong, hear me out." He sighed and continued, "Among the 4 Shis, Shijuan was closest to me, and also the most ruthless. Killing the Meng family was something he could do. He didn't care if he bore guilt, or if he was harshly judged. He was willing to eliminate even himself for anything that hindered Shiming from attaining divine power. If he hadn't been born into our family, he surely would have become a cunning and unpredictable figure of the devil Dao." Li Xianxian propped the steel upright and said hoarsely, "Yuanping told me long ago that Shiqing and Shijuan were selfless and heartless to the point of making people uneasy. It was true after all." Li Qinghong carefully set down the jade box and spoke softly. "Uncle, I'm not as skilled in strategy as my elder brother. This matter with Wang Fu ended up being someone else's scheme." Li Xianxian waved his hand and replied in a hoarse voice, "You did your best. No need to blame yourself." Li Qinghong stood silently for a moment, then descended the stone steps. She saw several of Li Shiqing's children coming up the mountain to pay respects to their second uncle. They respectfully addressed her as my lady when they saw her. Li Qinghong hurried past them, rode a bolt of lightning across the sky, and paused on the island. Once she was inside the main hall on the island, seeing that there was still no sign of Li Shiming, she let out a deep sigh. But Li Qingliao, who had been waiting for quite some time, stepped forward and said softly, "My lady, a letter has arrived from Zhongquan Island." As he handed her the letter, he spoke concisely. "There is news about Chenghui. A few days ago, he took the pill sent from home and broke through to the 9th stage of the Qi cultivation realm. He said that he suddenly felt the urge to break through in the outer sea, where water descends and thunder rises, upon reaching the 9th stage, so he went into seclusion." Li Qinghong's brows furrowed slightly as she said, "This child made the decision on his own. The Azure Pond sect's reward hasn't even been delivered yet. We could have still exchanged for a few essence-gathering pills. Why wouldn't he say anything and just enter seclusion like that?" Li Qinghong knew that spiritual energy could surge at times, and the opportunity for breakthrough could also arise suddenly. Yet she had spent many years on the island and knew that child well. So she still thought to herself, he probably feels he hasn't contributed much to the family, while most of his siblings died in battle, so he can't bring himself to speak up. Second is Master Monk Kongheng. He's inquiring about Uncle Shijuan. Li Shijuan was Li Chengliao's second uncle, so he was dressed in mourning garb. His eyes carried sorrow as he said softly, "Several months ago, the master monk suddenly swore to renounce attainment and coughed up 3 pints of blood. After much reflection, he believed it had something to do with Shijuan, but didn't dare leave rashly. So he hurriedly finished writing this letter to inquire." Li Qinghong unfolded the letter and saw that Kongheng had written, "I once swore an oath to Shijuan. Owing him a debt I would repay even at the cost of my life. I believe such vows should not be made lightly. I fear Shijuan is in trouble. That's what caused me to cough blood. I beg your excellency to investigate with caution." Li Qinghong silently put the letter away. She hadn't involved Kongheng in the matter with Wang Fu, feeling like it was dishonorable to begin with. Even though Changsha Gate opposed their family, she didn't consider it a matter of righteousness. The Li family had never claimed to be overly virtuous. In today's world, all they could do was treat the people well and avoid blood food. As for seizing spirit items from enemies, that they could do, but Kongheng could not. He practiced the ancient Buddhist Tao, which emphasized a pure heart. Asking him to do such things, even if he agreed, could easily lead him off the right path. Kongheng had labored tirelessly, repaying the favor of achieving a breakthrough into Master Monk. He had served the family diligently for decades, and naturally Li Qinghong did not want him caught up in such matters. She held the letter, uncertain how to respond, for a while before putting it away quietly with her lips tightly pressed. Then she saw Li Qinghuai rushing over on the wind. Li Qinghuai had now reached the 7th stage of the Qi cultivation realm. By rights, he could attempt to break through to the foundation establishment realm with some pills, but he didn't feel confident and kept delaying. After all, he was still far from 60 and planned to wait for the right pills. He said quietly, "My lady, a cultivator has come to the island. He's from the Northern Sea, practices thunder arts, wears a long sword at the waist, and is dressed in silver feather thunder robes. His aura is quite fearsome. He calls himself Shi Zikong of the Northern Sea." Eastern Sea. Split-Reed Island lay north of the Crimson Reef Island Sea region. Vast and expansive, its fire vein was especially vigorous. The Azure Pond sect's immortal peak stood at the island's center and had once been guarded by Ningguan. Thus, it was filled with pine and bamboo, and the forest breezes were tranquil and serene. Sitongi, clad in a red feathered robe that shimmered with iridescent light, flew through the sky like a flaming phoenix and gently landed atop the peak. After a brief moment, a burst of rainbow light shot out from the summit and landed before him, transforming into a dignified man. The man had a youthful appearance, and his face was like sculpted jade. His features were gentle yet grand, not overly soft. His eyes, however, brimmed with authority. He cast out 2 sleeves of heavenly glow with a flick and came to a steady halt. "Greetings, Peak Master." Sitongi noticed how the rainbow mist came and went without a trace. He was inwardly startled, thinking, Li Shiji's cultivation has advanced again. Even my perception techniques can't see through that escape light. The rainbow mist lies between water, fire, and yang, and with the fruition attainment of Luoxia manifesting in this era, he's truly formidable now. Li Shiji nodded gently. Now that he was overseeing the Eastern Sea and had grown stronger, his age and stature lent him natural authority. All the cups and bowls on the table floated up with a light lift of his hand, and the tea in the jade pot began to boil on its own. This technique used no visible mana, only a strand of rainbow light, displaying his masterful control of spell arts. Tongyi's guess was correct. Li Shiji's strength had once again increased. On one hand, he'd received rewards and taken treasured panaceas and pills, further perfecting his cultivation. On the other, it was due to his talisman Qi, Rainbow-Pierced Skyway. This talisman Qi had shown its might several times in pursuit and evasion as it dissolved others' mana. More importantly, it could be continuously nurtured to preserve one's life and enhance their spell arts. In his early years, Li Shiji had focused on studying spells and hadn't explored it deeply. But now, with his cultivation at its peak and the nurturing of his immortal foundation, its effects became more pronounced. Chapter 938, Shifting Political Climate, 2. Each time he nourished his immortal foundation with Talisman Qi, the power of his spells would increase. Whether it was his escape spell, footwork technique, perception technique, or spell arts, they all advanced together. He was far more effective than other cultivators, who painstakingly honed each skill individually or took targeted spirit herbs. His already strong escape spell and footwork techniques became more refined, while even his weaker offensive and defensive arts were now becoming presentable. Moreover, this talisman is said to be the icing on the cake. The more balanced and complete one's aura, the higher their position and the firmer their command, the more powerful the Talisman Qi becomes. At first, he thought the Talisman Qi's boost was minimal. He thought that there would only be small progress after much nurturing. But now that he was overseeing the Eastern Sea, the golden light of the Talisman Qi in his body had grown dozens of times brighter. Gradually, he grasped its wonders, and his strength rose steadily. Tongyi, seated beside him, became even more respectful and said softly, "This time I came to see you, Peak Master, regarding sect matters." "Go on." Li Shiji gave a slight nod. Though he was newly promoted to a high position, his conduct and demeanor were unlike someone who had been cloistered within the sect for years. Tongyi, familiar with him, spoke frankly. 3 days ago, Taoist Master Buzi appeared in the Eastern Sea and fought with the Taoist Master of Crimson Reef Island. Rumor has it that even the reclusive, that is, Taoist Master Tanyun revealed himself. We can now confirm, the great demonic beast has indeed broken through. Crimson Reef Island now has at least 2 Taoist masters. Though he spoke in the name of the Azure Pond sect, the worry in his eyes was clearly directed toward Qi Buzi, as he said softly. According to many, for Taoist Master Buzi to cause even Taoist Master Tianwan to suffer losses, it would mean that he must have reached the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. After saying this, he silently observed Li Shiji. The man did pause for a moment, then relaxed his brows and sighed. He truly lives up to being the Qi family's prized prodigy of the past, to have such cultivation speed. "Yes," Tongyi replied softly and lowered his head. Li Shiji asked in concern, "Has the elder given any instructions, or is there a plan?" Tongyi hesitated. "Our Taoist master has not appeared in a long time, and the family elder has been quite tolerant of the Qi family. Some have grown increasingly emboldened." When they heard of Taoist Master Buzi's appearance, the main hall atop Azure Pond Peak was filled with cheers. Li Shiji smiled and said, "Celebrating who?" "Of course, celebrating the sect master." Tongyi gave a knowing nod and answered. Elder Ninghujing was also overjoyed. As for Taoist Fubo, there's been no news. The current sect master Qi Huiyao was from the Qi family's proper first lineage main branch. Leaving aside the secluded Qiyun, Qi Buzi's emergence now added immense authority to his standing. Meanwhile, Ninghujing was overjoyed beyond measure. Qi Fubo had better start worrying, thought Li Shiji. Li Shiji poured himself some tea and asked, "How does the elder intend to respond?" Tongyi replied softly. The family elder released Heyun and brushed aside the matter of Ninghuda. He turned away all the complaining disciples and no longer received any visitors. Heyun and Ninghuda were under Ninghujing. Though both were capable, they lacked moral integrity. One diluted quality while managing Shiechi Peak, and the other embezzled from the immortal tribute office. How could they outmaneuver Qiyun? So, one had been imprisoned and the other interrogated. The offensive had originally been aimed at Ninghujing's Yuanxing Peak, implying he was unfit for his post. Now, all their efforts had gone to waste, and Qiyun had shut himself away in silence. With the Qi family backed by a Purple Mansion realm cultivator, it seemed they had stabilized the situation. Li Shiji, however, was not surprised and nodded. The elder has played a fine move, but the act must be carried through completely. Next, we must give up either the Eastern Sea or Southern Sea. Yes. Sitomi nodded but still looked concerned as he answered. But the elder still worries about Taoist Master Buzi. There's widespread panic within the sect. Most of them remain neutral, and even many Taoists close to our family have defected to the main peak. No matter, Li Shiji said softly. This will only make Ning Hujing more confident. With a Taoist master above him, he wouldn't dare move against the elder no matter how emboldened he feels. But he's headstrong and stubborn. He won't be able to tolerate Chi Fubo and others still holding most of the power. Chi Fubo has likely abandoned his scheming and will back off. But the Chi family behind him are no better than Ning Hujing. They won't easily give up what's already in their grasp. No matter what, there's still Chi blood, and if pushed, they'll bare their fangs all the same. Sitongi gave a slight nod and said, the elder thinks the same. He's already planted agents within. I'm afraid you may need to endure some grievances later, Taoist. Li Shiji understood all too well that the Lingyu family of the Southern Sea had deep roots. No matter how stubborn Ning Hujing was, he wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke the Lingyu family. Most likely, the burden would fall on him instead. He smiled and nodded. After a few more polite exchanges, Sitongi rode the wind and departed. Li Shiji sat quietly on the peak for a while, his expression gradually calming. As his mana circulated, he flew down the mountain with the help of the Grand Formation, landing beside the guards and saying, let her come up. A few moments later, a graceful and airy woman arrived, her face bearing a hint of amusement. She wore a pale jade Taoist robe and was striking in appearance. She was none other than Lingyu Lanying of the Lingyu family. She took her seat again and said softly, you arrived just in time. Lord C certainly holds you in high regard, Shiji. Li Shiji, stationed in the Eastern Sea, had actually known about Chi Buzi's matter even before the rest of the sect, let alone Lingyu Lanying sitting before him. She let out a soft laugh and said, so Taoist Master Yuan Xiu truly won't show himself. Taoist Master Yuan Xiu had yet to make an appearance. The two had previously suspected he might have been injured in a grotto heaven. But seeing how composed and decisive Si Yuanli was at the moment, it was clear Yuan Xiu was simply refusing to show himself. Taoist Master Buzi is truly still alive. It seems he has no lingering attachment to the Azure Pond sect, said Li Shiji. Lingyu Lanying nodded, and both of them understood the matter clearly in their hearts. Though Yuan Xiu was confident Chi Buzi wouldn't meddle in the Azure Pond sect's affairs, he still couldn't predict the old man's true thoughts. So he secluded himself and feigned death, leaving all matters to Si Yuanli. If Buzi did return or had a change of heart, the old master only had to step in and say it was all done without his knowledge, and everything would blow over. As long as Yuan Xiu didn't personally act to replace the sect master, it would never escalate to the point of disgracing both Purple Mansion realm cultivators. Si Yuanli was a direct descendant of a Purple Mansion realm cultivator. Even if something went wrong, Yuan Xiu could protect him. But as for the rest of them, we are mere political tools. If things really take a turn, we'll be sacrificed to pacify the Elder's fury and preserve the Purple Mansion realm cultivator's face. Lingyu Lanying didn't say it aloud, but she was clearly calculating. She merely said softly, now that Buzi has acted in the Eastern Sea, on the surface it seems like he's offering the Qi family a remedy. But looking from another angle, doesn't it also prove he's been wandering the Eastern Sea all along, without the slightest interest in what happened to the Azure Pond sect? Li Shiji nodded and replied gently, Purple Mansion realm cultivators never act without calculation. All we need to do is observe the power struggle within the sect. Lingyu Lanying chuckled and shook her head in reply. Do we even need to think about it? Qiyun can see clearly that Ning Hujing is domineering by nature. He's suited for enforcing law, but if he is made sect leader, he'll drive out everyone who doesn't align with him. How could he possibly outmaneuver Chifubo? She swallowed the name Li Yuanqin without letting it pass her lips. But then she noticed the young man in front of her sip his tea and speak softly. Let's offer help at the right time. After all, easing the sect master's burden is our duty. Chapter 939. Owing nothing, I. Li Qinghong waited in the hall for a while before Li Qinghuai arrived with the youth. The young man wore a silver feather thunder robe whose collar was embroidered with purple patterns. A sword hung at his waist, and his eyes shone with piercing light. He spotted Li Qinghong the moment he entered and clasped his hands in a formal salute. His voice was clear and his speech was crisp and decisive as he said aloud. Shi Zikong, a thunder cultivator from the northern sea, greets you, fellow Taoist. Li Qinghong nodded slightly and replied softly, I am Li Qinghong. Well met, fellow Taoist. I have long heard of your great name. Shi Zikong had his black hair tied back, with a faint purple mark on his fair forehead. He appeared youthful and gave off a bright aura. His age was unclear, but his gaze was pure as he spoke gently. I reside in the northern sea and have heard of the Jiayue conflict. As I journeyed south, I wished to first pay a visit to your esteemed family. Li Qinghong didn't know his background, but the youth was courteous, and as a thunder cultivator, he naturally didn't give off any ill feelings. She nodded and said, Our household has encountered some upheaval. I apologize if the reception is lacking. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shi Zikong considered his words before speaking in a steady voice. My family has long resided in the northern sea and have been cultivating the profound thunder Tao for over 800 years. We have some foundation, but lack in celestial thunder arts. One of my purposes for this visit is to exchange for such arts with your esteemed family. He had chosen a mild topic to open the discussion. Li Qinghong took a small sip of tea, feeling her thoughts settle. The Li family had 2 celestial thunder arts, both derived from the profound thunder pool. One was the 3rd-grade purple thunder secret origin technique. The other was an ancient method, the cloud thunder inquiry technique. Both started from 3rd grade, neither reaching 5th grade. Li Qinghong had also cultivated them. There's nothing that can't be offered in exchange, thought Li Qinghong. Simply put, the purple thunder secret origin technique wasn't considered powerful by the current standards of the Li family. While it was strong for a 3rd-grade technique, it shortened one's lifespan and cut off descendants. What truly held value were the 3 profound thunders, the purple talisman origin light secret technique. Moreover, could someone travel thousands of kilometers just for one technique? My arts stem from the Tao of thunder steering and cloud dwelling, so it's not hard to guess. He's probably here for the grotto heaven and is merely sounding things out. Li Qinghong had always felt a faint gloom surrounding the thundercloud grotto heaven, so she nodded courteously and replied, Very well. Our family is also facing hard times, and your family's thunder arts belong to the righteous Tao. As long as we agree on the price, there's no issue in proceeding. Shi Zikong smiled faintly and said softly, I'd like to take a look at the opening scroll first. Li Qinghong summoned someone to bring out the jade slip. The Li family had long prepared recorded excerpts for the younger generation to choose from, so there was no need to transcribe anything anew. Shi Zikong waited a while, and when a crisp chime echoed at the front of the hall, radiant light shimmered as a young cultivator stepped inside. The cultivator wore a white Taoist robe with a gray-golden inner layer. His features were upright and handsome. His eyes were slightly open, and celestial light flowed gently around him. He raised his brow and gave Li Qinghong a formal bow. Someone behind him brought in the jade slip. Li Shiming of the Moongaze Li family. Shi Zikong noticed his slightly hoarse voice, but his tone was calm, so he paid it no mind. He turned over the jade slip in his hand and read it. Surprise flickered across his brows as he said, Profound Thunderpool? Is this your technique, fellow Taoist? Li Qinghong's immortal foundation wasn't a secret, so she simply acknowledged it. Shi Zikong hesitated and said, To be honest, I've also heard of this immortal foundation. It belongs to the Tao of thunder steering and cloud dwelling. He raised his brows and looked at Li Qinghong, speaking gently. This method is a substitute for Celestial Thunder's winter thunderclap, but it's called Profound Thunderpool. It seeks to reconcile with profound heaven, which was typical of the thunder steering and cloud dwelling Tao. Li Qinghong listened attentively and replied thoughtfully, Your esteemed family has a long heritage. Do you know why this Tao developed in such a way? Shi Zikong's tone carried a hint of bitterness as he replied, It's not exactly a secret. Everyone from south to north knows the world has 5 virtues, and that there are profound, celestial, and origin thunders. Yet for generations, we thunder cultivators have never understood why there are 5 for water and fire, but only 3 for thunder? Even if that's the way of heaven and earth, profound and celestial governs thunder, and origin thunder is also called prime magnetism. Logically, there should be a 4th thunder governing magnetism to complement the dualities of nature. Seeing Li Qinghong nod thoughtfully, Shi Zikong continued with a sigh. So many predecessors have tried to prove it, suspecting that a Tao fruit was lost at the beginning of creation. The profound thunderpool is one such attempt. I see. Li Qinghong gradually understood, so it's no coincidence that the two profound thunder items, Duruo and the sixfold profound thunder punishment tokens, suit me so well. My immortal foundation itself is the result of many rounds of refinement. She went over it once more in her head, then asked, if this Tao truly exists, then there must be corresponding spirit items and demonic creatures birthed with the same immortal foundation. How could they not appear? Shi Zikong was momentarily speechless. Clearly, he did not have a solid grasp of such secrets and could only say, I've only heard some rumors. In ancient times, immortal lords were everywhere. Those with supreme cultivation could transcend fruition attainment, borrowing from and hiding things within heaven and earth, thereby altering the world. Maybe one thunder was hidden away by an immortal lord long ago. His tone was hesitant, clearly uncertain of the truth. Li Qinghong nodded, and Shi Zikong added, my family has an abundance of thunder-related items. If you have any needs, Qinghong, I can try requesting something from home. Li Qinghong paused. At the moment, she couldn't think of any spirit items her family lacked, so she said, it's better to exchange technique for technique. Your family has a deep foundation. Do you have any bright Yangdao techniques? Shi Zikong was slightly surprised. After a moment of thought, he replied, my family doesn't have one, but we are under the Northern Seas Beihuan sect. I can request a foundation establishment realm technique from the upper sect. If I send a formal letter, there should be options to choose from. Oh, Li Shiming, who had been listening silently at the side, finally nodded. Li Qinghong's eyes lit up as she thought to herself, so technique control in the Northern Sea is this relaxed? They can even request techniques from the Immortal Sect and resell them. She had also heard of the Beihuan sect's reputation and said gently, very well. In that case, since our family has some additional items, I hope we can exchange for a few more volumes. Well, Shi Zikong hesitated and said softly, these things aren't really presentable. The techniques won't be top tier either. Please don't expect too much, Qinghong. When he saw that Li Qinghong and her nephew seemed confused, he shook his head awkwardly. It was clearly a private matter, so Li Qinghong refrained from pressing further. Shi Zikong then smiled and said, then let's consider that matter settled. There's one more thing. I'd like to ask if I may take a look at the Dharma artifact in your possession. Shi Zikong seemed aware that his request was excessive, and a deep look of apology showed on his face. Li Qinghong, however, didn't seem angry. She immediately understood what he meant and asked, the sixfold profound thunder punishment tokens? Exactly, Shi Zikong quickly said. That item holds great importance to my family. When it was first recovered from the ruins of Thundercloud Temple beneath the sea, one of my ancestors dueled the Azure Pond sect's Master Buzi. Both were in Foundation Establishment realm then. He lost by a narrow margin and still regrets it to this day. I hope you might allow me to examine it briefly. Chapter 940. Owing nothing, too. Li Qinghong couldn't quite gauge his true intent. Her priority was to obtain that cultivation technique first. All else could wait. So she replied softly, you're a newcomer here, and I must admit I still feel some caution. Let's postpone this for now. Once our families have exchanged techniques and understand each other better, we can revisit the matter. Shi Zikong could only sigh softly and nod in agreement. After a few more casual remarks, he prepared to take his leave. Li Qinghong nodded at Li Shiming, signaling him to leave first. Only then did Shi Zikong rise and casually say, it's a bit of a coincidence. I, too, cultivate the Tao of thunder steering and cloud dwelling. My immortal foundation is called Heaven's Crying Spur. This trip, I'm heading south to Lake Xian, then turning east toward the Eastern Sea. Li Qinghong sighed inwardly and asked, what business takes you there? Shi Zikong shook his head with a smile and said, you and I both cultivate with borrowed Tao lineages. Surely, you've had your own doubts, so why ask me? The dragon can devour thunder, and such a prolonged falling water rising storm must mean unfinished business. My sect informed me long ago, so I traveled south voluntarily to spare the dragon monarch the trouble of dragging me down and harming my kin. Li Qinghong escorted him out all the way to the island's edge. She saw thunder bloom beneath Shi Zikong's feet as he turned and said softly, it's not all bad. There's no need for them to kill us all. There may be benefits to come. When the time comes, I'll seek you out, Qinghong. If we go together, at least we'll have each other's company. Li Qinghong fell silent for a moment, watching him depart. Then she rode thunder back to the peak, where she happened to run into Li Shiming. He said softly, Aunt, he seems to have an ulterior motive. Li Qinghong had sensed the same. This man had shown no real urgency for the technique, and his request about the artifact seemed more like a pretext. It was perhaps just a way to build rapport. The information he later revealed likely mattered far more. As for his final remarks before leaving, those were probably the real reason he had come. Li Qinghong understood this well and didn't explain further. She only replied softly, "Don't worry. Are you doing better? You need not worry, Aunt." Li Shiming's tone was gentle. He had shaved the beard he used to keep, and his body brimmed with radiant light. Li Qinghong had rarely heard such a tone from him, so she was slightly surprised. The young man cupped his hands and said softly, "Aunt, I'm going into seclusion for cultivation." Li Qinghong responded with a quiet and watched him ascend toward Mount Wu, where the spiritual energy was most abundant along the shoreline. The hall fell silent. The woman sat alone for a moment, then rose and returned to her dwelling. On Pengjia Island, morning light leaped over the distant mountains, spilling golden rays across the lake. Pengjia Island was relatively flat, with connected isles, drifting white mist, and rows of pavilions and towers laid out in graceful order. It radiated the atmosphere of an immortal domain. The grand hall at the island's peak gleamed in the morning light. Li Qinghua walked up the stairs one by one and entered. The carved flying beasts at the eaves had faintly red eyes and 4 bared teeth. It was a sign of vigorous fire veins. He calculated with his fingers and thought, "Summer is near. Today is an auspicious day. The celestial world generation is to receive teachings and breath arts, a well-chosen date." With both Li Shiming and Li Qinghong in seclusion, time flowed like water. This was the Li family's first formal instruction ceremony since unifying Moongaze Lake. Li Qinghua, master of Qingdu Peak, one of the 2 peaks among the 16 prefectures, had arrived early, as expected. Inside the main hall, someone had already arrived and stood with hands clasped behind his back, studying a map intently. He wore a deep red robe with golden embroidery and had discarded the heavy overrobe for summer. He looked clean-cut and decisive. The design had been settled by the 2 brothers. Li Qinghua naturally recognized this as the garb of the family head. Dark red with gold, it symbolized the family's axis. His own robe was outer blue with inner white, the mark of Qingdu's chief, representing the family's formal leadership. The Li family governed 16 prefectures, 2 peaks, and 1 mountain. All peak chiefs of the 16 prefectures wore red robes. The 2 peaks had distinct colors where Qingdu, which represented the clan chief, was outer blue and inner white. Jade Court, which represented the enforcers, was pale with gray. It was visually clear at a glance. As for the great mountain of Milan, it was too vast to be entrusted lightly. It remained vacant to this day, and the designated purple robes had yet to be used. Li Qinghua ascended several steps and saluted Li Qingliao, speaking softly, "Family head, the celestial world generation and the younger members of the prominent families from the 16 prefectures have all arrived outside the hall." Most of the Li family's celestial world generation had now stepped onto the Tao of cultivation. The eldest, Li Zhoufeng of the first lineage, was 26 and had reached the 6th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Li Qingliao had met most of them and said plainly, "Let them enter." Most of the radiant lure generation had attained cultivation, but many had died in battle in the north, leaving few heirs. As a result, the celestial world generation was not only small in number, but there were even fewer among them with the innate ability to qualify for the main hall. When Li Qingliao looked over them, he saw fewer than 10. In all great families, it's common to see sparse descendants and mutual adoption. It's true, once one attains cultivation, having children becomes harder, especially after Qi cultivation realm or foundation establishment realm. It wasn't entirely a bad thing. Li Qingliao had long observed that ties across 3 to 5 generations within the family often grew distant. But with adoptions, relations that had drifted apart were drawn close once more. The 4 branches had become notably more united. He pondered quietly, some great families endure for centuries. Adoption must be a crucial strategy for them. He put his thoughts away as those below bowed. The one in the lead looked no older than 16 and was also at the 6th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Li Qinghua nodded slightly, a smile forming on his face. This youth was the only descendant of the seasonal branch, his eldest son, Li Zholuo. Li Zholuo had gray eyes and long brows, with the poise of a young man. Dressed in black pleated robes, he spoke with confidence. Though Li Qinghua himself was plain in looks, his wife, Madame Ding, was beautiful, and their son had inherited the best of both parents, appearing elegant and refined. Li Qinghuai had never been fond of long seclusions, so Li Zholuo had grown up to be well-mannered and courteous by his side. Watching from the side, his father felt a warm satisfaction. If father saw him, he'd surely be pleased, thought Li Qinghuai. Last time his father, Li Shiji, returned home, he hadn't said a word to him. Li Qinghuai had long since grown used to it. Now in his 30s, he no longer minded and often forgot about him. Yet thinking of him now, he felt a faint daze. Father. By his count, he had only seen his father a handful of times since childhood. The man rode mists and rainbows and was a prominent figure in the sect. But when Li Qinghuai thought of his father, it was mostly confusion. I owe him nothing, and he owes me nothing. That's all there is to it. Standing atop the steps, gazing down at those in the grand hall, Li Qinghuai knew exactly where everything he had come from, and he also knew he hadn't lost much. He never harbored resentment, but on rare occasions like this, when they came to mind, he quietly thought, I often forget them. They probably don't often remember me either, and that's just how it is. Chapter 941. Huiyao paying respect, I. As Li Qinghuai let his mind wander, Li Zholuo stepped forward, cupped his fist in salute, and began introducing the siblings. The eldest among them, Li Zhoufang and Li Zhouyang of the first lineage, were timid and hesitant to speak, so the fourth young master took it upon himself to speak on their behalf. Next was Li Zhouken of the second lineage. The current generation of the second lineage lacked innate ability. Though born of the first lineage, he had been adopted into the second, and was in fact the blood brother of Li Zhoufang and the others. He bowed respectfully when he was called upon. The remaining children were all quite young, barely out of infancy, so it was hard to judge anything. After greeting each in turn, Li Qingliao turned to inspect the outstanding disciples of the 16 prefectures. There were more than 30 in total. Naturally, the standards for selection were a notch below those for his own kin. As he surveyed them, none seemed foolish, but most were lacking in cultivation. 7 from the Yin family, 2 from the Chun family, 3 from Western Pool, 10 from the prominent families, and 10 from the commoner clans. Li Qingliao had a clear sense of things. The prominent families of Lijing, such as Chun, Tian, Dou, and Su, were facing circumstances not unlike those of the Li family's main lineage. All suffered from dwindling legitimate descendants, so their numbers were understandably low. In contrast, the newly risen surnames and humble households from the western and eastern banks of the prefectural mountains were rapidly amassing strength and securing their footing. Li Qingliao studied this night after night, sitting atop the island with his red brush in hand. There were few who could claim deeper insight than him. The era of intermarriage among the Chun, Dou, Tian, and Su families of Lijing is coming to an end. Government appointments flow like water in the 16 prefectures. The mortal and immortal realms grow ever more distant. There are prominent families with names, but no land. Their rise and fall is a matter of a single generation, thought Li Qingliao. He nodded as the youth below reported the customs of Wutu Prefecture, smiling in response, though his thoughts were elsewhere. The current peace and stability across the 16 prefectures was not truly his achievement. He knew full well he had simply inherited a stable, finely tuned Li family ripe for manipulation. The system of rotating appointments and prefectural authority, the Jade Court, the Qingdu enforcers, these had all been carefully devised by Li Yuanping and Li Shijuan. Even when the Li family had only held a sliver of the eastern shore, they already had a vision in place. Over time, Li Shiqing and Li Shijuan had systematically eliminated the local powers in the newly claimed territories, and now that framework spanned the entire expanse of the lake's 16 prefectures. However, he still remembered the sacrifices made by the 4 surnames alongside the Li family in the north. The current decline of the prominent families was not unrelated to the deaths of their political leaders. In the past, rewards like spirit items and dharma artifacts had been part of the bond, but affection and familiarity mattered just as much. Thus, Li Qingliao gave special attention to the descendants of the 4 surnames, distributed spirit items to the outstanding youths of the 16 prefectures, and allocated cave dwellings on the island for them to settle and cultivate. The cultivators then took their leave. By the time he had completed all the arrangements, more than half an hour had passed. When he turned to check on his own family's children, he found them all still standing silently to the side. They had been waiting all this time without a word. Li Qingliao set down his brush and smiled. Zholuo, bring your brothers up here. Li Zholuo responded respectfully. As he and the others approached the front of the hall, they noticed a sudden warmth in Li Chunliao's expression. He quickly rose to his feet, vacating the seat of honor, and greeted solemnly. "Greetings, my lady." Li Zholuo turned to look and saw a woman already standing in the hall. She wore a long feathered robe and silver boots. Her black hair was coiled up and pinned back with a white flower. She held a silver-white spear as she stood quietly. A violet haze shimmered in her almond-shaped eyes. Though lightning did not manifest over her body, just her presence alone made Li Zholuo afraid to look directly at her. He of course knew exactly who she was. Ancestor Qinghong. Li Qinghong gave him a slight nod and asked, "How long has it been?" "My lady, it's been 1 year and 6 months." Li Chunliao responded on his behalf. Li Qinghong hadn't spent all her time in seclusion over the past year or so. She often went out to the sea to collect lightning. Now, her control over the 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens had grown increasingly refined. She could store lightning within them at will, and even enhance their power. The white flower hairpin she wore was also found in the Eastern Sea. Though it was only of Qi cultivation realm, it was a rare celestial thunder dharma artifact capable of storing a small amount of lightning. It was better than nothing. "The appointed time with Shi Zikong is drawing near. I came back to take a look," said Li Qinghong. Since she was standing, no one dared to sit. They followed Li Qinghong down the steps of the hall. She glanced at the scenery across the island and quietly praised Li Chunliao. Li Chunliao respectfully said, "Senior Kong Tanyun from Profound Peak Gate paid a visit a year ago. Upon hearing that you were in seclusion, she did not disturb you but left a message with me. She hopes you would write to her upon emerging, so that she may come to visit." "I'll go to Profound Peak and see her instead," Li Qinghong responded softly, without any noticeable change in expression. Li Chunliao had managed household affairs well. At the very least, the island already bore the marks of an immortal family. As she took in the scenery, evening descended, and sure enough, silver-white lightning bolts began to strike the island. Shi Zikong held a jade slip in his hand, his silver robe gleaming. He cupped his fists and greeted her with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Qinghong, long time no see." Li Qinghong nodded gently and exchanged a few polite words with him. Shi Zikong didn't waste time and handed over the cultivation technique in his hand, speaking aloud. "Have a look, fellow Taoist. This is the bright and clear heart." Li Qinghong swept her spiritual sense through it. As Shi Zikong had claimed, the technique wasn't particularly valuable. It was merely a second-grade technique called the Clarity of Sight and Heart technique. She only inspected it briefly before raising her head with a look of doubt. Shi Zikong, of course, understood the value was insufficient and immediately said, "I know this isn't quite enough, but I have something else to make up the difference. Perhaps it will balance the value." He pulled out a jade box from within his sleeve and said softly, "This is an escape spell of Bright Yang Dao, a third-grade technique called Flowing Sun Refraction. Together with the previous one, the value should match that of the Dao of Thunder Steering and Cloud Dwelling." Li Qinghong hesitated slightly. Escape spells were rare in Jiangnan. As for the Dao of Thunder Steering and Cloud Dwelling, she didn't fully understand its value. From the Li family's perspective, the Purple Thunder Secret Origin technique was just an ordinary third-grade technique. It was certainly not worth a third-grade escape spell. If she were to think maliciously, he might be trying to obtain the technique to counter her. But Li Qinghong had long switched to cultivating the Cloud Thunder Inquiry technique. While her immortal foundation remained the same, many of her internal pathways were now entirely different. After much thought, she decided caution was still best and spoke gently. "The Purple Thunder Secret Origin technique is, after all, my own method and contains many secrets. If you're willing, let's exchange the jade slips first. After we return from the Eastern Sea, we can trade the unlocking incantations." She looked carefully at the young man's expression and saw clarity in his eyes. He answered without hesitation, "Deal." He readily agreed, showing the decisiveness typical of thunder cultivators from the Northern Sea. After a few more words, he took his leave without a hint of reluctance, riding the wind as he departed. Li Qinghong watched him go and said softly, "While we're away, be extra cautious in your actions." Li Chunliao bowed his head in acknowledgement, while Li Qinghong thought to herself, Ming Wang should be nearing a breakthrough. I'll make a trip to Profound Peak Gate and then swing by the Eastern Sea. I'll borrow some spirit gauze from Hengzhu Dao Gate and bring him back first. No matter how much trouble it caused, Li Qinghong didn't mind. If possible, she was even considering asking Kong Tingyun to come along, just in case something went wrong along the way. Chapter 942, Huiyao paying respect, too. Zhongquan Island. In the eastern sea, where waters fall and thunder rises, the skies were perpetually overcast. Rarely did the thunderclouds part, but today radiant light poured down, gleaming brightly across the towers and halls of the island. Whenever a heavenly breach occurred in the northern sea, the waters of the eastern sea would fall, expanding Zhongquan Island by 50 kilometers. Its territory would suddenly grow, revealing numerous spirit ores. The island's income would improve dramatically and show signs of burgeoning wealth. However, on a barren mountain within the island stood a small courtyard, with no guards or servants. There was only a lone monk washing clothes in the courtyard. Halfway through, he looked up at the sky and muttered, 2 years, how quickly it passed. Qiyun looked a little pale. He finished washing his robe, wrung out the water, gave it a good shake, and hung it to dry on the line. Outside the courtyard, seabirds chirped noisily, waiting for him to light a fire and cook. But after changing into clean clothes, his senses stirred. He rose into the air and rode the wind straight into the clouds. Sure enough, the waters were roaring thunderously outside the protective formation. The jade-red sea surged with deep rumblings. Whoa! A faint conch horn echoed from afar, growing nearer. Fish and shrimp leaped across the sea under the brightening sky. Bluish-green backs breached the surface, and countless enormous beasts seemed to be stirring beneath the waves. The sea looked as if it were boiling. One by one, demonic creatures rose from the depths and halted midair. Some held sabers, and the others held spears or halberds. The armored and robed creatures were lined up in symmetrical formations on either side of a path, glaring with bulging fish eyes. Qiyun began softly reciting scripture as he calmly watched the sea. The ocean gradually parted, and a massive blue-scaled beast with a horse's face and an oxen's body rose from the depths. Boom! Water crashed down on either side like a waterfall as the beast stopped near the shore. Its body was as large as a small mountain, and its eyes were the size of huts. It stared silently at Qiyun with dark blue-black pupils. The monk was no larger than a single scale. Most of the island was cast into shadow by the sea beast's form. The monk Qiyun fidgeted nervously with his prayer beads, raising his bronze monk staff, which clinked softly in his grip. Fellow Taoist. A dense swarm of shrimp and crabs prostrated themselves at the feet of the beast. Several water snakes stood upright like men, sounding conch shells with eerie rhythms. The cultivators on the shore were enveloped in the beast's shadow, struck speechless by awe and dread. Ding-dang. At last, Qiyun lifted his brows and noticed bronze chains trailing from the beast's body deep into the sea. A green-scaled fish leapt up from below. The green fish rode the waves forward. It had a pair of scaled wings beneath its ribs and bulging eyes. When it reached the shore, it transformed into human form. It was dressed in a black-green robe, laughing heartily as it spoke. Master Monk Qiyun. It's been a long time. Qiyun's calm expression finally cracked. He clutched his monk's staff tightly, then exhaled deeply and shook his head as he replied, "You, fellow Taoist Huiyao. Why all this pomp and spectacle?" Huiyao chuckled sheepishly and said in a low voice, "Please don't take offense, Master Monk. I was ordered to patrol the sea, so the grand display was somewhat unavoidable. I ask your pardon." Qiyun frowned slightly and asked, "May I ask what orders you are carrying out?" The green-scaled fish, now in robes and appearing rather dignified, waved his hand with a grin and said, "To offer congratulations." Qiyun paused, lifted his head in thought, and saw the sky above clearing of clouds and fog. A great wind surged, heat rippled through the air, and heavenly light blazed with intensity. "The air has broken through," thought Qiyun. Huiyao's fish-like face glistened with mucus as he laughed heartily and said, "This humble sea general offers congratulations to your esteemed family on behalf of the Dragon's Son." Qiyun finally let out a breath of relief and nodded. Only a monk like him, with a calm temper, could settle the matter with a few chants. Had it been another Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, being startled like this would surely have earned Huiyao a few angry rebukes. When Junin Serpent Dragon Palace had changed hands, Huiyao had gathered his own cultivators to help slay a demonic creature. Word had it that he had since fared well under the new lord. Qiyun assumed that thanks to that assistance, Huiyao had risen in rank, and now his presence at sea carried considerable weight. The two waited for 15 minutes. The plants on the ground began to wither slightly, and clouds of yellow mist swirled into the sky, each as large as a cartwheel. Kongheng narrowed his eyes and saw silhouettes moving in the clouds, with the faint cries of warhorses echoing within. Huiyao stared fixedly at the sky. After a few more moments, the celestial phenomena vanished completely, and only then did he descend before the hall. The monk stepped forward. Bright light burst from the windows and doors of the hall like a blade of white, illuminating both man and demon's faces in dazzling radiance. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Heavenly light flooded the hall, surging toward the upper seat. Huiyao followed closely and looked up. A deep golden halberd was planted upside down in the center of the hall. Its shaft curved like a crescent moon, with a bright white arc etched at its center. A brilliant light flowed like water from it. The demonic creature stared blankly as the scent of flowers brushed his nose. His gaze moved past the halberd and finally landed on a young man seated at the head of the hall. The youth wore golden white soft armor adorned with black, profound patterns. His sleeves were tightly fastened, and he was half leaned against the chair's back. He slowly raised his head and revealed a sharp jawline. His slightly narrow eyes were calmly open. Huiyao had once seen Dingjiao and felt this youth shared a resemblance, though he appeared more refined. But his eyebrows were longer, his eyes slightly wider, and he exuded an indescribable presence. He does not look like a man, but rather like a dragon transformed into human form. That sly and cunning glint between his brows. It's just like Dingjiao, or perhaps even more intense, thought Huiyao. Huiyao once knew nothing of the cunning and wickedness of humans until he met Dingjiao. Only then did he understand that such traits were common in mankind. Yet, never since had he seen anyone like him, until now. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Zhou slowly raised his long brows. His dark golden eyes focused, and Huiyao felt a chill sweep through his body. His heart trembled slightly as he thought. He must have cultivated some kind of eye technique meant to intimidate. This must be the Li family heir. The one the dragon son said was the least human. Yes, it must be him. And besides, there are no other bright young cultivators present. He felt the youth's gaze shining like sunlight and stinging his face. He couldn't help but lower his head. He copied human etiquette with a cupped fist salute and said loudly, "Huiyao, Patrol General of the Junin Serpent Dragon Palace, greets the heir." The youth at the top seat rose to his feet. His black boots clicked against the floor with a few crisp echoes. His voice was clear and carried a hint of a smile as it echoed through the hall. "You are too courteous, fellow Taoist." But Huiyao remained bowed, swinging his robe and stepping forward with one leg. Using the grand salutation of the dragon kin, he knelt down with a thud, bowed toward the east, pressing his forehead to the floor. He then turned and bowed to the air. His voice was respectful and slightly high-pitched as he said, "This humble demon, blessed by the dragon's decree, bows again and again. I speak on behalf of the resplendent Dragon King and the crown prince of the White Dragon ancestry, the Dragon Son, Lord of the Scarlet Pristine Sea, commander of the Junin Shrimp and Crab regiments." His tone was exceedingly respectful and drawn out, his green-black robe sweeping the floor as he chanted, "To humbly invite the heir's immortal presence to grace our Serpent Dragon Palace." Chapter 943, Dingjiao I. The Dragon Son extends his invitation. Kongheng immediately looked up. Zhou was staring thoughtfully at Huiyao, who was still kneeling on the ground. The monk suddenly felt a pang of regret. Huiyao's really picked up some tricks over the years. He's grown cunning. Kongheng wasn't ignorant of worldly scheming, but as a monk of Buddhist teachings, he could not allow himself to judge others with suspicion. It was only now that realization struck. This whole grand display had been the Serpent Dragon Palace's invitation banquet. Huiyao had intentionally used a congratulatory excuse to brush him off, fearing the monk might refuse the invitation on the heir's behalf. The old demon's a fast learner. After decades of practice, he's mastered the act, thought Kongheng. Now that the meeting had happened in person and Huiyao had bowed to invite the heir, turning down the invitation would be a direct insult to the Dragon's Son. And with the dragon's power in full bloom, there were likely few in the Eastern Sea who would dare to do such a thing. As the monk pondered, Zhou descended from the platform. With a crisp clang, the crescent-bladed halberd vanished into a storage pouch. He stepped in front of Huiyao and spoke softly, "Please rise, fellow Taoist." Huiyao's heart gave a sudden jolt as he heard Zhou pass by and stepped toward the edge of the main hall. The heir smiled faintly as he said, "How could I possibly disobey the invitation of the Dragon's Son?" Relieved, Huiyao got up and turned to Kongheng. speaking in a low voice. Fellow Taoist, I ask you to open the formation. As Kongheng began casting spells and forming seals, the invisible barrier in the sky faded away. Huiyao removed a large orange-red conch from his waist, pressed it to his lips, puffed up his cheeks, and blew. A thunderous sound echoed at once. Whoa! The shoreline waters surged skyward as two massive walls of seawater rose on the ocean surface, joining together and rolling over the many pavilions of the island until it reached the entrance of the main hall. Whoosh! A salty mist swept in with the tide. Kongheng watched from afar, thinking bitterly that his freshly washed clothes had gone to waste. Jade-red water steps formed beneath Li Zhouwei's feet. Huiyao made a gesture of invitation, and Li Zhouwei stepped forward. The water beneath him receded and flowed directly onto the sea beast. Chains rattled furiously as the sea beast strained mightily to pull. Each of its scales vibrated with a hum, and whirlpools erupted across the sea. Slowly, a palace was dragged forth from the depths. Its walls were built from coral, adorned with pearls and jade, and water cascaded from its ledges like waterfalls. It was vibrant, dazzling, and magnificently ornate. What a splendid palace, thought Li Zhouwei. This was merely the Dragon Sun's vehicle, yet its palace halls far outnumbered the buildings of Zhongquan Island. Huiyao led him in as night-illuminating pearls lit up on either side. He pointed to the great hall on the right and said respectfully, "The main hall is reserved for the Dragon Sun's personal use. Please proceed to the hall on the right." Li Zhouwei glanced around. There was another palace to the left that was only slightly less grand than the main hall. It was likely meant to host Purple Mansion Realm guests. He followed Huiyao into the right hall, who explained, "Please wait a while, my lord. I'll be steering the bicolor-scaled beast. Our journey leads to the Zhunan Serpent Dragon Palace beneath the Eastern Sea, just above the Netherworld. Though this beast is skilled in traversing water, it will still take 3 to 5 days." Li Zhouwei nodded silently, and Huiyao withdrew in a hurry. Two pure and charming clam maidens entered from a side chamber. Night-illuminating pearls lit up one by one, illuminating the various coral ornaments in the hall, and they brewed tea for him. Li Zhouwei reached out to accept a cup and saw that it was clear jade-colored spirit tea. Huiyao really does know our family well. At least he didn't serve any kind of blood food, thought Li Zhouwei. He set the cup casually on the table and looked up at the coral throne in the center. The armrests on either side were made of hooked serpent heads, their eyes tightly shut, with delicate white scales. These were likely esteemed ones among the hooked serpent clan. They are nothing more than decorations before dragonkin. Li Zhouwei took a seat nearby and quietly observed. This sea beast, after all, was the Dragon Sun's steed, and it moved with such smoothness that there was no sense of traveling through the seabed. After some contemplation, he raised his estimation of the Dragon Sun's status once again. After all, dragonkin rarely produce offspring. Once they reach adulthood, they are already at the Purple Mansion realm, and the most noble of all demonic creatures in the world. Li Zhouwei knew of 2 dragon monarchs. One was Beijia Dragon Monarch, and the other was Xiang Dragon Monarch. The former ruled over converging waters and was a true scion of the ancient, true hornless dragon. He was likely among the oldest beings alive. Of the 9 sons of the true hornless dragon and the 6 converging 3 pristine, only 2 still roam the world. Xiang Dragon Monarch is the rising star. So apart from the Lord of Converging Waters, there is yet another Dragon Monarch. This makes 3 true monarch-level beings in total. This Dragon Son is also titled Crown Prince of the White Dragon ancestry. Among everyone the Li family knew, perhaps only the young sword immortal Wang Sun could compare to the Dragon Son. That young master from the Tuoba family was far behind. Li Zhouwei had taken 3 years to break through to Foundation Establishment Realm, moving at a steady pace. His radiant origin pass had coalesced within him, and his mana had shone like radiant light. Using the 5th grade technique Radiant Essence Scripture, his immortal foundation was the most magnificent one ever forged in the history of the Li family. Though Li Shiming also cultivated the Radiant Essence Scripture, he had already reached the Foundation Establishment realm when he acquired it, so he could never match Zhouwei's pure and proper attainment. In addition to seizing celestial light, capturing flames, and warding off evil and disaster, the Radiant Origin Pass can manifest physically to subdue enemies. This immortal foundation also holds strong affinity with separating fire and can condense radiant flame into armor and troops as servants. Even the same immortal foundation could produce slight variations depending on who cultivated it. Li Zhouwei wasn't sure whether the marvels he manifested came from the radiant essence scripture or from his own unique nature. He muttered, "These two minor marvels, the first has its uses. The second, not so much." Though he had yet to use them, he estimated that these armored troops would, at best, reach the level of the Qi cultivation realm. They would be of little practical use most of the time in battles between Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. As for spells and techniques, Li Zhouwei had spent over 20 years cultivating, with most of that time dedicated to studying spell arts that were mostly of second or third grade. He'd heard that those arts would undergo some transformations after reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, but at present, they merely felt easier to cast. The grades are simply too low to be useful in real combat, except for two. When facing enemies, the only techniques he truly relied on were the grand-veined golden eyes and the armor cycle soul-refining halberd art. The former was a perception art, and the latter was a halberd combat art. Both kinds of spell arts had unexpectedly evolved after he reached Foundation Establishment realm. The grand-veined golden eyes had become even more wondrous. It had gone beyond its original ability to see through illusions and falsehoods, and now emitted an aura of intimidation. When activated, anyone without a corresponding spell art or immortal foundation would instinctively feel overwhelmed and panicked, as though they couldn't possibly win. As for the armor cycle soul-refining halberd art, it was a demonic Dao halberd method, forged through enemy slaughter. Now, even the radiant armored troops he summoned could use it to empower him further. It seems the cultivation method must be compatible. Only then will the breakthrough to Foundation Establishment realm bring meaningful transformations. Otherwise, it's just smoother casting at best. Since this palace was, after all, another's vessel, it was far from safe for cultivation, especially since it was filled with the aura of converging water. Li Zhouwei simply sat at the main seat. The clam maidens nearby, seeing he hadn't touched the tea, stood silently with the jade teapot, not daring to look at him. Chapter 944, Dingjiao 2. 3 days passed in a flash. When the bicolor scaled beast halted, the great palace on its back slowly sank beneath the sea. Enchanted by mana, it settled gently onto the deep blue seabed, leaving the surrounding rocks and silt completely undisturbed. Li Zhouwei pushed open the palace doors and stepped out into a world of deep azure. Above him, the sea loomed pitch black. Gemstones and pearls glowed like lanterns, lighting the seawater in an eerie yet vivid blue. The ground was made of dark crimson reefs. The seabed of the Eastern Sea was not a place ordinary cultivators, or even most Foundation Establishment realm cultivators could access. Li Zhouwei had never heard it described before. Now, using the faint light and activating his grand-veined golden eyes, he looked far into the distance and saw nothing but endless, sprawling palaces. Huiyao was standing on the palace steps ahead, smiling obsequiously and following two demonic creatures closely, doing his utmost to please them. One had bulging cheeks and black armor, with a mouth full of fangs. The other had a bulging belly, a massive mouth, and long whiskers. Both wore clothes resembling human garments and approached carrying tridents. The black-armored, thick-cheeked demon general spoke in a gruff voice. "This is the tail subkingdom of the Junin Serpent Dragon Palace. Honored guest, please follow me." Huiyao was bowing so low he was nearly kissing the floor. He clearly had no standing to speak. Li Zhouwei nodded calmly and followed behind. The middle-aged demon with the huge mouth and long whiskers spoke first, his tone gentle and soft. "The tail subkingdom is the Clam Kingdom. Though its population thrives, the citizens live beneath the sand. The queen recently became pregnant with a pearl, so she is unable to come out and greet you. We beg your pardon for this." "It's no bother," replied Li Zhouwei, glancing around curiously. The space was truly vast. Since the common folk lived beneath the sand, these palaces were likely meant for the shrimp and crab soldiers. He thought to himself, how vast the Eastern Sea must be. If every corner harbors a demon kingdom, wouldn't it rival several inland territories? No wonder the dragon clans are content beneath the waves. It's far more comfortable than living ashore. They traveled at great speed for several hundred kilometers. In the distance, he gradually made out a dark stone wall within the waters. It seemed to reach all the way to the heavens and stretched endlessly in both directions. The middle-aged man with the massive mouth and long whiskers spoke in a low voice. "Honored guest, you've cultivated an eye technique. Be sure not to look at the wall." The golden glow faded from Li Zhouwei's eyes. When he looked again with mortal vision, he saw only darkness, though faint glimmers of cold light hinted at several long pillars. A thought stirred in Li Zhouwei's mind as he asked softly, "Oh? And what's the story behind it?" The demon general with bulging cheeks and dark armor finally spoke, his voice low and rough. "The 8th young master is up there." The youth paused slightly, then immediately understood. He lowered his gaze, fixing it on the dark red reef beneath his feet. The two demon generals buried their heads into their shoulders and fell silent. Who could be so universally referred to by sea demons as the 8th young master? Only the dragon monarch of the pristine water Dao, the very origin of the scarlet pristine seas Hue, the 8th son of the true hornless dragon. The Li family had records of this sea once being called Qiyun 2,000 years ago. It was renamed when the 8th son of the converging water true hornless dragon was captured here. The dragon clan had chained him to the depths of a sea cliff, forging 9 cold iron pillars to pin him down. They had slaughtered and dismembered him, turning the sea green overnight, and thus the scarlet pristine sea was born. Slaughtered and dismembered, no matter how many corpses remain. This place is the burial site of a true monarch, a son of the true hornless dragon. He knew that he carried talisman seeds within him and wouldn't be instantly killed just by looking. But he restrained his curiosity and walked on with a lowered gaze. The long-whiskered demon beside him whispered, "The pristine and converging Daos generate and transform each other. Cultivating here yields great benefits. You likely don't know, but many cultivators once friendly with our dragon clan dwell in caves above." Li Zhouwei gave a slight nod and followed them into the cliff. A vast open space appeared ahead, and high above hung a great plaque, Junin Serpent Dragon Palace. He stepped inside to find a palace bathed in clear blue. The eerie mix of red and green was gone. The structure was built primarily of crystal, with fish and shrimp winding their way through rich, concentrated spiritual energy. The two demons led him up the winding path through the palace until they stopped beside a grand hall overlooking the entire Serpent Dragon Palace. The massive-mouthed demon said, "Please, this way." Li Zhouwei stepped forward, opened the jade-like palace doors, and saw several women in pink robes singing with raised sleeves. There was a single figure sitting at the head of the hall. He wore a silver robe embroidered with waves and dragons. His face was as refined as sculpted jade, with thick brows running into his temples and a tall, noble brow. 2 silvery markings trailed from his temples upward to his pair of white horns. His black hair cascaded down, and his pupils shone pale blue. He fixed his gaze on Li Zhouwei, raised a brow slightly, and said nothing. Just then, someone to the side stood up and looked at Li Zhouwei. She hopped barefoot down from the platform, her movements leaving the gentle sound of bells in their wake. She landed before him with a cheerful smile and said, "Greetings, fellow Daoist." It was a young girl who was no more than 12 or 13. She had a clean and bright face. Tiny red feathers grew from the corners of her eyes, which were dark red and full of warmth. When she reached him, she gave a perfectly proper bow. Li Zhouwei returned the gesture, golden light flickering in his eyes once again. He turned to the white-horned youth seated at the head of the hall and said in a steady voice, "Ming Huang of Moongaze Lake greets the dragon's son." The youth glanced at him. Seeing that he did not kneel, he rotated the cup in his hand and said softly, "Dingjiao, white serpent dragon of clear sea and still pond lineage." His bearing was refined and unpretentious. Without any air of arrogance, he gestured to a seat beside him for Li Zhouwei. A maidservant brought over wine. The white serpent dragon glanced at the girl beside him and said softly, "Ming Huang, this is fellow Daoist Wupian from Qingwu Forest, 1, in northern Yin." The red-feathered girl kept smiling and nodded. "Chongli lineage, Wuping Fireyang Wan too. Wupian greets fellow Daoist." Li Zhouwei understood at once. He thought to himself, a white serpent dragon and a Fireyang Wan. Neither of them are ordinary demonic creatures. This Wan looked quiet and refined, but she was quite talkative. She immediately spoke again with a smile. "Fellow Daoist Ming Huang, are you the eldest son or the second?" Li Zhouwei found the question rather out of the blue. He gave her a friendly smile, but before he could answer, the white serpent dragon Dingjiao spoke first, raising his cup toward him. "Golden eyes of that shade. Likely the eldest?" Li Zhouwei seemed thoughtful, but showed no sign of discomfort. He raised his cup in return and replied, "Your guess is correct." "Good. Very good." The Luan girl Wupian let out a relieved sigh and said with a smile, "Then things will go smoothly. The white Qiyun may be fierce, but he can be a friend. That white cicada, on the other hand, is no good. Wupian. Dingjiao interrupted her and turned to Li Zhouwei with a hearty laugh. Ming Huang, you may not know this, but Emperor Gong of Wei in his youth was a golden-eyed white Qiyun with scales beneath his neck. My grandfather and him were close friends. My father even met him once and would call him uncle. So there was such a connection. Li Zhouwei was slightly surprised. But thinking further, it wasn't odd as the Weasley regime had once unified the North with unmatched prestige. Having ties to the dragon clans was only natural. Still, judging by the current state of affairs, he had never heard of any deep alliance between the dragons and the Weasley family. His own family certainly hadn't received any real aid. It was likely nothing more than superficial friendship. May I ask, which Dragon King is your honored elder? Asked Li Zhouwei. Dingjiao's pale blue eyes shifted slightly. He gave a faint smile and emphasized each word. Dongfangyu. Wan Xingwu, Qingwu, verdant parasol, refers to the Guteng, Chinese parasol tree, with Qing, deep green or blue-green, foliage. In classical lore, it symbolizes purity, elegance, and is said to attract phoenixes, often used poetically to evoke noble solitude or a sacred setting. 2. Wan is a legendary bird in Chinese mythology, similar to the phoenix but distinct in status and symbolism. Often paired with the phoenix, Feng, the Luan represents harmony, virtue, and auspicious omens. It is said to sing beautifully and only appear in peaceful, righteous times. In poetry, it may also symbolize noble women or sacred union. Chapter 945, A Dragon's Request, I. Chapter 945, A Dragon's Request, I. My father is the Dragon King of Bei Si, a son of Dongfangyu, said Dingjiao. Dongfangyu. Li Zhouwei had deliberately studied before coming to the Eastern Sea, so naturally he recognized the name. Dongfangyu was a dragon king who had reached the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, but had perished while attempting a Golden Core realm breakthrough. His fall gave rise to the phenomenon known as falling water rising storm. Now that he had achieved the Foundation Establishment realm and had a photographic memory, the details swiftly came back to him. Huiyao once mentioned that the original master of the Zhunan Serpent Dragon Palace was Dingyuan the Dragon's son. After Dongfangyu failed to ascend, Dingyuan lost his backing and was stripped of his position. He was sent back to the converging water sea. So he showed a trace of admiration and offered a compliment before asking, "May I ask, Dingyuan the Dragon's son is?" Oh. Dingjiao took a sip of spirit wine as a girl in pink robes tapped lightly on his back. He tilted his white horns and raised his brows with a smile, saying, "He's my second brother. He was punished and sent back to Xiao Mountain. I had no choice but to return from the Northern Sea to guard this place in his stead." Hearing him say had no choice, Li Zhouwei deduced that Dingjiao and Dingyuan were likely aligned. They were both grandsons of Dongfangyu. Losing control of the palace may have been punishment for Dingyuan, but for a crown prince like Dingjiao, being stationed here likely wasn't much better. He set down the pale green jade cup and said softly, "A pity." Dingjiao let his gaze wander lazily over the dancing girls below and said softly, "Ming Huang, I invited you here for two reasons. First, our elders once shared ties, so we may as well renew them. Second, there's something I'd like to inquire about." He turned the cup slowly in his hand and asked gently, "I've heard your esteemed family once had some connection with the demon den of Mount Dali. Is that true?" Li Zhouwei wasn't clear on the relationship between the dragon clans and the fox tribe of Mount Dali. He paused briefly, then answered calmly, "Our ancestors did have a friendship with a direct descendant fox demon from Mount Dali, but as generations passed, the connection has gradually faded." Good. Dingjiao's gaze remained on the women in the hall, his pale blue eyes shifting slightly beneath his high brow as he replied, "I ask that you seek out a fox of Mount Dali on my behalf. If possible, I'd like to meet with one. If this matter succeeds, I will see to it that you are rewarded." Li Zhouwei hesitated for a moment. His family's only connection to Mount Dali's demon den was through the white banyan fox, which was really just a bond through Li Tonya. Though the Li family still sent spirit patties into the mountains each year and the white banyan fox continued accepting them, they rarely met anymore. After all, friendship fades with distance, as they say. Sensing no hostility in Dingjiao's tone toward Mount Dali, he didn't agree right away but replied, "If it's convenient, might you share the reason? I wouldn't presume to ask the foxes on the dragon son's behalf without cause. Just call me Dingjiao." Dingjiao corrected him with precise formality, then added softly, "You're one of our kind, Ming Huang, so I don't mind telling you. I need the hearing technique of the Mount Dolly foxes to listen in on a certain trench in the sea. But we dragonkin cannot enter the mainland, and ordinary demons cannot even find the foxes." "I see." Although Dingjiao looked entirely forthright, Li Zhouwei couldn't tell how much of it was true. It was best left to the foxes of Mount Dolly to judge, so he nodded and said, "Very well, I'll deliver the message on your behalf, Brother Dingjiao." Haha. Dingjiao chuckled, and music began to play in the hall. The dragon son pulled the pink-robed girl into his arms and began fondling her as he spoke casually. "Brother Ming Huang, since you're a white Qiyun, surely your offspring must be abundant. Of all the dynasties under the heavens, only the Wei lineage prospered so greatly. Do you know any techniques you could teach me?" Li Zhouwei stiffened at once. Lustfulness was a trait often associated with dragons, and this white serpent dragon was no exception. The moment business was concluded, his first question was about bedroom arts. Li Zhouwei responded with a smile. "Most of my family's heritage has been lost, and such techniques are even rarer. It's hardly of any use nowadays." He had deflected, but had already gleaned much from Dingjiao's tone, thinking inwardly, "This white serpent dragon has never truly regarded me as a human. Though he invited the heir of the Li family, he sees me only as a white Qiyun in human form. Otherwise, with such noble blood, why would he be so courteous?" Dingjiao didn't press further. He laughed for a while, then used the topic to share a few amusing anecdotes about past Wei emperors before nodding. "If Brother Ming Huang ever comes across a bright young spirit item that promotes fertility, I hope you'll think of me. We dragonkin may lack in many things, but spirit items and dharma artifacts? We have plenty. We'll make sure you're satisfied." The red-feathered girl Wupian covered her mouth and giggled, casting a glance at Li Zhouwei as she spoke in a gentle tone. "I'm not as well behaved as Brother Dingjiao. If I ever fly over Jiangnan and stop to rest at Moongaze Marsh, I hope Brother Ming Huang won't drive me away." Li Zhouwei was, after all, a born spiritual variant. Most of the night passed as the three chatted and joked. They grew much more familiar with each other over time. Dingjiao gave Li Zhouwei a long, measuring look, then turned and called the giant-mouthed, long-whiskered man over with a sharp tone. "Go fetch my dry yang bangles." The whiskered man hurried off and soon returned carrying a jade box. Dingjiao slapped the box onto the table with a loud thud and flipped open the lid, revealing two bright, gleaming golden bangles. He smiled and said, "Brother Zhouwei, these are bright young treasures. They'll be yours if you get this matter done." Li Zhouwei raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced at the box. The two gold bangles were somewhat thick. It was not the sort of dharma artifact meant for binding others. Rather, they seemed meant to be worn on the wrists. What sort of mystique they held remained to be seen. Dingjiao exerted a bit of force, lifting the two golden bangles without a word and handing them to him. Li Zhouwei felt a warm sensation as he took them. The bangles were light as walnuts. He spun them twice between two fingers, examined them thoroughly, and praised, "These are indeed fine treasures." Dingjiao looked away, glancing at the fire Luan Wupian. The two exchanged a glance, and Dingjiao thought to himself, "He can lift the dry yang bangles. He truly is a genuine white Qiyun." Though Dingjiao and Wupian had already suspected he was a white Qiyun, they had to be certain to avoid any embarrassing mistakes. That was why he'd brought out the treasured bangles. Now confirmed, Dingjiao looked at him with even more warmth. Li Zhouwei glanced at the bangles again, then casually returned them to the jade box. Lifting his eyes, he said softly, "Brother Dingjiao, there's no need for such courtesy. Whether this matter succeeds depends on Mount Dolly. We've spoken freely as friends. No dharma artifact is needed just to pass along a message." He pushed the jade box back, but Dingjiao pressed his hand on top of it and looked up. The smile faded from his lips as he said quietly, "This is something that must be made clear." Li Zhouwei set down his cup and shook his head. He said, "If we're keeping accounts, then having the bicolor scaled beast carry me in a palace into the sea already settles the debt for delivering the message." Li Zhouwei had always been wary. Dingjiao had caused quite a stir by bringing out his mount and escorting him across the sea in a palace. The spectacle alone had silenced any doubts. Earlier, Li Zhouwei had been worried about returning from the outer sea, but with such a display, no one would dare act until all the Purple Mansion realm cultivators got to the bottom of it. This was merely delivering a message. Dingjiao hadn't even asked him to persuade anyone. Though Li Zhouwei knew he was unique, so were people like Su Xiao, Tu Longjian, and others of the Changshao lineage. At first, Dingjiao's reasoning had seemed plausible. But the moment Li Zhouwei held the bright yang bangles, a sweep of his spiritual sense was all it took for him to recognize it. A Purple Mansion realm spirit artifact. No, an ancient one at that. Even cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm would fight to the death over this. No matter how wealthy the dragonkin were, how could they casually gift such a thing for a minor favor? His suspicions surged to the peak, so how could he dare accept it? His words were purely factual, but Dingjiao paused at that, looking pensive. He said softly, "Very well." Chapter 946, A Dragon's Request, 2. Chapter 946, A Dragon's Request, 2. Dingjiao stowed the jade box away and hesitated for a moment, seemingly distracted. He spoke less, and after another hour, Li Zhouwei rose to take his leave. The white-horned dragon's son accompanied him out of the hall, his expression solemn as he said in a low tone, "This visit may have lacked in hospitality. Please don't hold it against me, Brother Mingwang." Li Zhouwei thought briefly, then shook his head and said, "Why say that, Brother Dingjiao? Once I have news, I'll send it down through Huiyao." Two demonic creatures escorted him out. The white serpent dragon turned and re-entered the hall, frowning with a hint of regret as he said, "Wu Pian, I fear this white Qiyun was sincere in wanting to befriend me. Yet I tried to win him over with a spirit artifact. His family has declined, so he's naturally cautious. I fear I acted poorly this time." The Fire Luan also reigned in her smile. Dingjiao sat down, sipped his wine, and soon relaxed, speaking softly. Uncle Heyun once mentioned the Li family. Coincidentally, the Tao of thunder steering and cloud dwelling has a Li Qinghong. Who's to say it wasn't a subtle nudge from him? If possible, it wouldn't hurt to befriend this white Qiyun. Dongfang Heyun. Wu Pian shook her head with a smile, asking curiously, "What exactly is Dongfang Heyun's position in your family? I've heard he's temperamental and difficult, but also that he's gentle and cultured. Why such opposite impressions?" Dingjiao organized his thoughts and shook his head. His standing with the dragon monarch is quite high. Since he's connected to the birth of a true monarch, he possesses many exceptional and mysterious abilities. Still, we dragon sons can summon him at will. He added quietly, "My mother said, once the dragon monarch swallows thunder, Uncle Heyun will reap unimaginable benefits. It's not just about attaining divine powers, so now is the time to strengthen ties with him." Li Qinghong flew eastward. She had just exited the Moongaze Lake territory and entered the riverside wilderness, when she suddenly noticed the sky turn a deep shade of purple. A cluster of drifting clouds had shifted into a pale violet hue, as the setting sun in the distance tinted the clouds gold above and purple below. They then floated across the crimson-violet sky. She rarely saw such a spectacle and guessed that someone might have ascended to the Purple Mansion realm, or perhaps fallen from it. She decreased her altitude and swiftly flew through the wilderness, continuing to head east. The territory of Profound Peak Gate lay around Lake Xian. Li Qinghong arrived on lightning and asked briefly at the formation's edge. When the disciple heard she was from the Moongaze Li family, he rushed into the sect to report her arrival. After only a short wait, a woman in a riverland robe flew out on the wind, landed nearby, and anxiously checked on Li Qinghong. Seeing her in fair condition, she approached with some unease and whispered, "Sister Qinghong." "Sister Tingyun," Li Qinghong responded politely. Knowing this wasn't the place to talk, Kong Tingyun quickly led her through the formation and flew toward the main peak. Li Qinghong rarely visited the interior of Profound Peak Gate, let alone ventured this deep. As they ascended toward the main peak, she saw bizarrely shaped mountains on either side, each emanating distinct auras. Some had fire veins rising skyward, and others had lakes within a kilometer or two that had clearly been relocated here. She glanced around and noticed the sky above Profound Peak Gate was also awash of violet and crimson, with purple-gold clouds drifting slowly overhead. Li Qinghong murmured, "Judging by this celestial sign, has some Taoist master passed away?" Kong Tingyun heard the calm in her tone and sighed in relief, then answered softly, "It was Taoist Master Zipei of the Purple Smoke Gate. A few days ago, our sect's Taoist master went to witness her advancement. Judging from the sky, it's nearly certain she failed and perished." Taoist Master Zipei? Li Qinghong certainly remembered that Taoist master. She had likely been the most powerful cultivator across both Jiangnan and Jiangbei ever since her breakthrough after Shangyuan. But now, After several years, she still failed to achieve the Golden Core realm like true monarch Shangyuan. Tanyun hesitated briefly and then said softly, "My sex elder once told me that this Taoist master nearly became Tao companions with Taoist master Donghua. But fate had other plans, and they eventually turned against one another." Though the Taoist master was most likely dead, Li Qinghong didn't dare comment further. Kong Tingyun, also reluctant to speak too much, casually changed the subject. With Purple Smoke Gate weakened, there's no longer anyone in Yu State who clearly stands above the rest. Once they entered the cave dwelling, she spoke apologetically. "Qinghong, I had planned to help with the matter of the Radiant Sky Stone, but the situation changed so quickly, and the information I gave turned out wrong. I truly feel sorry." Li Qinghong hadn't blamed her at all. She shook her head and said, "You meant well, sister. I understand." Kong Tingyun gently shook her head and replied, "Some things are simply beyond my power. Still, both messages of the battle at the riverbank and the Radiant Sky Stone came from me, so I can't deny responsibility." She pointed to the stone table where 2 jade boxes rested and said softly, "I felt guilty, so I brought 2 spell arts. They can't make up for the matter with Shijuan, but at least they show my sincerity." Li Qinghong initially refused and pushed them back, but Kong Tingyun quietly said, "If you refuse, it would mean you're holding a grudge." Li Qinghong had always gotten along well with her and knew she wasn't to blame. She finally nodded, and Kong Tingyun smiled, picked up 1 box, opened it, and introduced, "This is a 3rd-grade cultivation method, the Bright Origin Observation and Separation Technique. If fully cultivated, it forms the ever-bright platform Immortal Foundation." She took out the rather aged jade slip and said softly, "It comes from the Eastern Fire Grotto Heaven. Though hard to master, this Immortal Foundation can turn light into fire, transform into countless forms, entangle and bind, shield the user, or become a pinstroke of light that stuns the spirit with fire. This technique isn't of high rank by today's standards, but its name was different in ancient times. In the main branch of the Weasley lineage, it was a higher-grade method known as Imperial Observation Origin. Imperial Observation Origin. Li Qinghong committed everything to memory and thought the ancient name sounded more fitting. After all, the Weasley true monarchs were emperors, and their immortal foundations would naturally reflect such transformations. She replied, "Thank you, sister." But Kong Tingyun shook her head and replied softly, "It's just a 3rd-grade method. Though from a grotto heaven, it's extremely hard to cultivate and difficult to gather qi. It's rather tasteless, honestly. I wouldn't use this alone to brush you off." She picked up the other box and smiled. "But this next item was obtained directly from a Taoist master. It's truly worth mentioning, since it is a top-tier 4th-grade spell art. My Taoist master obtained it from Su State long ago, and now it returns to its rightful heir." Li Qinghong accepted the jade slip and noticed it had a faint golden hue, with small characters carved into the corner. Heavenly Radiance, Hidden Light. Chapter 947, Scattering of Purple Qi, I. Li Qinghong picked up the jade slip and found it wasn't sealed. She could read it the moment she took it. Though she deeply desired it, she still frowned and said, "This is far too valuable." Kong Tingyun shook her head and softly said, "Sister, take it first. There's something else I need to talk to you about." Li Qinghong noticed the seriousness in her expression and had no choice but to set the jade slip down gently. "Please speak, sister." Kong Tingyun looked at her earnestly, held her hand, and said softly, "Qinghong, does Shiming have the heart to pursue the Purple Mansion realm?" Li Qinghong's heart clenched, and she looked at her with some confusion. Kong Tingyun hesitated for a second, then spoke seriously. "I know your family has a genius disciple, comparable to Qi Buzi and a revival of the bright Yang bloodline. Esteemed families have few secrets in Jiangnan. Even Xiao Shooting could only make open moves back then, and was unable to plant hidden ones. All the sects are well aware. Wei State has good relations with Green Pine Temple and the Golden Feather Sect, and Emperor Gong of Wei is a wise elder. That's how the Li family remains safe in Jiangnan. The Mount Tanli family in Wu State doesn't cultivate the bright Yang Dao and claims no connection, but their bloodline carries some traces. That alone allows them to stay in Jiangnan, and they have a Purple Mansion realm cultivator among them. So this path is not impossible. Everyone in the Purple Mansion realm knows the Radiant Sky Stone is reserved for the heir, and that time is still far off. But since I'm a bit closer to your family, I can't help but notice, does Shiming have his eyes on the Purple Mansion realm? Is he perhaps coveting that radiant sky stone? Her eyes brimmed with worry as she offered heartfelt advice. Sister, you should know better in this matter. Does Shiming even have a 5% chance to break through? The radiant sky stone doesn't boost your chances just a little. Without enough secret techniques, it's not much use even if taken. I'll be blunt, this isn't something he should pursue on a whim. Li Qinghong's heart eased. When she saw the sincerity in the round-faced woman's eyes, she suddenly understood. Adds by PubRef. No wonder the matter of the radiant sky stone concluded the way it did. The Purple Mansion realm cultivators had already predicted we'd stake everything on Ming Huang. Everything done to conceal Ming Huang growing up wasn't in vain. The Purple Mansion realm cultivators only think he has the bright Yang bloodline, not that he carries a thread of fate. Li Qinghong didn't know how confidently Zhou Wei was about breaking into the Purple Mansion realm. But having witnessed Guo Shintong, Chang Xiao, and Tu Longjian rise one after another, she believed the odds were high. After thinking it through, she spoke up. What role exactly does the Radiant Sky Stone play in the process of forming divine abilities? I hope Sister can shed some light. Kong Tingyun answered softly. This isn't easy to explain. The number of secret techniques varies. May I ask how many your family possesses? Li Qinghong's heart skipped a beat, and a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. I'll just mention however many secret techniques Shiming has cultivated. She answered, only one. Kong Tingyun nodded and replied, that's perfectly normal. If one can master even a single secret technique, then after consuming the Radiant Sky Stone, it might only raise their chances by 5%. Li Qinghong nodded regretfully. Seeing this, Kong Tingyun felt like she had listened and gently continued. These things depend on the individual, but it absolutely can't be left to Shiming's whim. Ancient cultivators could resonate with heaven and earth, so breakthroughs were much easier. Treasures like the Radiant Sky Stone were more effective then. Nowadays, the odds are hard to quantify. Li Qinghong nodded softly and replied, I'll remember what you said, sister. Kong Tingyun smiled and nodded, but in her heart, Li Qinghong shook her head. Whether the Radiant Sky Stone went to Shiming or Zhou Wei, it was no longer within her power or right to decide. Shijuan obtained this treasure. He must have trusted Shiming and believed Zhou Wei would succeed on his own. At most, he thought Zhou Wei might be sabotaged early. But whether the Radiant Sky Stone was kept or not made little difference, thought Li Qinghong. And she, Li Qinghong, would soon head to the Thunder Arts Grotto Heaven. Li Zhouwei would then be the one managing the household. Would he really lay a hand on Li Shiming's Radiant Sky Stone? Before Shijuan's death, she thought Li Shiming might willingly hand over the Radiant Sky Stone. But now, seeing the calm in his eyes, she could tell his thoughts were deeply stubborn. It went without saying. As for the matter of the Thunder Arts Grotto Heaven, she seems completely unaware. It appears Changshi is too fearful to get involved and has said nothing to her. If I bring it up, it'll only strain our relationship and offend the Purple Mansion realm cultivators. Kong Tingyun forced the jade slip into her hand, and only then did Li Qinghong finally have the mind to glance at the technique. Gather heavenly light, absorb the radiance, draw it into the Juk acupoint, and refine it into a form. This becomes the heavenly radiance, hidden light. Suppress it with spiritual sense. Release it from the center of the eyebrows. It can capture malevolent spirits, sever spiritual energy, and cut through good and evil. She skimmed it briefly but still accepted it with thanks. After a short conversation, Li Qinghong brought up her impending trip to the Eastern Sea, and Kong Tingyun readily agreed. The two of them then left Lake Xian and headed south together. On the other side, Li Zhouwei had just exited the Zhunin Serpent Dragon Palace and was heading toward the Tail Subkingdom. The demon generals on either side carried themselves with far more deference. The one with bulging cheeks and black armor bowed his head, while the other with a gaping mouth and long whiskers grinned ingratiatingly. My lord, such righteousness. Our eyes burned with envy seeing a treasure like that, yet you didn't even take it. It was the same two who had brought forth the Purple Mansion realm spirit artifact, so they naturally knew what an astonishing treasure Li Zhouwei had declined. When they saw that even Dingjiao treated him with respect, they couldn't resist fawning over him. In some ways, demons were no different than humans. The journey was long, and Li Zhouwei made idle conversation. Then, the black-faced demon general with bulging cheeks suddenly muttered, My lord has such composure. Guo Shintong couldn't even bear to look away when he was in front of the same Purple Mansion realm spirit artifact. At that, Li Zhouwei grew alert. Inwardly, he thought coldly, Guo Shintong. The same purple mansion realm spirit artifact? He slowed his pace slightly, gazed into the distance, and smiled as he said, I've heard of him. He's the master of Crimson Reef Island. The two demons had been offering dry flattery, but seeing that he'd taken an interest, they finally seized the chance to speak and were overjoyed. The long-whiskered, wide-mouthed demon said, My lord, the two of us served the crown prince early on, before he even left the palace and when he was still following the Dragon King of Jin. Guo Shintong once came to the Dragon King's palace and took a command token with him. It was also a spirit artifact. A spirit artifact, the 6 Ding merging fire token. Guo Shintong may have struck a deal with the Dragon King. He pondered for a moment. These two demons had rambled for quite a while, yet still hadn't explained why Guo Shintong had received such a reward. It was likely that they had not been qualified to attend court and were simply relaying fragments. Li Zhouwei softly said, I wonder how he is now. The black-armored, thick-jawed demon grunted and replied, That man birthed a merging fire token. The Bin too, Crow is short-lived and not too bright. He got better after breaking into the Purple Mansion realm, but still liked taking dangerous risks. He's been gone a long time now, likely dead. 1 Jin, literally ferry crossing or port, often referring to a place where water transportation converges. 2 King, Bean, is a rare character. In historical texts, it has been used in transcriptions of non-Han names or for invented creatures in myth or fantasy. It may imply something exotic, feral, or beast-like. 1 Jin, literally ferry crossing or port, often referring to a place where water transportation converges. 2 King, Bean, is a rare character. In historical texts, it has been used in transcriptions of non-Han names or for invented creatures in myth or fantasy. It may imply something exotic, feral, or beast-like. Chapter 948, Scattering of Purple Qi, 2. Li Zhouwei could tell the demon didn't know much. They then continued onward to the Tail subkingdom, which now looked completely different from before. Lanterns flickered everywhere, and the sand was covered in pristine white clams of various sizes. Several clam spirits in pink-white robes, having taken human form, were opening the shells to search for pearls. A pink-robed woman approached, holding a basket filled with large, round, luminous pearls. The long-whiskered demon received it and spoke in a low voice. This is a token of the Tail subkingdom's sincerity. Please, my lord, take it back with you. Only then did he dare bring it forward, watching Li Zhouwei nervously. The clam spirit fell to her knees with a thud, prostrating herself and crying out. This lowly one swears on her life. It truly was because I was bearing a pearl that I couldn't move. I beg you, my lord, to see the truth. The surrounding demon generals seemed familiar with her and hurried to speak on her behalf. Li Zhouwei had no interest in determining whether the Sea clans had deliberately avoided him earlier. He simply waved a hand and said, It's fine. He stepped forward, and the two demons escorted him into the palace atop the beast mount. Huiyao had been waiting at the entrance in a daze. When he saw them approaching, a mere glance at the demon's attitude told him most of what he needed to know. He bowed respectfully and said, My lord has returned. After Li Zhouwei entered the hall, Huiyao quietly tugged at the demon's sleeves and whispered, About those 60,000 teeth. Forget it. The two demons casually brushed him off and walked away. Huiyao, relieved, entered the hall, only to meet Li Zhouwei's piercing gaze. The young man stood in the center of the chamber and asked, What matter is this? Huiyao bowed lower and respectfully replied, One of the Dragon Sun's 8 consorts required a Dharma robe. It must be made using Si Hui, 1 fangs. The estimate was 60,000 pieces, originally to be provided by our tribe. Thanks to the heir, the lives of 30,000 of our children were spared. Li Zhouwei, familiar with Eastern Sea customs, had seen much along the way. Only now did he truly understand how lowly Foundation Establishment realm demonic creatures, such as Huiyao, and even the Queen of the Tail subkingdom had to be. Adds by Pubrev. He quietly said, You've always been like this. Always have been. Huiyao remained standing and asked in confusion. It's been this way for millions of years. Why would it be different? Even before we took human form, we lived like this. Every year, my Hui clan must absorb the essence Qi of thousands upon thousands of spirit crabs. It's the natural order. Li Zhouwei gave no reply. He watched Huiyao retreat and continued staring into the wine in his cup. Dingjiao doesn't see me as human. Then what about pristine water? Is a true monarch human? A true monarch is like a dragon, a Foundation Establishment realm like a Hui, and mortals are just crabs. The world above the sea is no different from the seabed. He stared into his wine in silence. Though Dingjiao's palace was extravagantly luxurious, filled with laughter and music, none of it had eased Li Zhouwei's heart. Instead, the demeanor of the Tail subkingdom and Huiyao kept swirling in his thoughts. Li Zhouwei had been mature-minded since childhood. He had seen many kinds of people, and now that he had encountered demonic creatures, he realized there wasn't much difference. They all loved to devour humans. He couldn't help but begin to question. They say the heavenly Tao is broken, and the world turned out like this. But who can say whether the world became this way, or if it was always this way? If the heavenly Tao is broken, is it better that all beings be free, or that something above still governs them? Blood food, blood food. Those who refrain from eating humans lose a third of their power. Can they really contend with those who do? He had never been ordinary since birth. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he mused, right or wrong, it doesn't matter. Since so many elders are wholeheartedly supporting me, how can I let them down? Li Zhouwei lifted the hem of the mat to think for a moment, then put it back casually. The sea outside the palace shifted and came to rest. They had likely arrived at the Hui clan's territory. A cluster of shadows approached, and Huiyao lowered his voice as he drove off the younger ones crowding near. Go on, all of you, get back. Purple smoke blessed land. Purple mist gathered ceaselessly in the sky, drifting across the mountain peaks in wisps and tendrils, spiraling upward. Pavilions and towers dotted the land, all stunningly beautiful. A small pavilion stood upon the endless sea of purple mist. A woman in green robes stood to the side, while a female cultivator in purple leaned against the stone steps. Her flowing skirts fell from the high cliff like the mist itself, and halfway down, they dissolved into purple mist. Her brows were slightly flat, and her face habitually calm. A rare hint of confusion flickered in her eyes as she gazed far into the distance. The purple mist across the blessed land stirred with her every breath, but Qiyun said nothing. Beside her, Xin Yanqing stood with a trace of sorrow. Purple energy surged from Qiyun's body as she raised her fingers to divine and thought silently. The items have already been delivered to the dragon kin. Dongfang Liyun is still honorable enough not to break his word. That bastard Yuan Su has already promoted Li Xianfeng, and I can no longer touch him. I've at least done my part by going through the dragon kin. She said softly. Yanqing, once I fall, you should return home. Your father is in seclusion, and the Shun family needs someone to take charge. Xin Yanqing responded with a nod. The small pavilion was shielded by formations, so there was no fear of being overheard by those in the purple mansion realm above. She murmured, if Master is reborn and has any requests, just send a letter to my Shin family. I will always be waiting. There's no need. Qiyun let out a faint chuckle and shook her head gently, her voice barely audible. She mentally compared the faces of the Li family with the one buried deep in her heart, but found no resemblance. Her thoughts drifted, and she spat inwardly. He must be a descendant of one of his family brothers. Humph. Surely he wouldn't have had some illegitimate child behind my back. Her eyes lit up for a brief moment, and her cold expression melted into a shy smile. But the light vanished just as quickly, and Qiyun looked out toward the sky. Quite a few had come to witness the ceremony. Though most had believed she would rely on that trace of metallic essence to reincarnate and wouldn't achieve much, she was, after all, one of those indebted to Li Jianquan. So, the Purple Mansion realm cultivators held no small amount of hope. Purple chi surged skyward from Qiyun's body, drawing all the purple and crimson hues in the sky toward her. The clouds turned into a pure purple cluster, falling upon her in waves. A purple glow emerged at the center of her brow. She joined two fingers, placed them to her lips, and exhaled a breath of purple chi. This purple chi was entirely different from the vast purple around her. It was more ethereal and was tinged with traces of pale white. It was just a single wisp, but it hovered before her and slowly condensed into a pill-like shape. In that instant, the world echoed with the chanting of Taoist scriptures. The scent of incense filled the air as the mountain ranges of purple smoke blessed land stirred with a low rumble. Deer raised their heads, and birds fell silent. Heavenly cultivation, purple chi, immortal origin, metallic essence. Purple energy burst across the mountain range. A dense script appeared on every falling leaf. The incense sticks in every burner across the mountain went out on their own, quivering like living beings. Ashes crawled back up the wicks, slowly returning to their unlit form. The woman in the sky looked like a goddess riding mist, yet sparkling tears rolled down her cheeks. Qiyun was filled with overwhelming joy. Brother Jiangqian, I've finally made it through these 400 years. The brilliant radiance of the condensed purple essence surged into the sky. All the wisps of purple mist she had once scattered across the heavens with her divine abilities were now rushing back, carrying the chanting from every corner of Yu State, all converging into the cluster of qi before her. But Qiyun suddenly stopped, letting out a quiet sigh. While all the cultivators marveled at Zipei's profound cultivation, two shadows high in the sky exchanged glances, both showing surprise. One of them spoke in a sharp voice, "She. Thankfully, we brought the 9-layer attribute net for her." Huiyao is a classical Chinese character referring to a mythical or venomous serpent. Chapter 949, Entering the Abyss, Eastern Sea. Pine winds stirred across Split-Reed Island as Li Shiji changed into white robes and quietly sat by the table. No one else was around, leaving an uncanny silence, with only the moonlight spilling across the table. The man held a jade wine pot as he paced around the table, never taking a seat. His wife, Yang Shower, had entered seclusion 2 years ago to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. There had been no news since, and he often worried. Soon, he received word that Li Shijuan had perished in the Eastern Sea while trying to seize the Radiant Sky Stone. Upon hearing the news, Li Shiji had collapsed into the inner hall, weeping bitterly, unable to calm himself for a long time. Even after several years, he still often recalled the incident. Junior, Li Shiji poured himself a cup of wine, filling the one across the table as well, his heart a tangled mess of emotions. Li Shiji had returned home several times, and each time, Li Shijuan had spoken with him at length. He had always been calm, and after receiving the talisman Qi, had grown even more emotionless. Brother Shiqing gained his position and felt uneasy, and Shiming was too soft and full of guilt. But was Junior any better? He first exposed Shiming, then questioned Shiqing, and even eliminated threats by sending Yuexiang away. His heart was the heaviest with dread. What a tangled mess! How could it ever be unraveled? Among all the entanglements of the Li family, it was Li Shiji, an outsider to their internal strife, who saw things the clearest and knew the most. Now, pouring wine on the ground, he muttered, "Grandfather always said the 4 Shis were bound by affection. But how could mere affection explain it all? When kinship isn't enough, resentment and guilt cannot be resolved. When hatred isn't enough, envy and dread cannot be shown. All of it was to perfect a single divine art." He poured 3 cups onto the ground, bowed deeply, then packed away the pot and cups. Collecting all his emotions, he stepped out calmly. As he emerged from the woods, Li Wuxiao approached. The old demonic creature had already reached the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. As his state of mind transformed, the youthful form he had first assumed gradually faded. Wrinkles lined his stern face as he bowed and said, "Young master." Li Shiji took the letter from him, glanced over it, and turned to ask, "Wuxiao, how effective were the flower of Mu C1 and the spiritual uplift pill?" Though Li Wuxiao was in the late Foundation establishment realm, his combat strength was lacking. Even a mid-stage Foundation establishment realm disciple of exalted immortal sects could likely handle him, which was clearly insufficient. So Li Shiji had specially invited 2 alchemists to Split-Reed Island to examine the matter. Both were senior experts who had seen many spirit beasts, and after a careful look, they were somewhat surprised. This beast may lack mystical prowess, but its bloodline is quite unusual. Its ancestors likely cultivated or consumed some azure manifestation-type spirit herb. This is truly a potent tonic. If this beast is used as furnace material, it would certainly produce an excellent batch of essence-gathering pills. Li Wuxiao was stunned, and his eyes filled with both suspicion and menace. Only after Li Shiji explained in detail did the 2 alchemists realize he merely wanted pills to boost strength. They agreed readily, though still expressed some regret. "Sir, you truly don't wish to refine an essence-gathering pill? This demonic creature is premium material. If we reinforce its foundation first, its essence will lose some of its flavor." The old snake's face had gone foul. Li Shiji could only send the alchemists off with a wry smile. Though his thoughts had begun to stir, Wuxiao was born a black-scaled hooked serpent, and his bloodline was far from impressive. Perhaps the 6 Dams life-matching unique technique is starting to show some benefit, having reinforced him so many times. Using supreme moonlight to match one's life essence would be seen as extravagant even by the most illustrious families. No wonder the alchemists had called it a supreme tonic. So he specially found a good spirit item, refined a pill, and gave it to Li Wuxiao. Li Wuxiao slowly transformed in front of him. Inky black scales surfaced across his body, and his eyes turned pitch black as he spoke in a deep hum. This subordinate cultivates the water mansion system's morning cold rain. Its effects have grown even more refined, so I can now manipulate inferior water and suppress spirit wind. He displayed his various mystical abilities, and Li Shiji watched silently, hesitating to speak, before softly saying, "Excellent. I'll fetch you more spell arts when I have the chance. It will surely make you even stronger." The corners of Li Wuxiao's mouth twitched. He bowed in gratitude, and thought inwardly, just what kind of people are the Li family? Forget that sword immortal. Take even Li Xianfeng. One arrow from that brute, and no matter what spell you have, you'll be down and crying for your mother. And now the young master's cultivation grows deeper by the day, to the point of being unfathomable. There's still the air and Qinghong. But Li Shiji didn't care what he was thinking. He glanced through the report in his hand, let out a faint chuckle, and shook his head. Truly interesting. I thought Ning Hujing wouldn't be able to hold back, yet he turned out to be unexpectedly well-behaved. Instead, it was Qi Fubo who struck fast and viciously, seizing the initiative and pulling him right out of position. Li Wuxiao couldn't help but smile, and asked quietly, "Is their internal strife good for us?" "Good." Li Shiji shook his head and said with a touch of sarcasm, "How could that be good? These people aren't fools. With such a major threat looming, would they really start tearing into each other so recklessly? Everyone knows the saying. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." He reviewed all the position changes and smiled. Rather than a fight, it's more of a compromise. Ning Hujing did lose the position of peak master of Yuanqing Peak, but all his trusted subordinates are still sitting pretty up there. How outrageous. Li Wuxiao read through the list twice. The dense rows of names made his head spin, and he cursed in his heart. Damn it. Humans really are cunning. Just fight it out already. Why all the scheming and trickery? Still, though cursing inwardly, he humbly asked, "So are the Ning and Qi families scheming against us?" "Not exactly." Li Shiji shook his head and said with a smile, "They really did tear into each other, but everyone came out satisfied after the fight. It was all a trade of interests. Ning Hujing, that heavyweight sect master faction, stepped down from the peak, but he was given an even better post elsewhere. The Qi family lacks manpower, so they naturally wouldn't fall out with the Ning family. Leaving those people on the peak gives them support, weakens the Ning faction, and helps appease Ning Hujing's mood." Li Wuxiao pondered a while and asked, "Where's he going?" "Where?" Li Shiji casually pointed at the bamboo grove behind him. "Of course, he's being sent to the Eastern Sea. No matter which side loses, they'd take over my position here. Isn't that perfect for everyone? Ning Hujing is fierce, but lacks cunning. He's definitely the one coming. First, it gets that eyesore out of the sect. Second, it puts him in control of one of the two key seas. As long as Qi Shuxiao gives the order, how could Ning Hujing disobey? Once in the Eastern Sea, he'll be busy cracking down and purging opposition, so he won't have time to meddle with sect politics. All that infighting just weakens the Sea family and strengthens his own." Li Wuxiao remained quiet for a while, then murmured, "And Lord Sea? Would he really stand by and do nothing? The Eastern Sea has long been marked as one to be given up." Li Shiji sighed, a touch of regret in his voice as he said, "It's just a shame about this bamboo grove. That guy loves planting iron pillars everywhere, so this whole mountain will soon look like a porcupine. I doubt it'll survive." 1. The Ramu, Muka, Hai, is the same words used for the character Mahai that appeared in previous chapters. But in this context it should be the name of a sea because Hai actually means sea. Chapter 950, Entering the Abyss, 2. Knowing Li Shiji had plans, Li Wuxiao spoke softly. "What should we do now?" Li Shiji said softly. "Let's head into the island's abyss under the pretense of inspection before the official order arrives. We'll toss the whole situation to that guy and focus on treasure hunting before we leave." A gleam of rainbow light rose and fell from his hand as he mused inwardly. "As long as the order doesn't arrive, I can use this excuse to dodge everything. Both sides will accept it. As for those messy, incomplete records, naturally they'll be left for Lord Ning. He's got talent. Surely he can sort them out even without assistance." After a brief moment of thought, Li Shiji swiftly wrote 2 letters and sent them home. Without delay, he tidied up his cave dwelling and left without looking back. He stepped out, left a letter for his subordinates, and rode the wind with the old demon to the center of the island. There, a great abyss opened up, its exposed cliff walls glowing a crimson red. Several golden-robed cultivators stood before the chasm. The group all bowed in greeting. Li Shiji spoke gently. So today is the day the Golden Feather sect reinforces this place. I wish to enter for investigation. May I trouble you to open the formation? The Golden Feather sect had always maintained a lukewarm relationship with the Azure Pond sect. Yet these men treated him with surprising warmth, calling him Taoist as they brought out a map. They smiled as they told him, "The earth veins have shifted slightly in recent months. Perhaps one of the 3 monarchs of Lesser Yang grew temperamental or went visiting a fellow cultivator. Taoist, do be cautious." The abyss on Splitreed Island had formed when a demon monarch had been split into 3. Various forces had mixed, which corrupted the earth veins with wicked energy. Yet falling water rising storm had little impact on it. The real changes came when any of the 3 true monarchs passed nearby. "Very well," said Li Shiji. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. He nodded in thanks and, without wasting a moment, took Li Wuxiao with him into the depths. As he vanished into the abyss, the 3 disciples of the Golden Feather sect resealed the formation. One of the women whispered, "So that's Li Shiji of the Moongaze family? Handsome indeed, and his strength doesn't seem low either." Of course, another cultivator's face lit up with pride as he shook his head and said, "My peak's Grand Marshal Uncle Zhang Yun is a close friend of Li Tongya. Even the immortal archer Li Xianfeng had to call him uncle. How could a descendant of such people be ordinary?" His admiration for Zhang Yun extended to Li Tongya, which gave him a favorable view of the entire Li family. Though Li Tongya was famous, Zhang Yun remained obscure among the rogue cultivators, so he eagerly brought him up to highlight his Grand Marshal uncle status. The 3 continued chatting and laughing until a streak of light descended swiftly onto the island, circled the peak once, then landed directly before them. "Where is the peak master of Changtian Peak?" "Sitongi." The 3 of them recognized him, but held him in disdain. They replied with cool indifference, "The Taoist has already entered the formation." "So be it, so be it." Sitongi let out a sigh of relief, then turned and left. A few hours later, another streak of light descended rapidly upon the peak, circled once, and also landed. This newcomer bore the Azure Pond sect seal, his face filled with shock as he asked, "Where is the peak master of Changtian Peak?" The 3 recognized him as someone from the Qi family. One continued reading, while the other kept cultivating. None of them paid him any mind. The bicolor-scaled beast surged from the sea, the palace on its back glimmering with shimmering scales before it submerged again. Once it docked, Huiyao opened the palace doors and respectfully said, "My lord, please." Li Zhouwei emerged from the palace. Konghing had been waiting at the shore. The monk craned his neck until he saw Li Zhouwei disembark, then finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huiyao carried a basket of pearls, each one as large as a fist and dazzling in luster. Watching their expressions, he quietly slipped them into Konghing's hands and whispered, "Please accept these, my lord. The Tail Subkingdom Queen is timid by nature, and not the kind to orchestrate such things. One fright, and she hasn't slept a wink in days. I beg your grace, give her a way out." Kongheng, being kind-hearted, listened to Huiyao's murmured explanation and had grasped most of the situation. He had already taken the basket, but, afraid of making a misstep, glanced at Li Zhouwei. When he saw Li Zhouwei nod, Huiyao was overjoyed and thanked them repeatedly. Kongheng gently supported him and said warmly, "Fellow Taoist Huiyao, you have a kind heart. You're truly a fine creature." Huiyao was a bit dazed to hear that, knowing he'd done plenty of shady deeds. His face twitched with guilt as he mumbled a soft response. Li Zhouwei turned to look toward the other side, where a young man in armor stood with a sword in hand. Qinyang had guarded the island for several years. Since Li Zhouwei and Li Chenghui were in closed-door cultivation, and Kongheng was not one to manage affairs, most responsibilities had fallen to him. Though only at the 3rd stage of the Qi cultivation realm, his demeanor had changed greatly. The viciousness and suspicion that had once flickered in his gaze had completely vanished. With the countenance of a Li clansman, and stripped of those coarse expressions, Qinyang now appeared much steadier. But when facing Li Zhouwei, he still lowered his eyes, staring at his cheeks rather than those golden pupils, and respectfully said, "Greetings, my lord." Rise. Li Zhouwei's gaze did not linger on him. Instead, he turned to exchange a few words with Huiyao. The demonic creature then rode the beast away. Qinyang counted the pearls and said softly, "My lord, 16 water pearls in total. It barely reaches the threshold for a Foundation Establishment Realm spirit item." As Li Zhouwei stepped into the hall, he replied softly, "Keep them well. The quality is decent. If divided, they're best used for top-grade Qi cultivation realm items. But once we return to the lake, it's best to gather a full set of 16 and forge a Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma artifact set." Qinyang carefully stored them away, then took out a jade slip from his robe and offered it with both hands. He bowed respectfully as he said, "My lord, this contains records of all island affairs over the past few years. There's records of appointments and removals, as well as spirit ore and paddy yields. Every annual surplus was accounted for without the slightest discrepancy." Li Zhouwei accepted the slip and glanced through it. He had to admit, Qinyang had kept the island in impeccable order these past years. Every spirit field and mine had been managed with precision, and the annual surplus even rivaled the total from the previous 3 years combined. This man is ambitious and ruthless, but his capabilities are beyond doubt. It takes someone like him to keep an island full of outer sea cultivators in line. It was precisely because Qinyang had ambition that he refrained from touching any of the island's resources. The cultivators feared him to the extreme. Even Li Qinghui, capable as he was, had to yield some benefits to win hearts. Yet under Qinyang's rule, the administration had become extraordinarily clean. Kongheng waited patiently. Once Li Zhouwei finished reading, he silently handed over the letter he held in his hand. Li Zhouwei took the letter, skimmed it quickly, then shut his eyes tightly. He waited several seconds before lifting his brows and exhaling, asking, "Did great-uncle Shijuan one leave any words?" Kongheng shook his head. Li Zhouwei waved for Qinyang to leave, then sat silently in the hall for a few moments. When he saw Kongheng's pale face, Li Zhouwei said hoarsely, "With uncle fallen, I must return at once." 1. The author wrote Shiming instead of Shijuan in the raw. I've changed it as I think it's the author's mistake. Chapter 951, Tanyun, I. Li Qinghong flew all the way past Lake Xian, entered the sea, and crossed the line once marked by a true monarch. The sky above darkened with thick clouds, and the purple hue of the inland seas could no longer be seen clearly. The golden mountain in Kong Tingyun's hand shimmered as it glided across the sea. Streaks of light flew by in the sky. When the two stopped at Splitreed Island, disciples from Profound Peak Gate promptly came to receive them. Splitreed Island sat at the heart of the shallow sea. It had once been a stronghold of the Moonlight Origin Mansion, but after the Immortal Mansion secluded itself, various immortal sects from Jiangnan moved in. Gates and sects like Hengzhu Dao Gate and the Azure Pond sect secured prime positions early on, while Profound Peak Gate, being a weaker latecomer, could only settle on the fringes. The Azure Pond sect was now administered by Li Shiji. Kong Tingyun had deliberately made this stop to allow the aunt and nephew to meet, but also to use the opportunity to grow closer with Li Shiji. However, when she sent someone to inquire, the response made her expression subtly change. Ning Hujing is the one guarding this place now. Kong Tingyun felt a faint sense of unease. She wasn't deeply familiar with the Azure Pond sect's internal affairs, so she turned to explain everything in detail to Li Qinghong. The latter, however, showed no surprise at all. Ever since word of Qi Buzi spread and Si Yuanli began his seclusion, this was only a matter of time. Removing Si Yuanli's faction was inevitable. Hearing that Li Shiji had already entered the abyss confirmed he had a plan. Meanwhile, the Profound Peak Gate disciple hesitated slightly and said quietly, "Unfortunately, the timing was poor. The Peak Master of Chantian Peak went into the abyss, and many sect documents weren't handed over. The seals are missing. Lord Ning has already sat atop the peak for several days and sent multiple letters back to the sect." Puffed. The always perceptive Kong Tingyun instantly grasped the implications. She chuckled while inwardly thinking, there's no need to guess. The Azure Pond sect's reef markets across the Eastern Sea are either under the Yangs, the Sis, or Li Shiji's people. Ning Hujinghumph. As Li Qinghong listened, her thoughts drifted to Qi Buzi, the Qi family's Purple Mansion realm cultivator. She had once seen the so-called Qi family treasure tree. Though she couldn't fully understand everything she'd heard, one thing was clear. Qi Buzi likely harbored deep resentment toward pristine water, and his ambitions were even greater. He probably has truly given up on the Azure Pond sect. Kong Tingyun glanced at Li Qinghong, then turned to ask, did Ning Hejing bring anyone with him? The guard respectfully replied, most of the Ning family remains within the sect. He brought back a few guest cultivators, all transferred from Mountain City. There's even someone from Mount Yu. Someone from Mount Yu? Li Qinghong raised her brows in mild surprise and asked, do you know his background? Do you know his name? The person quickly retrieved a jade slip from his sleeve, hesitating awkwardly before whispering. He's originally from Moongaze Lake. He once cultivated there, but supposedly his territory was seized, and he was later captured by Lord Xianfeng and brought all the way back to Mountain City. He's a clever one and ended up joining the Ning family. I heard that his name is Fei Lia. The man spoke vaguely in her presence, but Kong Tingyun understood at once. The Moongaze Lake was now under Li family control. Who else could have taken the Mount Yu man's territory? She lowered her gaze and said, so there was an old enmity. No wonder he threw his lot in with Ning Hejing. Qinghong. As her probing gaze swept over, Li Qinghong was momentarily stunned in her heart. Who? Fei Luoya. How could Li Qinghong not recognize that name? He was an old veteran from Mount Yu, and a rather capable one at that. She had seen him multiple times, and every time, this old Mount Yu cultivator had come pleading for a way to survive. Later, when Li Xianfeng returned, he took him south to serve under the Ning family. Who would have thought that after all the twists and turns, he would end up here? Enmity? Thought Li Qinghong. Li Qinghong fell silent. There likely wasn't any deep grudge between Fei Lia and the Li family, nor had there ever been any great favor owed. This so-called enmity was probably just a ploy to curry power. But it was hard to tell what that old man was truly thinking. One thing was clear, the old man was cunning and certainly had means. Ning Hejing would probably make great use of him. Naturally, she wouldn't undermine Fei Lia for no reason, and simply sighed. It's true. Kong Tingyun looked thoughtful, while Li Qinghong, inspired by this bit of information, quickly pieced together the arrangements between the Si and Qi factions. Her heart settled further. Just then, the disciple from Profound Peak Gate said, there is one more matter to report to the sect master. Speak. Kong Tingyun prompted, and the man responded. News from a few days ago says the 16th young master of the Golden Tang Gate broke through, mastering several advanced arts. He asked the sect master to step down and took the position himself. Now, the Golden Tang Gate is entirely under his control. Kong Tingyun shook her head lightly and said, that's just their old tradition. There's some coup or assassination every year. Back in the day, during the Li Xiao affair, the Azure Pond sect was flourishing, and the Golden Tang Gate leaned toward the Azure Pond sect's faction. Now that the Azure Pond sect is declining, it's only natural they shift toward the Golden Feather sect's side. After thinking for a moment, she added, I remember it was the Golden Feather sect who supported Situ Nu long ago in killing his brother to ascend. Later, the Azure Pond sect backed the first lineage in restoring power. This 16th young master who just rose again must be a descendant of Situ Nu. Wise as always, sect master. The man responded respectfully. He is a surviving orphan from those days, named Situ Mo. He was born of a maidservant. Situ Mo? Kong Tingyun was truly taken aback and turned to look at Li Qinghong, only to find her expression equally conflicted. Kong Tingyun sighed softly and shook her head, saying, so it's him. Even when I fought him back then, I did not think he was an ordinary man. But I never imagined he had such a background. Li Qinghong sighed inwardly. She truly did know Situ Mo. His mother was once a woman from the Ji family, and had harbored deep hatred ever since. She had even ambushed one of her own juniors. The Li family had once laid a trap with Profound Peak Gate, but had failed to keep him. Li Qinghong merely murmured, he's extremely cautious, quick-witted, not someone easy to deal with. Exactly. Kong Tingyun found herself somewhat troubled as well. She had crossed swords with this man during her first time stationed offshore and understood him well. Though he was a formidable enemy, she had to admit his abilities. She said, I tried to trap him several times, and he evaded me each time. His level of caution and cunning is among the highest I've seen. Li Qinghong even held back a deeper thought. My second uncle brought his bow to the Eastern Sea twice, but that guy hid like a turtle and refused to leave his island. Once he sent Mutuo, another time Sidu Chun. Both times someone else took the fatal blow for him. He somehow held out until now. After reviewing the intel, Kong Tingyun took her off the island again. This time they had a swift and steady spirit boat from Profound Peak Gate. The two sat calmly in the cabin as Kong Tingyun spoke softly. Sister, there's no need to worry. The Suzhu family has only survived till now because their Purple Mansion realm cultivator lingers in the Southern Sea. They pop up now and then, but never dare return to Jiangnan. Suzhu Emma wouldn't dare make a move. Li Qinghong nodded. She had some knowledge of how the Purple Mansion realm cultivators of Golden Tang Gate had long been abroad, but she ultimately knew less than Profound Peak Gate, who had married into the sect. She whispered, I wonder which families have a grudge against Golden Tang Gate. It all goes back to Suzhu Tang. Kong Tingyun replied softly. The Golden Tang Gate was founded by Suzhu Tang. He had extraordinary talent, and some even suspected he was blessed by fate itself, but his temperament was exceedingly domineering. At that time, Taoist Master Yuan Su was stationed at sea and went out to gather qi. Suzhu Tang barged into Yuan Su's cave dwelling, killed the three-eyed Mount Tiao beast, took its eye, and left unscathed. Even Taoist Master Qiu Shui was injured by him. He also feuded with Yuming of the Shin family and snatched a treasure from Taoist Yuan Xiao. Eventually, he turned south and clashed with Hangzhou Dao Gate. In short, he never thought of the consequences. By making enemies everywhere, he left the Golden Tang Gate in a constant state of awkwardness. Li Qinghong felt her heart gradually settle. Kong Tingyun smiled, shook her head and said, it wasn't until he angered a dragon king in the sea and nearly died that he finally calmed down. Unfortunately, his lifespan was greatly reduced, and he never had the chance to reach the Golden Core realm before his death. Chapter 952, Tanyun 2. The spirit boat sped south through the sky as the two conversed. The sea roared beneath them. After sitting for most of the day, they passed an island spewing black fire. The spirit boat suddenly shook with a loud rumble. Kong Tingyun looked up with a slight frown, lifted the curtain, and stepped out. Li Qinghong looked up as well and saw roaring flames beneath them. The marketplace on the sea was in ruins, with several families seemingly locked in vicious battle. Sulphurous fire erupted as thick smoke billowed into the sky. A few stray spell arts had struck the spirit boat, prompting Kong Tingyun to reveal herself. Her late Foundation establishment realm aura, combined with the radiance of her full Dharma robes, instantly frightened the surrounding cultivators into panic. Many dropped to their knees. Spare us, my lady. Spare us. Where do you think you are? Do you all have no regard for your lives? At her words, the cultivators who had unleashed the spells turned pale with terror and stammered in response. Foundation establishment realm cultivators flew in from the distance. One of them recognized her at a glance and quickly bowed, speaking humbly. Greetings, fairy of the immortal sect. Allow me to offer our apologies for this incident. He seized the troublemakers with one hand, intending to kill them on the spot, but Kong Tingyun waved him down. She paused to question them thoroughly, but could not find any deeper cause. Kong Tingyun frowned and observed them for a while. Once she was certain they had only caused unintentional harm, she let out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, Li Qinghong found the island oddly familiar. She lowered her gaze and quietly returned to the cabin. After a few moments, Kong Tingyun re-entered and sat across from her. She spoke softly. This is Donglu Island. It used to belong to a rather decent family, but their old ancestor failed his breakthrough and perished. A few of the elder generations also died, and they suddenly couldn't hold such vast territory anymore. It's a pity. Our Taoist master once said that their ancestor had a fairly good chance of success, but he happened to run into falling water rising storm and got washed to death by it. She poured tea for Li Qinghong and said gently, earlier, a few nearby families were besieging this place. The Han family has a solid foundation, so it's not so easy to topple them. They've apparently been fighting for over a year now. Li Qinghong listened quietly, her eyes fixed on her teacup. After taking a sip, she asked, how much farther is it from here to Zhongquan? Kong Tingyun calculated for a moment and replied softly, there should be another 3 or 4 days' time. All right, replied Li Qinghong, nodding. She quietly sipped her tea, already making mental calculations in her heart. Crimson Reef Island. Crimson Reef Island was the second largest island in the shallow sea after Splitreed Island, but it was quite different. While Splitreed Island was a complete and unified landmass, Crimson Reef Island looked more like 5 or 6 large islands patched together. The island was divided into East Reef and West Reef, a geographic and administrative split. The entire reef archipelago was split in two by a sea trench over 500 kilometers wide. It was windless above and so vast that ordinary Qi cultivation realm cultivators couldn't even fly across it. A woman in white stood on the sea, dotted with jagged rocks. A frosty haze veiled her face, making her features indistinct. Her arms were folded across her chest. Tianwan had been waiting here for several days. It wasn't wasted time. Chi Buzi's probing had forced Taoist Master Tanyun to show himself. Rather than feeling pleased, Tianwan had grown even more alert. Tu Longjian. Ever since the loss of the 6 Ding merging fire token, Tianwan had grown suspicious that Tanyun, one, from West Reef, had kept a close eye on Tu Longjian ever since he secretly broke through to the Purple Mansion realm. Chi Buzi's recent stir-up confirmed for her that Tanyun had long since entered the Purple Mansion realm. The realization chilled her and filled her with doubt. The loss of the 6 Ding merging fire token was no accident. It must have been Tanyun's doing. And so, new questions began to surge in her mind. Was Tu Longjian truly just a hypocrite dressed in righteousness? The Taoist master went over the possibilities in her mind and slowly shook her head. West Reef shadow has always loomed behind Tu Longjian. He must have wanted to protect Li Shijuan, but the 6 Ding merging fire token was important enough for him to break his bottom line and abandon pride if needed. Linking it to how the token was lost, she nodded slightly and murmured, "The merging fire token is no ordinary ancient artifact. It holds something within. Maybe a hidden trove, a cultivation technique, a lead to some ancient grotto heaven, or even metallic essence." "Husband," Tianwan folded her arms over her chest, as if speaking across space to her long-vanished husband Guoshintong. Her voice softened. "The Dragon Kin gave you the 6 Ding merging fire token. What kind of pact did you form with them? And what secrets did you hide within this spirit artifact?" Tu Longjian, quite the name indeed. She stood quietly for a moment as a gust of fragrant wind swept in from the distance. It landed nearby and transformed into a man in sandalwood robes. He had arched brows and small eyes, but he was hunched over as he closely examined her. Tianwan lowered her gaze and murmured, "Tanyun, this old servant greets madam." Taoist Master Tanyun chuckled slyly, his eyes lacking the slightest respect. Taoist Master Tianwan spoke softly, "Your spirituality is bound to him, so why not be honest with me? How is my husband now?" Taoist Master Tanyun shook his head, replying mockingly, "Haven't had contact in ages." "Pardon me, madam. There are far too many grotto heavens and secret realms in this world. What good is a mere strand of spirituality?" Taoist Master Tianwan stared at him with quiet weight. Taoist Master Tanyun just laughed and said, "Why not ask the Golden Feather sect instead? Those immortal sects are far-sighted and formidable. I'm sure they know something." Tianwan remained silent for a while before speaking. "There's no need to hide it. You handed the 6 Ding merging fire token to Tu Longjian, and Su Xiao will surely die too. Why not keep this artifact in hand? Why give it to a bearer of fate like him? Could my husband be trapped in a grotto heaven and needs this token carried inside to be rescued?" As she spoke in a low voice, she carefully watched his expression and continued, "Or could it be?" Her words were suddenly cut off by the demonic creature, whose tone had turned cold. "You used their lives to test me and my master. Guohongyao, Guohongkong, Guohong. How many direct descendants have already died? Tianwan. They were your children all the same." 1. This is the full name of Taoist Master Tanyun. Chapter 953. Junior, I. Descendants. Taoist Master Tianwan muttered the word with a trace of mockery and said quietly, "So what if they are? What are descendants? Are they descendants because I watched them grow up and thus feel affection? Or because they revere me? None of that. I emerged from seclusion after breaking through, only to be greeted by a group of old men calling me ancestor. What does that have to do with me?" Tanyun let out a sigh. He still held some lingering bond of master and servant in his heart, and tried to persuade her. But blood ties can never truly be erased. Even if you feel no affection for them, they are at least closer than strangers. Closer. Taoist Master Tianwan spoke through gritted teeth, her voice full of fury and icy disdain. "I possess divine abilities. I can see directly into human hearts. I see their every thought with crystal clarity, Tanyun. The women think only of hating and envying me. What closeness is there to speak of?" As for Guohonger and Guohongjian, her expression grew even colder as a trace of cruelty rose. She spoke softly. "Fine, at least they weren't as stupid as Guohongyao. They knew I could read hearts, so they dared not think such things when facing me. But once I entered seclusion, they secretly indulged in lustful thoughts, fantasies of domination, and sordid repayment. What closeness could there possibly be? Tanyun was left speechless. He murmured, this. But still, Taoist Master Tanyun truly didn't know how to defend them anymore. Even Guo Shintong would have to bow his head in shame if he were here. He could only mutter. After all, several hundred years have passed. It's hard to expect any real familial bond. You are pure and untarnished, a stunning beauty among mortals cultivating a Tao of untouchable frost and snow. So they harbored filthy thoughts. His voice grew quieter as he spoke, and inwardly he wished he could drag those Guo bastards out and kill them all. Yet he still tried to reason with her. My lady, the ancients once said, to glimpse a man's heart is to witness his demons. Back then, cultivators who attained divine abilities feared visiting the mortal world, for a single glance with their divine ability would fill them with despair and rage. One's inner thoughts are the hardest to condemn. Who doesn't harbor desires of lust and greed deep within? Taoist Master Tianwan merely gazed at him in silence. Her entire being exuded an aura of frost and snow, with only a faint trace of her elegant eyes visible. She spoke softly. The old texts say that once the life divine ability is mastered, one sees evil in all the world. That is why those of the Purple Mansion realm are without emotion and slay without hesitation. It's because they see sin in every soul. I understand now. Zhongshuan Island. The benefits of iodine. Here's why you should keep it at home. Open. Li Qinghong and Kong Tingyun arrived at Zhongshuan Island by spirit boat. Li Zhouwei approached them aboard the radiant light and cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, ancestor. Seeing him brought a rare smile to Li Qinghong's face as a gentle warmth bloomed in her expression. Li Zhouwei then turned to Kong Tingyun and offered her a cupped hand salute. Greetings, senior. Kong Tingyun smiled and nodded, her round eyes examining him briefly before giving a slight nod of approval, thinking, not bad. Li Qinghong had never allowed Li Zhouwei to kneel in her own household, and had previously kept him from meeting outsiders for a reason. If he had failed to reach Foundation Establishment Realm, encountering Kong Tingyun, the sect master of Profound Peak, would not have warranted a simple salute. According to cultivation etiquette, he would have had to kneel. Kong Tingyun was also sharp. Had he not bowed, she might have grown suspicious. But now that he had advanced to the Foundation Establishment Realm, both were cultivators of equal realm, so bowing was no longer required, thus avoiding unnecessary trouble. Li Qinghong stepped aside with a smile and said, Kong Tingyun, sect master of Profound Peak Gate, this is my family's heir. I've long heard of your name. Kong Tingyun looked at him for a moment before slowly averting her gaze. Though Li Zhouwei's looks were merely above average, he possessed a charm that made it hard to look away. She chuckled inwardly. I've heard that the Weasley lineage is known for its beauty. No wonder, seeing Qinghong and Shijuan is proof enough. But Li Qinghong was wary of lingering too long, fearing unexpected mishaps, and thus said, let's board the boat first. The two women boarded back on the boat. With Kong Tingyun present, Li Zhouwei decided not to bring up the matter of Dingjiao. Once inside, Li Qinghong, visibly worried, asked, how is Qingyi doing? He's still in seclusion, no news so far. Kongheng, standing nearby, answered in his stead. After some small talk, Li Zhouwei got a better sense of Kong Tingyun's temperament and finally asked, Senior Kong, I've always had a question. Items like the 6 Ding Merging Fire token or the 6 Xian Unified Metal token seem to be part of a set. Where exactly did they come from? Kong Tingyun hesitated for a moment before replying. These spirit artifacts are fairly well known. They're likely connected to some immortal mansion, but I don't know much beyond that. Her answer was vague and was clearly lacking certainty. Sea winds howled outside the boat as the group continued heading north. After several days, they arrived at Yuezhou Island, home of the Profound Peak Gate. This was the Kong family's ancestral stronghold. Kong Tingyun smiled and pointed north, saying, I forgot to inform your family that the Golden Tang Gate has sealed its mountain and lost Golden Sack Island. It now belongs to our family. Congratulations. Li Qinghong offered her congratulations. A disciple from the Profound Peak Gate came up with a message, which Kong Tingyun read carefully before speaking softly. Taoist Master Zipei has truly fallen. Li Qinghong wasn't well acquainted with the Taoist master, but the deceased had a respectable reputation, so she sighed in response. But Kong Tingyun chuckled. She might not actually be dead. Li Zhouwei raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully, reincarnated? Exactly, Kong Tingyun said in a low voice. Do you all remember how the Purple Mansion realm cultivators vanished for a time during the North-South conflict? It was because signs of Anhui heaven appeared within the Great Void, and among them were fragments of the Tianwu, true Qi, divine, fiend essence. Li Zhouwei's heart trembled as something struck him like lightning. True essence. The old ape also possessed true essence, and his breakthrough happened around that same time. The white ape's breakthrough was one of the most unexpected events for the Li family. His body was riddled with old injuries, many of which had damaged his foundation. Both Li Shiqing and Xiao Guowan had far better chances of success, yet he alone had succeeded. Thinking back now, it was truly a stroke of fortune. At that very time, the Purple Mansion realm cultivators were fighting within the Great Void, and the appearance of the Tianwu, true Qi, divine fiend essence allowed him to seize that celestial opportunity. Li Zhouwei had long harbored doubts about the matter. Though he trusted the white ape, he had always suspected someone might have tampered with him in the past. Now, he felt much more at ease. Across from him, Kong Tingyun continued. The metallic essence was taken by Taoist Master Zipei. According to our family's Taoist master, possessing metallic essence allows one to reincarnate freely. She's likely already slipped away. Chapter 954, Junior, 2. Mount Wu. Moongaze Lake's Mount Wu was where spiritual energy was the most concentrated. However, at present, a grand formation had sealed it off completely, isolating all fluctuations of qi. White mist flowed down the jade steps of the mountain in thick, milky streams like liquid jade. The blood pool at the summit had been transformed. Now, it held a small pile of spirit stones and was soaked in gurgling spirit springs. Wisps of spiritual qi escaped the surface, flowing across the ancient jade floor. Jade pillars stood in rows. Li Shiming, dressed in his Taoist robe, stood atop the tallest one. With each breath, dense spiritual qi gathered from all directions and flowed into his acupoints. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a stream of heavenly radiance. It glimmered brightly amidst the mist before vanishing. A serene lantern lit up within his qi sea, floating above his immortal foundation. Its radiance flickered, illuminating everything within the qi sea. Heavenly Lantern, successfully refined. The Radiant Essence scripture contained 9 secret techniques: Yang Origin, Heavenly Lantern, Jewel Steps, Great Fisher, Reversal, 100 Arms Arsenal, Imperial Edict, Golden Scales, and Red Cicada, each with its own unique ability. Through secluded cultivation and aided by the Huai River map, Li Shiming had now refined the second one. There was no denying Li Shiming's astonishing talent. Just over 60 years old, and he had already mastered 2 secret techniques. Now that the Heavenly Lantern was refined, his immortal foundation underwent further transformation. The method of Heavenly Lantern pierces through darkness and purifies the spirit platform, doubling efficiency in scripture reading and spell art cultivation. Li Shiming was struck with sudden insight. It would be best to start with Heavenly Lantern. Even the simplest Yang Origin technique doesn't take much time. Focusing on these 2 first was the right choice. But these secret techniques... Li Shiming stared at the radiant lantern shimmering within his qi sea and thought to himself, these are truly exquisitely designed. Even among the 3 sects and 7 gates, secret techniques of this caliber are exceedingly rare. The more he practiced, the more he realized how precious these secret techniques were. Even the most basic Yang Origin contained mysteries that no other spell he had learned could rival. Except for the Immortal Arts Reception Method and Sacrificial Ritual Method. No one in the Li family had ever understood these 2 arts. They showed no obvious profundity, produced no spiritual energy, and felt more like calling for rain. Somehow, repeating them simply worked. None of the Li family's other spell arts aside from those 2 even came close. Each time Li Shiming practiced one of the secret techniques, it felt like sailing through a vast, boundless ocean. It was so immersive he often forgot to return. He exhaled deeply. After another half-month of stabilizing the Heavenly Lantern within the formation, he began cultivating the next spell. Suddenly, the formation flickered, and a small message appeared on the jade pillar. Li Shiming picked it up and glanced over it, reporting to the Lord, "The Xiao family has come to visit. If you have emerged from seclusion, we humbly request your presence." Li Shiming pondered for a moment. Since the message had been sent to him, it likely meant his aunt was not at home. The Xiao family could not be neglected, so he ascended in a beam of light and soared out of Mount Wu. He descended into the island's main hall and saw that many people were already gathered there. His grand uncle Li Xianxian stood smiling to one side, while the white ape stood on the other like a stone statue. A middle-aged man with a kindly face and graying temples stood in the center of the hall. 2 strands of medicine pouches hung from his shoulders. A gentle smile rested on his face as he looked at Li Shiming with calm, relaxed eyes. Master. Li Shiming knew this face better than anyone. It was none other than his master, Xiao Yuanxi. He had always looked gentle and kind, but age now weighed heavily on him. His eyes carried weariness. His complexion was pale, and it seemed he had recently suffered some minor injuries. Li Shiming hadn't expected him to come in person and hurriedly performed a disciple's salute, standing respectfully to one side. The man took his hand, his eyes warm. His voice still carried the same rich gentleness it had all those years ago. You've grown so much, Ming. After Li Shijuan's death, Li Shiming had wept only once, and since then had had no room in his heart for mourning. But those words made his eyes sting. He said in a low voice, Disciple Shiming greets master. Good. Xiao Yuanxi, though aged, still bore a middle-aged appearance from years of taking medicinal pills. He smiled at Li Shiming, then turned toward Li Xianxian and said, Xianxian, we've talked enough for now. Why don't you rest for a bit? I'd like to speak with Ming'er alone. Li Xianxian was the highest in seniority within the Li family, so only the man before him could address him so casually. Stroking his white beard, he quickly took his leave. Xiao Yuanxi turned to the young man before him, coughed twice, and said with a smile, Ming'er, come. Let's go talk at your Mount Wu. Li Shiming quickly moved to support him, but Xiao Yuanxi only chuckled and shook his head. Li Shiming felt nothing but gratitude for this elder. They descended together toward Mount Wu, landing atop its peak. Xiao Yuanxi looked around and said with a smile, You've always had the finest things. This Mount Wu is even better than my cave dwelling atop Mount Xianyu. Li Shiming nodded silently. The two of them sat down at a jade table, and Xiao Yuanxi spoke softly. Your family has not been using the blood pool. Good. My efforts at Tongyao weren't for nothing. Li Shiming just kept nodding. Xiao Yuanxi looked at him and continued. In this lifetime, I've only ever taken you as a disciple. Everything I know of the alchemic Tao, I've passed on to you. Ming'er, I know you. Perhaps even better than Xianxian does. That's why I came. He said gently. Shiming, if you plan to attempt the Purple Mansion realm, why didn't you tell your master first? Li Shiming raised his head and saw the familiar smile on Xiao Yuanxi's face. He said, Xianxian might have refused to give you the Radiant Sky Stone. Don't blame him for that. Master, I wouldn't dare. Li Shiming stood up in alarm, but Xiao Yuanxi pulled him back into his seat, then took out a jade bottle from his sleeve and placed it in his hand with a smile. Take a look. The bottle felt warm in his hand. Sweeping it with his spiritual sense, Li Shiming discovered a single brilliant pill inside, etched with 5 claw-like golden patterns. It was brimming with radiant light, and the entire jade bottle shimmered with concentrated golden brilliance. Li Shiming cultivated the bright yang Dao and was well-versed in alchemy. How could he not recognize it? This pill brimmed with intense bright yang mana, with a pure and tranquil aura. Who knew how many bright yang spirit items and treasured panaceas had gone into refining it? Moss. Master. Li Shiming stood frozen in place. Xiao Yuanxi chuckled twice, then coughed, and said softly, I've always known your ambition was great. I had started paying attention to bright yang spirit items when you reached the Foundation Establishment realm. I thought I'd collect them gradually, but you advanced faster than I expected. I could barely keep up. Fortunately, I've built some connections over the years and have some knowledge of bright yang spirit items. I secured 2 treasured panaceas, the bright sea lotus and the triple yang radiant chi fruit. I rushed to the eastern sea and, with much effort, finally gathered what I needed. Xiao Yuanxi continued gently. Spirit items for the Purple Mansion realm are far too rare, and I don't have the means for that. But I do have some skill in alchemy. Though I lack a formula to aid in breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, this is pure bright yang origin. It's called the Radiant Violet Pill, and it should benefit you greatly. He looked at Li Shiming and said warmly, It's a valuable item. I was afraid others might overhear, so I called you into the formation to talk. I kept this from my family's Taoist master and did it myself. He's off in the Northern Sea, so he won't interfere. You can use it without worry. Li Shiming couldn't meet Xiao Yuanxi's gaze. He could only reply, With all master has done, this disciple has no way to repay you. Repay? Xiao Yuanxi shook his head, a nostalgic look crossing his face. He laughed heartily for a few moments, then patted Li Shiming on the shoulder. The old man said no more. as if those few pats had conveyed all he wanted to express. Chapter 955, Treasured Armor, I. Li Shiming's words stuck in his throat for a long time, while Xiao Yuanxi simply continued to look at him. The old man rested his hand on his shoulder and was lost in thought. Xiao Yuanxi understood clearly that once he left this place, and once Li Shiming entered seclusion, the next time he came to the Li family would almost certainly be for Li Shiming's funeral. Attaining divine abilities wasn't difficult for those in major sects, but for Li Shiming right now, it was not an ideal choice. To attain divine abilities is to transcend the mundane. When Li Shiming finally spoke, through choked breaths, he sighed softly in his heart. He had exhausted every possible effort to see Li Shiming again. Xiao Yuanxi had noticed that his family's ancestor hadn't stopped him from gathering bright yang spirit items, but he didn't believe it meant genuine support from his family's Taoist master. He didn't trust him at all. He feared that Li Shiming would have already been forced into seclusion by the time the pill was finished. Xiao Shooting was exactly the kind of man who would do such a thing. So, he had deliberately disrupted the timeline, even going so far as to injure himself just to finish the refinement early and personally deliver the pill. Xiao Yuanxi had treated this meeting as his final farewell. As for Li Shiming successfully reaching the Purple Mansion realm, he never truly dared hope for it. Minger's temperament is far too much like that of a mortal. Xiao Yuanxi gazed at him deeply and thought. Those throughout history who have attained divine abilities were either pure-hearted and resolute, cunning and ruthless, or so introspective that even grief could not sway them. But Mingyu, when frightened, he panics. When angered, he lashes out. He speaks of the merciless Tao, yet is swayed by family and friends. In detachment, he can sever ties, but upon reflection, he feels pain and regret. When nothing stirs his heart, he hesitates. It is only when the pain becomes real does he realize what ruthlessness means. Of all the sons of the Li family, he is the most like an ordinary man. To forge a divine ability, one must pierce the Qi Sea and ascend through Yang. Endless illusions and countless inner demons will await along the way. What will he rely on to get through them? Xiao Yuanxi looked at him in silence. Li Shiming stood beside the table, exhaled softly, and finally spoke without words of thanks. Master, you deliberately kept this pill from Taoist Master Xiao. What concern lies behind that? Xiao Yuanxi hadn't expected that question. He slowly raised his brows and answered softly. My family's Taoist master is only doing what he believes is best for your family. I understand, said Shiming. Li Shiming stood quietly at his side and said softly, Taoist Master Xiao wishes for me to leave this pill for the heir. I can guess that, and I can see it clearly. Master, rest assured, my family holds the Taoist Master in the highest regard. We have not misunderstood his intentions. Xiao Yuanxi was not an ambitious man. With the Purple Mansion realm cultivator, Xiao Shooting above him, he was content to spend his remaining years quietly refining pills. He had no reason to stop this disciple of his, and could only offer him this single pill as a parting gift. When he heard Li Shiming's words, he finally showed a trace of surprise. After a long silence, he said softly, You may handle what I've given you as you see fit. He coughed twice and finally rose to his feet. Li Shiming respectfully escorted him all the way out. Along the way, Xiao Yuanxi looked back at him 3 or 4 times, and to his own surprise, a faint glimmer of hope rose in his heart. If he can gather himself and cut his losses, that would be the best outcome. Li Shiming saw him off, and then rode the wind back to Mount Wu. He did not inform Li Xianxian about the pill. Instead, he quietly sat down amid the mountain's drifting white mists. He took out the jade bottle, but didn't open it immediately. His spiritual sense pierced through the bottle and landed on the radiant violet pill within. The pill radiated a powerful bright yang qi. Its qi was pure and radiant. Li Shiming could detect no flaws within it. Though my means of inspection are a joke compared to Xiao Shooting's, and all Dao lineages stem from the Xiao family anyway, leaving little I can uncover. Master still made a point to mention Xiao Shooting. Li Shiming would never doubt Xiao Yuanxi, and Xiao Shooting had no reason to harm him either. Yet Xiao Yuanxi's earlier words clearly showed concern about Xiao Shooting. It wasn't hard for Li Shiming to arrive at this conclusion. It's just that Xiao Shooting would prefer Zhou Wei to be the one attempting to reach the Purple Mansion realm. He sat in silence amid the mist, thoughts drifting through his mind. Xiao Shooting's intentions are good. I suppose the Profound Peak Gate and Kong Tingyun have passed on word as well. All eyes are now fixed on Zhou Wei. It's not just Xiao Shooting. Every Purple Mansion realm cultivator friendly to my family hopes that Zhou Wei will be the one to challenge the Purple Mansion realm. not someone like me, whom they see as hopeless. The rest of the Purple Mansion realm cultivators, they're probably just waiting, eager to watch me fail. He gave a soft, self-deprecating laugh, then drew out a pale golden jade slip from his sleeve. Forming a hand seal, he activated his mana to begin cultivating the next secret technique. Jewel Steps. Kong Tingyun escorted them all the way to the lake, smiling as she saw the group off. Li Qinghong offered a few polite words of thanks, but since Kong Tingyun was in a hurry to return to her gate, she courteously declined the Li family's invitation and took her leave with a polite farewell. After hesitating several times, she tugged on Li Qinghong's sleeve before leaving and gave a reminder. Qinghong, you must pay close attention to what I mentioned earlier. Don't be careless. She was, of course, referring to Li Shiming. Li Qinghong could only nod in agreement. Only then did Kong Tingyun smile in relief and depart aboard her spirit boat. Back on the island, Li Chungliao came to greet them, grinning from ear to ear as he grabbed his eldest son's hand and examined him closely. Li Zhouwei hadn't seen his father in a long time. Though he was never one for sweet words, a rare trace of joy surfaced in his eyes. Qinyang had changed into white robes and went to the lakeside to pay respects to his father. Li Zhouwei paid his respects to Li Shijuan on the island. Kongheng stood in silence by the grave, sighing. Once they returned to the main hall, the space suddenly felt empty. When the white ape saw Li Zhouwei, his expression faintly echoed the kindly one he once had in years past. His demeanor remained respectful, and he immediately bowed. The group entered the hall together, and Li Qingliao began recounting recent events. Senior UNC is truly a kind and gracious elder. He came all this way to offer his regards. Taoist Master Xiao has been in the Northern Sea for years now and hasn't appeared. Even his family hasn't been able to contact him. Yet Xiao UNC still made a point to speak with Shiming. Li Xianxian was deeply grateful. He remembered clearly how many times Xiao UNC had lent a hand to support their family. He chimed in with a few more words, fearing the younger generation might bear resentment toward the Xiao family for not acting publicly on their behalf. Li Qinghong and the others, of course, wouldn't do such a thing. They all responded kindly and respectfully. Li Xianxian then waved his hand, and both the white ape and Li Chungliao took their leave. The great hall doors closed, and the protective formation began to hum softly. Still uneasy, Li Qinghong tossed out the Chongming Profound Insight screen from her sleeve. A screen of light enveloped the hall, adding another layer of protection. Only then did Li Zhouwei speak. How have the talisman seeds fared in the 2 years I've been away? Li Xianxian gently shook his head. Not as well as we'd hoped. We tested the celestial world generation 3 times, and only you showed this kind of celestial affinity. As for the Crimson Palace generation, the old man stroked his beard and continued softly. It's just now beginning to take shape. Jiangqian is barely 5, yet already the eldest among the first batch of the Crimson Palace generation. We'll let him give it a try. Li Zhouwei nodded. Talisman seeds had become increasingly rare in recent years, and the cultivation methods attached to them were even more advanced. Most generations now had only a single bearer. He had met several of his brothers. While their innate abilities were slightly better than those of the Radiant Lure generation, the difference wasn't substantial. Chapter 956, Treasured Armor, 2. In the past, when the immortal mirror still manifested in the world, one could probe it with spiritual sense and clearly determine the number of talisman seeds inside. But the mirror hadn't appeared in decades. No one had seen it, and now one had to rely on incantations just to invoke it, let alone inspect talisman seeds directly. Li Xianxian seemed a little troubled by this, and said quietly, using such treasures as vessels is all well and good, but there are already so few who bear the talismans. If something ever happens and the line is suddenly severed, with none of the younger generation having received a seed, wouldn't that mean we've lost the connection entirely? After mulling it over for a moment, he chose not to say more. Li Zhouwei then asked, how is Jiangqian? The moment this was brought up, Li Xianxian became visibly spirited and chuckled softly. The child is bright and quick to learn. He's already earned great favor from your father. Oh, Li Zhouwei still remembered the exchange with Dingjiao in the Dragon Palace and pondered silently. If what Dingjiao implied is true, then both the eldest and second sons of Bright Yang are out of the ordinary. I've already seen what Jiangao is like, so Jiangqian must be remarkable as well. Dingjiao might not have been sincere with him, and his instructions might not reflect his true intentions, but the clues hidden in their conversation were still worth taking into account. So he asked, "Besides that, has there been anything unusual?" Li Xianxian paused briefly, then furrowed his brow. He's just a 5-year-old child. It's hard to say much. His eyes are starting to show a hint of red within the gold, but that's nothing serious. All right. Li Zhouwei nodded slightly, seeming to understand. He passed over the basket of pearls. Li Qinghong took out several jade slips, unfurling them one by one and saying softly, "Ming Huang, these are the bright yang techniques and spell arts collected by the family. Take a look." Li Zhouwei relaxed his brow and picked up the jade slips from the table, reading through them one by one. Second-grade technique, clarity of sight and heart technique, immortal foundation, bright and clear heart. Third-grade escape spell, flowing sun refraction. Third-grade technique, bright origin observation and separation technique, immortal foundation, ever-bright platform. Fourth-grade spell art, heavenly radiance, hidden light. Li Zhouwei gave a word of thanks, then put away flowing sun refraction and heavenly radiance, hidden light. He skimmed through bright origin observation and separation technique and handed it back to Li Qinghong, saying softly, "I've troubled the seniors. Don't mention it." Li Qinghong gave a gentle nod and exchanged a glance with Li Xianxian before saying softly, "Ming Huang, there is one more matter." She rose from her seat and walked across the hall, forming a hand seal to resonate with the formation. She then retrieved a brocade pouch from within. Standing before them, she gently shook it and drew a large jade box from it. The jade box was as large as a tabletop and didn't seem particularly extraordinary in material. Guided by mana, it floated lightly to the ground. Li Zhouwei made a rough guess in his heart, and sure enough, Li Qinghong said, "Years ago, my second uncle shot down Morong Wu and took a profound iron treasure armor from him. It's a top-tier foundation establishment realm armor. It was then brought back and reforged over nearly 3 months using True Flame atop Mount Bianyan. Once it was completed, Ning Heyun delivered it to my second uncle, who had it quietly returned and stored away here. It has remained unopened ever since." Mana flowed along her slender fingers as she tapped the jade box 9 times. The box opened on its own with a metallic clang, revealing the treasure within. Li Zhouwei focused and saw a gleaming field of gold-white fine scales. There were no intricate patterns, just layer upon layer of overlapping plates with a supple texture. It was a suit of soft armor. He lifted it gently, surprise written across his face. Li Qinghong praised it. "I'd heard Morong Wu used the Desert Profound armor, which was thought to be a heavy armor steeped in demonic aura. I expected it to be a clunky plate armor. Who'd have thought, after 81 days of true flame refinement, it would become this?" Li Xianxian looked at the soft armor with nostalgic eyes and said in his hoarse voice, "The Morong family hails from the northern tribes. Their armor is naturally forged to be fierce and bulky, with 3 pounds of iron made to look like 9. The Azure Pond sect, for all its differences, is still a Dao lineage of the immortal Dao, so of course they refine things toward elegance and grace." The old man had managed stores for many years and was no stranger to such things. After studying it for a moment, he said calmly, "Most likely the original Desert Profound armor was far too unwieldy, so they had no choice but to reforge it into soft armor. Otherwise, by the Azure Pond sect standards, they'd have tried turning it into a feathered robe." Li Zhouwei admired it for a while and was clearly pleased. He called out, and the white armor rose on its own to wrap itself properly around his body. Tall and broad-shouldered, he stood proud, clad in white gold battle gear gleaming with radiant light. As his golden eyes swept the room, he truly looked like a direct heir of an immortal family. Only then did Li Qinghong speak gently. "This armor uses Desert Profound Sky, Iron, and Radiant Origin Stone for its core, with wolf scale bone and crimson white feather for the scales. Forged under True Flame by several high-level artifact smiths from the Azure Pond sect, it is named Yuan. Li Zhouwei nodded gently. Li Xianxian, slightly surprised, asked, "Have you already refined it?" Everyone knew that Dharma artifacts required refining before use. They had to be saturated with mana. It wasn't too difficult for Qi Cultivation Realm artifacts, and Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma artifacts already took significant time. Masterless ones were easier and often required days. If it was already bound to a previous owner, they took much longer. Some ancient technique artifacts like the Chongming Profound Insight Screen could take months. Yet Li Zhouwei wielded the armor as if it were already his. Li Xianxian couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. Li Zhouwei replied with a smile, "I haven't refined it. but things of bright yang nature naturally favor me. I can use them as I please, even without refining them." As he spoke, the Desheng halberd manifested in his hand, radiating a bright, arcing glow. When its tip gently touched the floor, Li Qinghong smiled and said, "Go ahead and test your hand. Have the white ape exchange a few moves with you." Li Zhouwei smiled and nodded, but said, "I'm afraid that won't be enough." Li Xianxian let out a rare hearty laugh, while Li Qinghong withdrew the Chongming profound insight screen, pushed open the palace doors, and stepped outside into the brisk morning wind. The creaking wooden clogs gave away the narrow-eyed monk's stride. Li Qinghong asked softly, "How about Kongheng?" That drew Kongheng's attention. He looked at the group, puzzled. Li Xianxian, whose memory of the monk still lingered in the distant past, smiled and nodded. "He seems quite good to me." Li Qinghong, however, was more hesitant. Kongheng was no longer the man he used to be. A master monk's lifespan was no short matter, and cultivation under ancient Buddhist methods progressed slowly. Though he was never flashy, years of tempered cultivation had made him someone not easily underestimated. Even if his strength lies in defense rather than offense, he would still stand a strong chance against cultivators from the 3 sects and 7 gates. Not wanting to dampen Li Zhouwei's spirit, she turned and asked Kongheng directly, "May I ask, Master Monk, how would you rate your current strength?" Kongheng paused in thought before giving a wry smile. "I doubt I could withstand your thunder arts, but I can still manage against other things." Li Qinghong was confident in her own strength. Amplified by several Dharma artifacts, her thunder arts were powerful enough to rival Tang Shidu of old. That meant Kongheng had reached the level of a peak master in the Azure Pond sect. Before she could say anything further, the monk smiled and added, "If I'm on the defensive, even a late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator would have trouble killing me. But if I take the offensive, my strength would drop significantly. I'd say I'm around the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm." He was, of course, comparing himself to direct descendants of the 3 sects and 7 gates. Li Qinghong quickly made her assessment and thought, slightly weaker than Shiji, roughly on par with Shiming. She said gently, "Master Monk, why not test the heir's strength? Just a light spar will do." "Very well," replied Kongheng. Chapter 957, Planning for What Comes After, I. The heavy rain over Lake Xian had just ended. The skies had cleared, and Li Qinghong stood atop the lake, riding thunder. This part of the water was completely empty, with no trace of people. Li Xianxian and the white ape stood beside her. Moongaze Lake was crowded with people and too conspicuous for a fight, so the group naturally wouldn't make a scene there. Instead, they found a random spot on Lake Xian to land. This was the quietest location in the inland region, with only 2 lake-dwelling demonic creatures passing by on patrol. When they saw several Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, they didn't dare interfere and pretended not to see them as they slipped away across the water. 2 small boats passed by in the distance, manned by disciples of the Kong family. They circled around, spotted Li Qinghong from afar, recognized her, offered a distant bow, and continued on their way. Li Zhouwei raised his hand with his palm facing up. A surge of blazing radiant light burst from his palm, forming 2 armored soldiers by his side. Their white-scaled armor shimmered under the sunlight, with matching silver boots. Their faces bore neither helmets nor features, just a blank expanse of pale light. Both wielded spears and carried bows on their backs, exuding an imposing presence. As for Li Zhouwei himself, he held a halberd across his body. Radiant light gathered at the arc in the center of the weapon, where 2 halberd blades joined to form a razor-sharp edge that gleamed menacingly. Kongheng pressed his palms together before his chest, his narrow eyes squinting nearly shut. He chanted softly, and pale golden runes flew from his crimson lips and white teeth and started to circle him. Li Zhouwei flipped his halberd upward. The radiant light at its center rippled, releasing an invisible, colorless glow that instantly covered a section of the lake. White steam hissed up from the surface. Across from him, Kongheng fared better. He merely felt the blinding light crash against his face like fire, which made it hard to lift his gaze. But as a Buddhist cultivator, he wasn't afraid of such forces and was not greatly affected. But the sudden heat was harsh on the lurking demonic creatures nearby. They began sweating profusely and grew restless. After exchanging glances, most of them lost their curiosity and quietly dispersed. Desheng. But Li Zhouwei didn't stop there. With a command, a stream of flame shot out from the arc and draped over his body. Radiant light rolled across his armor, and fire spiraled beneath his feet. Bang! A sonic boom erupted over the lake. An instant later, the long halberd was already upon Kongheng. The monk finally opened his eyes a little, and suddenly parted his palms, sending forth a burst of golden runes. The golden runes transformed into chains in midair, clinking noisily as they wrapped around Desheng like serpents. Li Zhouwei flexed his forearm, and his halberd shuddered violently, breaking most of them apart. Kongheng's hand seal changed in an instant, and his eyes opened slightly wider. The golden light behind him condensed into a large orb. Then, a massive figure emerged with a thunderous boom. A golden upper body took shape, 6 arms spreading wide through the air, covered in dense golden script. Its golden face, marked with 2 broad horizontal lines, glowed with red light and radiated immense authority. A towering, 6-armed Vajra in golden armor rose upright from the golden light. Decree. The Vajra's eyes widened, and all 6 of its arms tugged on the golden chains in unison. A heavy metallic clatter rang out as every chain tightened at once, bursting forth in a dazzling flash of golden light. The golden-armored Vajra was as large as a temple. Its eyes were as wide as windmills, casting a massive shadow over Lake Xian. In front of it, Li Zhouwei looked like a small colt tethered outside a gate. His Dharma artifact was yanked taut in an instant. Kongheng had struck with his full strength, using Buddhist cultivator secret techniques. Li Qinghong and the others all nodded in approval. Li Xianxian stroked his beard, lifting his white brows in mild surprise. He turned and said with a smile, "A monk cultivates the heart and is free from worldly affairs. When he strikes, he does so with everything and holds nothing back." Kongheng wasn't the type to joke around or show favoritism. This strike alone would have disarmed most Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. Dense golden chains wrapped tightly around Desheng, making Li Zhouwei feel a sudden heaviness in his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out a beam of white light. The white light shot upward like a white rainbow, not toward Kongheng himself, but directly at the golden-armored Vajra behind him. It was the Radiant Origin Pass. A white pass formed in the air, dispersing the golden glow in an instant. The Radiant Origin Pass excelled in suppression and was especially effective against incorporeal spell arts. The Vajra was suppressed into a blur in a flash. Kongheng nodded slightly when his opponent seized the chance to retrieve his Dharma artifact. In theory, using the Radiant Origin Pass to suppress the opponent directly was the best strategy. Like Li Shiming had demonstrated, once the enemy was pinned down, casting spells and chanting incantations became difficult, while draining their mana and gaining the upper hand became easier over time. But using an immortal foundation to suppress the opponent's spell arts might seem like a waste, since too much mana expended with each rise and fall, while the opponent could simply dismiss the spell and cast anew. But Li Zhouwei was facing Kongheng. Kongheng's cultivation excels in defense, and he far surpasses me in level. If I were to use an immortal foundation to suppress him directly, I'd be meeting strength with strength and weakness with weakness. Even if I manage to save myself this time, next time I'll be bound by those golden chains, thought Li Zhouwei. He had instantly capitalized on his opponent's lack of offensive power and used his immortal foundation to grind down Kongheng's spell arts, rendering them ineffective and preserving his own safety. As for the mana cost, if I can shift this duel into a contest of mana, then that's a win in itself. The Radiant Origin Pass shimmered for a moment and shattered the phantom in the air into golden light. Kongheng flicked his sleeve, scattering the charging armored soldiers, and said lightly, "Come." A bronze monk's staff appeared in his hand. He lifted it into the air and slammed it down with tremendous force. Li Zhouwei raised his brow and brought his long halberd up to meet it. Clang! Li Zhouwei wielded an ancient Dharma artifact from a grotto heaven, while Kongheng's weapon was a guardian treasure he had cultivated with since his mortal days. Though it had been refined for many years and was extremely durable, it still couldn't compare to such a treasure. The sharp tips on the arc of the halberd gleamed and let out a metallic snap as they hooked into the arched head of the monk's staff. Li Zhouwei had been waiting for this moment. He twisted the halberd, unleashing a burst of radiant light flame. The monk's staff was firmly caught by the halberd's hook and couldn't break free, taking the full brunt of the radiant light flame. It crackled loudly as it sizzled, still hanging on the halberd and unable to detach. Flame washed across Kongheng's face, forcing him to retreat a step and laugh. Good. His bronze monk's staff suddenly twisted, writhing like a snake before slipping free from the halberd's hook. Li Zhouwei, knowing this move wouldn't finish the monk, followed through with a thrust. Chapter 958. Planning for what comes after, 2. With a shout, Kongheng flung away Li Zhouwei's Dharma artifact. He clapped his palms together before his chest and let out a low cry, forcibly halting the halberd's momentum. He caught a Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma artifact with his bare body. A flicker of astonishment appeared in Li Zhouwei's eyes. He knew the monk's physical strength was formidable, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. With a thought, radiant light burst forth from Desheng. Cough, cough. Kongheng had barely received the blow, but his palms were now scorched and seared from the heat. He quickly let go of the artifact, allowing the blazing radiant light to slam into him. He scrambled away in a rather disheveled state. He ducked forward, lowered his gaze, and flung out a sleeve of golden runes in the same motion. Before the runes could fully form in midair, the long watchful radiant origin pass came crashing down from the sky. Yet Kongheng remained unfazed. The air has only just broken through. His control over his immortal foundation must still be unrefined. The Radiant Origin Pass is no ordinary spell, but a projection of the immortal foundation itself. Each rise and fall stirs tremendous fluctuations in internal mana, thought Kongheng. As Li Zhouwei activated his immortal foundation, Kongheng's eyes abruptly flared with golden light. He pressed his palms together and exhaled sharply, "Ha!" The cry tore through the air like bamboo splitting or silk tearing, shaking the lake's surface into waves. Kongheng had been a master monk for many years, and this shout struck precisely just as Li Zhouwei's mana flow turned. The immortal foundation trembled, and Li Zhouwei's face flushed red as he nearly spat out blood. Kongheng immediately made his move. When the Radiant Origin Pass trembled, not only did a stream of golden runes shoot forth, but the golden figure it had nearly worn down rose again. It reached out with 6 arms and released a cascade of golden chains into the sky. Li Zhouwei immediately quelled his internal turbulence, but his opponent had already taken the initiative. Gold light flickered in his eyes, while Kongheng's expression remained firm and unwavering. It had to be said, aside from his lack of offensive techniques, Kongheng had nearly no weaknesses. Even under the terrifying pressure of Li Zhouwei's great Fisher Golden Eye, which enhanced his perception technique to a fearsome level, Kongheng was unaffected. The radiant light's power to dispel and suppress misfortune had little impact on his Buddhist radiance. I've yet to complete heavenly radiance, hidden light. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this helpless. Li Zhouwei exhaled deeply as he was forced to retreat. But given that his strength was already far inferior, this retreat placed him squarely in the monk's tempo. Kongheng's golden chains swayed in the air, while the cluster of golden runes transformed into a small golden wooden fish to resist the Radiant Origin Pass. The Radiant Origin Pass couldn't be dealt with by a mere spell, but if the Li family knew Kongheng well, could Kongheng not know the Li family just as well? No matter how many wooden fish were crushed beneath its weight, each rise of the pass triggered another wave of Buddhist resonance, reinforced by golden chains that forced him back into confinement. Kongheng conducted himself with the utmost seriousness. Even with the clear advantage, he showed no openings. He cautiously tightened the golden chains little by little. After nearly 100 exchanges, Kongheng finally ceased chanting, and Li Zhouwei planted his halberd to the ground and stopped. The reason was simple. If the fight continued, it would become a duel to the death. Though the golden chains couldn't kill Li Zhouwei, escaping them would still cost him vital qi. This was just a sparring match, so there was no need to go that far. Li Zhouwei handed the halberd to one of his armored soldiers. He had advanced smoothly throughout the battle. After a long moment of reflection, he nodded and said, "I've gained much from this exchange." Kongheng gave a bitter smile and shook his head, only now realizing he had been a bit too harsh. He said softly, "A monk bullying the young with strength, it's hardly justifiable." Little did anyone know, but Li Xianxian had been watching with great delight. After all, Li Zhouwei had managed to break through Kongheng's defenses once. If it had been any other Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, they would have had quite the headache. Fortunately, it was Kongheng he had faced. The old man chuckled and said, "Good, very good." Li Qinghong had been smiling gently the whole time and said little. The group rode the wind back to the shore, and only then did she speak softly. "Zhouwei, though your cultivation is still shallow, your strength is beginning to show its edge. From now on, I'll entrust the lake to you, and I can rest a little easier." Li Zhouwei appeared to realize something and nodded heavily. He waved his hand, dismissing Kongheng, the white ape, and the others. Li Qinghong patted him lightly and said with a smile, "Don't forget, Yuan, it hasn't been refined yet. You're only wearing it. Once it's fully refined, your strength will grow even more." Li Zhouwei nodded naturally. Li Qinghong continued in a gentle voice. "Our family has given what it can to aid you. Armor, halberd, techniques, spell arts, spirit pills. We've done our best. Just by being born into this family, we can't offer you anything better." Li Zhouwei was sharp. He sensed something strange in her tone and said gravely, "Please be at ease. I've only ever felt overwhelmed by the abundance, never its lack. Ming Huang holds the house oath and all its strictures close, and would never dare violate them." Li Qinghong let out a soft sigh. It was as if she relaxed, though there was a trace of lament in her breath. She said quietly, "I know, but there's one matter I must speak with you about." She paused, then spoke warmly. "Our family's minor sect, when dealing with those of different surnames, has always supported anyone with sufficient innate ability with spirit resources. Qin Yang, who had the highest innate ability, was even granted the Qingdu treatment. I once discussed with my brother that if someone shows the potential for the Foundation establishment realm, our family will ensure they receive the necessary cultivation methods. But those early families who followed us, like the families of Lijing, though now grand households, were originally farmers. Ultimately, they rarely had the potential for Foundation establishment realm, so those cultivation methods have simply sat unused." She glanced at the lakeshore and said softly, "Now that the lakefront has been unified and the various families serve under our banner, people like in Siwei and Chunyang show promise of reaching the Foundation establishment realm. They must be given the chance. Don't let family prejudice cloud your judgment. If they succeed in reaching the Foundation establishment realm and are willing to take on a post under our house, let them stay. If not, and they seek better prospects elsewhere, then let them go with this bond of goodwill and let them take their families along." These words left Li Zhouwei silent. Compared to the Azure Pond sect, their family had little allure for Foundation establishment realm cultivators. Without true emotional ties, wouldn't these people be happier choosing their own place to cultivate and establish their own house, rather than living under someone else's roof? Only the old man at the side furrowed his brow upon hearing this, and said softly, "Qinghong, what are you?" Li Qinghong spoke softly. "Our household has little need for extra hands right now. It's best to advise any cultivator who breaks through to the Foundation establishment realm to go their own way. If they remain here by the lake, I fear they'll fall prey to schemes from the Purple Mansion realm cultivators. Our family has done right by them. As for techniques, so long as one has enough innate ability and access to spiritual qi, everything except our core secret techniques has been open for study. Spirit resources and items have been distributed annually by every peak and branch. Those with higher innate ability receive additional support, and even the opportunity to cultivate on the island. Whenever there's danger, our own kin were the first to step forward. The other houses respect us for this, and this is the bond we share. But those are things we can afford to give. Once they reach the Foundation establishment realm, however, they will need certain resources that our ancestors risked their lives to obtain, or I did myself. I can only give them to my family. We can no longer afford to give to others. And if we withhold those things, resentment will grow. That would only ruin the goodwill we've built." The woman said gently, "What I mean is, our family must prioritize the Purple Mansion realm above all. We must avoid creating side troubles. Once provoked, a Purple Mansion realm cultivator's divine ability can stir countless consequences. It's better to advise them to leave first and preserve our bond. Why risk everything for just one or two Foundation establishment realm cultivators?" Li Zhouwei finally nodded and said softly, "I understand. So long as our family has no Purple Mansion realm cultivator of its own, if those of other surnames or minor sects reach the Foundation establishment realm, we should first urge them to take their families elsewhere." Li Qinghong smiled at him, then turned to gaze over the lake. At her side, Li Xianxian said nothing. After a long silence, she turned and said, "Uncle, take care of your health." Chapter 959, Secrets, I. Pinjia Island. Sunlight poured into the grand hall, where Li Zhouwei sat in the main seat, holding a jade slip. The light brushed over each lacquered red pillar before spilling across the wide expanse of the hall. After returning from the lake, Li Qinghong retreated into seclusion as she awaited the arrival of Shi Zikong. Li Qingliao also entered closed-door cultivation to polish his realm in preparation for the foundation establishment realm. And so, authority returned once more to Li Zhouwei's hands. Li Zhouwei didn't mind the trouble. Advancing too rapidly in secluded cultivation would only arouse suspicion. Instead, he decided to focus on refining his spell arts and tempering his current cultivation while still keeping an eye on household affairs. His hand rested on the desk. Radiance flowed across the pale golden jade slip as several small characters appeared. Heavenly Radiance, Hidden Light. Since Shi Zikong had yet to enter a grotto heaven, the other escape spell, Flowing Sun Refraction, was temporarily inaccessible. Over the past year, other than sending people into the mountains to contact White Banyan Fox, Li Zhouwei had focused on this technique and made some progress. His spiritual sense sank into his body. A speck of radiant light, no bigger than a bean, flickered gently within the hazy Juk Acupoint 1, continuously absorbing his inner mana. Yet there was no obvious sign of anything profound. Even so, Li Zhouwei slowly straightened, eyes downcast as he gazed at the jade slip, rubbing it lightly while pondering in silence. It was simply because this was the first time the Li family had seen or had even heard of a spell art being cultivated within the Juk Acupoint. What's more, this heavenly radiance, hidden light, was said to be compressed there, then rise to the center of the brows, and be released to strike the enemy. It was utterly unheard of. It's commonly said that the Foundation Establishment realm takes place in the Qi Sea, with the Xinyang Mansion, too, signifying the awakening of divine ability. But what even is the Juk Acupoint? And besides, if one never forms a purple mansion Dao, only the Qi Sea among the three apertures is visible. The Juk Acupoint seems entirely redundant in the purple mansion golden core Dao, thought Li Zhouwei. He could tell that the spell art circulation path was completely different from what he'd seen. All he could deduce was that it must be incredibly ancient, and perhaps even predate the purple mansion golden core Dao. With that, he began to form a few expectations. If casting this spell is so complex, it likely can't be released in an instant. It requires absolute calm and focus. Truly, it bears the style of the ancient times. Just as he was thinking this, someone stepped briskly into the hall. Clad in armor, Xinyang half knelt at the front, his voice low and firm. Reporting, my lord. The unrest at Eastern Mount Yu has been settled. Li Jimin has come to pay respects and is now waiting outside the hall. A full year had passed since the events at the lake. All had remained peaceful, except for the unrest in Eastern Mount Yu, where Li Jimin's son had failed in an attempt to poison him and then fled the city, stirring up significant chaos. Li Zhouwei had sent Xinyang over, who descended from the sky and took the prince's head. After that, Li Jimin slunk over in shame. Now the Mount Yu man knelt before the hall doors, cold sweat streaming down his aged face. In truth, Eastern Mount Yu was now no different from the Easterners. They were well-dressed and refined. Yet Li Jimin's hair crown had tilted askew, and its tip was scraping the floor. Li Zhouwei glanced over, and the old man cried out in distress. Your humble servant greets the Grand Concord of Radiance. That was how the Mount Yu people had always addressed him, and Li Zhouwei paid it no mind. He continued reading the jade slip, waiting for the man to plead his case. Li Jimin's current position was deeply awkward. He had been placed on the throne by Li Yuanping, and thus belonged to the first lineage. Yet power had shifted into the hands of the second lineage. Though Li Shiqing and Li Qingliao bore no sectarian bias, that origin remained an indelible mark on him. He had always kept a low profile. Who would have thought that his rebellious son, crown prince for 40 years, could no longer hold back? The prince had first urged him to attempt the Foundation Establishment realm, and then, failing that, conspired with outsiders to poison him. Now kneeling beneath the hall, he could not voice his grievances. He rambled on for some time, until Li Zhouwei responded casually. Eastern Mount Yu isn't large. Keep a better eye on it. If it proves too much for you, the island will send someone to take over. Li Jimin could only slam his head into the ground. Xinyang escorted him away, then returned to the hall and spoke quietly. Your Highness, that crown prince was so reckless. Might there be some injustice here? Could it have been Dingjiao? Eastern and Northern Mount Yu had long been at odds. It wasn't surprising that Xinyang suspected as much. Li Zhouwei set the jade slip aside and answered. Even if there's injustice, it still shows Li Jimin's incompetence. He's old and can't even control his own son. Dingjiao, after all, has been with me through life and death. He wouldn't do something so foolish at a time like this. He rose from the desk and said quietly, It's common for the various houses and factions within the family to engage in open and hidden strife. Li Jimin and Dili Yojia refused to pick a side, so naturally, someone would want to switch out the Mount Yu King. But once the game of removing and installing starts, next time they won't just be settling scores with Li Jimin. There's no need to dwell on such matters. He walked casually to the front of the hall and pulled a letter from his sleeve. It was an entire page packed with dense handwriting. It detailed a series of recent developments in the Azure Pawn sect. The Azure Pawn sect had seen earth-shaking changes over the past year. Qi Shuxiao had fully empowered the Qi Fubo faction, whose influence now reigned supreme within the sect. Si Yuanli had secluded himself, and the Si family faction had collapsed, with barely anyone left in any position of power. Even the deeply rooted Lingyu family had lost several posts in the southern sea. Li Shiji had been missing for a year. Ning Hujing was making sweeping moves in the eastern sea, and there were even rumors that Li Shiji had been eliminated by the Qi family. The letter concluded by stating that the Azure Pawn sect's emissaries had already arrived at Moongaze Lake bearing rewards. Li Zhouwei couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He thought, the Azure Pawn sect really has been chaotic. The reward for the North-South struggle was delayed 5 whole years, and they only brought it up now. All the other families had received their rewards years ago, yet only the Li and Lingyu families had been told. The merit is too great and must be discussed further. That discussion had dragged on for 5 years. He calculated the date. It should be today. After a short wait, and Siwei stepped forward and respectfully reported, "Your Highness, envoys from the Azure Pawn sect have arrived." "Let's go greet them," replied Li Zhouwei. He stepped out, with the other 2 following behind as they headed toward the outer court. The Azure Pawn sect hadn't sent their heavenly glow dawn cloud liner, but a spirit boat instead. 2 men stood at the bow, both wearing amiable expressions. When they saw Li Zhouwei approach, they descended from the boat and gave a formal bow. The leader radiated boldness in his blue and white robe. His gaze was warm, and his tone polite as he said, "I am Li Quantao. Greetings to the family head." Qi Fubo was clearly no petty fool. Since this reward was meant to show favor, there would be no underhanded tricks. In fact, the one overseeing it was none other than Li Yanqing's son, Li Quantao. Li Zhouwei had heard of his name and knew the man before him was of good standing. He replied softly, "Please, emissary, this way." Li Quantao seemed to be doing well these days. He looked more mature, carried himself with poise, and the people behind him treated him with great respect. Qi Fubo only had a few truly capable people under him, so he reinstated many once overlooked talents within the sect. Since Li Chuantao's faction had offended Qi Wei, Qi Fubo paid it no mind and swiftly promoted him. Now, Li Quantao held no small status. 1. The Juk acupoint, located on the midline of the abdomen, below the xiphoid process and above the umbilicus, is a major point in traditional Chinese medicine. It is associated with the heart and diaphragm meridians and is used in treatments involving the digestive and circulatory systems. 2. Between eyebrows. Chapter 960, Secrets, 2. He let out a hearty laugh and entered the hall alongside them. Once seated, his expression turned solemn, and he said, "We're both of Weasley family, so let's get straight to the matter." True to his bold and generous style, he waved his sleeve, and a subordinate hurriedly brought a large box, cradling it from beneath with both hands. Once it was infused with mana, the jade box opened on its own. Whoosh! A wave of pill fragrance surged forth as 5 essence-gathering pills, nestled in the grooves, came into view. The pills had a gray hue with swirling patterns, and were emitting glimmers of light. Behind them, and Siwei quickly lowered his head and did not dare to look further. There were also 2 smaller jade boxes and a longer rectangular one inside. Li Quantao opened them one by one and explained gently, "No need to say much about the essence-gathering pills. All 5 are potent and highly beneficial for the Foundation establishment realm. As for the other 2 boxes, one contains a rare thunder-attributed treasured panacea, Thunderheart Core, and the other holds a 9-stamen spirit daylily." He picked up and opened one of the boxes. Inside lay a pale, faintly pulsating, purple organ, shaped like a heart and lung fused together and crisscrossed with black veins. It was nested between layered petals. Li Quantao chuckled and said, "This item is easy to preserve, but it must never be opened during a thunderstorm. If it leaves the box and encounters lightning and rain, it will turn into lightning and flee. Its essence will scatter, and not even a purple mansion realm cultivator can retrieve it. It's highly beneficial for thunder cultivators. It's meant as a gift for Senior Qinghong. He closed the box with a flick of his hand and stored it away. The second jade box he didn't open, but introduced it through the lid. This is the 9-stamen spirit daylily. It can treat fractured foundations, congenital deficiencies, unstable cultivation, and an unsteady immortal foundation. But it cannot be exposed to light, since it will wither upon contact. Chi Fubo was being rather generous. Both of these treasured panaceas were rare and valuable. Li Quantao placed them back into the larger box, then reached for the longer jade box, flipped it open, and said, "This is a shadow bloom branch of the bone tree, a rare veiled Dharma artifact." He lifted his brows and glanced at Li Zhouwei, letting out a deep sigh before saying softly, "The sect master originally approved a bright Yang Dharma artifact, but Lord Ning blocked it with repeated petitions. The matter was delayed again and again, until that artifact couldn't be retrieved. So it was replaced with this one." "I see." Li Zhouwei nodded and looked into the jade box. He saw a pristine and gleaming jade branch the length of a forearm. It was half bone and half jade. Several black leaves dangled sparsely from its forked ends, shrouded in a faint aura of Yin. Shadow bloom branch of the bone tree. What an awful name. But it does look rather nice, thought Li Zhouwei. After examining it, Li Zhouwei smiled. "You're too courteous, emissary. Whatever the sect bestows is already more than enough. There's no need to trouble the sect master. My household gratefully accepts this gesture." This Dharma artifact was certainly useless to Li Zhouwei, not just to him, but likely to most cultivators. It would probably only shine in the hands of those from the Women's Nation or the Chuani Dao Gate. Still, he couldn't help but feel that Ning Hejing's interference made no sense at all. I don't know what madness seized Ning Hejing. This item is a treasure for the Chuani Dao Gate. If it's useless to my household, can't I just exchange it? Thought Li Zhouwei. As Siwei took the jade box, Li Zhouwei noticed lingering regret on Li Chuantao's face. His mind turned quickly. Ning Hejing, as a regional governor, likely isn't that stupid. He probably just advised Qi Shuxiao against giving us a bright young artifact, fearing our rise. Looks like someone's been stirring the pot, trying to make my family resent Ning Hejing. To Li Quantao, the youth before him seemed somewhat imperious, albeit courteous in speech. He had no idea just how much had already crossed the youth's mind. Once they reached the hall and dismissed the others, worry finally surfaced on his face. Li Quantao spoke in a low voice. "Family head, have you heard any word of Shiji? He and I are like brothers. He's been missing for some time now, and the abyss has changed drastically. His soul lamp in the sect is dangerously dim. I'm deeply worried." His face was etched with sincere anxiety. Li Zhouwei shook his head and said gently, "Even the upper sect has no news. How could my family possibly know?" Li Quantao could only sit back down, brow tightly furrowed, unable to ease his worries. He muttered, "Your esteemed family may not realize how serious this is. The abyss is filled with radiant essence and lesser yang light, both dazzling and spiritually corrosive. A single year inside could be fatal." Li Zhouwei appeared thoughtful and squinted slightly. He raised his head, showing a hint of unease, but his heart was pounding. The family's jade talisman for Li Shiji had shown no change at all. It still shone as brightly as ever. Is the talisman simply imprecise? Or is this a ploy to deceive me? Li Quantao had gone through life and death with Li Shiji. Li Zhouwei didn't think he'd collude with the Azure Pond sect to deceive him, but tricking Li Quantao was hardly difficult. Stirring true feelings with false information was a classic and simple scheme. Li Zhouwei's silence made Li Quantao think he was being swayed. He leaned in and said softly, "Shiji was close with Lord C. That senior even died following his orders. Ask him. There must be some response. He's in constant seclusion and sees no one. I haven't been able to reach him, or I'd have asked myself." Li Zhouwei feigned sudden realization and said with delight, "Very well. I'll write a letter immediately." But inside, he chuckled coldly and thought, "So that's the angle. Ask Qiyun. He was merely in the Foundation establishment realm. How could he possibly know what's happening in the distant abyss?" The real aim was to contact Si Buoxiu. Qiyun had feigned weakness for so long, and now that his influence was gone, Chi Fubo was beginning to suspect that it was actually Si Buoxiu in seclusion who was using Qiyun as his proxy in secret. If Qiyun truly had the support of a Taoist master Yuan Xiao, then even if the letter lacked concrete updates on Li Shiji, it would still hint that he was safe. That alone would be enough to stop the Li family from despairing. If Li Quantao relaxed even a little, Chief Fubo would have confirmation. Li Zhouwei merely displayed a solemn expression, clasped his hands to Li Quantao, and said gravely, "You shared life and death ties with my elders. I trust you. I'll write the letter, but you mustn't let anyone know. If there's a reply, have it sent discreetly and don't let anyone else hear of it. Something might go wrong." He added fuel to the fire, and Li Quantao nodded repeatedly, swearing several oaths. Li Zhouwei knew he meant well, but since Chief Fubo had orchestrated this test, he surely had ways of monitoring their exchange. In the end, it was just a matter of belief or disbelief. Since he could settle that matter, Li Quantao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took his leave soon after, riding the clouds with his companions. Li Zhouwei escorted them to the lake and watched them vanish into the distance. He returned on radiant light, landed in the great hall, pulled out a sheet of paper, and tossed it aside casually. "Right to see Yuanli?" With such blatant correspondence, even if Yuanli dared speak, Chief Fubo would never believe him. Li Zhouwei had never intended to send that letter. News that arrives through unofficial, roundabout channels, that's what will make it seem like a secret exchange between the Li and Si families. He calculated the timeline. He could reply to Li Quantao in a month. But to send a letter openly to the sect? How could that win Chief Fubo's trust? Lianxing and Lianxi are both dead now. So the original channel is cut, muttered Li Zhouwei. Li Zhouwei pondered for a moment, then brushed the formation on his desk. After a moment, a young man entered, dressed in robes of blue outside and white within. It was Li Qinghuai. Li Zhouwei spoke in a whisper. "The Deng family once left us a covert way to communicate. Is that shop still traceable? Uncle, please make a trip to the market, get in touch with their people, and help me send a letter into the sect." Li Qinghuai didn't ask a thing. He simply nodded and left. Li Zhouwei twirled the jade slip in his fingers, gazing silently at the radiant jade box under the sunlight as he thought. To the clever, the more secretly a message is heard, the more believable it becomes. To deal with the wise, act foolish. To deal with the foolish, act wise. That's all there is to it. Chapter 961. Meeting Heyun in the Abyss. Li Zhouwei counted the days and left the main hall through the corridor. And Siwei was already waiting in the side hall and greeted him respectfully. "Your Highness, will you be seeing Madame Chen today? Konghen can guard her when he's free. No need for daily visits." "I'll go see the young master instead," replied Li Zhouwei. Madame Chen had gotten pregnant some time ago, which had prompted Li Zhouwei to visit more frequently. But by his calculations, it had been a while since he last saw Li Jianqian. The child was 6 now, and almost of age to begin cultivation. "The young master is still on the island. Your Highness, this way please." Li Zhouwei lifted his head slightly and asked softly, "What's he doing on the island?" "The various branches on the island are gradually settling down. The young master said he wanted to visit the clansmen before coming to pay respects to your Highness." Li Zhouwei nodded and made his way out of the hall. There, he saw a bustling group surrounding a child walking toward him. Behind them, attendants carried boxes of books and a large parasol. Li Zhouwei looked back with a laugh and said, "You young ones are following him around every single day, aren't you?" The casual remark made Siwei's back go cold. He quickly whispered, "Your Highness, the young master's maternal family is the Yin family. They all take great pride in him. So when he comes to the island to enjoy himself, it's only natural that people rush to welcome him." Li Zhouwei bent down and picked up the approaching Li Jianqian. Those who had been following immediately fell to their knees. The boy turned around in his arms, and Li Zhouwei asked, "Chinner, how was the island?" Li Jianqian lifted his head, a lingering smile still on his face, and replied cheerfully, "There were plenty of people. Father took me to see the riverbank, but it wasn't any different from the island. Once you leave the main hall, everything looks the same." Holding him, Li Zhouwei walked back into the hall, while Siwei and the rest waited respectfully outside. As father and son entered the sunlit chamber, the child remarked, "Father talked about kinship, but I don't see anything that close. They're just mortals who all look the same. As for the cultivators, we built the frame, and they hang on it." Li Zhouwei glanced sidelong at him and said softly, "That's order. People may be sentimental, but they still follow profit. This structure for distributing interests is order, be it grand or small, good or bad." Li Jianqian lowered his head in thought, then suddenly looked up and said, "I don't understand. Can there really be a difference between good and bad?" Li Zhouwei let out a soft laugh, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes as he replied gently, "For our Li family, If this structure benefits the common people, then it is good. Other families take it as a warning that strict governance is our legal doctrine. Some families say we're too harsh on mortal direct descendants, minor sects, and collateral branches, but that's because their kind of order is built for cultivators alone. Li Jiangqian stared blankly at him, a question on the tip of his tongue that he swallowed down. Something instinctive told him not to ask. He only murmured inwardly, but what good is being kind to them? Mortals are useless anyway. He averted his gaze and listened as Li Zhouwei said softly, "This framework is built with profit as its bones, bound and polished by kinship and sentiment. Only then can it remain stable and unbroken." Li Jiangqian nodded as he listened. After a few more words, Li Zhouwei waved for someone to take the child away. He sat alone on the steps, the setting sun casting its rays over his dark red robe. Golden thread work shimmered in the light. At last, Li Zhouwei retracted his gaze and rose to his feet. Qinyang came hurrying from outside the hall, and he asked, "Still no news from the mountains?" Qinyang looked slightly disheveled and replied in a low voice, "No word yet." Li Zhouwei's voice dropped. "Even if the fox tribe can't be found, surely that dear demon, Lucan, from the demon den should have left some trace. Is there not even a hint of that deer?" Qinyang cupped his fists and responded respectfully, "Your Highness, the demon den on the southern slope of Mount Dali is sealed shut. No minor demons have been seen coming or going. The white ape questioned several passing demonic creatures, but none knew anything. Only recently did we discover that Lucan left on a trip." Li Zhouwei frowned and turned around, thinking to himself, did he really go out? Or is it an excuse? Maybe the Dingjiao matter is too difficult. Did he catch wind of it early and choose to disappear? It was a troublesome matter. Dingjiao had shown ample sincerity, and Li Zhouwei had responded cautiously, merely saying he would relay the message. But now, not even a shadow of a demonic creature could be found. He paused to consider, then said, "Keep investigating." Qinyang acknowledged the order and left. Li Zhouwei continued pondering in silence. If no word comes in the next few years, then it likely means Lucan is refusing to meet. I'll have to report the truth. My family made no promises beforehand anyway, so it shouldn't offend the Dragon Clan. Li Zhouwei packed away the gifts in the jade box. He examined the 5 essence-gathering pills and sure enough, each one was dusky gray. Whether they were meant for humans or demonic creatures was unclear. He arranged the items neatly and ordered them delivered to Mount Wu for his 7th granduncle Li Shiming to appraise. It seems granduncle still has 2 essence-gathering pills from the Ning family. Those can be used first. According to Li Shiming, those 2 pills were almost certainly refined by the Xiao family. They were filled with pure and serene qi. Li Zhouwei summoned in Siwei and sent him to Mount Wu to inquire, as he started to weigh the matter of distribution. There were quite a few within the family who could make good use of these pills. His father Li Qingliao and uncle Li Qinghuai were both at the stage where they could enter seclusion at any time. A step below them in cultivation were Aunt Li Minggong from the Great Desert, and Siwei, who was around just moments ago, and Li Wan, who stood outside the hall with a golden hammer in hand. Though they were technically a notch lower in cultivation, each could attempt the foundation establishment realm with the help of a talisman pill. Yet Li Zhouwei only had 2 usable ones on hand. He silently calculated. One must be reserved for father and uncle. Li Zhouwei planned to keep at least 1 essence-gathering pill in reserve for an external surname. After careful consideration, he thought, the essence-gathering pill is a spirit pill that aids in foundation establishment realm cultivation. It's immensely desirable. Granting one is a gesture of favor. Withholding it makes all the difference. Once I hand out just one, everyone else will wait eagerly for theirs. Now that the Xiao family could also refine essence-gathering pills, the Azure Pond sect no longer held a monopoly. This gave Li Zhouwei peace of mind. If any of the 5 pills turned out flawed, the loss wouldn't be too great. At worst, he could trade something to the Xiao family for more. After waiting a short while, and Siwei returned from outside the hall, holding a jade box. He bowed and said, "Your Highness, the items have been delivered. Lord Shiming is not in deep seclusion, and has already provided the 2 spirit pills." Li Zhouwei casually accepted the box and dismissed him. He calculated the dates and decided to allocate the pills during the upcoming ancestral rites. He returned to reading spell arts in the hall. After light and shadow chased each other for several rounds, Li Wen stepped into the hall, slightly anxious, and said in a rough voice, "Your Highness, the Shun family from Jiangbei is here to visit." Chapter 962. Meeting Heyun in the Abyss. 2. Eastern Sea. Faint streaks of rainbow light weaved through the murky and gray-black abyss. Li Shiji traveled by rainbow light, darting through the surging radiant essence and baleful energy, and finally stopping before a stone wall. He turned into pure rainbow light and slipped into a crevice, gliding through deep darkness until he emerged in a slightly chilly cavern. Drip! The sound of dripping water echoed through the gloom. A massive black serpent lay coiled atop the cave ceiling. Its pitch-black pupils opened as it hissed hoarsely, "Young master." Li Shiji nodded slightly, and the jade vial in his hand shimmered with light. He chuckled softly and said warmly, "Pretty lucky. I searched the earth veins for a while and found a trace of deep-sea earth radiant essence. It's been extinct for years, and its use is mostly forgotten, but it's rare nonetheless. Congratulations, young master." The black and red vapors within the jade vial rippled like water. Li Shiji was clearly pleased and flipped his hand to store it away. Li Wuxiao rasped, "News from the Sea family has arrived. Please take a look, young master." Li Shiji had encountered fluctuations in the earth vein once he had arrived in the deep sea. Radiant essence and lesser yang light drifted and clashed within him, entangling with his mana and the immortal foundation in his chi sea. It was a highly perilous environment. Fortunately, his talisman was rainbow-pierced skyway. The fierce radiant essence and lesser yang light were easily neutralized once they entered his body. Thus, he could manage well enough in this earth vein. But while he endured it, Li Wuxiao suffered terribly. His whole body was sizzling with smoke. Li Shiji had no choice but to protect the old demon, guiding him along the earth vein to a relatively safer cavern and settling him there. Yet upon arriving, he consulted the Golden Feather Sect's map and discovered a water vein nearby. This particular water vein connected all the way to the Eastern Sea. It took a moment, but Li Shiji quickly understood quite a bit. So he left the old demon here to watch over the water vein while he ventured out to collect spirit items. Now that he had returned, news from the Sea family had indeed arrived. Li Wuxiao spoke quietly, but his voice was tinged with admiration. "While you were away, my lord, a spirit talisman floated down along the water vein and rushed straight toward the cave dwelling. I intercepted it." Li Shiji took the talisman from his hand and sighed. "Taoist Master Yuan Xiu truly hasn't gone into seclusion. That's wonderful." Li Wuxiao, despite being a centuries-old demon, could still clearly hear the shift in his tone. It sent chills down his spine, and he shuddered inwardly. Of course, if they could calculate our precise location, it must be Si Buxiu's doing. The origin of this talisman is unclear. I must be extremely careful with what I say. He caught on immediately and fell silent. Li Shiji examined the spirit talisman and, sure enough, found a host of written messages inside, seemingly from Si Tomi. He skimmed through it and began to ponder. The Sea family is retreating step by step. They look to be falling apart. I've gone missing. Southern Sea is plagued by devil cultivators, and the Lingyu family is barely holding themselves together. This is an excellent opportunity for them. Chi Fubo is still cautious, unwilling to act rashly, and slowly swapping out trusted followers. But Ning Hejing can't hold back anymore. The letter mentioned that Ning Hejing had been frequently leaving the Eastern Sea in the past few months. He was secretly traveling within and outside the sect while holding long private talks with Qi Xuxiao's inner circle. Who knows if Chi Fubo is aware, but this is practically holding a sword to his throat. There was also word of Li Quantao visiting the Li family. Li Shiji didn't think much of it. Quantao's not the scheming type, so he wouldn't harm our family. At worst, he's being used. Our heir has already reached the Foundation establishment realm. The only threat from the Azure Pond sect comes from those Purple Mansion realm cultivators. Chi Fubo may be clever, but he can't pull off anything grand by himself. But one piece of news did make Li Shiji furrow his brow. Uncle Yuan Qin has left the sect for a while. There's still no word on who he met. If Si Yuanli could still obtain this kind of intelligence so promptly, then his control over the Azure Pond sect hadn't truly weakened. Li Shiji wasn't concerned about that. The only thing he did worry about was his uncle, Li Yuanqin. I just hope no harm comes to him by mistake, thought Li Shiji. After thoroughly checking the spirit talisman, he confirmed it had no further function. He crushed it in his hand as an implicit response to Si Tomi, and asked softly, "How are your injuries, Wuxiao?" "They're manageable," replied Li Wuxiao. Li Wuxiao often spoke crudely and cursed under his breath, but as a snake demon, he was extremely adept at endurance. However, the clashing of two types of baleful qi within his body with lesser yang light wasn't something easily endured. He grunted. It hurts, yes. But compared to wounds from merging fire and converging water, this is much lighter. Our kind is often toyed with by dragons. Converging water injuries are everyday fare for my race. Li Shiji's talisman qi was only effective for himself and did nothing for the injuries within Li Wuxiao's body. He handed over a pill and said gently, Ning Hujing is overbearing. I don't dare keep you by my side. Fortunately, there's no radiant essence here. Stay and recover well. Young master, go on without worrying for me. When the earth veins surge with 2 qi and 1 light, it's the prime time for treasures. Since you're unafraid, best not waste the opportunity. The old serpent lowered his head and said nothing further. Li Shiji had no choice but to turn into rainbow light and shoot out of the cave, sealing the entrance behind him as he plunged back into the intense radiant essence as he headed eastward. After traveling over 50 kilometers, Li Shiji suddenly frowned. The space between his eyes shimmered with rainbow light, piercing through the blinding lesser yang light until he caught sight of something unusual. A winged beast lay within the earth vein amid the billowing baleful qi under the lesser yang light. It was the size of a table, and it was shaped like a beautifully crafted, brilliantly colored fish. 2 wings stretched from under its ribs, while its head was round with a flat fish snout. Its orange feathers fluttered restlessly, as if it were struggling. Li Shiji halted cautiously, furrowing his brow as he thought, a dawn rayfish? That's one enormous dawn rayfish. He was no stranger to dawn rayfish as he'd seen one before, but they had only ever been palm-sized. Never had he heard of one as large as a table. When he saw it motionless on the ground, he grew wary and observed in silence. As time passed and noon approached, the lesser yang light began to weaken. Portions of it even converted into sunlight amid the dense spiritual energy. Suddenly, Li Shiji felt a chill at his ear, accompanied by a faint, calm, and refined voice. Fellow Taoist Shiji, what are you waiting for? Such a voice emerging in the utter silence of the earth vein would terrify any ordinary cultivator, especially in a place where 2 qis and 1 light collided violently, where even Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators dared not linger. Purple Mansion Realm cultivator. Startled, Li Shiji's heavenly glow rippled outward. Multiple mirages burst from his body and fled in different directions, while a streak of orange-red light leaped from one of them. Golden Cloud. The orange-red light darted through the air before condensing into his true form. He spun around, unleashing a sweep of rainbow light from his sleeve and drawing his sword, only to find someone already standing behind him. Oh, the man seemed surprised by the speed of his spell, yet remained motionless with hands behind his back. Upon seeing who it was, Li Shiji let out a sigh of relief, sheathed his sword with a bitter smile, cupped his hands politely, and said, Greetings, Senior Heyun. The man before him had eyes bright with spirit. He was graceful in manner, and his hair was tied neatly, with sleeves and hems crisply aligned symmetrically on both sides. He was none other than Dongfang Heyun. Dongfang Heyun nodded courteously, returning a bow so precise that even Jiangnan's cultivators would be ashamed by comparison. He smiled and said, It has been many years. Your strength has truly grown, fellow Taoist. Chapter 963. Qiyun I. Dongfang Heyun was still as elegant and composed as ever. As the first wisp of cloud exhaled at the moment of a dragon monarch's fruition attainment, his conduct was often unexpected. He had a deep obsession with personal appearance and was always immaculately groomed. He stood properly as he smiled and said, You've truly improved, fellow cultivator. When we first met, you had to form seals for several seconds just to cast a single spell art. Now, it only takes a single thought. You flatter me, senior. Li Shiji replied respectfully. Dongfang Heyun flicked his sleeve, stepped forward, and reached the dawn rayfish in a few strides. He picked it up with one hand and flipped it over, revealing its belly. The belly of the dawn rayfish was bloodied and torn, its eyes wide open. Dongfang Heyun gave a slight bow and said softly, This beast came from the north and crashed into Siam Mountain at the converging sea. A few serpent dragon beasts were playing in the water, chasing and frolicking with it. I happened to be passing by, and it ended up in my hands. You played a part in the matter with Tuoba Chongyuan, and were even injured. I brought this over casually, so consider it a form of compensation. He chuckled lightly and continued, I made a round and realized you were here. Dongfang Heyun paused slightly, and Li Shiji hurriedly demurred. I was merely following deployment orders for garrison duty and doing what I could to stay alive. It was thanks to your assistance, Senior, that I avoided many troubles afterward. Dongfang Heyun shook his head and stepped closer, saying, just accept it. His voice suddenly lowered and a hint of doubt flashed across his face. He paced twice in place and asked softly, there's something I wish to ask, fellow cultivator. Please speak, Senior. Li Shiji quickly responded. Dongfang Heyun spoke slowly. In this abyss, the two qi and one light, namely the baleful qi, the radiant essence, and the lesser yang light, saturate the area. They invade the spell-formed body and roam through the meridians. Ordinary people could never endure it. Even those monks from the north cannot stay here for long. He paused, then slowly locked eyes with Li Shiji and said softly, yet fellow cultivator Shiji seems completely unaffected? Li Shiji realized halfway what Dongfang Heyun was about to ask, and a strong sense of alarm flared in his heart. Li Shiji understood that a Purple Mansion Realm cultivator was watching him, but the abyss had been transformed by the lesser Yang Devil Monarch himself. At most, the Purple Mansion Realm cultivators could divine his general location, but they couldn't see the specifics, and there was no reason for them to constantly monitor him. He had calculated every possibility, yet not even he could have foreseen that Dongfang Heyun would be waiting here. Worse, Dongfang had clearly been watching him for quite some time, and upon noticing his lack of reaction to the environment, had exposed his anomaly. How could I explain this? A cultivation technique? A spell art? A spirit item? His thoughts raced for a moment. Then he spoke in a low voice, replying to Senior. The rainbow light of my immortal foundation within my Qi Sea has the effect of dispelling invading baleful Qi. Though it has limited use against the two Qi and one light of this place, it does offer some relief. And nearby, there's a cave dwelling untouched by the light and Qi. I often take shelter there, circulate my mana, and manage to endure. Li Shiji spoke fluidly in one breath, his tone steady and respectful. Dongfang Heyun listened carefully, but gave no reply for a moment. Though immortal foundations had different effects, their nuances varied from person to person. Li Shiji could only obscure the details under the general claim of his immortal foundation, but anxiety slowly crept into his heart. Dongfang Heyun paused for quite a while before chuckling and replying, fellow Taoist Shiji, if that's your explanation, then it must be thanks to that one from Mount Luoxia, who gathered the northern Dao lineage, embraced all Daos, and preserved most of the northern immortal Dao. Thus, your heavenly glow is able to counter foreign influences. Dongfang Heyun always spoke with such grace that Li Shiji couldn't tell what he truly meant. He couldn't tell if he was mocking or seriously elaborating. He could only reply softly, I've learned something, Senior. That answer, too, was ambiguous. It could be interpreted either way. Dongfang Heyun chuckled twice, then used 2 fingers to tap the dawn rayfish's head. Layers of cloud mist suddenly appeared within the thick light and Qi. Faint light shadows flickered through them. Dongfang Heyun only uttered a few incantations before producing a small shimmering object and simply said, take it. This item was, of course, the spirituality of the demonic creature. As a demonic spirit himself, Dongfang Heyun found capturing such a thing quite easy. He didn't even need a spirit item or formation. He could just effortlessly extract it and hand it off. That was surely beyond what a mere Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator could do. Li Shiji took in the whole scene, raising his estimation of Dongfang Heyun's strength yet again. He stored the object between his eyebrows. Dongfang Heyun then turned back to the Dawn Rayfish with a cheerful smile and said, did you understand that? Just follow him. I know you're skilled in various arts, and your spirituality may not be easily bound. But if you don't behave, a dragon monarch would be more than happy to serve up a rayfish feast. The Dawn Rayfish nodded, flipped itself upright, and answered in a clear voice. This little one understands. Dongfang Heyun tidied his sleeves and gave a courteous nod before finally looking at Li Shiji as he said with a smile, if there's a chance, send my regards to fellow cultivator Qinghong. I'll be waiting for her in the grotto heaven. Li Shiji's brows rose sharply at that. He was just about to ask a question when Dongfang Heyun vanished before his eyes, leaving only a few scattered clouds that were swiftly cleansed by the bright lesser yang light. When Dongfang Heyun disappeared, the Dawn Rayfish who had been playing dead on the ground suddenly leaped up and transformed into a young man in a multicolored feathered robe. His face was small and slightly round, eyes bright and clear, with orange plume feathers densely lining his temples. He declared loudly, "Seventh greets the Lord." Li Shiji was weighed down with thoughts and felt no joy at subduing the Foundation Establishment Realm Dawn Ray Fish. He simply nodded silently and spoke gently, "You're wounded. Don't linger here for long. Come back with me quickly. Rest for a while in the spot free of the chi and light. Heal up properly." "Yes," replied the Dawn Ray Fish. The young man followed behind him, summoning all his mana of heavenly glow to ward off the streaking lesser yang light and baleful chi. Li Shiji's face remained calm, but his heart surged with waves of unease, shadowed by hidden worry. Dongfang Heyun was giving me a way out. It was quite a reasonable explanation. But what exactly is he thinking? He traveled silently through the earth veins while he pondered. To this day, Li Shiji still hadn't discerned what status Dongfang Heyun held within the Dragon Clan. He flew in silence, sorting out his emotions, and finally returned to his cave dwelling. "Young master." Li Wuxiao was clearly surprised, but refrained from asking questions. He simply offered a greeting. Li Shiji nodded, gestured for the colorful robed youth to sit, handed him a healing pill, and asked gently, "It's inconvenient to talk outside, but this place is more secure. Are your injuries severe? If not, why not share your background with me?" The youth nodded and answered respectfully, "I was born in the Northern Sea. I practiced chi ingestion alongside my brothers, feeding on the mist. When the heavens poured down in torrents, a great upheaval occurred, and I gained the chance to break through to the Foundation Establishment Realm. Our clan has always been sparse. Reaching the Foundation Establishment Realm is a 1 in 10,000 chance. But the flood came from the heavens, and with the tide, 9 of us managed to ascend after circling the pillar of falling water in the sky. Most were captured, though. There were 9 brothers that broke through to the Foundation Establishment Realm. I am the 7th. Chapter 964. Qiyun 2. Li Shiji gave a slight nod. Just as he had suspected, this Dawn Rayfish's breakthrough had stemmed from that heavenly downpour. The youth continued, "After breaking through, we scattered across the 4 directions. I wandered in the Eastern Sea for 2 years, then heard that my eldest brother had become the spirit beast of the sword Immortal Huifu. I yearned to reunite with him and set off for the Northern Sea. But I was spotted at the edge of the Northern Sea. Chased and pursued, I fled in all directions. I was hunted relentlessly by whoever saw me, until I fell into the hands of the Dragon Clan, and that led to today." Li Shiji nodded slightly and asked, "The Northern Sea Sword Immortal?" "Yes." The Dawn Rayfish answered respectfully, "My lord has likely been in this place for a while. Over half a year ago, word came that Sword Immortal Huifu comprehended the Tao in the plume-shedding grounds of Han Sea 1, and thus attained sword intent. The entire Northern Sea was shaken, and his name was spread across the 4 seas." Li Shiji sighed lightly, nodded, and asked in a soft voice, "Sword intent. No wonder. What level has this Sword Immortal reached? I wouldn't know about that." The youth gently shook his head, the orange plume feathers at his temples quivering slightly with the motion. He replied respectfully, "I doubt it's too high. When that serpent dragon carried me to Lord Heyun, they said that most who comprehend sword intent nowadays do so before reaching the Purple Mansion realm, before awakening their life divine ability. I don't know what the reasoning is behind that." Li Shiji nodded slightly. His own ancestor had also comprehended sword intent during Foundation Establishment Realm, so he began to ponder silently. Since the ascension of true monarch Shangyuan, Jiangnan should still have 3 sword immortals, but none have shown themselves recently. Aside from the one from Wanyu Sword Gate, the others are in Wu state. There might not even be 10 sword immortals in the world right now. He helped the youth to his feet, scrutinized him, and asked a few more questions. The Dawn Rayfish's cultivation was only at the early to mid Foundation Establishment realm, yet his speed was terrifying. At full speed, he might even catch up to a heavenly glow dawn cloudliner. Li Shiji said kindly, "Since you're the 7th, and we're sent here by the senior, let's call you Li Qin too. From now on, you're one of us. There's no need to stand on ceremony." This subordinate obeys. Li Qiyun responded with a bow, quickly took out a healing pill, and began to recover in silence. Li Shiji sat cross-legged beside the pond in the cave, quietly staring into the water's surface. Li Wuxiao didn't ask how this young man suddenly appeared. The old serpent simply shut his eyes and resumed healing. Li Shiji furrowed his brows slightly and thought, "At least Dongfang Heyun didn't expose me. The Purple Mansion realm cultivators can't decipher my talisman chi. Since he still has a use for me, he likely assumes it's some other Purple Mansion Realm cultivator's technique. After a while, Li Wuxiao asked, "Will you be going out again, young master?" Li Shiji smiled faintly. Though he wasn't afraid of the light and qi outside, he still had to maintain the lie he had just spun. He said, "I'm a bit worn out. I'll first dispel the light and qi inside me and rest for a while before deciding." The cave dwelling fell silent. All three settled into quiet cultivation, though the light and qi threading through the earth veins outside grew increasingly dense. The intense light and qi coursed through the earth veins in flickers of brightness. A refined young man sat quietly atop a crimson boulder, his pale hand tapping lightly at its edge. Had Li Shiji been present, he would have immediately recognized this man as Dongfang Heyun. The latter hadn't left at all, he was still lingering nearby. This fluctuation likely means Qiyun 3 clashed with someone. Dongfang Heyun's gaze now lacked its usual amused veil. It was deeper and more conflicted as he seemed truly torn. No one noticed the dawn rayfish. Handing it to Li Shiji is just right. It spares that pawn in the Azure Pawn sect from suffering a loss, making it seem less like I'm just using him. But he still hides many secrets. Can Universal Dawn Mist truly neutralize the light and qi? Pondered Dongfang Heyun. Dongfang Heyun was quite aged, though his demonic spirit nature let him retain the demeanor of a youth. He had seen more than enough and read enough cultivation techniques to rival an entire sect's Dao collection. The Universal Dawn Mist of the Azure Pawn sect was once cultivated by Ling Yuxia, yet it had no purifying effect. But Li Shiji's ancestor was of the Weasley lineage, skilled in capturing light and binding flame. Dispelling this light, and qi may not be too far-fetched after all, thought Dongfang Heyun. He hesitated for a while, but indeed saw no signs of Li Shiji using any spirit herbs or spell arts. He was just quietly sitting cross-legged. The doubt in his heart slowly faded. After waiting a while longer without seeing Li Shiji emerge, he finally rose and headed deeper into the earth veins, thinking to himself, "Ingza split quietly without killing him." The lesser Yang is difficult to judge in terms of right or wrong, but Ingza is no fool. He must have other calculations in mind. Dongfang Heyun's figure slowly faded into the depths. The thunder over the sea roared louder still. Pengjia Island. Li Zhouwei stepped into the main hall as Chunyang led in two women and a man from a side chamber. The woman in front was dressed in white, her expression serene and her bearing graceful. She was clearly from a distinguished background. She spoke softly. "Shen Yanqing of the Shen family in Jiangbei greets the family head." Shen Yanqing was both the disciple of Taoist master Zipei and the direct daughter of the Shen family. Her noble status went without saying. Her every movement was measured and proper as she offered Li Zhouwei a graceful nod. The second woman, dressed in a yellow feathered robe, was more petite and curiously glanced about before smiling and saying, "Wei Danying of the Purple Smoke Gate greets the family head." The last was a man who bowed silently. He appeared to be a guard or escort, and said nothing as he lowered his head. Li Zhouwei remained courteous and spoke gently. "Honored guests have arrived, and yet I failed to greet you from afar. Such discourtesy is ours." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shen Yanqing took a seat, praised him politely, and asked softly, "May I ask where Senior Qinghong might be?" Shen Yanqing had mentioned her intention to visit the Li family long ago, but the clashes between North and South had made travel along the river treacherous. The matter had been delayed until now. Li Zhouwei, knowing she had come to see Li Qinghong, replied, "I've already sent someone to summon her. If my great-aunt hasn't entered a full seclusion, she should be here shortly." Shen Yanqing nodded slightly and began to chat casually, not worried that her visit would end in vain. She thought, with the Eastern Sea affair approaching, the senior likely wouldn't have gone into closed-door seclusion. So she lightly steered the conversation. "I had originally intended to visit your esteemed family with my father, but he recently entered seclusion to break through to the Purple Mansion realm and couldn't make the trip." After a few more words, Shen Yanqing noticed that Wei Danying of the Purple Smoke Gate hadn't said a word. Turning toward her, she saw the girl staring intently upward, her expression somewhat dazed. "This is..." She discreetly nudged the girl. Only then did Wei Danying snap out of her daze, lowering her eyes to the tea on the table. Wei Danying tugged at her sleeves, as if waking from a dream. She finally looked away from the young man seated above, and only then did a delayed sense of fear stir in her chest. Ordinary men must try so hard to be appealing. Yet he needs no effort at all. Just a glance, and women are drawn to him. He's so young. Where did he learn this intoxicating demeanor? She steadied herself and looked again, but that aura had vanished. She exhaled quietly in relief and sipped her tea. Yet a flash of something wicked and aggressively seductive had surfaced amid the haze. A cold sweat broke across her back as fear bloomed in her heart. How terrifying that such a man actually exists in this world. 1. The word Han. Han can mean writing brush, writing, etc. 2. The name Qing. Qiyun means 7 cloud/7th cloud, where Qi means 7 and Yun means cloud. 3. It's the devil lord Qiyun that appeared in chapter 525, Mutuo, I. Chapter 965, Fanning the Waves, I. After a few exchanged words, a muffled boom rang out, and a woman stepped into the hall. Everyone rose to their feet as Shun Yanqing hurried forward. It has been many years, senior. Now that Shun Yanqing was aware of the grotto heaven matter, she didn't smile too warmly. Li Qinghong, however, nodded with a pleasant smile. Yes, it has been some time. They guided her to a seat, and Shun Yanqing softly said, I should have come to visit long ago, but so many matters delayed me. Our family could not remain untouched amid the chaos in Jiangbei. Only now, with things finally settling down, could I come to pay my respects. She drew a jade box from her sleeve and placed it gently on the table. I brought the celestial thunder sacrificial method I mentioned to you back then. Our thunder arts originate from the Northern Palace profound thunder art, one of the 12 Daos from the Zhou era. Li Qinghong listened carefully and asked, the Tao of thunder steering and cloud dwelling is likely not among them, is it? Their own Tao of thunder steering and cloud dwelling was no secret, and since that lineage was passed down from Yinyang Temple, it likely did not date back to the Zhou era. As expected, when Li Qinghong asked, Shun Yanqing nodded and said, it's not among them. The Tao of thunder steering and cloud dwelling was established in later generations. The 12 thunder palaces were originally lineages tasked with overseeing justice and morality across the realm. Now, everything has been lost. Even their Tao lineages are untraceable. Only a few techniques remain. Wei Danying, sitting nearby, let out a soft sigh and interjected, if the 12 thunder palaces still existed, how could the world have fallen to this state? Li Qinghong made no comment, but Shun Yanqing's expression grew somewhat strange. She hesitated for a moment, then said, our sect's lineage holds the thunder palaces in the highest regard, but in truth, based on what we've uncovered over the years, that might not be entirely justified. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Shun Yanqing spoke softly. According to the ancient records left behind, the thunder palaces were rather tyrannical. Their thunder chariots patrolled the lands, and wherever their envoys passed, thunder would rumble, killing thousands. She paused, then continued. What's more, the thunder palaces held dominion over mortal tribulations, casting thunder down upon people without warning. Cultivators who were progressing smoothly would be suddenly struck by profound lightning just before a breakthrough. Agony was the best outcome, and those with great karmic sins often lost their lives. The world has suffered under them for far too long. Then, after the northern palace's elder departed for the outer heavens, the world erupted in revolt. From Purple Mansion realm cultivators down to common folk, none were willing to endure the Thunder Palace's oppression any longer. 9 out of the 12 palaces were destroyed. Cultivators stormed the palaces, pulled out the thunder arts, and burned them all. The Tao lineages vanished shortly after. Li Qinghong remained silent as she listened. Wei Danying, having grown up with a vastly different perspective, looked visibly shaken. Shun Yanqing sighed. This technique I brought was secretly preserved by a rogue cultivator of that era. In his writings, he recorded that the entire world rejoiced when the Thunder Palaces fell. The 12 Thunder Palaces were called the 12 epochs of the thunder shackles that bound cultivators and commoners alike. From that moment on, people could think as they wished, imagine freely, write, and speak at will. After her words, the hall fell silent. The members of the Li family, having little prior knowledge of the Thunder Palaces, were relatively unaffected. But for Wei Danying, whose understanding had been deeply ingrained, it was hard to articulate her feelings. She murmured, how could this be? I'd only ever heard that the Thunder Palaces patrolled the world, and no one dared practice demonic Tao. How did it come to be that they had shackled all under heaven? Shun Yanqing hadn't come to debate the good or evil of the Thunder Palaces. She had no intention of explaining in detail, and merely hoped Li Qinghong would gain some perspective. She gently reassured Wei Danying. Just take it as a rumor, nothing more. Then turning to Li Qinghong, she smiled. Please have a look, senior. Li Qinghong received the jade box, retrieved the jade slip within, and found a celestial thunder sacrificial method that was quite distinct from her own recorded within. In return, she slid over a copy of the Purple Thunder secret origin technique. The thunder arts from the Green Pine Temple's Grotto Heaven did not originate from any established Dao lineage. The Cloud Thunder Inquiry technique was merely a cultivation technique. It was the only viable exchange Li Qinghong had to offer. Shen Yanqing accepted it and said softly, I hope we'll have the chance to discuss the secrets of these techniques in detail. Li Zhouwei understood immediately and invited a few others to join him in the side chamber. The main hall fell momentarily empty. Shen Yanqing lowered her voice. Senior, I've heard that several thunder cultivator families from the Northern Sea, the Miao family of the Southern Sea, and those two Taoists from the Eastern Sea are all preparing to head to the Eastern Sea. Do you have any arrangements in place? I'm already aware. I'll be heading there in a few days. Li Qinghong replied solemnly. The Dragon Clan has scattered these techniques, and one of their scions has waited 100 years. It's natural that they place great importance on this, and I won't neglect it. Shen Yanqing sighed inwardly and said, Senior, the Dragon Clan has cast a wide net. Many who cultivated the Tao of thunder steering and cloud dwelling have died. They made no obvious moves for a long time, so no one could guess their intent. Only when the Grotto Heaven began to surface did speculations arise. But now that things have come to this, you're already a leading figure in this Tao. You have no choice but to go. Seeing how composed Li Qinghong remained, she continued, My family's Taoist master says, there will be another fierce struggle within the Grotto Heaven. Senior, don't hold back when the time comes. Li Qinghong was surprised and responded, Of course I know that. In a life-and-death struggle, why would I hold back? Shen Yanqing added, That includes Shi Zikong from the Northern Sea. Li Qinghong raised her eyebrows. It seemed nothing about her was hidden from these Purple Mansion Realm cultivators. Shen Yanqing spoke softly. His mastery of thunder arts is extremely high. He's one of the strongest among those entering the Grotto Heaven. If he could be eliminated, it would remove a major problem. Li Qinghong did have some friendship with Shi Zikong. Though she was a straightforward person, how could she not understand what the Shun family, or rather, the Purple Smoke Gate, was hinting at? After a moment's silence, she said, In the end, we're all entering the dragon's belly, so why? I'm not some naive idealist. I've killed for treasure before, but those were enemies. At the very least, Shi Zikong has shown upright conduct and treated me with warmth. I can't bring myself to do it. Shen Yanqing also fell silent, then said through gritted teeth, What if, once inside the dragon's belly, life and death become uncertain? Li Qinghong slowly turned her head, tucking her hair behind her ear. Her silence deepened, and she quietly said, So this is about making me choose. Shen Yanqing hastily replied that she would never dare, but a soft smile surfaced on Li Qinghong's face as she shook her head and said, Then if I can't bring myself to act, it means I deserve the death tribulation that awaits. Shen Yanqing pressed her lips together and replied, I understand. She hesitated briefly, then quickly changed the subject. Our sect's master has already reincarnated. If any news arises around the lake or within your esteemed family's territory, I ask that you inform us. We will surely reward you handsomely. Li Qinghong had expected this request and nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Yanqing took her leave and went off to find her companions in the side hall. Only then did Li Qinghong lean back in her chair, momentarily lost in thought. At first, upon hearing Shen Yanqing's words, she had thought the Purple Smoke Gate meant for her to ambush Shi Zikong before entering the Grotto Heaven. But on closer reflection, that was likely not the case. After all, many people now possess the Tao of thunder steering and cloud dwelling. If everyone fears being killed inside the Grotto Heaven and takes the initiative to strike first, how could the Dragon Clan possibly tolerate that? If it were so easy, the Miao family and other Purple Mansion Realm immortal families would have already made their move. They were warning me. If I end up working with Shi Zikong, even if I don't ambush him, I still need to be cautious. In the end, we may have to fight regardless. She sat quietly for a while. Li Zhouwei entered from outside the hall, and without immediately asking about Shen Yanqing's words, he said gravely, The Crimson Palace generation will soon receive their first talisman seeds. Since you've emerged from seclusion, why not come take a look with us? All right. Li Qinghong had been speaking little of late, and responded with just a succinct word. Chapter 966, Fanning the Waves, 2. The Azure Pond Sect. The main hall atop Azure Pond Peak was adorned with ornate turquoise tiles, and was shrouded in drifting white mist. A young man leaned beside the immortal seat, clad in a cyan robe trimmed with golden threads that shimmered brightly. The sword at his waist radiated waves of mana. Though his appearance was unremarkable, his expression was full of youthful vitality. A woman in a fluttering multicolored dress sat at the table beside him, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Sect Master. This was none other than Huiyao, the young sect master of the Azure Pond sect. He glanced down at the documents on the desk, and when the woman spoke, he replied gently, "The recommendation I sent to Uncle. Has he responded?" At the mention of Qi Fubo, a flash of resentment crossed the woman's eyes, and she murmured, "He refused." For Huiyao to be the sect master, yet not even have the authority to appoint personnel, and to have even his recommendation rejected by Qi Fubo was undeniably a slight. Yet he simply smiled and said, "All right, seems I was too hasty. Bring back the jade slip and let me see exactly what Uncle said. I'll review it carefully before asking his advice again." The woman sighed and replied, "Yes, yes." Huiyao gave her a long look, his eyes full of mirth, and asked, "What's troubling you this time? It's not like you were asking for important positions. Just a few minor posts, and yet Qi Fubo still said no. What right does he have? Who's the real sect master here?" She grumbled under her breath. Huiyao shook his head in reply, "I'm still too young, and there's much I haven't thought through. How could I blame my elders? I understand Ning Hudging suffered overseas, but you shouldn't let personal feelings speak for you." The woman fell silent at once, though inwardly she muttered, "Does he really not understand? Or is he just pretending?" Just as they finished speaking, someone came to report that Qi Fubo had arrived. Huiyao immediately rose to greet him, walking all the way to the front hall and respectfully calling out, "Uncle, you're here." Qi Fubo entered with unhurried steps. Over the years, he had wielded considerable power. The immaturity of youth had faded from him, and his demeanor had become much more composed. Huiyao accompanied him to a side seat and personally arranged it, saying respectfully, "It's been some time, Uncle." This whole gesture gave Qi Fubo ample respect, making it hard for him to remain stern. He smiled and said, "There's progress on the scheme from a few days ago. My man stationed at Fuchin Peak reported. Li Quantao has grown increasingly uneasy, and he's been going out more frequently. It's likely that news from the Li family has reached him." Huiyao nodded and said, "Uncle, your insight is sharp. There hasn't been a single word from the C family. Either the Li family couldn't get in touch with them or they did in secret, but it led nowhere. Qiyun would never abandon the Li family." Qi Fubo was firm in his belief and said calmly, "Don't be fooled by his cunning and restraint. He's merely riding the momentum of current affairs. The way he's acted in past incidents shows that he still holds a fair bit of sentimental weakness. He is, after all, a sword cultivator. He's not someone who can go to any lengths without scruples. If that were the case, people like Li Xianfeng would have been able to sway him back then. One either acts or doesn't. There's no room for being talked into such major decisions. And he certainly wouldn't have kept worrying about the Li family's well-being." Huiyao's expression brightened a little as he said, "Could it be that the Taoist master of the C family really is in seclusion, and he's doing this on his own? Seclusion or not probably makes no difference. More likely, he simply fears our family's Taoist master," said Qi Fubo as he exhaled deeply. He gave Huiyao a thoughtful look and waved his hand to take his leave. Huiyao escorted him to the outer hall. Though Qi Fubo smiled in farewell, his expression grew darker. He walked with his hands behind his back, plagued by a splitting headache. He just had to be this clever and this respectful. "I'm starting to feel reluctant myself." Huiyao's actions had caught the entire sect off guard. The young sect master had not only supported Qi Fubo publicly and tried to mediate the conflict between Qi and Ning family, but he had also proven himself an understanding, magnanimous ruler. Over the years, his reputation within the sect had grown ever more favorable. Qi Fubo could see all of this clearly, and the awkwardness rested on him. The recent appearance of Qi Buzi in the Eastern Sea left him both pleased and anxious. To put it nicely, Qi Buzi was a Purple Mansion realm cultivator from their own family. Less flatteringly, he was a senior of the first bloodline. His heart was weighed down with gloom, yet he wore a smile all the way back to his own hall. only to be met by a black-clothed youth approaching. Yuanqin. The plan to install Qi Shuxiao as sect master had already begun to stray from its original purpose and head towards something rotten. But Qi Fubo was a man of discernment. He didn't show a hint of displeasure toward Li Yuanqin, the one who had proposed the scheme, and greeted him kindly. Did any of them give you trouble? Qi Fubo could see clearly, though not every member of the Qi family was as perceptive. With Qi Shuxiao's popularity growing, Li Yuanqin had suffered quite a bit of pressure from them, both openly and behind closed doors. Yet he only said calmly, "Brother Fubo, I verified it." Qi Fubo nodded in understanding. The two of them headed inside and sat down by the desk. Li Yuanqin spoke quietly. Ning Hujing is indeed in collusion with a Buddhist cultivator, a master monk from the Way of Emptiness. He's plotting against both Li Shiji and Si Yuanli. The luminous qi in the abyss has been growing thicker these past days. Li Shiji likely won't be able to stay hidden much longer. As soon as he surfaces, Ning Hujing's people will be waiting. There's too little intel. I can't say for sure, but he likely has a way to pin it on us. With Lord Jihu still in the Eastern Sea, I suspect he'll be the one to bear the brunt. Qi Fubo stayed quiet for a moment and then said in a low voice, "You mean to say, he's pulling strings on both sides to push us into open conflict with the Si family, so he can reap the spoils from the sidelines? It's nothing more than lives to him, is it? Even if we can't see how he'll do it, Li Shiji, Si Yuanli, or Lord Jihu must die for his plan to work," said Li Yuanqin. Qi Fubo fell silent again, his heart growing colder as he said, "Ning Hujing alone cannot stir up such waves. I fear some Purple Mansion realm cultivators cannot bear to see the two Taoist masters of Qi and Si families minding their own business in peace. They must be quietly fueling the conflict and trying to drive a wedge between them." Li Yuanqin fixed his gaze on him and said quietly, "That's exactly what I think too. But with Purple Mansion realm cultivators shielding everything, even if Si Buoxiu isn't in seclusion, it's highly likely he still won't see it coming." Qi Fubo narrowed his eyes and asked, "How do you plan to respond? Li Shiji will be difficult to kill, and Si Yuanli is likely to notice something. They'll most likely target Lord Jihu first," replied Li Yuanqin. Qi Fubo's expression didn't shift in the slightest as he said, "Oh, then should I summon him back now?" Li Yuanqin shook his head and said calmly, "In my view, letting Lord Jihu die might not be a bad thing. We can just lie in wait until he falls. Then we'll immediately capture Li Shiji and confine him in the sect." His tone was ice-cold as he continued, "As long as we plant the blame cleanly, even the Taoist master won't be able to argue. Then we can use this to pressure Si Yuanli into relinquishing those few long-withheld positions and force him out of the sect." Qi Fubo actually let out a faint smile when he heard him speak so casually of killing his own elder. "And what if he refuses?" Li Yuanqin respectfully replied. "Then the Li family will have no choice but to turn to us to preserve Li Shiji's life. Then, wouldn't the remaining members of the Ning family fall into our hands with ease?" "Good. Very good." Qi Fubo's smile deepened, and he stared directly at Li Yuanqin as he asked, "If even a secluded cultivator like Si Buoxiu can be kept in the dark, then surely a Purple Mansion realm cultivator is involved." "How do you know this?" asked Li Yuanqin. Chapter 967, Whole Pill, I? Li Yuanqin cupped his fists and said softly, "Brother Fubo, you may not be aware. Though that Mount Yu cultivator, Fei Luya, is a member of the Ning family and publicly claims the Li family stole his territory, in truth, he still harbors old sentiments toward my father. That's why he deliberately revealed his whereabouts to me in secret. He laid out every clue he had observed, step by step, with each point well-reasoned and logically sound." Qi Fubo smiled as if enlightened, though inwardly he remained noncommittal. Li Yuanqin said quietly, "There are still those within the Purple Mansion realm who remain friendly to us. Taoist Master Changxiao is among their elites, so how can we be sure this wasn't his intention all along?" Only after these words did Qi Fubo show a hint of contemplation, and Li Yuanqin continued, "In the end, it's likely that someone from the Purple Mansion realm used this opportunity to tip their hand, hoping we might intervene and take a swipe at the Si family. Things are only just beginning to surface, and much remains unclear. I leave the final decision to you, Brother Fubo." He cupped his fists and stepped back. Qi Fubo nodded in farewell and turned back to sit at the table. "This isn't something to be trifled with. There's likely deception here. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, why would Si Yuanli ever yield? Roundabout as it is, Yuanqing still wants to take control of the Li family. Irritation simmered in Qi Fubo's heart, but he bore no grudge. It wasn't just Li Yuanqing. Elders like Qi Jihu and even many of Qi Fubo's own siblings had long harbored intentions to act. It was only his restraint that had kept them in check. It's far too soon, thought Qi Fubo. Now that he'd come this far, Qi Fubo realized he could no longer meet the expectations of those around him. Be it Li Yuanqing or Qi Jihu, they were both growing impatient. Продукты, которые нельзя есть каждый день. Открыть. Like a wild horse snapping its reins, if I can't rein them in, I fear we'll all tumble off a cliff, and I will be shattered to pieces first. Li Yuanqing's proposal had made him see the true state of his situation, and his heart turned cold. I've read countless classics, and always thought the ancients were too reckless and too foolish. I've always thought they lacked caution and acted in haste. But now, acting for myself, I realize how boxed in everything feels. Perhaps they had no choice either. Panic crept deeper into him. He downed several cups in a row, and Qi Huiyao's face surfaced in his mind once again. His grip on the jade cup tightened, resentment rising in his chest. Damn this ill-timed fate. Why did he have to be a bright child? Even if he only pretended to be stupid or truly was, it wouldn't have left me in such a wretched bind. Pengjia Island. Golden morning light glittered across the lake as Li Zhouwei rode the wind southward toward the lands under Lijing Prefecture. The buildings here, the oldest among those circling the lake, bore gray tiles and greenstone walls. Though the disciples who once filled these alleys had long vanished, several large stone mansions still had caretakers assigned. Shadows danced across the stone steps as Li Zhouwei entered the house, followed by Master Monk Kongang. When he saw that the pool at the center was still crystal clear, he made his way toward the back hall where the clang of chains echoed in waves. Clang. The rear hall was lined with cold and foreboding iron bars. The faint bleating of sheep drifted through. As Li Zhouwei stepped into the chamber, he saw a naked boy crouched on the floor, his body covered in pale scales. He was sucking at the neck of a sheep, drinking its blood. The animal lay collapsed, its bleats fading to silence. Li Zhouwei lowered his gaze and silently watched the boy devour the sheep alive. He stood there for a long time without speaking. Unable to bear the sight, Kongheng began murmuring mantras with his eyes closed. On the second day after he achieved the Foundation Establishment realm and returned to the lake, he had come to visit his eldest son. Together with Kongheng, he had examined the boy thoroughly, yet he remained helpless. Li Jiangao wasn't under any bewitchment clouding his mind, nor was his soul disturbed. The problem was far more fundamental. He simply lacked human intelligence from the start. There was no cure for it. Perhaps after hundreds of years of cultivation, he might develop the sentience of a demonic creature. Just look at him now. He can't even recognize words. How could he possibly receive talisman seeds, thought Li Zhouwei. Li Zhouwei had even considered releasing him into the wild, to live alone by some mountain or lake. But there were too many taboos, so he couldn't let the boy go. And so, year after year, he remained imprisoned in this cage. Only he or Li Xianxian would visit him now and then. Jiang Ao is like a beast. Jiang Qian, though clever, is extreme in nature and harbors hypocrisy. I fear none of my sons are truly virtuous. Li Zhouwei's third son had just been born a few days ago, but he was publicly announced as his second. The child was named Li Jianglong, and again, bore a pair of golden eyes. Yet Li Zhouwei no longer felt much joy. When he turned around, another concubine was already pregnant. He called softly, "Master Monk." Kongheng quickly looked up, and Li Zhouwei murmured, "You once mentioned using the veiled Yin technique to suppress. I wonder if we might try it, so that I could have a child without golden eyes. I heard the undefeated king of brightness sired nothing but demons. All of them were eventually subdued. These children of mine, bearing the same golden eyes as I do, if their merit is shallow, disaster may befall them." Kongheng gave him a contemplative glance and replied softly, "This humble monk will do his best." Li Zhouwei nodded, cast one last look at the son he had once placed such hope in, even before birth, then turned and walked out. As he descended the stone steps, whatever hope he still held slowly faded away. He rode the wind back to the island's great hall, where Kongheng withdrew on his own. Li Qinghong and Li Xianxian were already waiting inside. When they saw him arrive empty-handed, Li Qinghong flicked her sleeve and tossed out the Chongming profound insight screen, shielding the space from all eyes. She asked, "Where's Jiang Ao?" Li Xianxian had intended to bring Li Jiangao for this ritual of receiving talisman seeds, hoping that some fortune might favor him even without him knowing the mantras. But to their surprise, Li Zhouwei had gone and returned without Li Jiangao. Li Zhouwei said in a deep voice, "He has no spiritual intelligence at all. If he were to offend the treasure, it would only bring disaster. It's better to leave him out of it." Seeing that Li Zhouwei had no intention of bringing Li Jiangao, Li Qinghong could only nod and ask, "How many children are eligible to receive talisman seeds now?" Li Zhouwei paused briefly and said softly, "I'm afraid, too many." There weren't many cultivators of the celestial world generation in the Li family, and only 2 had born children. But after several generations of growth, there were now a great many mortals of the same generation, and quite a few youngsters from the Crimson Palace generations awakened spiritual orifices. However, their innate abilities had yet to manifest, making it impossible to distinguish potential. Bringing all of them one by one into the hall to teach incantations and test them individually was no longer as feasible as in the past. Especially now that their faction had grown so large, others might begin probing into the matter once it drew too much attention. Li Xianxian voiced his concerns, to which Li Zhouwei replied, "Now that the immortal mirror can spirit travel through the great void, we might be able to adjust the prayer incantations. With luck, it may help conceal our actions better." 1. Feng. Jianglong could be interpreted as Li of the Crimson Ridge. Jiang. Jiang literally means dark red, crimson, or maroon, and Long. Long means ridge, especially the raised ridges between furrows and farmland. Chapter 968. Whole Pill, 2. Great Void. Lu Jiangxian's divine sense roamed through the void for some time, lingering around the purple smoke gates territory. Ever since he'd gained the ability to travel the great void with his spirit, he had never dared intrude upon the core gates of immortal sections. He mostly observed from a distance. But this recent Purple Mansion realm breakthrough within the Purple Smoke Gate was the most thorough and complete event he had ever studied. He had even seen the person from the underworld involved and caught their entire conversation from afar. Zipei has fallen. Contrary to the speculations of many Purple Mansion realm cultivators, Taoist Master Zipei, Qiyu, was dead and her soul entirely annihilated. There was no reincarnation to speak of. The Shun family and the Purple Smoke Gate sending people everywhere to search for Zipei's reincarnation is likely just for show. Zipei had been incredibly powerful, a figure with innate metallic essence who had disappeared after reincarnation. Such ambiguity actually served both the Shun family and the Purple Smoke Gate well. The other Purple Mansion realm cultivator, Taoist Master Zimu, disappeared long ago. If the Purple Smoke Gate wants to maintain its current standing, some schemes and trickery are inevitable. Yet Lu Jiangxian had observed the entire underworld ritual from beginning to end and confirmed there was no trace of the true essence of the metallic essence. This meant Taoist Master Zipei had never used that treasure at all. Where could such a precious item possibly be? Lu Jiangxian couldn't find a clue for now. He could only set the matter aside and keep an eye on it. Instead, another thought rose in his heart. Turns out famous politicians don't mind tasting these delicacies. Open. The Dragon Clan devours thunder. Lu Jiangxian had been keeping close watch on the Dragon Clan devouring thunder. He had even secretly witnessed the meeting between Dongfang Heyun and Li Shiji in the Eastern Sea. The Supreme Profound Light had already locked onto that spirit cloud. If anything suspicious happened, he would have no choice but to strike first and kill. Though nothing had ultimately happened, doubts still lingered in his mind. How strange. Dongfang Heyun seems to hold Li Shiji in high regard and has always been courteous to Li Xianfeng. Where did this sentiment even come from? And that dragon's son, Dingjiao, is especially generous toward Li Zhouwei. It almost seems like the entire dragon clan has taken a liking to the Li family. Could it really be because of Wei Emperor Gong? Lu Jiangxian didn't believe Dingjiao's words at all. The Li family had risen and fallen repeatedly. If the dragon clan truly had deep ties with Wei's Li lineage, it wouldn't have been hard for them to protect a few branches, given their lofty standing. He circled once through the great void, confirming that no Purple Mansion or Golden Core realm cultivators were spying nearby. Then he returned, landing atop Mount Wu. Within the formation, he observed for a moment and saw Li Shiming was currently cultivating the secret technique, Jewel Steps. The Moongaze Li family offer clear wine and humble food, cold meats and sacrifices, in devout prayer for the profound light Dharma. May our children follow the Tao in reverence and peace, fulfilling the rites in season, honoring their vows, and ascending beyond the supreme Yin through these sacred talismans. The sound of this chant reached his ears, drawing his divine sense back from the great void to the lake. Screen light concealed the interior of Pengjia Island's Grand Hall, and murmured prayers echoed softly, yet no human figure could be seen. Lu Jiangxian activated his divine sense records and immediately understood what was happening. He swept his awareness across the lake and let out a breath of relief, muttering, "After all this waiting, the Crimson Palace generation has finally come of age. It's time to bestow those Purple Mansion Realm techniques." Among the many Purple Mansion Realm techniques, Lu Jiangxian's favorite was undoubtedly the whole pill Dao technique. The Hoshu Golden Book was a proper 6th grade technique. It was 1 grade higher than the Leaf family's own Radiant Essence Scripture. Radiant Essence Scripture is truly an oddity, thought Lu Jiangxian. 5 hours 1 minute. Famous family conflict. Meghan Markle blamed family members. More. 227199396. Radiant Essence Scripture contained 9 complete secret techniques, yet had only reached a basic 5th grade among Purple Mansion Realm techniques. This made no sense by conventional standards. How could something so comprehensive be so low-ranked? But then again, Lu Jiangxian had relied on immortal arts and metallic essence to cheat his way through its creation. In terms of breakthrough potential, the Hoshu Golden Book couldn't compare to the Radiant Essence Scripture, which had been created with bright yang metallic essence and immortal techniques. Still, it wasn't far behind. It had 5 complete secret techniques, and mastering them all would raise one's chances of reaching the Purple Mansion realm by 25%. Besides, the whole pill Dao is an ancient lineage. Though not suited for combat arts, it enables cultivators to produce countless times more goods than their peers at the same level, especially those trained through a 6th grade method. The whole pill Dao far surpassed modern spell arts in areas like transformation, healing, formation breaking, and stealth. Qiu Shui of the Golden Feather sect was a renowned practitioner of this Dao, possessing divine abilities that earned the respect of all. Its only flaw was its overly high grade, which made it a bit too flashy. But once future generations of the Li family achieved their own Purple Mansion realm breakthroughs, its presence would draw less attention. As for who should receive the talisman seeds, born under ominous stars, Li Jiangxian clearly possesses immense talent. He must be restrained with a talisman seed. Leave him unchecked, and chaos will inevitably follow. Even an empire as vast as Wei's Li, with multiple Golden Core realm cultivators guarding it, couldn't prevent palace bloodshed. How could Lu Jiangxian take that risk? He had long prepared a talisman seed for the boy, to collar the beast before it turned. I've already decided. He's not suited for the whole pill Dao, and he must not study Bright Yang either. The more he cultivates it, the more twisted he'll become. One day, he might suddenly awaken, shatter worldly illusions, and burst forth with a red-eyed white cicada from within, taking flight with terrifying force. That's no laughing matter. Lu Jiangxian wasn't imagining things. This was a real possibility. As Li Zhouwei's cultivation grew stronger and eventually crossed into the Purple Mansion realm, the effect on his second son, Li Jiangxian, would only intensify. His elder brother, Li Jiangao, on the other hand, lacked sentience and couldn't cultivate. Any transformation he might undergo was still centuries away. It was not an urgent concern. With the precedent of Wei's state etched in his mind, Lu Jiangxian had devoted great attention to the brothers Li Jiangao and Li Jiangxian. He had already considered every possible scenario the moment they were born. It would be best to give him this Li fire technique acquired from a grotto heaven, a 6th grade fire technique. Bright Yang and Li fire are deeply entangled and complement each other perfectly. There's nothing more suitable. This 6th grade Li fire technique was called the Heavenly Scripture of the Dimming Li Day 1. Once it was mastered, it would establish an immortal foundation known as the Great Li Codex. That it had once been accepted into Anhui heaven spoke volumes of its potency and status. It contains 4 secret techniques and offers an additional 20% success chance, which surpasses the vast majority of Purple Mansion realm spells from Jiangnan. He imbued the Heavenly Scripture of the Dimming Li Day into the talisman seed prepared for Li Jiangxian, but didn't hand it over immediately. His divine sense roamed along the lakeside until it located a certain household in Lijing Town, one he had noted from memory. The house was spacious and was clearly once prosperous, but the red paint on its doors had nearly peeled away, exposing mottled brown wood. The stone lions flanking the entrance were covered in dust, as if untouched for ages. Though the family no longer held prestige, it was evident that strict discipline remained. Everything was neatly arranged and in order, showing that the owners still held themselves to high standards. Lu Jiangxian's divine sense passed through the doorway and soon found a little girl in the central courtyard. She had rosy lips, white teeth, and was dressed in a lined winter robe. She looked about 6 or 7 years old. Judging by the days, the timing is just right. This girl was the one Lu Jiangxian had chosen to receive a talisman seed, the candidate to inherit the whole pill Dao. She was actually a descendant of the Li family. He had taken note of her since the day she was born, and had merely been waiting for the Li family to finally request a method from him. Through his divine sense, he could see that a spiritual orifice was slowly forming at the center of her brow. It was like a third eye, silently absorbing and exhaling spiritual qi. Lu Jiangxian praised. An orifice at the brow shows that her soul is far beyond the average. At last, a child capable of cultivating the profound shamanic spells has appeared, and this pairs perfectly with the 6th grade Hoshu Golden Book. The ancient whole pill Dao shares great affinity with shamanic spell arts. This is an ideal match. 1. Li Day, a traditional Chinese inauspicious day that falls before each solstice or equinox, marking unstable shifts in yin and yang. Chapter 969, The Two-Eye. After Li Zhouwei finished his prayer, pure light swirled around the hall. Wisps of white qi gathered within the Chongming profound insight screen, and 2 points of white light emerged from the void, spun once, and blossomed into 2 white flowers that hung suspended in midair, each forming a line of golden script. One read, Li Jiangxian. The other read, Li Shuwan. Li Zhouwei and the others offered their thanks, then raised their brows and glanced at Li Qinghong. She appeared visibly stirred as the 2 white flowers drifted down gently, and she reached out to pluck them out of the air. 2 talisman seeds, how unexpected. The appearance of Li Jiangxian's name brought some relief, but the other name was completely unfamiliar. It left the 3 momentarily stunned, except for Li Xianxian, whose expression showed a flicker of recollection. Li Qinghong's expression turned complicated, while Li Xianxian furrowed his brows, already retrieving a jade slip from his storage pouch. As an elder prone to nostalgia, he often pondered which family branches had died out and which ones needed continuation. For that reason, he kept every annual registry close at hand. After pausing for 2 full seconds, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Li Xuanxuan's face as he replied, "So it's one of my descendants, though the line is rather distant now. They've fallen to minor sect status." He chuckled heartily, flipped the jade slip over, and handed it to the 2 of them. All the better. Li Qinghong let out a quiet breath and took the jade slip to read. She quickly found Li Shuan's name and traced it upward, frowning as she read aloud. Li Yeshing, Li Xiaowen, Li Pingyi, HM. Isn't this Uncle Xiaowen's line? Could you have mistaken it, Uncle? At the mention of this, a flicker of pain passed through Li Xuanxuan's eyes. He spoke softly. This matter traces back to your elder brother. Li Qinghong raised her brows at once, murmuring, Brother Yuanxiao? Li Xianxian sat to the side, organizing his thoughts before speaking gently. Uncle Yeshing didn't have many descendants, mainly Xiaowen. The others were rotten. They were running gambling dens and were steeped in debauchery. Your brother caught them in the act, killed one, and drove the rest out of town. They were also struck from the family registry, leaving only Xiaowen behind. Xiaowen had 3 daughters and 1 son. He only had Li Pingyi while still young. Even after decades, Li Xianxian still choked up when speaking of it. He sighed. He took his own life out of shame over the Yu family's Thunderfire incident, and so the line ended there with no son of his own, and his brothers all guilty of grave offenses and no longer part of the family. My 7th grandson's 2nd son was a mortal and had already fallen into minor sect status. I remembered our past ties, and since both were minor sects anyway, I arranged for the child to be adopted into his line. I see. Li Qinghong paused for a moment, then said softly, Since a child with a spiritual orifice has now emerged, let her be restored to the major sect. Li Zhouwei listened silently from the side as Li Xianxian simply replied, I'll bring her back at once. Li Qinghong nodded with a smile and said, I'll go instead. This shouldn't be delayed. By my count, she's only 6 years old. Best not to draw unwanted attention. I'll take advantage of the night to have a look and see what kind of child she is. Li Zhouwei answered in response, I'll go fetch Jiangxian. Li Qinghong vanished from the hall in an instant. Li Xianxian picked up the 2 white flowers. He did not dare touch them directly, but held them aloft with mana, gently probing them with his spiritual sense. The flowers had 12 pure white petals, and their centers shimmered faintly like illusions of light. A rich osmanthus fragrance wafted from them, calming the old man's heart as he asked, "Ming Huang, do you recognize this?" Li Zhouwei shook his head. When he felt the potent supreme Yin aura within the flowers, he took out 2 jade boxes and carefully placed them inside, speaking softly. "It's likely another extinct spirit item. When the chance arises, I'll visit the Dragon Clan or the Fox Tribe and look through their ancient jade slips to try and identify it." These weren't the only supreme Yin treasures in the Li family's possession. When Yu Muxian had visited the lake, a branch of osmanthus and a white flower had fallen during an immortal mirror outburst. Li Yu and Jiao had carefully preserved them, but despite the Li family's best preservation methods, the items continued to fade every year. Some of the remnants had been used in life-matching rituals for Li Wuxiao, but the rest had vanished over the decades. After carefully sealing the flowers, Li Zhouwei murmured, "They seem difficult to preserve. Perhaps they're another kind of secret treasure. If we can't identify it, or if it turns out to be too rare and precious, it's best to use them." The white ape suffered too many injuries in his early years. Using these to match his life should help restore his foundation. Li Xianxian wasn't unfeeling toward his old brother-in-arms, but the more he heard, the more his teeth ached. This might be something far more valuable than a radiant sky stone in a supreme Yin Dao lineage like Qiyun Dao. He said, "We're using it for life matching, just like when we used supreme Yin moonlight to cultivate the profound scenery well back then." The old man could only smile wryly as he flipped the jade box over and over in his hand before tucking it carefully into his robes. Lijiang Prefecture, Lichuankou Village. The night wind was a bit chilly. The loquat trees in the estate drooped as rain fell steadily. Li Baodawa shivered from the cold and layered on 2 more garments. A group of children were laughing heartily in the courtyard. "What's all this racket?" Fastening his jacket, he pushed open the door and rubbed his hands. The weather was growing colder by the day, but Li Baodawa's heart burned like hot coals. Heavens be praised, after generations as mortals, we finally have a cultivator. Just the day before, his daughter Li Shuwan had read the cultivation technique distributed by the family and condensed a wisp of spiritual power. It had sent Li Baodawa into sheer ecstasy. His branch of the family had never produced a cultivator, so their name was always buried deep in the inspection lists when cultivators came to survey people with spiritual orifices. There were far too many mortals like them, and far too many 6-year-olds to inspect one by one. Normally, a basic embryonic breathing realm technique was handed out for families to test on their own. Li Baodawa's ancestors had known prosperity, so he didn't lack for such things. When Li Shuwan turned 6, he couldn't be bothered to queue, so he just took the manual himself. The result nearly made him faint with joy. "Shuwan," he shouted. When he saw his daughter approach, his face lit up. The children all gathered around the table. He sat down with a grave air and said solemnly, "This is a serious matter. I've already contacted family Uncle Qingshan. He's helping find a cultivator to examine Shuwan. They should be arriving soon, so all of you keep an eye out." Li Shuwan leaned against the table, her gaze circling around the meatballs in her bowl. This meal was a rare treat. Li Baodawa's ancestors' glory was just that, ancestral. Life was harsh now. They had only one large estate left, since everything else had been sold off by previous generations. Selling this would mean they had nothing left. The family survived by running a few boats on the lake, managed by Li Baodawa and his eldest son. It was still an honest trade. When the family chief came by for inspections, Li Baodawa could hold his head high. But how could that compare to cultivating immortality? Thought Li Baodawa. To put it bluntly, if Li Shuwan's innate ability was strong enough, the whole family could relocate to the lakeside, and the stipend granted would be more than enough for them to live out their lives in peace. As for Shuwan, after decades of cultivation, she likely won't even recognize us by the time she returns to see us, pondered Li Baodawa. Chapter 970. The 2-2. That was always how it went in the stories, and Li Baodawa had heard enough tales to believe it. Immortals soared far above the mundane. He figured he wouldn't see much of Shuwan in his remaining years. While he was pleased, he also couldn't help but feel a tinge of sorrow. But he soon pushed those thoughts aside and began planning with his sons. They were planning on how to set the banquet table, as well as how to notify friends and kin. Now that Li Shuwan possessed a spiritual orifice, even those who once looked down on them would be all smiles. Cultivator-related branches close to the family would surely send people, and those were the ones worth forging ties with for Li Shuwan's sake. His anxiety only deepened while he waited, until a shout came from outside the courtyard. "Good nephew, I've brought the guest cultivator." Li Baodaw leaped up from the table. His sons all jumped up in unison and followed behind him as they all rushed to the courtyard. They all bowed respectfully and called out, "Greetings to both seniors." The man in the lead was family Uncle Li Qingxin. Though merely a mortal, he had a noble bloodline. Li Baodaw's ancestors had been close as brothers with Li Qingxin's forebears. He had even met the man in his childhood. He called out warmly, "It's been so many years, family uncle. I've missed you dearly." Li Qingxin laughed heartily. He was a shrewd operator and a direct son of Li Shiming. Though a mortal, that lineage had helped him form ties with many cultivators. He had always held a good opinion of Li Baotaw, and thus had brought the cultivator along without hesitation. He pointed to the elderly man beside him, who was dressed in brown robes, and said with a smile, "This is guest cultivator Hu, a high-tier cultivator in the Qi cultivation realm." Qi cultivation realm. Li Baodaw was immediately startled. He was no stranger to such matters. A figure of this caliber held real power even in the regional peak offices. The fact that Li Qingxin had managed to invite someone like this thrilled him. He quickly said, "Greetings, senior. This place is modest. Please do forgive us." Guest cultivator who was very polite toward Li Qingxin, but he was far less courteous to someone like Li Baodaw, whose bloodline had long fallen to a minor sect. Still, for Li Qingxin's sake, he gave a small nod and replied lightly, "No need for formality." Li Baodaw didn't take offense. He kept nodding and personally led the guest into the courtyard. Just then, he caught the meaningful look in Li Qingxin's eyes and paused briefly before understanding. "So this is about finding a backer for my Shuwan. But is this really the right move? If he were just a typical minor sect descendant, he'd be fawning over the opportunity by now. But he had some heritage and some understanding of the power struggles within the regional peak offices. The 16 prefectures were anything but harmonious. This is the Lijiang Prefecture and territory of the old 4 great surnames. If we're pledging allegiance, it should be to one of them. This Hu fellow, I don't even know which region he's from. Getting involved with him might offend the 4 surnames," thought Li Baodaw. More importantly, Li Baodaw knew his own background. He might appear to be from a minor sect at the moment, but he was actually from the major sect lineage. If the younger generation proved exceptional, they could very well return to the major sect one day. So why bother entangling themselves with factional disputes at all? As countless thoughts raced through his mind, he reached out and gently pulled the girl forward with a smile. "Shuwan, greet the 2 seniors." Li Shuwan tilted her head and looked up. She noticed 6 flickering points of light on the brown-robed man. Slightly chaotic streams of energy swirled around him. It was very different from those she had seen flying through the skies before. She couldn't help stealing a few more glances. Guest cultivator, who merely gave her a passing glance, nodded and stepped forward with a silent sigh. Li Baodaw's whole family has been mortal for generations, and only now they've produced a cultivator. How good could her talent really be? Li Qingxin wants me to offer guidance? What a bother. Maintaining his composed demeanor, his eyes swept over the dishes on the table. He quietly remarked, "Tea will suffice." The lavish meal Li Baodaw had prepared went untouched. He led the guest in, sweating nervously. Once they were in the inner hall, Li Qingxin tried to make light conversation at first, and guest cultivator who responded a bit. But the moment Li Baodaw spoke, the brown-robed man fell silent. Even a fool could see the guest cultivator's clear disdain. The food on the table grew cold as Li Baodaw's wife stood helplessly at the end of the hall. In the end, Li Baodaw was just a mortal. What could he even talk about with a cultivator? The awkward silence made it impossible to speak. Though only 6, Li Shuwan saw everything and felt sorrow welling in her chest. She said softly, "I'll be heading out now." Li Baodaw let out a breath and was just about to stop her when Li Qingxin waved her off with a smile. After she left, guest cultivator Hu, sensing the dissatisfaction in Li Qingxin's tone, casually asked, "How long did it take your daughter to condense her first wisp of spiritual qi?" The question gave Li Baodaw a small reprieve. He replied quietly, "I think about 2 hours." Guest cultivator Hu froze for a moment. When he saw the blank look on Li Baodaw's face, a wave of alarm rose within him. What? As the adults chatted in the hall, Li Shuwan wandered into the back courtyard. She walked slowly to the loquat trees planted in the barren yard, thinking of her parents' helpless expressions, and quietly wiped away her tears. This person, thought Li Shuwan. After a few steps, she suddenly bumped into someone standing in the courtyard and jumped in fright. Li Shuwan was startled for a moment, but her gaze was instantly drawn to the woman before her. Her eyes locked on the figure and couldn't move away. The woman wore a long, feathered robe, her black hair coiled into a bun with a tiny white flower pin nestled within. Faint violet light shimmered on the green patterns at the hem of her dress, and a misty purple glint flickered in her eyes as she smiled warmly at the child. You? Li Shuwan was so stunned she couldn't speak. The woman casually reached out to touch her cheek and let out a laugh. Her voice was crisp and clear, like bells in the spring air. Li Shuwan. Yes, replied Li Shuwan. She nervously clasped her hands behind her back. She knew this woman must be a cultivator and dared not move carelessly. She stole a glance and realized the woman didn't seem to have any points of light, only a field of soft violet waves that were like ripples on still water. The immortal-like woman simply nodded, her violet eyes gazing past her toward the main gate. Her tone turned slightly cold. This Hu Jingya, quite the schemer. As soon as he discovered your innate ability, he's trying to coerce and entice. He's already pushing for an engagement with his son. Strangely, she didn't raise her voice, but she merely stopped smiling. Yet that faint chill transformed her completely. An awe-inspiring majesty radiated from her being, and it felt as if thunder had rumbled in the clouds overhead. Li Shuwan looked up and thought she saw a faint violet hue in the clouds above. She quickly whispered, "But my father said that person's very powerful, someone important from one of the peak offices." The woman froze for a beat at her words. The frost on her face melted instantly. Her almond-shaped eyes softened like ice thawing under spring sun, and she let out a bright, amused laugh. A very powerful man, huh? Chapter 971. Crimson Palace Generation Receiving Talisman Seed. Your child really only needed 2 hours? Huh. Who do you think she is, a noble heir, or in Jingming himself? Guest cultivator who chuckled quietly, inwardly scoffing at Li Baoduo for not knowing his place or understanding cultivation matters. He simply asked, "Just answer this. How long did it take from the moment you gave her the technique to the moment she claimed to have produced her first wisp of spiritual qi?" Li Baoduo was momentarily stunned. After thinking for a second, he answered, "Senior, it took 2 days and 1 night. 2 days and 1 night." Upon hearing this, Li Qingzhen, who had been seated nearby, straightened with a hint of surprise and said softly, "Though Lijing Prefecture is built upon a prestigious bloodline, its spirit vein ranks in the lower 9 prefectures. It's already considered an exceptional talent to awaken spiritual qi in 2 days and 1 night." He spoke half the sentence, then swallowed the rest, silently thinking. If she had sufficient resources, she could compete for a spot in the island's entrance trials in 5 years. If Li Baoduo can get her admitted to a major sect, that would give me a solid connection within the island. Li Qingzhen's thoughts were already spinning. Hu Jingya wasn't far behind. He immediately began comparing the situation with his own favored son and muttered, "Oh, her innate ability is quite decent." Hu Jingya was a qi cultivation realm cultivator himself, and his youngest child also had promising talent. If Li Shuwan really could be taken into a major sect, then Hu Jingya would have hit the jackpot. He maintained his posture, but moderated his tone as he said, "Your daughter entering the central island may be difficult, but for the surrounding prefectures, her talent is still rather promising." His tone had softened considerably, though he still kept a stern expression, afraid Li Baoduo might see through his intentions. He said in a serious tone, "Since Chengzhen is here, we're all on the same side. I won't go on too long. Once Shouwen's innate ability is reported, the family will naturally provide suitable resources and techniques. Though there's still some distance to the central island, I can make up the difference for Baoduo, so long as she applies herself." He kept up his formal posture and steered the conversation with decent grace, but Li Baoduo had been educated in the prefectural halls in his youth. He'd seen enough from his ferry work along the river to realize immediately, damn it, this old dog switched faces real quick. My Shouwen's innate ability really is top-notch. He sure knows how to pretend. He responded cheerfully, wearing the simple honesty of a farmer on his face. He kept nodding and smiling, but gave no clear reply. Hu Jingya, seeing him feigning ignorance, was unbothered and said bluntly, "My youngest is 8 this year, and quite gifted. If you don't mind, Baoduo, Give me some face and let's arrange a childhood engagement. I have some savings set aside and can support Qiyun's cultivation. You can also leave your family's path to the central island to me. As a Qi cultivating realm cultivator, the two before him were no more than ants. Now that he had set aside pride and made such an offer, it placed both Li Qingzhen and Li Baoduo in a tight spot. Li Baoduo looked to Li Qingzhen for guidance. The family uncle clenched his jaw in embarrassment. The offer wasn't overly oppressive, but neither could he openly endorse it. So, he hesitated and took a sip of tea instead. The family's rules were strict. Nothing was feared more than the accusation of bullying the weak through power. Li Qingzhen was known for his politeness, and any connection with Huiyao was entirely based on the latter's goodwill. That goodwill was fragile as paper, so he couldn't afford to speak carelessly at the moment. Seeing no help coming, Li Baoduo resorted to a stalling tactic and said softly, I know nothing of this return to the island. I fear wasting your resources, my lord. How could I dare agree so hastily? My child is still playful and immature, I'm afraid. Come now, Baoduo. Hu Jingye frowned and responded gently. My Hu family may not match the old four surnames, but we have our reputation in Wutu Prefecture. If I say I'll provide resources, then I will. There's no need to worry. Seeing Li Baoduo lower his head, he softened his tone further. I'm not trying to force you. Let's just set the engagement for now. If anything changes in the future, if Qiyun has a change of heart, it's just a betrothal, it can always be dissolved. At the very least, the goodwill remains. If she becomes a disciple of a major sect, surely a little engagement won't tie her down, right? This is bad. Li Qingzhen noticed a flicker of hesitation in Li Baoduo's expression and sighed inwardly. It's not that simple. Being a major sect disciple himself, Li Qingzhen knew how strict the family elders were. If Li Qiyun entered a major sect and the engagement had to be broken, she would be at fault. It would damage the Hu family's pride and her reputation, and news of it might even reach Qingdu. Just a single careless comment could stir great unrest among the elders. Li Baoduo fell silent. Unable to sit still any longer, Li Qingzhen averted his gaze and frowned, silently signaling his disapproval. However, whether Li Baoduo had picked up on the hint or never intended to agree in the first place, he sighed as he finally shook his head. My lord, my family truly dares not reach so high. Li Qingzhen was both surprised and relieved, while guest cultivator whose smile faded into silence. It was a hard slap to his pride. No matter how composed he was, Hu Jingye could no longer maintain his expression. His face darkened as he suddenly stood up. You invited me here just to show off your daughter. Now that I've seen her, you turn around and scorn me? Is this how you conduct yourself? It's outrageous. I've cultivated for years between Wutu and Lijing. Who doesn't give me respect? You, Li Baoduo, are downright insolent. Li Baoduo hadn't expected such a sharp tongue. Panic overtook him and he stood up quickly, responding, I invited you, my lord, merely to look upon my daughter. I never imagined marriage would be brought up so abruptly. Though I am a commoner, I still cherish my daughter. I know nothing of your esteemed son, so how could I agree so hastily? What parent would risk tossing their child into a pit of fire? In his urgency, he let his words slip. Hu Jingye flew into a rage and bellowed. Boy, are you mocking the Hu family's upbringing? As a Qi cultivation realm cultivator, his fury erupted like thunder. His shout shook the house's beams, sending dust and sand cascading down on everyone. The sound of falling grit filled the air. Li Baoduo's son stood silently outside. They, too, were furious but too afraid to speak. How bold! Both Li Qingzhen and Li Baoduo were paralyzed by his overwhelming presence. Hu Jingye flung his sleeve with force and stormed out. Li Baoduo's knees buckled in fright, while his wife crouched hopelessly by the door, too afraid to move. Seeing everyone frozen in fear, Hu Jingye's bottled-up anger and humiliation found its outlet. He strode toward the door, leaving only his retreating back. Li Qingzhen leapt from his seat and cried out in alarm. Are you insane? What nonsense were you spouting? He grabbed Li Baoduo and saw his nephew scrambling out the door. He noticed that Hu Jingye hadn't yet flown off and realized the man was still gauging their reaction. Hu Jingye was subtly exerting pressure on them. Gathering his robe, Li Qingzhen hurried after him and shouted, Guest cultivator who? It was unintentional talk, truly. Li Baoduo had never experienced such a display of strength. Panic overtook him, and he stumbled outside, gasping for breath and vision swimming. But at that moment, a crisp voice rang out. Lord, who is truly imposing. Chapter 972, Crimson Palace Generation Receiving Talisman Seed, 2. That mocking voice sapped half of Baodao's strength. His legs stiffened as he stood, as he found a woman standing on his threshold, holding the hand of his precious daughter. His mind went blank. The woman wore pale azure feathered robes. Her black hair was like ink, with a white blossom pinned in it, and her eyes were shrouded in a misty purple gleam. Before he could even fully register her face, he heard a soft thud beside him. Thump! Li Qingxin, who had shown no fear before, now was as pale as a porcelain vase. He was utterly terrified. His legs gave out like hollow reeds, and his head slammed into the ground, colliding with Li Baodao's waist. The two collapsed into a heap. The world spun around him. Li Baodao saw his family uncle leap over him like a frog and drop to his knees, crying out, "Qingxin greets the honored one." Baodao was a beat behind, and when he looked up, he caught sight of Hu Jingye's expression. The bluster, the flaring beard, and glaring eyes were all gone. Only dazed confusion remained as the man collapsed limply like a pile of mud. Guest cultivator who, of course, had seen Li Qinghong before. When Li Qinghong had summoned the formation lightning to open the island at the heart of the lake, he had watched from afar. He half suspected that he would not be able to withstand a single bolt from her. He had never imagined crossing paths with this figure, much less hear a lord who is truly imposing from her. It was like a bolt of white lightning. It shattered his composure, leaving him broken and dazed as he slumped helplessly to the ground. Yet Li Qinghong didn't even spare him a glance. She looked instead at the sweat-drenched Li Qingxin and asked softly after a moment's thought, "Qingxin?" Li Qingxin responded with reverence. "My father is Lord Shiming, honored one. So you are Minger's son." That single Minger finally shattered Baodao's doubts. His forehead stayed pressed to the ground as he now fully recognized her as the living thunder of Qingdu Peak. Then came her calm remark. "I was merely passing by, and ended up witnessing quite the performance." Hu Jingye finally came to his senses. His lips trembled, but no words emerged. His face was pale as paper as he said, "Honored one, you've misunderstood. It's only because I came. If it had been my uncle, who's far more protective of the family, this Hu fellow would have already lost his head," thought Li Qinghong. Li Qinghong's voice was light and melodic. "I found the child pleasing and spoke with her a bit. Yet, you were already scheming to marry her off to your son? Hu Jingye, such an excellent plan you've made. Even the marriages of my family's major sect are within your grasp now? Seems the family chief's court has been too strict, and you think the main lineage of my family are all spineless weaklings? Han, honored one." The softer Li Qinghong's tone, the more Hu Jingye could feel the cold fury behind her words. She was known across the Li family for her gentle temperament, and no one had ever angered her before. Hu Jingye was the first, and his courage had already collapsed. He stammered, unable to speak, his eyes rolling back as he nearly fainted. Li Qinghong flicked a finger, instantly sealing away all his cultivation. She said softly, "Qingxin, deliver him to Qinghuai." Li Qingxin hurried to summon men to carry him away. Then Li Qinghong said, "Baodao's line hasn't returned to the family in years. My uncle misses them dearly. Bring them along to meet him too." Li Qingxin gave a respectful reply. Li Qinghong then vanished with the girl in a flash of lightning. Li Baodao still knelt on the ground, while Hu Jingye lay there motionless, limbs cold, eyes staring blankly at the sky. "Congratulations, Baodao." Li Qingxin walked right past the fallen Hu Jingye as if he didn't exist, smiling as he helped Li Baodao to his feet. Streams of divine light fell from the sky, and Li Baodao felt like he was dreaming as distant congratulations rang all around him. Pinjia Island. Li Shuan looked slightly pale as she landed atop the peak. She had heard of the Great Lake since childhood, but never imagined Moongaze Lake could be so vast. It had only taken them a blink, but they had crossed countless surging waves and arrived at this island. It was her first time seeing such a palace. Before she could even take it in, she saw an old man seated in the hall. 7 points of verdant light shimmered across his robe. He looked kind and welcoming, smiling warmly as he rose and said, "Shuan, you're here." Li Shuan responded politely. On the far side of the hall stood a youth clad in dark crimson robes laced with gold, his face turned slightly toward her. Sunlight spilled over him. She only glanced once, and her eyes throbbed painfully, causing tears to well uncontrollably. Li Xianxian simply thought she was frightened and tried to comfort her. Li Qinghong sighed and recounted what had just occurred. Then she said, "Uncle, The family's discipline is indeed overly strict. The major sects fare well on the continent, but minor ones still suffer greatly within the prefectures. Li Zhouwei glanced thoughtfully at the girl before looking up and replying. My uncle has mentioned the matter too. But binding agreements are like iron hoops. They cannot be undone easily. Li Baodao is a minor sect member, after all. If not for those restrictions, how could he even have gotten Hu Jingye to visit? Most people wouldn't dare speak in Hu Jingye's presence. Once one receives special favor, a few restraints are necessary, lest they turn to oppress others. Li Xianxian tucked a scroll into Shouwen's arms, gently urging her to study it in the side hall. Though he said little, he clearly shared Li Qinghong's sympathy for their kin. Li Zhouwei said solemnly, the gap between cultivation realms is hard to cross. If we ease restrictions here, they might no longer be bullied by cultivators. But they'll begin to bully mortals instead. That would only create new classes among the common people. It's not a good thing. Li Qinghong nodded and replied, I'll leave it to your judgment. Our family has always strived to be fair, though grievances are inevitable. Still, we must not chill the hearts of our disciples. This trip of mine was meant to rally the branches, which is why I was a bit harsh. As the three finished their discussion, Li Shuan returned from the side hall and said softly, Honored ones, I've memorized it. That was fast, said Li Xianxian as he nodded with a smile. The criteria for talisman seeds had grown increasingly stringent, and the children selected had grown more exceptional. He had tested her with just 2 lines, and she answered them all. Li Zhouwei turned slightly and said, Bring the eldest young master here. Li Jiangxian soon arrived in the hall, cheerfully greeting all 3 elders, then calling out to Li Shuan. Smiling, Li Qinghong tossed out the Chongming Profound Insight screen, and the 2 children began reciting the incantation in unison. Li Zhouwei's gaze lingered on Shuan. As the 2 children sat cross-legged to receive the talisman seeds, he stepped forward slightly. The dark red and gold sheen of his robe shimmered faintly as he said, This child's soul seems unusual. She may be able to glimpse others' secrets. Li Qinghong had sensed it as well and replied softly. The 3 waited in anticipation. After an entire night had passed, a glimmer of light finally appeared within the screen. Both children opened their eyes simultaneously, expressions tinged with strangeness. Li Jiangxian's face was filled with sudden realization. He clapped his hands together, stood up, and bowed. I've received the talisman. Thank you, elders, for your protection. Li Shuan, on the other hand, looked utterly stunned and curious. When she saw her elder brother bow, she quickly followed suit and expressed her thanks. She then looked up, only to find all 4 elders staring at her in astonishment. Li Qinghong rose abruptly. An orange glow was slowly emerging between the girl's brow. The pearl-sized glow was shaped like a flower petal and was radiating gentle light. It pulsed 3 times before gradually fading away. Chapter 973, Defensive Wall, I. Li Xianxian looked forward to this moment every year. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes, and he quickly asked in a low voice, What kind of techniques did you receive? Li Jiangxian, familiar with the 3 elders, responded swiftly. A 6th grade Purple Mansion Realm technique, the heavenly scripture of the dimming Li Day. Excellent. Li Xianxian was instantly elated, joy flashing across his face. A Purple Mansion Realm technique was an incomparable treasure. Li Zhouwei nodded, a faint smile appearing as he spoke softly. It truly is of the Purple Mansion Realm. How many secret techniques does it contain? Purple Mansion Realm techniques were known for their length. After a brief moment of thought, Li Jiangxian replied respectfully, Father, for secret techniques. 4, said Li Zhouwei, nodding thoughtfully. Seizing the pause in conversation, Li Shuan spoke in a gentle voice. Honored elders, I received a 6th grade Purple Mansion Realm technique called the Hoshu Golden Book, which contains 5 secret techniques, as well as a volume titled Profound Shamanic Spells. Li Zhouwei had expected this and quietly contemplated the names of the techniques. Li Xianxian chuckled and sighed. Good. Our family received spell arts through the talisman seeds. It seems there were only a few in earlier generations. Perhaps these are different. Li Zhouwei nodded, his thoughts still lingering on the 5 secret techniques in the Hoshu Golden Book. My Radiant Essence scripture had 9 techniques. Jiangxian received 4, and Shuan has 5. Could it be that her innate ability surpasses Jiangxian's? That would be a good thing. Li Zhouwei understood his younger son well. The boy had a difficult temperament, but thankfully he wasn't one to lash out at others. It was good to have someone among the juniors who could act as a counterweight and prevent him from acting too willfully. He finally spoke, his tone solemn. Jiangqian, Shuwan, memorize the techniques you've received first. 2 small desks had already been prepared in the hall. The quick-witted Li Jiangqian had already begun writing. Li Shuwan wasn't as literate, but thankfully the techniques were within her talisman seed, so she only needed to imitate the strokes and copy them as they appeared. The 2 bent over their desks, scribbling quickly. Li Zhouwei stood silently beside them, watching. As night gradually fell, his brow furrowed deeper, and he muttered softly, "These 2 techniques are vastly different from the radiant essence scripture." Li Xianxian leaned in closer, and Li Zhouwei said quietly, "It only took me 2 hours to transcribe my technique back then. But now, 2 hours have passed. These 2 techniques are far lengthier." Li Xianxian stroked his beard, while Li Qinghong noticed a faint tremor in the projection screen. And Siwei's respectful voice came through the screen. "Honored elders, Shi Zikong is waiting on the island." "Very well." Li Qinghong responded calmly, as though it were nothing out of the ordinary, and replied gently, "Please have Taoist Shi wait in the side hall. I'll be there shortly." The joy on Li Xuanxuan's face faded, while Li Zhouwei said, "This transcription won't be finished in a short while. Please watch over things, my lord. I'll accompany her for a bit." Li Xianxian found himself torn. He wanted to see Li Qinghong off, but was also reluctant to leave the 2 children. Li Qinghong spoke gently. "No need to see me off, uncle. It might only dampen your spirits." Li Xianxian sighed and turned away. Li Qinghong, unwilling to linger, stepped through the light screen and departed. Li Zhouwei accompanied her through the corridor, where Shi Zikong had already been waiting in the hall for quite some time. The young man, clad in silver robes, approached with a cheerful smile. His round face exuded spiritual qi, and his bright, courteous demeanor made it hard for anyone to feel hostility toward him. He stepped forward and greeted them warmly. "Elder Qinghong." He held out a jade slip, clearly the Purple Thunder secret origin technique. Li Qinghong accepted and began unlocking it immediately. Li Zhouwei also handed over 2 jade slips. The young man took them and said politely, "I've troubled your family many times over the years. Thank you for your patience, family head." Shi Zikong was very courteous. Li Zhouwei retrieved the jade slips and responded politely. The young man simply smiled and added, "Your esteemed family understands the stakes. I've heard of the reputation of honored seniors in the north. Seniors are well known as righteous cultivators. If not for that, I fear someone might have already tried to kill me. Even with talismans on me, I wouldn't have dared step into your formation. You're too kind, fellow Taoist." Li Qinghong's expression was slightly complicated. As they exited the grand hall together, she asked softly, "Fellow Taoist Shi, will you still be on time for your journey to the Eastern Sea?" "Of course. No problem at all." Shi Zikong seemed entirely unafraid of what lay ahead and replied with a grin, "I'll travel leisurely along the way. When the time comes, I'll naturally be drawn into the grotto heaven. There's no need to rush anywhere." "I see." Li Qinghong nodded, then turned to Li Zhouwei and said quietly, "The Han family of Donglu has fallen on hard times. They've even been besieged on the main island. 2 of their elders died because of matters involving our family. I can't turn a blind eye. Since I'm heading to the Eastern Sea anyway, I'll resolve their siege along the way. Now that I carry the Dragon Clan's mandate, ordinary Purple Mansion realm cultivators wouldn't dare plot against me. I won't act under the family's name. Just break the siege and escort their juniors away. That way, it brings closure to what happened with Shi." The memories of her return from the Eastern Sea was still vivid. Li Qinghong had clearly not forgotten the Han family. She drew a jade pendant from her sleeve and transmitted through a secret technique. This was taken from Wang Fu. Before he died, he harbored many grudges against the Taoist masters, and they're all inscribed within this jade pendant. The grand formation blocks the Taoist masters from peering into it, so it might still be useful. Keep it safe." Li Zhouwei accepted it, and Li Qinghong said, "There's a spirit persimmon tree in the Chuanwu Mountains of Yu State. I came across her once in my youth. Her cultivation was shallow at the time, and she said she had 37 more years to reach the Qi cultivation realm. She should be only 3 or 4 years away from completing it now. If you get the chance, do go take a look." Li Zhouwei asked carefully for the location and agreed to everything. Li Qinghong smiled and said, "Ming Huang, I leave things here to you." "Rest assured, my lady," replied Li Zhouwei. He silently escorted the 2 out of the lake and watched as 2 streaks of thunderlight vanished into the sky. As he returned, the cold night wind bit at him. A thin layer of ice had formed over the lake, rustling faintly in the breeze. Moonlight bathed the vast lake island in silvery white. Li Zhouwei contemplated silently. From now on, I must serve as their defensive wall. Li Zhouwei returned to the quiet hall, bathed in the season's chill. The two children had taken hunger-suppressing pills and were seated obediently. Perhaps drawing characters was slower than writing them. Li Jiangxian was the first to hand over 2 thick stacks of paper. Li Zhouwei accepted them gently and scanned them with his spiritual sense. Everything became clear at once, and he was pleasantly surprised, saying, "There are appended spell arts. No wonder it was so much longer." Li Xianxian had already read through it, and was currently engraving a jade slip with spiritual sense. Though he looked weary, talking about the technique seemed to ease his expression, and he said in a raspy voice, "It's a good thing. Not a single one of these spell arts is mediocre." Li Jiangxian was not inexperienced. Though he didn't fully grasp how rare the spells were, the ranks alone were enough to prove their worth. He replied respectfully, "The 6th grade heavenly scripture of the Dimming Li Day, with appended 5th grade footwork technique, flame-stepping movement. 5th grade escape spell Crimson Radiance of Li Sky. 1. 6th grade spell art, Great Li White Radiance. 5th grade spell arts Li Origin Barrier and Supreme Yang Resonance Li Art. 3 4th grade spell arts, and various 3rd and 2nd grade spell arts." Li Zhouwei relaxed and nodded, having already browsed the contents through spiritual sense. He pondered, these techniques are all Supreme Yang or Li Fire-based. They are extremely compatible, but they don't quite feel like they originated from the same manual as the heavenly scripture of the Dimming Li Day. 1. Li here is the same Li as Li Day of heavenly scripture of the Dimming Li Day. Chapter 974, Defensive Wall, 2. He flipped through the stacks carefully. The technique made no mention of its origins and was extremely concise. Li Zhouwei was sharp and quickly deduced the truth. The original spell arts appended to the heavenly scripture of the Dimming Li Day were likely famous spell arts. Once used, they would almost certainly be recognized. Thus, Lu Jiangxian had rushed to replace them, carefully sifting through tens of thousands of techniques to find ones without obvious sect affiliations, resulting in the current version of the scripture. As he continued to speculate, Li Shuan hurriedly handed over the Hoshu Golden Book. Li Zhouwei read it as well and praised, "What a difficult technique. The whole Pill Dao was already incredibly hard. If it weren't, Changtian Peak of the Azure Pond sect wouldn't have faced the extinction of its Dao lineage." That the Hoshu Golden Book was a 6th grade technique only added to its difficulty. Even Li Zhouwei was inwardly alarmed upon reading it, while Li Xianxian felt like he was reading a heavenly script. Li Xianxian understood every word separately, yet was completely lost when they were strung together. The Hoshu Golden Book didn't have many appended techniques. There was only one 5th grade escape spell called the Scattered White Falling Feathers, and a few ancient arts. Most of the text detailed various material transformations, shrouded in mystical language. As he was reading, a dull boom sounded. A burst of fire flared up from Li Shuan's desk, startling the girl. Before she could speak, Li Zhouwei had already whisked her away and said with a frown, "What happened?" White flames roared on the table, and several unknown caterpillars squirmed across the floor. Li Xianxian had already shielded Li Jiangxian, while Li Shuan steadied herself and replied innocently, "Reporting to my lord. I was about to transcribe the spell, but after writing just the beginning, the paper caught fire on its own." "Oh." Li Zhouwei froze in surprise. Li Xianxian was even more astonished and murmured, "It seems the spell is of too high a grade, or perhaps connected to immortals in some way." "Not bad." A hint of anticipation surfaced in Li Zhouwei's expression as he murmured, "Whole pill, white fire, shamanic talisman Dao." He calmed Li Shuan. It was already late into the night. The two children had been transcribing for over a day and were clearly exhausted. He dismissed them first, then waved his hand and turned both stacks of paper to ash, speaking quietly, "My lord, these are 2 Purple Mansion realm techniques." Sensing that he had more to say, Li Xianxian turned toward Li Zhouwei, who then spoke softly, "I've read the family history. Our forebears toiled and faced hardship along the way, yet over time, the talisman seeds grew stricter. At the same time, the cultivation techniques improved. What could be the reason? In my view, it might be tied to the protection of the common folk. The more people our family shields, the better the granted techniques become, and the stricter the talisman's requirements." When we controlled half of Moongaze Lake, we received Purple Mansion Realm techniques. Now that the entire lake has returned under our governance, even the accompanying spell arts have arrived. Li Xianxian nodded, and Li Zhouwei said softly, "It's just a theory for now. The truth will reveal itself in time. From what I see, the embryonic breathing realm sections of both techniques are quite refined. The two of them are progressing quickly. Let them begin cultivation first." Neither Li Jiangqian nor Li Shuwan had been taught the supreme breathing meridian nourishment sutra. Their Purple Mansion realm techniques began from the embryonic breathing realm, so Li Zhouwei didn't need to worry further. Li Xianxian said, "The whole pill Dao of spell arts can only be practiced by someone of the whole pill Dao. On the other hand, most of the Li fire-based spells can be cultivated by anyone. The second and third grade ones can be circulated among the family. Let's not rush." Li Zhouwei looked a little troubled and said quietly, "These techniques have no known origin. We can't tell if any cultivators might recognize them. I'll review them first. Those that follow conventional patterns can be distributed for cultivation. The unusual ones should be held back for now." Li Xianxian was clearly still preoccupied with thoughts of Li Qinghong, so his mind was clouded no matter how he tried. He nodded and stood up. Li Zhouwei helped the old man up and saw him stroke his beard, his voice slightly hoarse. "Ming Huang, go about your tasks. I'll take another walk around." Li Zhouwei watched him leave, then picked up the documents on the table and hesitated briefly before lifting his brush. It took him 15 minutes to finish reviewing them. Then, Siwei came forward to report, "Your Highness, Lord Qingliao has entered seclusion for his breakthrough." Li Zhouwei paused for a moment and then said quietly, "I know. He told me earlier. Go to the Great Desert and bring back Aunt Minggong." Winter. Snow whirled heavily across the lake. Li Zhouwei had been busy for over a month, occasionally cultivating the spell Heavenly Radiance, Hidden Light, which was finally beginning to take shape. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, who had labored for years at the northern foothills of Mount Dali, had at last returned to the lake with his entourage. He strode into the main hall, beaming with excitement, and bowed deeply. "Your Highness, there's news from the northern foothills demon den. The deer demon, Lucan, has returned from visiting friends and has re-entered the cave. He received word from our family and offered repeated apologies, saying his trip to the Helen Mountain range delayed him." Li Zhouwei had already steeled himself for the possibility of never finding the demon clan's traces. He hadn't expected such a turnaround, and a spark of delight stirred in his heart. He nodded. "Good. I shall pay them a visit at once." Chen Yang cupped his fists and retreated quickly to make the necessary preparations. Li Zhouwei set down his cinnabar brush, pressed lightly on the table, and immediately made his deduction. So it wasn't the matter of Dingjiao they feared, it was the swallowing of thunder. The Li family had searched for years without finding a trace of the deer demon. But now, barely a month after Li Qinghong's departure, Lucan had suddenly returned from visiting friends and rejoined the northern den. The implications were clear enough. This deer demon, or rather, the faction behind him, is still worried our family might be ignorant and rash enough to pester him about the Thunder Grotto heaven. If they had to refuse, it'd strain relations. But they do have strong interest in the Dingjiao matter, and were afraid we might send a reply too soon, so they hurried back after just a month. No matter how seasoned the demonic creatures of the den were, they still lacked the insight of experienced humans. Li Zhouwei saw through the situation clearly, and instead of resentment, he felt a faint sense of amusement. After all, how momentous was the matter of a dragon clan member swallowing thunder? Li Zhouwei would never be so blind as to seek aid from the foxes for it. He had never even considered involving them. But now that the fox tribe showed great interest in Dingjiao, his position in the middle became much easier. Stepping out of the hall, he was met with a sky blanketed in snow. Everything was white. Kongheng, the white ape, and Siwei, and others were waiting outside. Li Zhouwei glanced around and said, "The family can't be left without Foundation Establishment realm protection. Elder Ape, you stay and watch over the lake. Kongheng and I will go on this trip." But then he hesitated, recalling the poor relationship between the fox tribe and Buddhist cultivators. The white ape, as a demonic creature, was in fact better suited to interact with the foxes. Without the slightest hesitation, he changed his decision and brought the white ape instead. They immediately set off for the northern foothills,